Chapter 581 in this era. Here I come. This turtle is so playful. As soon as Suhi landed, the little Taizu in front of him glanced over. The turtle eyes at this moment were not as dim as the old eyes of later generations. Bright as a star. But for some reason, the depths of his eyes always give people the feeling that he is a bad person. Taizu said that he slowly remembered certain memories. Taizu of this era was still too young and should not have any additional memories. The eyes are the image of the mind. So this is his nature? Suhi cursed. Then he heard Fong Taizu cry out. Who are you? The thief. Who breaks my barrier and peeks into my secrets? How can a dignified monk not even save enough money to study in these years? He screamed, and the tortoise claws rolled up 10 miles of dust and smoke. The murderous black clouds of the dust and smoke pressed over the city, rolling towards Suhi. Suhi's eyes lit up. Yo! Taizu, who had just opened the 4th level of heaven, invited me to a duel. Is there such a good thing? You did it yourself. Suhi laughed and rushed forward, running headlong into the dust and smoke. He was stunned. The dust and smoke dispersed as soon as they hit it. It looked majestic, but had no lethality. Its only effect was to throw away the people who were reading. Unexpectedly, little Taizu was quite kind-hearted. Even though the provocative voice was still screaming in the smoke, Taizu had long since disappeared. Suhi opened his eyes and looked around, and saw the dragon turtle flying through the void, escaping all the way. He was still muttering to himself. He's a tortoise SHL. He has the means to break through our barrier silently. So how about a slap in the face? Taizu used various sealing methods to erase the traces left by his escape. His figure was erratic, sometimes going to the south, sometimes to the north. Suhi's expression became increasingly weird. No wonder Ji Feishu has said that Taizu could escape from the immortal lord at the 5th level of Kaitian. This escape experience is so rich. He just broke through the space and left in an instant. But how many tricks were deployed the moment he stayed? Hiding, luring enemies, interfering. Is this guy a scout? If it weren't for Suhi holding a turtle SHL, his eyes wouldn't be able to catch up with him. If he has this ability, Mahavatar Bodhisattva can only follow behind and eat ashes. But Taizu had a lot of things on his mind at this time, which was very interesting. Suhi held the tortoise SHL, and his strength was enhanced. His eyes fell on Taizu with spiritual consciousness. Although he could not completely perceive his thoughts like a mind reader, he was still inseparable. Translated, that thought is probably cursing. Taizu was running away. Is the aura emitted by the Birdman not from the realm of Old Turtle and the others? Since when has there been an immortal in this world? No, that old guy is hiding his body to bring bad luck to Lord Turtle. Yes. Did I dig his ancestral grave? The last sentence is not a curse. It is confusion. He even quickly reviewed recent memories in his mind to see if any of the tombs he had robbed had a similar aura to Suhi's. He really did this. Suhi. So you are this kind of Taizu. But for some reason, Taizu like this didn't arouse his surprise. Instead, he thought this is normal. Taizu checked his memories all the way. But not only did he not dig the Birdman's ancestral grave, he didn't even rob the cave of something similar to the Aura Monk. Instead, I thought, the turtle SHL on that guy's back looked familiar. A thief had stolen his old turtle SHL? I stole his turtle SHL and can't use it. So I want to catch a dragon turtle? Damn it! Is Mr. Turtle just too unlucky? Or is his grandson too cruel? How do you know that he is the most talented person in the Dragon Turtle clan? He has tried his best to hide his clumsiness, dragging the opening of heaven to the limit. It really took nearly 10,000 years to open the 1st level of heaven. This feeling of being watched. Haven't you escaped from the Birdman's eyes yet? Old Turtle! Old Turtle! Your turtle SHL has been lost. As Taizu was running away, a rune lit up between his eyebrows, and he shouted quietly, clearly asking for help. But he shouted with the aura of making a great contribution. Suhi! Suhi was speechless for a while. Then, he heard laughter from someone beside him. Uh-huh. Isn't this little guy very interesting? Suhi nodded repeatedly, turned to look at Mingzu, who appeared out of thin air, and laughed. Ancestor! Taizu had such a temper when he was young. Weren't you afraid of people beating him? Mingzu burst out laughing. The older ones in my family are too embarrassed to beat him. But the ones of the same age can't beat him. The ones outside. Look at his ability to escape. I feel inferior to him. And he didn't hesitate to call for help. The best among turtles. Suhi laughed loudly. Why did he vaguely feel that Taizu had a bad temper after listening to Mingzu's words? As Mingzu spoke, his eyes fell on the turtle SHL on Sui's back, with a smile in his eyes. Little guy, collect the mountain beetles first. Your aura is so exposed that you will tell everyone that you are here. Sui's mind moved. The mountain armor retracted and his momentum dropped. With a shake of his body, he transformed into the form of a dragon turtle, and even put away the spiritual snakes. He was a pure dragon turtle. After thinking about it, he even hid his name. Just like the ordinary dragon turtles of this era. They are the same. You can't recognize the name of the turtle when you look at it. This is the clan leader's ability obtained by refining the mountain armor. Mingzu looked into his eyes, smiling more and more, and finally became more and more satisfied. A toad also jumped out of Sui's eyebrows, raised its paws and greeted Mingzu. Hey! Old turtle! Long time no see! Has the mysterious world of mountains and seas been successfully opened? Mingzu finally couldn't help laughing out loud, and his laughter shook the world. No! No! I'm just waiting for you to finish it! Toad immediately straightened his back and glanced at Sui arrogantly. Sui shook his head and smiled. Sometimes this toad was smarter than him, but more often than not he was extremely childish. Sui looked at Ancestor Ming. Ancestor, how long has it been since I last came here? Mingzu smiled and said, 80,000 years. Sui was silent. 80,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. How long has it been since Taizu broke out of his SHL? Ming Ancestor chuckled. Gu-ta-it will be 40,000 years in another 2,000 years. That guy broke out of his SHL and became a dragon turtle. His talent is incredible, but his cultivation is extremely slow. It took nearly 10,000 years to open the first level of heaven. This is the advanced time for dragon turtle to sleep and not practice. Gu-ta-it.su's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, you are not the Taoist ancestor. Gu-tai. Taigu. Does this name change make sense? Sui thought of another thing and stepped down with his paw, sealing off all directions to prevent anyone from exploring. Then he mysteriously asked Ming Ancestor. Old Ancestor, do you know that the second disciple of Tao Ancestor is Pluto? His name is Ming. Ming Ancestor opened his mouth and revealed a bitter smile. I know. But? It should have nothing to do with me. Really? Sui looked at him with a half smile. It doesn't matter. What are you guilty of? The ancestor of the underworld shrugged off the turtle SHL. It really doesn't matter. I broke out of the SHL in a broken netherworld, with only black mountains and dark water in all directions. Breaking out of the SHL, he swallowed the netherworld. When he broke out of the world, he became a dragon turtle. He was already in Xianwang and was discovered by other dragon turtles. Born in the netherworld, it eats the netherworld and grows. This is the origin of his name, and it has nothing to do with Pluto. Otherwise, if you have reached his level, how can you be ignorant? Sui nodded doubtfully. If there is a chance to see Pluto again in the future, everyone will naturally know about it. Besides, this is just curiosity, and it doesn't matter whether there are any results. Old ancestor, there is a bright moon imprisoned in Taiyuan? Can you give me a trace of the bright moon's original aura? Sui has not forgotten this matter. When Taizu gave him the golden crow breath, he reminded him that when he saw Mingzu again, he could ask for a wisp of the original breath of the bright moon golden toad. How you? Mingzu blinked. Do I still have what it takes? I do not know how. He smiled slightly awkwardly. The bright moon and the bright sun are as powerful as the immortal lord, and they have the ability and merit to illuminate all the worlds. To imprison them, you must have power that surpasses the immortal lord. Your ancestor can't do it. Come on. Where did you get the news? That's what Taizu said. Sui muttered. Isn't he the ancestor of the underworld in this era? But Mingzu's eyes lit up. Does this mean that one day he will surpass the immortal lord? He laughed heartily. Don't worry. If that day comes, our ancestors will imprison this bright moon for you. Mingzu raised his head and glanced at the night sky. The first and second moons of the first and second months were barely visible. But for the only time, he seemed to hear it and shrank back. When clouds come and go. At this moment, the space opened slightly, and an eye pattern floated out. He looked around and saw Mingzu, but he didn't see the battle. Only then did an indistinguishable dragon head poke out from another space crack. After looking around, he made sure there was no danger before he got out with a smile. As soon as he came out, he saw Sui at the feet of Ming Ancestor. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Is there a clan brother here? Great. What is the clan brother's name? As he spoke, he started to circle around Suhi. TSK. Clan brother. This is the Kaition artifact that condenses the 5th level of Kaition. Are you ready to be independent at any time? Not bad. Not bad. As he spoke, his head came close to Suhi. I have never seen this clan brother. He has never been back to Dishan in the past 3,000 years. Has he? Have you ever heard of my name? Gutai? He was born in the Star Sea, and he stayed in the Star Sea for 30,000 years before he had the opportunity to return to the Xianwang world. The Star Sea. He could not come back just casually. It has only been 3,000 years since I came back. So not all dragon turtles have been seen. Seeing Suhi's surprised look, Taizu looked proud. If you haven't heard of it, don't worry. You can ask around. What is Gutai's name? The clan brother is about to become independent. Without the protection of the clan, the world is full of crisis. Does the clan brother need protection? Gutai thugs want to know more about the group? There are dragon turtles, white dragons, and human monks. The price is reasonable, and you can't be fooled. Gutai looked serious and his eyes were shining. I can keep you by my side and guard you 12 hours a day. Or I can leave a mark on my clan brother and be on call in case of danger. With my spatial magical power. My little clan brother, I just saw it too. Suhi. You? Who have just opened the 4th level of heaven. Are you doing security work for those important independent dragon turtles who have opened the 5th level of heaven? Why does it sound so natural? Little Taizu patted Suhi's turtle sh. Don't worry. My family. I'll give you a 20.3% discount. He glanced at Mingzu and gritted his teeth. My heart bleeds. An abacus condensed on the top of the head. Crackling calculations. And then floated to Suhi. As long as this number is enough. 8 million spirit stones? There are still parts and pieces left. Suhi. Call me brother. Taizu was stunned. Clan brother? That's okay. He suddenly became weak. When clan brothers meet, don't they even have a greeting gift? Suhi. Is this guy obsessed with money? However, Suhi still took out 2 peaches and threw them over. Here. My clan brother will reward you. As soon as he took it out, the peach emitted a burst of elf energy. These were the peaches that were already growing on the peach tree snatched from Londi's inner treasury. However, they were shriveled at that time. They gradually became plump after being planted in Chanyu Mansion. Suhi only picked them when he returned this time. Although it does not have the effects of the legendary fairy peach, it is not difficult for ordinary people to eat it and live over 600 years. Taizu's eyes suddenly lit up. This peach can be sold for a big price. In the city where I am reading today, all the wealthy businessmen would buy it even if they could rip out their brains and spend all their wealth. Brother, you are so generous. He looked at Suhi and his eyes suddenly became friendly. Not even a clan brother anymore. This is his half-brother. Next to him, Mingzu held back his laughter and almost lost his temper. If we go back again, isn't this turtle boy afraid of being beaten? Suhi's face also became strange, and Taizu had already come over. Brother, do you still need protection? This time it's really 30% off. I'm on call. As he spoke, a bead fell on the abacus, and it was cheaper than before. Nearly 10,000 spirit stones. Mingzu's face suddenly became bright. His feelings were only 30% based on his face. Or were they fake? He's not as good as a peach? Suhi was silent for a moment, then laughed without saying a word. A mounting god seal condensed, and with a breath of destruction, it crashed towards the little Taizu, but stopped suddenly 3 feet away from his head. The majestic aura rushed down, almost pressing Taizu to the ground. Taizu has only opened the 4th heaven. Judging from the aura on his body, he is only 3 or 2 years old at most. The methods of the 4th level of Kaition cannot be used at all, so he will naturally not be Suhi's opponent at this moment. Do you still want to protect me, my little clan brother? Suhi said with a smile. I'm better than you. Taizu was startled for a moment, but he was not disappointed because he lost a business. Instead, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly landed next to Suhi. It turns out he is the real brother. Not those weaklings who were just older than him, but could be knocked down by him. Taizu turned his eyes and said, Brother, would you like to join my Gutai thugs? We will cooperate. As long as the Taoism is promoted again, it will be the Immortal Master Dojo, and we can also visit it quietly. He said mysteriously. For example, the Taoist Temple of Tantai Immortal Lord. I know there is a real treasure there. And I have laid out many methods. I only need to wait for the 5th level of Kaikion to escape from the hands of the Immortal Lord. I went to Sword Mountain for a stroll. I value a treasure. As he spoke, he felt something was wrong in the atmosphere. He turned around and saw Ming Ancestor and the new brother, both looking at him strangely. What? What's wrong? Gu Tai asked cautiously. Su He smiled. Really? Brother, can you tell me what tricks you have secretly arranged? Something weird. Taizu stepped back step by step. As he stepped back, he asked cautiously, Tantai Immortal Lord. Is he my brother's master? Divine beasts don't care about their master. But if the master is an immortal, that's a different matter. Su He had a harmless smile on his face. Don't talk nonsense. She is my wife. Taizu was startled, then laughed. Brother is really good at joking. But don't talk nonsense. Tantai Immortal is the swordsman immortal who attacks Wu Shuang. Joking like this will kill someone. But don't worry. I won't betray you. Betray you. Although he was shouting haha, his body retreated further and further. And then he broke into the space in an instant and disappeared in a flash. Grandpa Turtles. It was clearly news that it was impossible to explode the world. But the black turtle and his old turtle looked like they were joking. His heart was pounding. And he ran away as if running away. Mingzu was left laughing loudly. And then he looked at Su He and said, Kizi, can you show me your mountain beetle? Just now when I was still in Dishan, I suddenly felt that there was another mountain beetle in the world. And it was vaguely stronger than him. When he jumped up, he saw Su He carrying a mountain beetle on his back. Su He smiled and flew the mountain beetle out. Mingzu looked at it carefully for a moment. And his eyes were filled with wonder. What an amazing method. Is this the fusion of 2 mountain beetles? He was aware of Su He's ability to make duplicates. No wonder the appearance of this mountain beetle did not merge with that of this era. Essentially, they are 2 completely different individuals. Its internal formations, meridians, everything has been refined again. The technique is much better than his, only inferior to that of the Northern Immortal Lord. However, the humane skills of Tortoise SHL sacrifice far exceed that of the Northern Immortal Lord. So even the Northern Immortal Lord can't compare with it. The only problem is that this mountain beetle has only one owner. Do you have the SHLs of a mountain beetle on your body? Mingzu asked. Then he saw 4 armor fragments rising from Su He's body, which were the damage caused by the mountain beetle. Very good. First absorb the 4 armor pieces. After absorbing them, the mountain armor can be refined by itself. There is no need to think about forcible refining at this moment. Su He nodded in agreement. He also discovered that as he absorbed the 4 pieces of armor, his control over the mountain armor became stronger and stronger. At the beginning, he couldn't reach the battle strength of the Immortal Lord just by relying on the mountain armor. At most, it is on par with the fully equipped Yuan Emperor. It's just half a foot into the immortal level. Now, with the blessing of the mountain armor alone, he has a fighting power that is not weak to the Immortal Lord. After sending Shanjiao back, Mingzu looked at him again. Would you like to follow me back to Tizan? Or should you go find the 2 little girls first? The only people who can call Baiyin and Tantai little girls exist like Mingzu. Su He was startled for a moment. And Mingzu had already burst into laughter. Go! Go! The little guys are so close. If you are tired of it, I will take them to Dishan. Especially that girl Baiyin. I don't know what I'm doing again. I haven't shown up for a long time. Mingzu smiled, and his figure gradually disappeared without ever breaking through. But as left, it should be a talent-based method. Su He was greedy. The dust and smoke dispersed from all directions, and the people returned with confused faces. As soon as Su He appeared, they were thrown out by Taizu in the smoke. And then, they returned on foot. Su He laughed. This place was deep in the desert of the far west. It will be the ruins of their battle in later generations. At this moment, the fairy city is majestic. It's not that far from Baiyin Palace. Maybe it's a city under the jurisdiction of Baiyin Palace? Su He raised his claws to tear open the space and burrowed through. When he reappeared, he was already human again and landed outside Baiyin Palace. It's just that Baiyin Palace is different and too new from what Su He saw last time. This is not the Baiyin Palace that Su He visited last time. At this time, the real Baiyin Palace has moved to Xianwang Cave Heaven. But it doesn't matter. Su He is here to find someone. The house is not important. He smiled and shouted into Baiyin Palace. Sister Clan, I'm here. The roar of sound filled the entire Baiyun Palace. At the foot of Baiyun Mountain, countless people knelt on the ground and came to ask to see the immortal lord. When they heard Su He shouting rudely, they immediately stared angrily. The white clouds were misty, and there was silence in Baiyun Palace. Not at home? Toad sat on Su He's shoulder and asked, holding the bun on his head with one paw. Su He shook his head. I don't know. I can feel her aura, but the entire Baiyun Palace is filled with her aura, so I can't distinguish it. Ask the people around you? No need. Su He thought for a while and shouted, Daughter-in-law, my husband has been looking for you for hundreds of millions of years. Those glaring eyes instantly dispelled the anger. Is this the husband of the maid of Baiyun Palace? How dare you yell here? Just when they were about to scold Su He, they saw calamity clouds rolling in the sky, and heavenly punishment gathering. Suddenly everyone was shocked. What did this person do? Actually triggering heavenly punishment? Su He frowned. I was negligent. This is ancient. The heaven and the earth are not obedient, and we cannot talk randomly. Boom! The punishment from heaven was about to fall, and the mountain armor flew out and landed on his back. Su He's momentum rose and went straight to the calamity cloud. In an instant, my heart changed to the heart of heaven, and my majestic thoughts squeezed towards the will of the world. Roll! Su He yelled and his momentum surged, instantly dispelling the will of heaven and earth above Baiyun Palace. The heavenly punishment that had just been condensed died down in an instant. Su He laughed and put away the mountain beetle. Is this what Immortal Lord feels like? Now that you are an immortal, the world becomes smaller. My will is greater than God's will. Toad raised a finger. Domineering! Although Turtle Boy is still weak, he has a strong background. The background is thick, and there are many means. The mountain-worshipping monk below who was about to scold Su He suddenly fell silent. He looked at Su He in horror. Suppressed the immortal lord of heaven and earth with one sound. Everyone immediately knelt down and worshipped. We are waiting for Wuzhou. Immortal Lord, please forgive me. No wonder he dares to be informal in Baiyun Palace. It turns out that he and the master of Baiyun Palace are equal in existence. Su He waved his hands and paid no attention to them. Ever since he became a dragon turtle, he had become accustomed to various gestures of respect. Su He was immune to this. Baiyun is not here, he confirmed. The moment Shanjia got up, he felt that Baiyun Palace was empty. Not to mention Baiyun, there were no palace maids. Then, go find Tantai? Toad asked. In this era, only Dishan, Baiyun Palace and Tantai can be visited. Maybe Baiyun is there too. Speaking of Tantai, Su He's expression suddenly turned strange. I still remember what Su Huanyan said in the original space. He murmured in a low voice. What are you doing with Tantai? Am I going to tell her that her husband is here and is looking for her to practice dual cultivation? Toad was stunned and looked at Su He in disbelief. How did you say such cruel words? Before I could speak, a voice from behind said, Okay. The voice was cold and cold, like a fairy sword suspended in the sky in winter, and it was extremely familiar to my ears. One person and one frog turned around frame by frame, and saw Tantai Immortal Lord standing behind them at some point, holding the fairy sword in his hand. He looked at Su He quietly. Chapter 582 Taoist Master. Quiet. Absolute silence. The air suddenly became suffocating, and the toad's claws pulled Su He's bun harder and harder. A frog's mouth opened wide in surprise. And then, it suddenly disappeared with a pop. In Su He's mind, it rubbed his face vigorously. So awkward. The frog has been growing for a long time, and I have never been so embarrassed in my life. Then he saw a hammer condense from the sea of consciousness in his mind, and he hit it on the head with a hammer, smashing the toad into the depths of the sea of consciousness. Desert! Contempt! Su He roared angrily throughout his mind. The toad shrank into the sea of consciousness and could not come out at all. Deserters are just deserters. It's much better than the embarrassing situation outside. Really? Even the soul beast is unreliable. Su He looked at Tantai Ling and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Okay. Long time no see. Su He's voice was weak. Tantai Ling looked at him for a long time before saying, You received my message. It sounded like a question, but the tone was clearly a statement. As soon as she got close, she felt the aura of the white tiger on Su He. She had arranged this white tiger on the small planet Baiyun, and she had her own perception of it. Baiyun! Lost it? Su He reacted immediately. It turned out to be during this time period. Tantai nodded. Su He was silent for a moment and asked, Where is your sword mountain? Sichuan. Tantailing said concisely. Where is the origin of Jianshan? Suhi asked. At ease in the Sword Mountain. Suhi laughed. Don't worry. Baiyin is still here. Baiyin entered the original space of Jianshan and appeared. At this time, he just didn't know where he went. Tantailing shook his head. I know she is here. If she dies, the world will feel it. But she must not be good. She looked at Suhi and said, Come with me. Tantai rolled up his sleeves, wrapped them around Suhi's wrist like before, and pulled him up to the sky, heading further west. No traveling through space. Just flying. In Xinhuang. Don't break open space and walk at will. Tantai's voice was cold. The war is about to begin. All the Xinhuang immortal lords have broken through the barrier. They can break through the space at will and stray into other people's realms, fearing that there will be disputes. Suhi nodded. Okay. Then he curiously asked, How many immortals does Xinhuang have now? Tantai said without thinking. 18 people. The ancestors of the 4 spirits plus the dragon turtle Wenzu, the Taoist master and headmaster of Guiwang Mountain, the Bujia Bodhisattva of the Great Compassion Temple, the demon lord and demon queen of the monster clan, the barbarian Daemon Zhua, and the immortal master of the 4 directions. Baiyin, and I also have a wild monk. It is worthy of the ancient times. The vitality is different from that of later generations. The Great Road is revealed. The immortal master is almost twice as powerful as that of later generations. Suhi was surprised. When did Wenzu reach this stage? Wenzu was the dragon turtle who welcomed them in when he followed Baiyin to Dishan. When he first saw him, he was a bit bigger than Huangzu. There are 40 or 50 people in the dragon turtle clan in this era, more than the other 4 spirits combined. It is natural for one clan to have 2 immortal lords. But last time we met, Wenzu wasn't there yet. After you left, Tantai said expressionlessly. After you left, we had a big battle with Yuanzun. Yuanzun's clan was wiped out, and 4 dragon turtles from the dragon turtle clan died. But Wenzu advanced to the immortal lord realm. For heads. Dragon turtle? Suhi's breath tightened. The nature of mythical beasts was that they had never met or interacted with each other before. He didn't even know who died. Just hearing the number made him feel heartbroken. If this amount is placed in future generations, Taizu will be wiped out without waiting for the arrival of the Yuan dynasty. They were all buried with him. How many immortals are there in Yuanzun? The immortal lord is the key to determining the victory of the war. After many experiences, Suhi is now convinced of this. Tantai Immortal was silent for a moment and said, 21 people. The great wizard of the temple was beheaded, but his origin nourished the 2 immortals and became immortals. There are 4 lords, 6 more immortals under their jurisdiction, and others who are not 7 immortals from the military department. Speaking of this, she glanced at Suhi. Yuan Jin, who was injured by Shua and killed by Baiyin and I, is like this. In fact, it was not completely killed, and a hand was left, giving the Yuanzun clan a false hope. If it were completely killed, it would cause a full-scale resistance from the Yuanzun clan. What happened to that hand? Tantai asked. Suhi smiled. Beheaded and refined by Ji Feishua, along with the sword. Do you know Ji Feishua? Tantai was quiet for a moment before saying, Another name on the marriage certificate. Suhi didn't know what to say. Is this something Tantai saw himself? Or did Baiyin tell her? Remember that time has passed, and the marriage certificate could only show the name of the person who touched the marriage certificate. Suhi quietly ignored the topic for a moment of embarrassment. Where are Yuanzun and the other 2 immortals? It was the immortal lords from other ethnic groups who came to join us. The Yuanzun clan is indeed incredibly strong. If there is still a clan in the world that can fight alone. The human race? Human beings are the most powerful in all the worlds. There is no doubt about this. Human beings are not only the main body of the Xinhuang world, but also the main body of all heavens and worlds. It's a pity that human beings are not the human race. Human beings have never formed a complete concept of human race. There are only various big worlds. At that time, the Emperor of Heaven probably wanted to unite the human race. But the heavenly palace collapsed before it could be fully realized. The 2 of them were speeding along, covering thousands of mountains and rivers in an instant. The Xinhuang world of this era is much larger than the Xinhuang world of later generations. The iconic mountains and rivers that Suhi knew were still there. But between the signs, there were many areas that Suhi had never seen before. Old Qiling once said that the Xinhuang world has been shrinking. It was the Chinese New Year, and thousands of houses in the city were lit with lights. But among the mountains and rivers, At the nodes of the earth, there were military camps everywhere, hidden or hidden, visible or exposed. The murderous aura was so intense that even the clouds in the sky were filled with chilling meaning. Tantai glanced at it and said, "War is coming." She was silent for a moment and then said, "This time, it will be a real decisive battle. Life or death." This was also the real reason why she was worried about Bain. An omniscient immortal lord with many tricks up his sleeve is the real thorn in the side of the Yuanzun clan. The Yuanzun clan did not dare to kill Xianwang. It will do to their absolute advantage. Back then, they were able to break into the Yuanzun clan's ancestral land and snatch back the body of Su He's previous life because of Bai Ling's plan. With Bai Ling here, a dozen of our own immortal lords can cooperate to perfection and repel the enemy's 20 immortal lords. She wasn't afraid that Bai Ling would go wild again. She was just afraid that she would fall into Yuanzun's hands. Over the past 10,000 years, she has searched in countless places, from the Sea of Stars to various fragments of the Netherworld. "Of course it's a living thing," Suhi said with a smile. "He comes from the future, and the future is already determined. How can it be false?" Although this battle was not recorded in later generations, it must have been a victory for Xianwang. The era after this battle is ancient times. It is the true highlight of Xianwang, the undisputed largest world in the world. Tantai Immortal Lord looked at him deeply. "You and I knew 80,000 years ago that the real trump card of the Yuanzun clan is time. Don't think that you are the only one who controls time. Complacency will lead to failure. History cannot be changed. What if it wasn't history in the first place? History is for people in the future, but for everyone in this era. Whether it is Yuanzun, Xianhuang, or Su He who came across time. It is something that has never happened." Su He was silent for a moment and nodded. The two of them flew past each other, and a moment later they were between mountains and rivers. A mansion sits quietly. Baiyun Palace moved to Xianwang Cave Heaven, which is where Baiyun later lived. The current Baiyun Palace is only used to confuse Yuanzun, Tantai introduced. Su He looked at the mansion below and grinned. Baiyun took him deep into Yuanzun's hinterland and hid in this courtyard. The girl moved it back. The two of them dropped their heads and stood outside the door. The plaque in the hinterland has been changed, and only the words, "Our family," are written clearly. Tantai looked at the mansion and said softly, "If she disappears, I won't be able to enter this mansion. Have you ever tried to force a breakthrough?" Su He asked. "If you don't mention divination and planning abilities, Baiyun's combat power should not be comparable to Tantai, especially after cutting half of the being and giving it to Su He." Tantai didn't say anything. He just held up his sword and gestured to cut down the courtyard gate. Then an afterimage appeared in the courtyard. But Baiyun looked at her with a pitiful face and tearful eyes. "Tuozi daughter, are you finally going to attack me? If you don't protect my courtyard when I'm not here, you'll have to demolish the house." She became more and more aggrieved as she spoke. Poor. Tantai turned to look at Su He. That's it. How could she force a breakthrough? Su He squinted his eyes and looked at the afterimage quietly. This is not left by magic, but by time. Baiyun intercepted a period of time before leaving and sealed it inside the gate. How did she do it? Why do you let time slip by so fast? If you want to enter the gate, you can. Restore this period of time to its proper state and restore the original time period. No wonder Tantai is looking for him. No wonder Tantai suspected that Baiyun, like him, was not limited by time and could travel through time. You even doubt that Baiyun is trapped in other times? So he didn't say anything and walked forward, reaching out to touch the power of time. A thin film blocked the front like a barrier of time and space. When he touched it with his hand, it was like touching the water. Soft to the touch. The star ring appears, and the power of time flows. Then I felt something extra in my hand. And when I gently held it, it turned out to be a catkin. Tantai Ling's eyes were slightly condensed. For the first time in 10,000 years, he saw the change in the afterimage of Baiyun. He no longer burst into tears. Instead, he raised his hand. As if facing Su, he threw an invisible film. Fingers intertwined. A smile appeared in his eyes, and a playful voice came out. Little clan brother, you are here. I'm here. Suhi also laughed, holding the cattail in his hand and pulling it outward. Instead, he was pulled back by Baiyun from the door, and he stumbled into the courtyard. His hands were empty, and the catkins disappeared. Suhi looked around and saw that the time had changed. He was in the period when Baiyun cut him off. This is not simply cutting out a period of time, but turning this period of time into a place like a mysterious place. If an outsider comes in, They will repeat what happened during this period over and over again, without even knowing they are repeating it. Always trapped in a cycle, until the source is exhausted day by day. Surrounded by a star ring outside Suhi's body. Only by jumping out of time can he not be affected by this place. Suhi felt relieved after sensing the situation in the hospital. If he wants to get out, he can jump out at any time. You can even see the tent outside when you look out. Her eyebrows are slightly furrowed. And the sword can be unsheathed at any time. It's not her natal fairy sword, but the spiritual sword of future generations. However, Tedai couldn't see Suhi. She only saw Suhi pulling Bain into the small courtyard. And the two of them disappeared. Sure enough, whatever backup that girl had left was reserved for Suhi. Suhi shook his body and transformed into the white tiger's real body. I don't know what situation I have to deal with later, so it's better to replenish my personal strength. The white tiger moves around and is the best at dealing with emergencies. Suhi stepped into the small courtyard and saw an extremely cruel scene as he walked forward. On a clothes drying rack, 3 human skins were drying. Another one was spread on the stone table. And Bain was bending over to draw densely packed talismans on the human skin. As the talisman was drawn, the human skin shrank smaller and smaller, gradually turning into a drum head. Suhi died, even though it was a corpse clone. How could Bain be able to do it with his appearance? During this intercepted time period, Suhi was like a phantom, unobserved. Bain has never seen him here. While drawing the drum head, he was still mumbling something. Poke your eyeballs and poke your lungs. 1 year, 2 years, 80,000 years. If you don't come to see me for 80,000 years, I will use your clone to practice my skills. When you come, I will cut your skin open with my own hands. As she spoke, she flicked her hand and nailed a shaving knife to the pillar. The buzz trembled. The knife has not yet been completely formed, and only the blade can be seen. The handle has not yet condensed, and there is still a bit of whiteness in the unfinished parts. The meat-picking knife in the original space that he can use does not need to be refined at all. It is made of his bones. Inexplicably heartbroken, Suhi looked at Bain, who was still mumbling about his busy work, and felt that he had summoned a witch into the house. Kev's kind. Otherwise, divorce your wife temporarily. As soon as Suhi had this idea, Bain suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and he looked towards him. Well, Suhi was surprised when he heard a sarcastic voice coming from behind. Barry, don't be so murderous. Since I am in charge of Guiwang Mountain for the Taoist Master, I have some privileges. I can check out the fairy's secluded place. It's really nothing. Point. Suhi turned around and saw an old Taoist riding a bald reindeer walking towards him. The moment he saw the old man, Suhi was furious. Taoist Master. Old man. Not the Taoist of this era, but the Taoist of Suhi's era. The common name is Third Huayu. The guy who teamed up with him to fight against the great ancestor of the emperor just an hour ago. Suhi was breathing heavily, and thoughts flashed through his mind. There can't be two guys who look exactly the same in the world, even if the Taoist master in front of him doesn't have that sword mark between his eyebrows. But that's him. However, the Taoist master was born tens of millions of years ago, and happened to catch up with the war between the emperor's world and the Xianhuang world. In that battle, Xuanhuang's status was reduced and turned into Xianhuang. That battle was also the battle where the Tao Master became famous. From a mortal, he entered the realm of immortality in a very short time. Is that guy the reincarnation of the Taoist Master of the era? He still pretends to be pure, but he turns out to be the reincarnation of a powerful person. Suhi breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the courtyard. I saw the Taoist Master riding a reindeer down, bowed his hands, and came inward. The deer looked at the human skin in the courtyard, shook his head desperately, and refused to enter. The Taoist sighed helplessly and let it leave. He faced the courtyard and looked at the drum heads of Renpi and Bain in the courtyard, and his face twitched. Fairy. According to the ancient records in the sect, this one is probably the fourth gentleman in the Taoist sect. For the sake of Tao Ancestor, can't you be gentler? Bain laughed happily. Really? He is still my younger brother. Is it the Tao Ancestor who is bigger in person? Or is it the little man and his family? The Taoist master smiled helplessly, then sighed and said, Fairy, do you know when the fourth master will come to our era? What? Bain raised his eyebrows. An old man is still interested in his little man? The Taoist master was quiet for a moment, then sighed and said, Fairy, do you know who I have been fighting with these years? The old guy behind Yuan Zun? Bai looked proud. How many things are there in this world that she can't predict? Her little man is. But she was the one who caused it. Fairy is a great talent. As the Taoist master spoke, a Tai Chi diagram unfolded over the courtyard. Shield heaven and earth. Bai's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the Tai Chi diagram. And he couldn't even control his little hands, as if he wanted to pull them off and slice them into pieces. The Taoist master looked slightly startled. Fairy, don't make trouble. In terms of relationship, this is the property of the first Taoist master, and it is the property of your third uncle. Bai curled his lips and held down his restless right hand. Tell me, old man, what great secret have you discovered? If you want to mobilize the masses to seal the secrets of heaven, then you won't be able to pass on the secrets at all. The Taoist master pondered for a moment and said, in a battle 80,000 years ago, the fairy personally killed the great wizard Yuan Zun. So he must have known the origin of Yuan Zun. Bai blinked. Ah, this memory has been cut off. I must have seen something extraordinary, and it cannot be retained as a memory. The Taoist master nodded. What the fairy saw was a scene in the middle of the ancient heaven, where the four spirits and the white tiger broke the fingers of a certain supreme being. The great witch deliberately leaked it to the fairy, hoping to pollute the fairy's spiritual consciousness. Bai shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. The Taoist master was quiet for a moment, and said with a long breath, the Yuan Zun clan does not have only one first ancestor, but 5. The 5 first ancestors have actually surpassed the realm of ordinary immortals, and can reach the realm of the first generation Tao Master and Pluto. It's just that before it really broke out, they were killed by the Emperor of Heaven and others. As far as I know, 3 of them were killed and 1 was imprisoned. He looked at Bai and his expression became more serious. 80,000 years ago, Mr. 4 released the Thunder King in the west of heaven. The Thunder King carried an almost undetectable trace of the power of the first ancestor of Yuan Zun. The imprisoned first ancestor belongs to Mr. 4th, and King Lei is the prison guard. This is why, after Mr. 4 left, the old man desperately started a war to kill the Great Witch. Bai squinted his eyes. Things involving his family's younger brother, the Dao ancestor, and another terrifying existence were all unpredictable. These existences, which are like the roots of all things, are not included in the hexagrams. Others don't know the aura of the first ancestor of Yuan Zun, but the Great Witch must know it. The old man can only be willful once in advance, and suddenly start a war and kill her. The Taoist master's tone was somewhat helpless. Bai blinked. Did this old man start that war? It was clearly a tribute from her and Tantai to their little man. Then it caused the outbreak of the Ming ancestor, followed by the 4 spirits and the monster clan. And Guiwang Mountain was the last to show up. Bai looked at the old man in front of the court with dangerous eyes. Sure enough, divination is not just about skill, but also about conspiracy and calculation. This old guy is the best at scheming, and outsiders don't even know he's falling into the trap. The Taoist master shook his head slightly. Among the 5 first ancestors, Li escaped. This has been the mission of Guiwang Mountain from the time of the barbarian king to the present. I have been fighting with them for thousands of years, and only recently did I know the true purpose of the Yuan Zun clan. His expression became more solemn as he spoke. Break through time and space, and lead one of them to this era from the eternity when time and space were blocked. Bai hissed, frowning slightly as he fell into thought. The talisman pen in his hand was unconsciously taken into his mouth, and he spat it out instantly. Why is the little man's blood sour? Su-He. Did the paint for the emotional talisman come from him? After complaining, she raised her head and looked at the Taoist master. Are you talking about the space-time crack that caused the Great Witch to collapse with his 3 original sources before he died? In the temple where the Great Witch is located, there is a space-time rift, which was originally sealed by the Hades, but was sent away by the Great Witch before his death. The Taoist master nodded. Then what are you doing with my little man? The Taoist master gave a bitter smile. Fairies are as talented as monsters, and old men also have the inheritance from their predecessors. But they can only slightly affect time, and they cannot control time. They are not even comparable to the Yuan Zun clan, who have the means to condense the cracks in time and space, and have a real chance to control time and space. He slowly raised his head with a solemn expression. Only Mr. 4. After a moment of silence, the Taoist master said in a distant voice, Only Mr. 4 can stop Yuan Zun's plan. Chapter 583 Realm. After the Taoist master finished speaking, the whole courtyard fell into silence. There was only the sound of wind. Then Bain sneered and laughed. What? That guy is still 30 million years in the future. Not 30 million miles away. And I can't contact him. She blinked at the Talus Master with her big playful eyes. The Talus Master smiled helplessly. I know it's difficult for the fairy. Fairy, just leave a message. Okay. In addition, can the fairy go with the old Taoist? I am afraid that the arrangement of the Yuan Zun family is coming to an end. Xian Huang has some control over the power of time. Only the fairies and the old Taoists. You and I try to disrupt their plans. Hearing this, Bain played his fingers on the drum skin as if deep in thought. The Taoist Master said nothing, and did not dare to disturb him in the slightest. After a long time, Bain gradually came back to his senses, and his expression rarely became serious. He nodded slightly and said, Okay, but I want to leave a message to my little clan brother. He can make his own decision on whether he wants to participate in this matter after he comes. I won't make the decision for him. Bain's tone left no room for doubt. Even if the person in front of him is the undisputed strongest person in Xian Huang, who is not an immortal. The Taoist Master's wry smile was even more painful. This matter involves the first ancestor of Yuan Zun, and the being behind it. The message will be felt by heaven and earth. This is not an era 30 million years in the future. It is too far away. You can speak freely as long as you have the means. There are rifts in time and space here. The Yuan Zun clan suppresses the world. And they have the means they have deployed for who knows how many years. Don't talk nonsense at will. Even he wants Tai Chi to bend heaven and earth. He smiled bitterly. And then Bai Tiao smiled mischievously, held his head high, and made a proud gesture. I have my own means. As she spoke, she made a backhand move with a razor knife and flew over. It seemed to have been pierced into the void. But the void was not damaged. Instead, it was inserted into the unknown. The Taoist Master's eyes suddenly lit up. Time. He could tell at a glance that Bai Yin's knife stabbed into time. Bai Yin turned his finger, and the knife rotated around the mansion, cutting off the moment in the mansion. It's like a bubble floating above. As soon as the bubble appears, it will burst and return. However, Bai Yin picked up the pen and dropped the talisman, and strange talismans fell on the bubble film, solidifying the bubbles and turning into a strange ball that fell into the mansion. The Tao Master's eyes suddenly burst into light, and he looked at the strange land in front of him as if he were looking at a treasure. When he looked at Bai Yin, he was even more shocked. Fairy's good tricks. Fairy's control of the power of time far exceeds the imagination of the poor. Truly a proud man of heaven. I originally thought that Bain Xianzuan could pull the Turtle Boy back from 30 million years later, relying on the Turtle Boy's own characteristic of jumping out of time. At this time, it seems that Bain Immortal Lord may be the leader? It's a pity that the time is not right. If the fairy can be born hundreds of millions of years earlier, he will be snatched by the Tao ancestor to become his disciple. Even if he doesn't worship him. That's how Pluto becomes a disciple. If you don't want to be a disciple, he will pester you until you are willing to become a disciple. Compared with those old monsters, who are tens of millions of years old, what Bain lacks is only his Taoism, not his understanding of the Tao. As long as there is enough accumulation, the prerequisite for existence of being the best in the world is to make up for the shortcomings. The Taoist Master looked at Bain with a bit of regret. It is difficult to completely make up for such a lack of root causes except for reincarnation. Bain spent some time to make a trick, and merged with the current mansion. And everything was over. Those who have the ability to jump out of time and see the entire mansion will be able to see the message Bai Yin left. Instead of watching Bai Yin's conversation with the Taoist Master, he turned his body into a corpse, and was skinned and deboned by Bai Yin over and over again. The skin and flesh were refined into drum heads. The bones were transformed into knives. And the blood was refined into dye. Again and again. Unraveling the treacherous ground in the courtyard is very simple. Dispersing the runes left by Bai Yin on the treacherous ground will automatically send the time fragments into the long river of time. Or use violent means to drag this strange place into the long river of time. Time is ruthless, and will naturally wash away all foreign objects. He regained his body, and touched the ground with his hand. A rune emerged from the center of his eyebrows. But it was a Tao seal obtained from the original space. The mountain armor fell on his back. The Immortal Lord's power rose, and the seal swayed, instantly dispersing the runes that imprisoned the time fragment. Raising his hand to grab it, the star ring flickered, and he held the bubble-like fragment of time and sent it into the long river of time. Outside the courtyard, Tantailing felt as if a layer of moss had been scraped off the Bain courtyard, revealing its original appearance in an instant. Looking inside, He saw Suhi standing in the courtyard, slowly retracting his palm. Resolved? Tantai stepped forward and was already in the center of the yard. Do you know where she went? Tantai asked eagerly. I know, Suhi said. Follow the Taoist master to deal with some things. In this era, those things are beyond words. Just as Taoist master is worried, Yuan Zun's general situation in this era has created rifts in time and space. And even Yuan Zun's family has colluded with Yuan. A little carelessness can lead to disaster. Tantai nodded. Since Suhi said so, there should be no life or death crisis. If there is no crisis, she has nothing to worry about. The strange things dispersed, and the courtyard was revealed. The night wind blew, and Wuzi made a permeating wailing sound in the courtyard. Human skins rustled on the clothes hangers that were blowing. The human skin passed by and slapped Suhi. Suhi. Dot. Rebellion? He didn't dare to put away this human skin at will. He was afraid that hanging it here would have some other uses. And if he messed things up, Bai Ying would come back to claim compensation from him. You can't peel yourself off. Tantai? Huh? Tantai Ling raised his head and looked at Suhi without knowing why. This human skin of mine Dot was peeled off by you. Right. Suhi turned to look at her. There is no need to deny that even after tens of thousands of years, the sword energy in Tantai on the human skin is still condensed. Tantai was startled, did not respond, and turned his head slightly to look elsewhere. There was a rare uncomfortable look on his face. Suhi smiled and said nothing. It was even. He should not pursue the matter of skinning, and Tantai should not pursue the matter of double cultivation. Come! Suhi took Tantai's little hand and walked into the courtyard. Bai Ying still has something left behind. Then he felt Tantai's body tremble slightly, and he retracted his hand. Suhi turned to look at her, raised his hand, and scratched her nose. Don't make trouble. Then, without any explanation, he took her hand and walked to the study. Tantai was completely shocked. Ever since she started practicing, no one dared to get even close to her, except for the sound of Bai Ying that kept ringing in her ears all day long. Especially after she became a Taoist immortal. Even other immortals had to behave themselves in front of her. Have you ever been so rude to someone? Even if this person is destined to be her husband, and she is an immortal, and he has been walking step by step for countless thousands of years, he will naturally not be as arrogant and awkward as the young girl Ji Feishue. But knowing and facing are two different concepts. When she suddenly realized what she was doing, she was already pulled into the study by Suhi. The knife in her hand, which had not yet gathered its handle, was swiped forward. A void was opened. A palm-sized tortoise SH.L fell down, and a letter floated out. Compared with later Bai Ling, who likes to leave consciousness everywhere, Bai Ying prefers to leave letters. Suhi shook open the letter. The playful words jumped out happily. Hey! Little clan brother. We figured that the old man from Guangshan would come to find us. But we can't figure out what to do. But we will definitely be missing for a while. If you can get the letter to prove that we were right. My miscalculation. This letter is self-destructive. It won't spread and ruin our reputation. Suhi. Dot. This is very white. Since you are here and have read the letter, it proves that we haven't come back yet. Then what the old man wants us to do may be very troublesome. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back for a while. I'll leave all the Xianwan affairs to you. Suhi was funny. Bai Ying just handed over the shopkeeper. He didn't have any industry in Xianwang. And with Qi Feng in his sleeves, what could he do? Pay off debt? Suhi quietly glanced at Tantai Ling. Bai Ying owed a large foreign debt in order to resurrect him and send him into reincarnation. Next to him is the biggest creditor. Suhi continued to look down. This tortoise SH.L is our status symbol. We got it from the old turtle with great difficulty. I'll leave everything Xianwang to you. And we won't care about it. Wanling's party is also yours. So you can do whatever you say. Even if you say I'm your concubine. I'll accept it when you come back. Suhi's eyes couldn't help but light up. He glanced at Tantai quietly and moved the letter towards her. Look. This is called self-consciousness. Tantai's hand trembled slightly as he held it. And he made a sword gesture, hoping to kill him with one strike. Read the letter. Read the letter, Suhi said with his head shrinking. Their eyes fell on the letter paper again. But? Be careful of Xian Yu. That guy is our enemy. Back then, Bing Tuozi and I had not yet attained the Taoist Immortal Master. So Lao Bushio personally attacked us. Later, if it weren't for Yuan Zun outside, he would have betrayed us. His northern territory. This letter has no beginning or end, is extremely colloquial, and ends suddenly here. It seemed like he left suddenly before he finished writing. He put away the letter and turned to look at Tantai. Who is Xianyu? Northern Immortal Lord. Tantai's face was expressionless, and his Taoist heart was just like hers. It only took him a letter to get used to Suhi's shamelessness. As long as he didn't think about or look at the things that held her hand. When this thing doesn't exist anymore. Perhaps she didn't even know that Suhi had been gone for 80,000 years. And Bayan had been making fun of her for 70,000 years. After a long time of joking, it gradually became accustomed to it. Subconsciously, she knew that she had a husband who would come back to her sooner or later. Very strong? Suhi asked. The sixth realm of Immortal Sovereign. Huh? Suhi asked in surprise. Is the Immortal Lord also divided into realms? Tantai looked at him in confusion. Natural separation. Later generations. She stopped after saying 2 words. In later generations, there will not even be an Immortal Lord, but only the great power of the Immortal Lord. Naturally, it is impossible to separate realms. Suhi became interested. Let's get connected. And you can help me determine what state these people are in. As he spoke, his consciousness grabbed onto Tantai's scattered consciousness. Before Tantai Ling had time to object, he was pulled into his mind by Suhi. And the retrospective scene had already begun. It was the battle he had just returned to the present world from 730,000 years ago. The battle between Ji Feishue and the emperor who controlled the sun. The battle when Yaya became king. And the battle he had fought against the enemy emperor in the desert of western Xinjiang before he came. The scene of the great ancestor. It's easy to pull people into the mind. If I were my enemy, you would be dead. Tantai glanced at him, and his voice was cold. The mind orifice is the source of human beings, where the soul and true spirit are located. It is the strongest, but also the weakest. A little carelessness can lead to life and death. Suhi smiled. How can I let other people enter my mind at will? Beat him to death. How can there be so many opinions between you and me as husband and wife? Husband and wife are one body. Tantai's palms trembled slightly. She shook the thought out of her mind and stopped thinking about it. Look carefully at the scene Suhi recalled. The first is the battle at the Tomb of the Sun. His eyes fell on Ji Feishue, and his eyes were slightly focused. Is this Ji Feishue? She is indeed very strong. Suhi's eyes flashed with pride. There was no wife in his family who was not strong. These 2 bodies are not clones. Each half occupies one half of the body. They do not have real combat power. However, each half has the combat power of the Immortal Lord's 4th realm. The formation cannot be judged by combining the 2 phases. Although they are separate bodies, they have the same heart and soul. And the effect of the array they arrange is far beyond that of ordinary immortals. This was also the fundamental reason why Ji Feishue was able to stalemate with Emperor Feng Anzu. As she spoke, she looked at the great ancestor who was the emperor in the sun opposite. The body of the sun? As she spoke, she shook her head. The body is hidden and cannot be defined. The corpse of the sun is in his body, blocking his own power, making it difficult to identify how many realms he has. If you can't identify Tantai, you won't say nonsense. He is Suhi's enemy. If you say something wrong now, it will be a disaster when Suhi returns. She looked at the second battle, starting with Yaya becoming king and establishing the country and Li appearing, and watching all the way to the end. His eyes glanced at Yaya again and again, and he opened his mouth several times, but no words came out. Suhi smiled and shook her hand. Are we, my daughter, being naughty? Tantai Ling opened his mouth and finally let out a compliment. Okay. It was probably the first time in my life that I praised someone. It was a bit harsh, but it was extremely satisfying. Suhi saw her secretly rubbing the Yaya picture. The old woman's condition is not right. It's hard to be sure, but she is at least at the 6th level of Immortal Lord, or even stronger. Tanai pointed at Li Dao. Suhi shook his head gently. She is Bayan's opponent in this trip. She truly surpasses the Immortal Lord. Don't worry about her. Taizu will surrender to her. Tantai's eyes were slightly focused, staring at Li's face. When he heard Taizu's name again, his expression became obviously strange. The little turtle she watched breaking its SHL and having fun became an ancestor. And it's very profitable. His eyes turned to the others. This person is a master of the 4 realms of Immortal Master and can break through the 5 realms at any time. Tantai pointed at the second ancestor of Emperor Feng. This person has just entered the 3rd realm. This is the 3rd ancestor of the emperor. Then she turned her eyes to herself and fell silent. Something is wrong with Taoist Master. Ji Feishue, Suhi or even Taizu. It wasn't until he saw one of the fingers of the starry sky Yuan appear, and Taizu fought with the fingers to other dimensions, that he focused his eyes and said in a clear voice, "Emperor of Heaven! That is the realm of the Emperor of Heaven. There is no doubt about it." Suhi already knew this. After Tantai was shocked, he looked at the others again. "This person is in the 6th immortal realm and can enter the 7th realm at any time." Tantai pointed at the Emperor Fengwang ancestor. Without the body of the great sun, he could distinguish it clearly. He ignored the great ancestor of the Emperor and looked at the Taoist master, frowning slightly. "He is not the Taoist master." Tantai frowned and looked at Suhi. Suhi laughed. "Mysterious old thing. The Taoist master of my era is only tens of millions of years old. He is not the Taoist master of this era." Tantai was silent for a moment and said, "The limit of the 6 realms. Maybe more. I always feel that this old guy is just showing the combat power corresponding to the great ancestor of the Emperor." Then, Tantai's eyes fell on Tianxin. Before she could speak, Suhi laughed. "There is no need to judge this. His state is even more wrong." Tantai nodded, took another look, and then said, "I have seen his statue in Shanghai." Suhi smiled. That was so normal. "This is Ji Feishua's father, the biggest one in heaven." Tantai suddenly looked at Suhi, who nodded seriously. Tantai Ling took a serious look at her father-in-law. His eyes fell on the battle before Suhi traveled through time and space, and he looked at Suhi and nodded with satisfaction. It can be seen that 3 periods of time are not long, but Suhi's progress is visible to the naked eye. "At this time, your combat power is about that of the Immortal Lord." Suhi smiled happily. "This still cannot bring out the true power of the Tao ancestor's finger bones. Otherwise, I will show you the Emperor ancestor alone." Tantai looked at Ji Feishu again, his eyes slightly focused. "The fusion of the 2 bodies is the 5th realm." "But?" Tantai frowned slightly. "It's not the Immortal's combat power. It's the real Immortal, but not all of it." When she said this, she shook her head. "It's unclear looking back. You can only tell the difference in person." After saying that, her conscious body dispersed on its own initiative and escaped from Suhi's mind. Suhi looked at her and asked curiously, "There are high and low immortals. Are there any immortals?" In later generations, ordinary monks do not even know the immortals and immortals. And even the dragon turtle does not have this inheritance and memory. When I first learned about the Immortal Lord, I only saw the sentence, "I saw the Immortal Lord in Dishan in the dark." In the dragon turtle inheritance experience, some people deliberately erase the existence of this aspect. Otherwise, how could it be possible for people like Taizu and Fengzu to have survived from this era to being lost? Maybe those old guys kept it secret deliberately. Tantai said naturally, "There are also 7 realms." Then he glanced at Suhi and said, "Remove the tortoise SHL and the human state. You are in the 4th realm of immortals." Suhi's eyes lit up, and he said that he could beat Uncle Chi. It was indeed not an illusion, Tantai explained, already looking around, looking directly through the study into the entire mansion. There is nothing else left here. No different from what it was 10,000 years ago. Tantai was quiet for a moment and asked Suhi, "Are you going to stay here or go to Jianshan?" Her voice paused slightly. This was the first time she invited a man since she became the Immortal Master and established the Sword Mountain. Chapter 584 Honesty. A ray of sword light passed through the clouds, and Suhi pulled Tantai Ling all the way to the south. In this case, anyone who is not a fool knows how to choose. Target, Shushan. This Shu Mountain is not the Shu Mountain in Suhi's previous life, but the mountain range behind Dongyun Mountain running southwest past Yunyang Lake and Yunnan Plain. In later generations, there were 6 or 7 sects that were not small. In this era, it is a holy land for sword cultivation. Tantai looked away from Suhi's hand holding hers, looked at Suhi's back, and asked in a clear voice, "Are you sure you want to participate in the Huangling collection for Baiyin?" The gathering of Huangling was a gathering of all the major forces in the Xianwang world. She rarely attended the Xianwang World Immortal Organization, but Baiyin was never absent when he was there. That girl has always loved excitement. If Su Heruo went to replace Baiyin, he would have to meet other immortals. Especially the next one will be organized by the Northern Immortal Territory. And this time, the Northern Immortal Lord will appear. Suhi guessed what she was worried about, smiled and shook Tantai Xion's hand. "Don't worry. I'm prepared." Tantai glanced at him and said in a rare voice, "The Northern Immortal Lord is a strong man in the 6th realm. Sifang Xianzuan is the strongest person under Taoist Master, Ming Ancestor and Feng Ancestor. Daoxing is not under the Great Ancestor, who was granted the title of Emperor in Suhi's retrospective. Good! Suhi shook the fairy's hand vigorously. I didn't realize that she was as cold as Tant Tai, but also worried about things outside her body. According to her temperament, didn't she just glance at her and stop asking any more questions? Love you to death. Ha ha. Suhi smiled. In the review given to Tant Tai, he was able to exert the 4-level combat power of the Immortal Lord. But now, he had another half of the White Tiger body. Besides, the Huangling rally is still a month away, so we can take another step forward. Even when he reached the realm of Suhi, he still advanced quickly. For an ordinary monk, there would be almost no change in 1 month. But for Suhi, it would be a world-shaking change. If Suhi has 1 point of advancement, he can carry 2 more points of the power of the mountain armor and Taozu's finger bones. You can't beat the Northern Immortal Lord, but it's not difficult to deal with him. Unlike later generations, this era was full of Yuanzun people. There is also a big sun overhead. Daozu's phalanges are always active. Tant Tai said no more and followed Suhi all the way south, flying over the extreme western desert, flying over Yumingze. Suhi couldn't help but take a second look. There were actually 3 or 4 fairy lights on Yumingze. He is a true immortal. In this era, Yumingzesheng is not a wilderness, but has a sect of monks. It was probably after its decline that it regained its original appearance. Heading south and passing Yunong, the most beautiful mountain is Shushan. The sword energy of Shu Mountain soars into the sky, and floating islands gather and disperse among the misty clouds. The one in the center that is revered as a holy place by many sword cultivators is Sword Mountain. Suhi's eyes fell on the Sword Mountain, and he felt as if his eyes were split in half. The sharp sword energy struck directly into his heart through his gaze. This mountain, if you are not in the realm of Immortal Lord, you cannot get a glimpse of its true appearance. Even Suhi, it's hard to see his appearance without the turtle SHL. You can see him now, because he is holding Tant Tai in his hand. At this time, Sword Mountain is no different from that of later generations. The mountain is covered with sword grass, and each grass is a manifestation of the sword's path. An ordinary thatched house on the top of the mountain. Nothing more. Suhi lowered his light and looked around Qidao. Jianshan didn't condense the source? Condensing the origin is not something that happens overnight. It should be like a steady flow of water. Otherwise it will inevitably damage the mountain. At this moment, Jianshan is still in a normal state, and its origin has not been revealed. Tant Tai frowned slightly. Why do we need to condense the origin? This is the second time Suhi has mentioned the origin of Jianshan. The origin of Jianshan must be extremely important in future generations. Suhi thought for a while. The origin of Jianshan is very useful against the people behind the Yuanzun clan. The person behind Yuanzun equals the old woman, who has surpassed the realm of Immortal Master equals by Yin's opponent at the moment. This equation flashed through Tant Tai Ling's mind instantly. Without waiting for Suhi to say another word, he let go of Suhi's hand, pointed his halberd finger at the fairy sword, made a sword sound, flew into the air, and struck down with his sword towards the Sword Mountain. Then he saw the sword-like Sword Mountain, with the sword grass swaying in the dark, and the sword energy evaporated mistily, condensed and formed in the void, and faintly formed the prototype of the Sword Mountain. Suhi was astonished. This woman was so nimble, and would gather her strength immediately when needed. She condensed the origin of Jianshan, and Suhi had nothing to do. He took out half of the white tiger skeleton that he had just snatched, turned around and transformed into the white tiger form again, found a piece of bluestone and lay down. In fact, this half of the white tiger does not need to be snatched by Daoyin. If it is snatched from the emperor's ancestor, it will lose 4 points of quality. His surname has long been Su. Suhi hooked his claws back, and the other half of the inheritance was pulled out from the white tiger's skeleton like a phantom, turning into a light of gum gold and shooting into Suhi's body. Then, he heard a roaring sound coming from Suhi's body, like mountains and rivers falling to the ground. Then came the sound of beating drums, ringing gold, and shouting to kill. It was as if countless battlefields were blended together, and the sounds came out at the same time. Suhi's 4 tiger claws retracted inward, and the tiger hair exploded. As if being struck by lightning, there was an uncontrollable roar. Roar! The white tiger's murderous aura came out of the body, blasting in all directions, and condensed into the origin of Jianshan along with the sword intention of Jianshan. Suhi felt an inexplicable connection between himself and Jianshan, but he could no longer sense it carefully. The 2 halves of the white tiger battlefield merged, causing Suhi's entire white tiger bloodline to tremble. Fluctuations are intense from the inside out. Especially the back half was snatched away, and its quality was improved 4 times. At this moment, the front half was also improved. The feeling was like thousands of ants crawling and gnawing in the bone marrow and blood. He knew that Baihu's murderous aura might have had an impact on Jianshan, but he was completely unable to stop it at this moment. Just like grabbing hexagrams, this half of the tower will lead to the advancement of the other half of the tower. Suhi can't stop it, unless he cuts the White Tiger battlefield in half again. Tantai, who condensed the origin of Jianshan, opened his eyes and looked at Suhi. His bare hand had already touched the fairy sword, and he was about to cut off the connection between Suhi and Jianshan with a sword at any time. He wanted to take action several times, but stopped again. There are no coincidences in the world, but there must be a reason for any coincidence. The origin of Jianshan that Suhi said was of great use was fused with the origin of his White Tiger murderous aura. Right? After thinking about this, Tanai stopped talking and even flicked the fairy sword to actively guide Suhi White Tiger's murderous aura to merge into the Sword Mountain. Murderous aura and sword aura are naturally incompatible. Sensing Tantai's combing, Suhi felt relieved, no longer worried, and completely immersed himself in it. Feeling the blood inheritance in his body condense little by little, and the White Tiger battlefield became more and more real. The quality improvement has not perfected the White Tiger battlefield. Without Suhi to guide other tigers in the world, they still cannot enter, receive inheritance, and realize the divine beast. However, Suhi knew how to perfect the White Tiger battlefield step by step, and finally condense it into an existence like the Dragon Turtle Heritage Palace. Killing intention, murderous spirit, evil spirit, and so on. Want more? Many, many more. Perhaps it would take a war that swept through countless worlds and wiped out countless races. This kind of war may not have a chance. If he could stay in this era until the end of the battle between Yuan Zun and Xian Huang, maybe it's time to set the anchor? Suhi glanced at Tantai quietly. With the anchor set by a dignified immortal, it should be no problem for him to stay for a few more years. Tantai felt this and glanced down. Seeing Suhi still lying motionless on the rock, he withdrew his gaze and concentrated on the origin of Jianshan. The White Tiger battlefield has not been completely formed, and other tiger beasts cannot enter on their own. But for Suhi, the inheritance place has been completed and has no impact on him. White Tiger is truly complete. On the sacred beast crystal in the body, Xuanwu roared. A peacock crowed against the shape of a red bird, and a white tiger roared. The power of the 3 figures continued to rush towards the central figure. On the human body, the power of the holy beast condensed and turned into rolling waves, rushing towards the corner of Qinglong one after another. A half-hidden dragon roar sounded from Suhi. A trace of dragon energy gathered towards the holy beast crystal. There is the aura of husband and wife obtained by blending the power of Ji Feishua and the power aura of Qinghe Pearl. The Qinghe Pearl was one of the 5 left hands of Beng Duanyuan. The one left by the Qinglong ancestor was also Su Heji's, the fundamental reason for the resurrection of Qilin ancestor. The Qinghe Pearl turned into a water-like substance and melted into Ji Feishua's body. As the 2 people's true energy and qi merged, a part of it merged into Suhi's body. But it was normal. There is another part, but it is a snake-shaped dragon energy. At the beginning of practice, he accidentally stole the green snake inheritance and got a making waves. The snake energy left in the body also merged in at this moment. But these 3 auras were too far away from the condensed green dragon body. The shadow of the green dragon on the holy beast crystal struggled to take shape. I don't know how long it took, whether it was 1 day or 10 days, before I felt that the White Tiger's battlefield had been integrated, and the White Tiger's murderous aura no longer vented randomly. Suhi slowly opened his eyes, and saw the Tantai Immortal Lord alone on the top of the mountain. His sword the mountain still continues to condense the original aura. This is not a task that can be accomplished in a short time. After being immersed in Tantai, Suhi woke up on his own, shook his body, and transformed into a human body. At the foot of Jin Mountain, he could see sword cultivators worshipping the mountain. After worshipping from a distance, they began to climb the mountain, but no one could reach the top. He will always be stopped by sword marks. Those are sword marks left by practicing in Tantai or fighting with others. To sword cultivators, sword marks that contain different sword meanings or treasures. I don't know how many monks have guarded a sword mark for thousands of years. Tantai didn't care about this, neither stopped nor helped. After walking around Jianshan Mountain, Suhi walked towards the hut on the top of the mountain. Naturally, in the original space, I don't know how long I lived in this hut. Suhi knows every plant and tree here. Suhi pushed the door open and heard an urgent voice above his head. No! Tantai's anxious voice sounded simultaneously with the sound of the door opening. Suhi was startled. And then he saw a gust of wind blowing. And a beautiful figure was revealed in the room. And another Tantai was not covered with hair. It is so beautiful that it floats in the air with your eyes closed. As if you are sleeping. It's just that the pose is a bit bold as body art. And it's tied up with red ropes and hung from the beam. Shame-faced Suhi. Suhi's eyes widened in astonishment. Filled with disbelief. A flash of lightning flashed through my mind. Was Tai having such a good time? Create another self? Su Huanyan is still conservative. A sword light struck above his head. Suhi's gaze was instantly cut off. Me? That? You? Suhi came to his senses immediately. Not knowing what to say. Tantai fell down. His face was a bit shy and angry. And his palms were trembling slightly. I do not see it. Shut up. Tantai gritted her silver teeth. Her thatched house had its own means of blocking it. And no one else except Bain, even the immortal master, could break through it. But He had just melted the murderous aura of the white tiger into Jianshan. And his aura was like the master of Jianshan. And the thatched cottage did not stop him. According to Suhi's realm, the moment the door is opened, the scene inside can be seen clearly. Almost all the hairs are counted. Not a single wrinkle will fade away. She breathed a little faster, suppressed her shame and anger, gritted her teeth and explained. That is the existence of my own Yuanzun clan that I cut out. The red rope is a magic weapon, which can be erased by heaven and earth. It's not like you strip yourself naked and tie yourself up and open the door to welcome guests. And with such a shameful attitude, she had integrated the existence of the Yuanzun clan into her body. And now she just cut it out again. I understand. That's a Buddhist Zen statue. Not the dirty one I thought. After all, he was a Buddhist. And Suhi still had some genuine ideas in his mind. Tantai laughed angrily. Do you still know that you are dirty? A dignified man breaks into a woman's boudoir secretly. Tantai snorted and waved his hand to close the door. But Suhi raised his hand to close the door almost at the same time as hers. The two hands, one cold and one hot, slammed together, and Tantai shrank back. I have been holding his hand for a long time. But this time it feels completely different. Suhi murmured. And just as he was about to explain, a green light shot out from the center of his eyebrows and entered the Tantai Ling Tai. But it was the rune that Ji Feishua left on him. It was this rune that cut off the possibility of the great ancestor of the emperor to sneak through time with him. Letter? Suhi asked in confusion. There was a letter hidden in the rune, which was not revealed before. At this moment, the strange atmosphere between him and Tantai was revealed and passed directly to Tantai. With a bit of Su Huanyan's atmosphere. Write a letter to this life in the next life? What a weird feeling. Suhi was curious and saw that Tantai's face had returned to a cold expression and turned red visibly. Unbearable shame and anger. Tantai opened his eyes and glared at Suhi, his chest rising and falling rapidly. There were only 2 words in the letter, give it to him. The handwriting is still a bit trembling. And the writer must be in a very uneasy mood. That's all. Bain often makes jokes like this to her. But the letter also contained 2 traces of retrospect. But it's extremely explosive. It's a scene where the body in the afterlife is entangled with the turtle boy. Nothing is really revealed. But just by looking at the scene, you can guess the subsequent scene according to the plot. The images that conjure up in my mind are enough to make people feel ashamed. Thief. How dare you? How dare you? Do this to her? What's even more irritating is that in the next life, how can she refuse to welcome him and still enjoy it? Shameless. Tantai Huijian cuts off lustful thoughts and pictures in the mind. Don't think about that scene. Looking at Suhi again. He was gnashing his teeth in shame and anger. He wished he could stab him to death with a sword. Suhi was confused. What? What's going on? Everything has been explained. Breathe calmly. Isn't this time about to pass? What was written in the letter? Why did it suddenly happen again? He ducked subconsciously, not knowing what to say. He saw Tanai take a deep breath, suppress the shame and anger in his heart, gouge him out and say, there are blue shrimps in the clear stream at the foot of the mountain. An eviction order has been issued. It's not good for a man and a woman to be alone in the mountains. Go down. Later generations. Damn guy. Future generations are fooling around with this turtle on Sword Mountain. No wonder this thief has been obsessed with cultivating with her since he first arrived. Go down the mountain. Don't think unrealistically on the mountain. Her face turned red again when she mentioned the blue shrimp. That was what Bai Tiao encouraged her to raise when he joked that she would be a wife. Ever since he was raised, no one in the entire Shu Mountain dared to cause trouble. From a certain perspective, it can be said that it was specially raised for Suhi. Suhi came back to his senses and shook his head. He is stupid. If you go down the mountain now, you are really going down the mountain. If you want to go up the mountain again, it will be twice as difficult to catch Tantai Shili at any time. You must be so shameless now. Suhi waved his hands and pretended not to understand, and quickly changed the subject. Don't be in a hurry. Does Tantai know where there is dragon blood that can be snatched or stolen? The holy beast crystal blue dragon phantom has no foundation. Extremely awkward. It's rare to be in this turbulent era. So I should first think of ways to condense a fourth body for myself. He once participated in Suhi stealing tiger blood and bones to condense the true body of the white tiger. Tantai knew his purpose as soon as he heard it. But the atmosphere was still there just now, and it was so awkward to forcefully change it to practice. However, he finally pulled her out of the picture in his mind, and Tantai took the opportunity to distract his thoughts. After thinking about it seriously, he shook his head slightly. Although the Dragon Clan is not as powerful as the Dragon Turtle Clan, it is still the truly top existence in the world. How could someone steal their blood? After thinking about it, she flicked her finger, and a sword light shot out of the sword mountain, turning into 3 fairy swords in the air and shooting in different directions. After a while, a fairy sword returned. After Tantai read the information, he erased the traces on the fairy sword and said to Suhi, There is news about a dragon corpse. Suhi's eyes lit up. Tantai was expressionless. You have seen Gutai before. There was a small white dragon in the dragon turtle team, and he took on a task from the clan. It was to inquire about the body of a green dragon that died in the dragon clan in a battle 80,000 years ago. News. We have obtained it now. You can contact Gutai and ask. Suhi didn't know many people in this era. Taizu barely counts as one. Suhi shook his head and chuckled. If I send a message from Jianshan to Feijian, Taizu will be scared to death. It won't scare him to death, but he will definitely hide for hundreds of years and not show up. I haven't asked Tantai yet. What backup plan did that guy have buried on Jianshan Mountain? Tantai, do you know why Taizu is so greedy for money at this time? Later generations of Taizu would not take a second look at their property. Tantai Ling raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his expression recovered from the shame and anger. That turtle-headed monster is the only one I've seen in my life. She looked at Suhi and said seriously, although Gutai has only opened the 4th level of heaven, I suspect that his understanding of the Great Road is enough to condense the next few levels of heaven opening artifacts. He seems to be born in the Tao. Many great ways are at your fingertips. Suhi nodded. Yes, that's the feeling. It would be weird if you don't have this kind of talent. Tantai continued. His method of opening the sky is completely different from that of ordinary dragon turtles. In addition to comprehending the Tao on his own, it seems that he also needs the help of external objects. But they are not real objects, but things such as love, hatred, greed, anger and ignorance. An illusory thing. Tantai was thoughtful as he spoke. That turtle caught her attention. After all, not every turtle can survive in a turtle SH.L for millions of years or even longer. Having seen Suhi's retrospection, I will only pay more attention to it in the future. That was a turtle that surpassed the immortal lord. He has opened the 4th heaven and is already preparing the artifact to open the 5th heaven. As expected, the external object he needs is the wealth couple's Dharma land. Spiritual stones and gold and silver are not the focus, but the wealth contained in them is what he needs. Suhi nodded thoughtfully. In fact, his 4th heaven is somewhat similar. Understanding the yin and yang Tao is condensed, but has the help of dual cultivation. Although different, there are similarities. But I am afraid that this method cannot be popularized. Otherwise Taizu will not be secretive, and the inheritance of the Taoist palace will have to be reserved. Strictly speaking, each divine beast's method of opening the sky is unique to itself. Even for Dragon Turtle, there is no complete tutorial. Only the seniors record the process of opening the sky, and the juniors can watch and understand. There is no step-by-step instruction, nor is there a complete set of exercises. Except Suhi. He's a jerk. Chapter 585 Antyao. Tantai introduced Suhi, and from childhood Taizu talked about the ancestors of the 4 spirits and the geniuses of the 4 spirits. By the way, he also gave a brief introduction to the immortal realm of the 4 directions. the various immortal lords, the evil geniuses, the special features of this era, and the confrontation between Yuan Zun and Xian Wang. Suhi listened carefully, and both of them deliberately forgot about the embarrassing scene just now, until Tantai trembled slightly and his face gradually turned pale. At first, Suhi thought that she had overdrawn her energy by condensing the essence of Jian Shan, or that she had a grudge against the situation in the house. Gradually, she discovered that her body was shaky, and she could hardly stand. Suhi took a step forward and put one hand around her waist to support her. "You took that half back?" Wrapping around Tantai, his spiritual consciousness penetrated her body and immediately sensed her condition. Her current state was too familiar to Suhi. When Ji Feishua was inspired by the great freedom, the power inside her body was exactly the same as that of Tantai at the moment. Tantai felt the arms around his waist, and his face turned red. "I'm fine." Suhi glared at her. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Unable to help Tantai explain, Suhi's other hand had already reached the crook of the leg, holding the princess in his arms. He dispersed the sword light in front of the door and walked in with her in his arms. The beautiful scenery inside was indeed gone. Only the red rope fell to the ground. The tables and chairs in the house are the same as those found in the original space. The only difference is that there is no mandarin duck pillow and embroidered quilt. There was only an ordinary half couch. Not even a bedding. Come to think of it, this woman hasn't slept for an unknown amount of time. This is a common problem among monks. From the time when the mind is enlightened, sleep becomes insignificant. At first, perhaps due to habit, sleep will occur occasionally, but gradually, sleep is completely forgotten. Tantai was held in his arms, and his body suddenly stiffened. Yuchi stepped into the thatched house and looked at the red rope on the ground. His face turned red instantly. "You? Put me down!" Tantai squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Suhi followed Shan Rilyu and laid her down on the bed. His eyes flashed, and he looked at her through her clothes. Tantai instantly felt as if his clothes were being seen through. Suhi's gaze fell on her body, as if ants were crawling across her body. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't use any of his true energy in an instant. The chopped Yuan Zun body did not achieve the expected effect, so it was forcibly taken back, and the breath was chaotic for a while. This disorder is only temporary, and she can recover in half an hour at most. If it weren't for the excessive consumption of the essence of condensed Sword Mountain, she wouldn't even be weak. Sword Mountain is the spiritual mountain where she has been cultivating for countless thousands of years. Gathering her origins is like suppressing an immortal and then peeling off the cocoon. Only if she is the Lord of Sword Mountain can she do it. Suhi could clearly understand, but he was taking advantage of her. Tantai gritted his teeth. His face turned red, and when he recovered, he was ready to kill him with a sword. "Don't move!" Suhi held her hand down. "The origins of the Yuan Zun clan are greater than you think." As Suhi spoke, the talisman given by Ji Feishua rose. The star ring rose. The barrier rose. And all the means that Tantai had deployed on Jian Shan for countless thousands of years were activated to isolate everything. Daozu's phalanges jumped out eagerly and clicked into place on Suhi's fingers, a little closer to Tantai's eyebrows. A scream came from Tantai. It seemed to be Tantai's voice, but it was a bit weird. "Can you find her?" Tantai's expression changed, and the fairy sword suddenly unsheathed and slashed at himself, slashing across his body and sending out a ray of light, which fell to the ground and turned into another Tantai. Not even a single strand of clothing is on. And candid. As soon as he landed on the ground, he exuded the extremely powerful power of the Yuan Zun clan. But the aura of Yuan Zun on Tantai has not completely dissipated. Tantai himself suddenly softened. Today, he forcibly retracted half of his body, and then cut it out again amidst the disordered aura. It was a huge burden on his body. When I studied the Yuan Zun clan, I integrated the existence of the Yuan Zun clan into my body time and time again, and even integrated the power of several Yuan Zun clan immortals, until it formed a cancer-like existence in my body. She has tried many methods, but has never been able to remove the cancer, buying Yu Suhi's bones to refine her sword. And the ultimate goal was to help her cut out Yuan Zun's existence. It's just that I haven't done it yet. You can't make such a precious sword with just the bones of the clone. You need to get the original body. Only then can the effect of the origin of all things be truly exerted. Unfortunately, the last time Bayan summoned Suhi, half of her own existence had been cut off. Even she couldn't summon Suhi across time and space, even though he was here. He cut off Suhi's existence and sacrificed and refined treasures to save her. Tantai couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. The tumor became more and more serious day by day. But fortunately, he met a holy hand with great medical knowledge. And he and Bai Yin worked out the method of gradual melting. Cut off part of his own existence to form another Tantai. Then borrow the power of heaven and earth to dissolve the existence of Yuanzun in Tantai. And then merge it back into itself. Repeat it again and again. Although it is difficult to cure, it can gradually weaken the existence of Yuanzun. Suhi's finger accurately located all the Yuanzun's power in her body for the first time in history. That's why she couldn't wait to use her true energy to kill herself with a sword. It's a pity that the body that was chopped off only had a little more Yuanzun's aura than usual. 3 to 5 times at most. Compared with the huge power of Yuanzun in her own body. It is just a drop in the bucket. But it's much better than before. Xian Tantai, who had fallen to the ground, was about to escape as soon as he stepped on it. Tantai on the wooden couch said urgently, "Trapped her!" The power of Yuanzun condensed in her body gave birth to spiritual intelligence. This was the fundamental reason why she couldn't wait to refine it. Survival is instinct. Zintantai fled quickly. Suhi took a step forward, stretched out his hand, and a red rope flew from the ground. And his hand was extremely heavy. Although this red rope is an entity, it is not a real thing, but a condensed form of magical powers, spells, and laws. Suhi sensed the prototype of Baiming inside. There was no time to investigate carefully. The red rope was rolled up, and the escaped Tantai was rolled back. Like a crab, she was tied up and hung from the beam in an instant. Suhi promised that there would be no difference at all from the binding posture seen before. With a realm like his, you will never be wrong in anything you see. If necessary, even the direction of the hair can be set exactly right. After doing all this, I turned around and saw Tantai on the wooden couch with a flushed face and an expression of shame and anger. His body was trembling slightly, as if he had just experienced a small flush. It was only at this moment that he slowly regained his breath. Suhi blinked and glanced at the frank Tantai hanging in the air, and then at the Tantai body lying softly on the wooden couch. Sharing of senses? Suhi was confused and reached out to poke the hanging platform. The face of Tantai on the wooden couch suddenly changed sharply, and he looked at Suhi gnashing his teeth, his eyes full of shame and hatred. If you know it, poke it. She didn't cut off a clone. She just put part of her existence here to use the power of heaven and earth to refine Yuanzun's power. They have never been separated. Just like a mortal who stretches her arms out of the window to bask in the sun to eliminate illnesses. But because she was touched outside the window, she didn't feel it? She feels deeper here. Suhi tied up the naked Tantai 5-flowered body and touched it from head to toe. It was no different from touching her whole body. Closing his eyes at this moment, he could even accurately outline Suhi's palm prints and fingerprints. Thief. Color embryo. No refutation allowed. The images from the afterlife say it all. Sorry. Suhi confessed with a very good attitude. Tantai bit his lip. You? Get out! Is this too shy? Suhi was silent for a moment. And based on the storyteller's experience, he went out at this moment. If this matter is over, it will definitely be difficult to get close to Tantai in the future. This woman will subconsciously be on guard against him. Suhi looked at the limp Tantai and leaned down. In Tantai's frightened eyes, his lips pressed against hers. When she suddenly froze, his tongue had already opened her teeth and penetrated. Go in. Attack. Then suck. Tantai was stunned. When she realized that Suhi had kissed her enough, he let go. He looked down at her and said with a smile, Okay, there's no need to be embarrassed now. When a person feels that she has encountered a bad thing, let her experience an even worse thing, and the previous bad thing will naturally fade away. This move worked very well. Tantai was immediately distracted by Suhi's kiss, and his attention was immediately diverted from Suhi's previous random touching. Mei Mu watched as Suhi's breathing became more rapid. She knew she couldn't escape, but that should be the result of love. Naturally, instead of being forced to do it suddenly in this situation, a murderous look flashed in her eyes, and Suhi kicked into the void with a smile, opened a netherworld cave, and dived in. I will take care of your illness. You are not allowed to mess around. Suhi's voice came from the cave. Tantai suddenly laughed angrily. Even her dignified immortals had never solved it. Why did this man think he could solve it? If an ordinary immortal is contaminated by the power of the Yuanzun clan, she can cut out the Yuanzun's power from that immortal's body with just one glance, without taking action. But she is an immortal. The power of the Yuanzun in the body is the same, and the two phases merge without distinguishing each other. You can imagine how difficult it is to cut it out. Tantai snorted in his heart. But he couldn't even explain it. He didn't know why he felt an inexplicable trust. You don't believe it verbally. But you already believe it in your heart? Because the power of Yuan Zun, which even Bai Ying couldn't locate, was pinpointed by him? Or maybe it's because he saw Su He standing in front of Ji Feishua while looking back, protecting his woman behind him? Do you think this man is really trustworthy? Thoughts were racing in Tantai's mind. And he heard Su He's voice coming from the Netherworld passage again. Don't even think about throwing me down the mountain quietly. You belong to me. Tantai's face turned red. And then sword energy flashed through him. She is a dignified immortal who suppresses all heavens and realms. After taking advantage of her, she becomes his? Treat her as an ordinary woman. Tantai chuckled. But the image of the letter flashed through his mind unconsciously. His eyes couldn't help but look at the desk in front of him. In the picture, she was on this desk, with her hands behind her back on the desk, sitting on the edge, with Su He right in front of her. At first, he squatted in front of her with his head and belly level, speaking eloquently, and then stood up. Two shameless guys. When he thought that one of them was himself. Tantai's face turned even redder. The more ashamed you are, the clearer the picture becomes. Tantai gritted his teeth and retreated. The evil thoughts recede. Tantai immediately cut that image out of his mind, and glanced at the other self who was hung up. But anger suddenly appeared on his face. The guy who was hung up looked almost the same as in the picture. I haven't even put on my clothes yet. Color embryo. Behead. Tantai Ling gritted his teeth, with a look of shame and anger on his face. And with a sudden thought, he retracted the suspended half of his body. His body suddenly became softer. He couldn't even turn over. He raised his eyes and looked towards the Netherworld passage. His expression even colder. Asshole. He violated her like that, and left in such a grand manner. The entire Jianshan fell into silence for a while, except for her slightly rapid breathing. The thatched cottage that had been lived alone for countless thousands of years actually seemed empty at this moment. Even breathing creates an echo. It was obvious that we had only met for a few days, and had even less communication. But suddenly Su He's noise disappeared, and he felt a little uncomfortable. The dignified immortal master felt uneasy in his heart for no reason. She didn't know what she was agitated about, and her legs kicked unconsciously. It wasn't until she heard footsteps coming from the Netherworld passage that she suddenly calmed down. Look up. There was a sound in the Netherworld passage, and Su He walked out with a somewhat shy expression, holding a knife in his hand. His clothes were a bit messy, as if he had been fighting with someone. Behind this nether passage is the Western Thunder King. Right? Did the two of them take action? Tantai's face turned cold, and he was held down by Su He. Don't move! Time is limited. Let me chop you! What nonsense! Tantai's eyes fell on the sword in his hand, and his face suddenly became stern. The knife trembled slightly, and was full of spirituality. It seemed that it wanted to kill Su He more than killing her. Su He looked aggrieved and just wanted to borrow the Emperor's sword to use. This Emperor's sword must have been specially sacrificed and refined by my father-in-law. And it was specially used for Ji Feishua's power to kill Kyusu. That was the first ancestor of the Yuanzun clan. And he could kill him with one sword. Wouldn't it be possible to capture the power of the Yuanzun clan within Tantai's body with the Emperor's sword? It's a good idea. But I'm very dissatisfied that the Emperor's sword has a spirit. In the Netherworld, Su He was caught and slashed. Although the Imperial sword has no weapon spirit, it is extremely spiritual. This was because Su He was dissatisfied with using his father-in-law's sword to save another daughter-in-law. Su He couldn't even refute, even more embarrassed to resist. The Thunder King of the West is not interesting enough. He just doesn't want to make peace with him. He just watches the show from the sidelines, and even secretly gives instructions on how to chop with the Imperial sword. Su He. It doesn't take a lot of gestures to beg for mercy. But the knife can't be coaxed. It was so easy to fool him into following him. The Emperor's sword suppresses Netherworld, and cannot be left for too long. A quick resolution is required. Tantai looked at the knife, his eyes slightly focused. Su He was ignorant, and could not understand it. He only knew that his father-in-law's knife was easy to use. Tantai could see it at a glance. This knife is domineering. No one who is not an emperor can be sacrificed. And he is not an ordinary emperor, but someone who has followed the path of a human emperor and gone to the extreme. Emperor of Heaven? Su He's father-in-law? The sister's father? An inexplicable thought flashed through my mind, and I quickly threw it out of my mind. Tantai felt strange in her heart when she saw Su He once again pointed his finger at the center of her eyebrows. An unexplainable force penetrated the finger, and a scream suddenly came from her body. Yuan Zun's power seemed to have met his nemesis, and was revealed instantly. Sui's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand and slashed with his sword. I saw with my own eyes that Ming Xiao was chopped into 2 dragons one by one, while her mother-in-law was suppressing her. I also saw concubine Ji beheading herself with a snow knife. And she even killed the black dragon Ming Xiao by slashing her white in the underworld. Su He had his own understanding. He even incorporated this sword technique into his broken sword. And Ji Feishua even passed the sword in black. Although it is the first time to use it like this, it feels familiar. The light of the sword flashed, and an extremely domineering force was slashed through the imperial sword. And the Tantai on the wooden couch was divided into 2 parts. A strange feeling arose in Su He's heart. What the Emperor's sword creates is not the light of the sword, but a kind of power. It's more like a law. A command? Just say it, Dayo said. If I want to kill Yuan Zun, you have to come out. And you can do it even if you don't come out. No living being can refute what the Emperor of Heaven says. The knife fell, and 2 Tantai appeared on the wooden couch. There was no honest meeting this time. Both of them were dressed in white, but one was wearing sword energy, and the other was wearing Yuan Zun, whose clan power could not be concealed. After slashing with the Emperor's sword, he refused to be controlled by Su He anymore, broke away from the control, and turned into a sword light and shot towards the netherworld passage. But Su He could not stop it. But at the moment when he was blocked, Tantai, who had been cut off by Yuan Zun's aura, took the opportunity to flash out of the thatched hut and ran out. Tantai's expression changed. Stop her! Su He stepped down, and the mountain beetle fell on him. Daozu's finger bones were still embedded in the back of his hand. He rushed out of the thatched house and grabbed Tantai. They saw the Tantai hiding from Su He's big hand, breaking through the Jianshan's protection, and rushing out. Just as he was about to escape, a wave of water rolled in from the outside and rushed the Yuanzun Tantai back to the Jianshan. Anyone help? Looking at the slightly familiar water waves, Su He didn't have time to think too much. He yelled and held his hands in the air, and the beaming vortex instantly sucked the Tantai into it. Return! Su He's voice was dull, and the mountain god seal suppressed Yuanzun Tantai before he looked outside Jin Mountain. I saw a woman who looked about 27 or 80 years old walking in the waves. It was this woman who was swept back by a wave of water just now. As soon as she came in, she saw Su He's expression startled, and then she smiled. No wonder the 2 sisters Bai Yin and Tantai have been thinking about it for tens of thousands of years. They showed up and solved the problem that had troubled me for tens of thousands of years. The most difficult thing about the power of Yuan Zun in Tantai is not to eliminate it, but to locate and cut it out. Su He looked at the woman in front of him and felt a sense of intimacy arise. But he didn't recognize this person. Tantai's cold voice came from behind. She is the queen of the demon clan, and she entered the immortal master through medicine. For tens of thousands of years, she has helped me destroy the power of the Yuan master. Demon queen. Zhu Jiao. White snake. A flash of lightning flashed in Su He's mind. Suddenly I understood why the kindness came from this woman. The white snake I saw in the green snake inheritance. Su He stole the making waves. 1. No wonder the water waves that had just rushed the demon lord off Tantai looked familiar. Thinking like this, Su He raised his palm upwards, and a wave of water rose up, displaying it in front of the demon queen. Oh! The demon queen looked at the water waves and said softly, she belongs to both Feng Shui and Feng Shui, and, making waves, is the root of her path and the source of all her magic. It belongs to you alone and cannot be forged by others. This fellow Taoist's troubles come from her inheritance. In this era, she has not left any inheritance. Did she get it in later generations? Turns out he is still a turtle? Sister Tantai, would you like your husband to call me Anchiao? Zhu Jia said with a smile on her face and thunder in her mouth. She couldn't call her master. Once she was a teacher. She was always a mother. She didn't want to have a son. Su He. Dot. Even if you take advantage of me, you also take advantage of Tantai and Baiyin? Chapter 586. Can you help me anchor? Su He was surprised. What the little green snake got was the inheritance of the immortal lord. I didn't see how powerful she was. Not necessarily. Su He suddenly realized that the green snake, the leader of the Wangshan and the dragon turtles all respected him. This is obviously not something ordinary people can do, and it allows Bai Ling to plan across generations. How can it be ordinary? I've met fellow Taoist Zhu. Suhi said low with his hands in hand. Zhu Jie rolled her eyes. It's so boring. She hates such serious people the most. Her husband is already serious enough. What fun is there in going out and meeting all the serious people in the world? Moreover, I take Zhu as my surname, not Zhu. She smiled. When I was born, there were still shamans in the world. So they inspired spirits on the bronze branches where the shamans offered sacrifices and prayers. So I took my surname Zhu. Suhi. Shouldn't that be Zhu? Before he could speak, Zhu Xiao had already turned to look at Tantai, who was trapped in Beiming's Hong. There was wonder in his eyes. Is this the magical power that the Dragon Turtle clan has been trying for tens of thousands of years, but has yet to fully take shape? Sure enough, it can restrain the Yuanzun clan in every possible way. Suhi controlled Beiming and asked, What should we do with this Yuanzun Tantai? Should we simply destroy him? Zhu Ji rolled her eyes at him. You want to kill half of Tantai's cultivation, but you can't succeed? How can any doctor be so violent? Moreover, this time, the attack was only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Nu Yuanzun's power was constantly gathering in Tantai's body, which was the source of the cancer. She had been searching for tens of thousands of years, but she still could not find a cure except reincarnation. But today, Tantai, the little husband, cut out the power of Yuanzun, and will use the gradual melting method she designed before to consume it from time to time. This will ensure that the power of the new Yuanzun is equal to the consumption, and will not put Tantai into crisis again, nor will it affect his practice and fighting. At least it can extend the time significantly. She and Bain then had more time to try to cure it. Zhu Xiao hooked his finger, and a wave of water rolled up and wrapped around Suhi Baiming. She turned back and smiled at Suhi. Brother-in-law, please cooperate and don't resist. As she spoke, the water curtain cut down like a water jet. Suhi suppressed his magical resistance instinct and felt that his connection with Baiming was severed. Baiming was suspended in the air and was solidified and shrunk by Zhu Xiu. Suhi's eyes lit up. Is this a way to refine the red rope? It is somewhat similar to the method used by Xietian clan in later generations to solidify the iron cable to seal the emperor. But it is different. Ji Feishua also used similar methods to solidify Suhi's mounting god seal and other magical powers. In a moment, Zhu Jia compressed Baiming and Yuanzun Tantai into the size of an alms bowl, and rolled up his sleeves. Tantai has no objection to this. Why are you here? Zhu Jia took away Baiming, and Tantai asked coldly. The demon queen gouged out her eyes. You have no conscience. If I hadn't sensed that you suddenly took away half of Yuanzun, thinking you were in danger, and Bai-yin had gone somewhere else, I wouldn't have come. As she spoke, her eyes looked back and forth between Tantai and Suhi a few times, as if she had suddenly realized something. It turns out that I was abrupt and ruined my sister's good deeds. As someone who has been there, I can immediately spot the pink and charming aura remaining on Tantai. Did these two people have a conflict with each other before? Even in the middle of cleaning the gun. She interrupted him. Suhi is chasing the half-dash body. It can't be that the half-body is the same as the main body. Right? Young people are good at playing. She gave Tantai an encouraging look and her smile grew wider. Tantai Ling's face turned red, and he suddenly felt ashamed and angry. The fairy sword in his hand trembled faintly, and he was about to take out the sheath and kill the person. But the demon queen rushed out of Sword Mountain with a smile. Sin! Sin! Let's go now! Let's go now! She left in an instant and disappeared in an instant. The Sword Mountain was empty, leaving only the demon queen's laughter echoing continuously. Tantai's expression changed again and again. And finally, base! There was a sword cry, and the fairy sword was unsheathed and slashed straight at Suhi. Suhi blinked and turned his body to avoid the Tantai immortal sword. At this moment, Tantai was divided into two and slid down, with Suhi Shan Jia and Dao Zu's finger bones on their bodies. It was extremely easy to dodge. After dodging Tantai's sword, Suhi grabbed her sword hand, put his other arm around her waist, and pulled her back into his arms. Tantai's expression changed, and Suhi suddenly approached her, and his breath hit her in the face. Tantai was breathing rapidly, and Suhi's lips were already pressed against hers. Her hand holding the sword froze, and her other hand tightly grasped the hem of Suhi's clothes. He tried to resist, but was suppressed by Su Hushin. Knock your teeth and enter. Tantai's body suddenly stiffened. His whole body stretched straight, and his whole body was pressed against Suhi's arms surrounding him. Suhi chased the escaping tongue, while Tantai's tongue scurried around like a frightened fish, but was finally caught up by the fisherman. Then, Suhi snorted and suddenly withdrew from her mouth, looking at her in disbelief with wide eyes. He slurred his words and said, "Why.do, you still have a biting one." Tantai's face was red with shame, and he gritted his teeth and said, "This is the last time. If there is another time, I will kill you." Suhi. Believe it or not, I will spank Su Huanyan when I return and come back. Before Suhi could speak, he heard a voice from outside. Yes. Sister Tantai did the right thing. You can't tolerate a stinky man. Next time he does it again, you will bite off his tongue. Tantai was startled and turned his head in disbelief. He saw Jujia, who had left, reappeared outside Jianshan at some point, deliberately hiding his presence. A dignified immortal, engaging in voyeurism? Suhi was stunned. The demon queen covered her mouth and chuckled. I didn't come to see you two kiss me. I just want to remind you that in 7 days, the gathering of Huangling will be held. This time, my sister is organizing it here, so you can't not come. Tantai's breath tightened, and there was a sword cry, and he slashed towards Jujia with his sword. But the demon queen giggled and ran away. As she ran, she joked, You didn't object to me calling me brother-in-law, but now you come to kill me. You are so heartless. I have helped you for tens of thousands of years. Come on, little brother-in-law. If she bites you, you are a dragon turtle. Can't you put a foreign minister under your tongue? Suhi's identity is the most secretive in this era. When they snatched his body, both parties were fooled. Suhi's eyes lit up. It made sense. Tantai became even more angry and struck with his sword. But the demon queen had already run away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tantai turned around and saw Suhi quietly raising his thumb in the direction where the demon queen left. Seeing her turn around, he hurriedly stopped. Tantai suddenly choked with anger. His sword buzzed, and he stared at Suhi for a long while before saying, If you dare, I will kill you. Suhi, then don't bite me. Tantai turned around and left, pretending not to hear. Suhi shamelessly chased after him. Hey, tell me about Huangling collection. If there is no such thing in later generations, what is it for? If you want to appear for buying, you can't be blind. Tantai walked in front and ignored him. The demon queen's words were still echoing in her mind. You didn't object to me calling me brother-in-law. Yes. She didn't object. I didn't even think that I needed to object. I just felt a little embarrassed when the word brother-in-law came out. But I never felt that there was anything abnormal. When has she accepted this in her heart? Or even gotten used to it? From Suhi's last time travel? Saw the name on the marriage certificate? Or did she gradually get used to it from Ian teasing her again and again? Tantai couldn't tell the difference for a moment. Suhi kept making noises in his ears, asking about the collection of Huangling and the Northern Immortal. But Tantai Quan couldn't hear it. I don't know when I returned to the thatched house and sat on the couch. The man calmed down and sat next to her. When Tantai came back to his senses, he felt something strange in his hands. He was holding her hand again without knowing it. She never noticed. The dignified immortal. Not to mention the slightest movement of wind and grass. Even the movement of ant spirits will be noticed immediately. This was because although he had been warning Suhi on his lips, he was actually not at all on guard against him in his heart. Which was why he was like this. Even the fairy sword never took the initiative to protect its master. A feeling of powerlessness arose in Tantai. After a long silence, he said helplessly, The collection of Huangling was originally organized by King Man to unify Xianhuang against Yuanzun and to unify Xianhuang. Later, although King Man died, the collection of Huangling was passed down. But the organizer became all major forces. She glanced at Suhi and said, The Immortal Lord is in the Immortal King's palace to make plans to deal with Yuanzun, while His Highness the Immortal King has a market, an arena, and a sermon. If you go, you should enter the Immortal King's palace. Whether he goes on Bain's behalf or Suhi's own fighting strength is enough to enter the Immortal King's palace. Suhi nodded. Is there any battle scene with the Northern Immortal? Tantai glanced at him. Don't make light of the contradiction. The North is the most important force to resist Yuanzun. Moreover, the North is very difficult to deal with. He is not only the 6th realm immortal, but also the #1 weapon refining master in Xianhuang. Weapon refiners? Everyone. Suhi was familiar with this profession. As Tantai spoke, a picture was transmitted to him. Different from the last time he traveled through time. This time he had the power of the immortal Lord and could defeat the laws of heaven and earth with just one word. Don't be afraid to convey information directly. According to Tantai, it is a scene of a majestic middle-aged man fighting in the stars. More than once. It seems that Tantai has been paying attention to the movements of the Northern Immortal Lord. He watched the video in his mind. And Tantai was still talking to him. Gu Tai will be attending the Huangling gathering. You can take the opportunity to ask about the Dragon Clan's inheritance of bloodline. He nodded. That's the point. As he spoke, he frowned slightly. Has the Northern Immortal Lord obtained the inheritance of Hades? In the picture from Tantai, in addition to the endless magic weapons of the Northern Immortal Lord, the most conspicuous one is the Way of Ice and Snow, which condenses lavender ice and is unparalleled in killing. Tantai nodded. The original grudge was when in Song, Bain and I competed for a Pluto inheritance in a netherworld. The inheritance involves an urgent need in the north. And Song is the third disciple of the Northern Immortal Lord. In terms of seniority, Bain, Tantai and Northern Immortal Lord's disciples are actually of the same generation. Even the eldest and second disciples of the North are millions of years older than her. This is an era of immortals. With countless immortals. There are countless people who are struggling in the 7th level of the sky and trying to push open the immortal gate. There are countless immortals who are struggling in the realm of immortals to seek enlightenment. Tantai paused and said, It's not that Bain and I are unwilling to trade the inheritance to the North. When the inheritance enters the body, it will merge with the two of us. Unless we become Taoist companions. We can't pass it on. Taoist companion? Let him die. He snorted coldly. The hatred of blocking the road. If it were not for the Yuanzun clan outside, the North and them would have been killed long ago. If the North wants to go further, the Pluto Avenue is a must. Therefore, he regards the inheritance of the Plutos in the heavens as forbidden. He has always regarded himself as a direct descendant of the Pluto lineage. He regards the immortals from all directions as nothing. So he will return to them. Wan Shan is still respectful. He laughed. And Tantai looked at him without knowing why. Senior sister's inheritance. Isn't this a coincidence? He still had a doubt in his heart. If he wants to get closer, is he hoping for the realm of the Emperor of Heaven? Even the Immortal Lord requires the immortal to realize the enlightenment on his own. This is especially true for the realm of the Emperor of Heaven. What's the use of having the inheritance of Pluto? Tantai shook his head. No one has reached the realm of the Heavenly Emperor on his own for hundreds of millions of years. Maybe the barbarian king came close back then? All Taoist masters in the past have relied on the inheritance of Guiwang Mountain. Xianyu can even reach the 7th realm of the Immortal Lord on his own. It's difficult. The only thing he can do is to steal the Pluto's avenue and occupy the magpie's nest. He frowned. What about the return of Hades? Tantai looked at him. Can Hades come back? Natural. Even if Pluto cannot die anymore and is lost in death. But with Jinyo Mountain here, there is a possibility of return. Tantai was silent for a moment and said, Being stolen from the main road probably means that the possibility of returning is cut off. Right. No wonder the Northern Immortal Lord once wanted to climb Guiwang Mountain, but returned without success and never mentioned it again. How could Guiwang Mountain allow him to interrupt Pluto's return journey? Although there are not many people in Guiwang Mountain, it is the source of inheritance. The leader is the Immortal Lord of the 6 realms. The Taoist master even reached the level of the Emperor of Heaven by virtue of Guiwangshan's special means. Xianyu probably suffered a big loss under Guiwangshan. Bain came to Jinyo Mountain to find the weakness of the northern inheritance. Tantai looked at him in surprise. Bain shielded Tianji and entered quietly. Is there any trace of the world 30 million years later? She nodded. The inheritance of Pluto hangs high, and most of it is unique. I don't know Bain's identity, and I don't know the specific content. If I can find the Dengxian drum, I might be able to enter Jinyo Mountain as a disciple to observe the inheritance. The immortal drum has not yet appeared in this era? Suhi smiled and puffed up his chest. What inheritance do you want? I have the inheritance of Pluto with me. Tantai was startled for a moment. This tone was much louder. But Suhi was definitely not one to make random promises. Just like I said I could save her before. I really can save her. Although Tantai wanted to kill him. His man was indeed reliable. Tantai shook his head. You can ask Bain about this in the future. She needed to heal her wounds and gather the essence of Jianshan at the moment. But she no longer had the energy to study the northern techniques. Besides, with her temperament, why should she study others? As long as his sword is sharp enough, he can rob Pluto's avenue and kill him with one sword. Suhi knew what Tantai was thinking and grinned. Even the Immortal Lord is inevitably short-sighted. Perhaps in the eyes of the Northern Immortal Lord, Pluto is just a monk who was born early and was lucky enough to become a disciple of the Taoist patriarch. If it were him, would he be able to transcend the Immortal Lord? He also wants to take advantage of Pluto's avenue. The means for Pluto's true resurrection is in Jinyo Mountain, which is what the Taoist ancestor left to his 4 disciples. Do you want to take possession of your head? The 4 fairy mountains in Daozu space are connected by air. If you want to occupy Jinyo, have you asked the other 3? Kill him! It's not that there is Yuan Zun outside. 10 of them would have died in this vain attempt to cut off the path of Pluto. Are the Emperor of Heaven and Tao ancestor really dead? Is the Taoist leader really gone? Thinking of the Taoist master, Sui's eyes lit up, and he asked Tantai. Tantai, do you know who the previous Taoist master was? Where is the previous generation? How many generations of Taoist masters have there been so far? Tantai Ling was surprised, shook his head and said, the Taoist master of Guiwang Mountain is the core of Xinhuang, which is extremely mysterious. It takes 3 to 5 million years for the next generation to be born after the death of each generation. When the next generation is born, the information of the previous generation is hidden. But in the contemporary era, the Tao Master must be the 6th generation, less than 10 million years old, and the strongest after the barbarian king. Sui nodded. The current generation is the 6th generation. So the current generation is the 7th generation? There should be no middle. The 3rd brother's reincarnation happens to be the 7th generation. And the 6th generation Taoist Master and the 7th generation Taoist Master are exactly the same in temperament and appearance. What a coincidence! Sui seemed to have discovered some truth. Therefore, the current Taoist Master has always been around Taizu and followed him wherever he went. No wonder he always felt that the Taoist Master took good care of him, even though he never took care of him in person. However, everything was planned 730,000 years ago, so that he could steal the phalanx of the Taoist ancestor. In the present world, he stayed in Chanfeng City to help Yaya become king, and personally attacked and suppressed the great ancestor. Without him, he would have never been able to steal the tiger bones. The Taoist master uses Tai Chi diagram very smoothly, which I always thought was the characteristic of the Taoist master. It turns out that the root cause is here. It was strange before that the Taoist master told Bain that there were records in the sect that there would be 4 gentlemen in later generations. But the leader of Gui Wanshan has never behaved like this in his life. You already know the fart records, right? Co-authored by 2 old guys who have been playing me. 3rd senior brother reincarnated again and again. For what reason? Tantai! What does it take for a Taoist master to be a Taoist master? There was no Dengxian drum in this era. The Dengxian drum was taken away by my father-in-law and has not been returned yet. Tenai glanced at Sui dumbly. Of course, it's the one I chose for the Guiwang Mountain Tai Chi diagram. Isn't this the case for every generation of Taoist masters? This generation of Taoist master and headmaster were actually taught by the same master. In fact, the head teacher is the senior brother. However, it is said that the Tao master is a monster, and it only took 10,000 years for the master to reach the 5th level of the sky. He has already attained the Tao Immortal Master status and became a Tao master. The choice of Tai Chi diagram. Sui understood, and had an inexplicable urge to jump up and roar at Guiwang Mountain. A new Taoist appears, hiding the information of the previous Taoist. This kind of concealment can even block the memory of the Immortal Lord? Otherwise, old Qilin should have been able to see it at the beginning. And Fengzhu. That old guy lived longer. No. Maybe Fengzhu knows? When Taizu used Daozu's hairpin to remove his traces, Fengzhu was not affected. There are even records in Shanjia. But he has not yet obtained this part of the record. Or maybe the Taoist master is actually not normal. Tansai said that each generation of Taoist masters barely reaches the realm of the Emperor of Heaven. The current Taoist master has never even reached this state. Did he reincarnate because he was in a bad posture and never really returned? So we need to be reincarnated again and again? This kind of thing depends on guessing. It's impossible to guess. Find him and ask him. Seeing that he stopped asking, Tantai struggled a little, trying to break free from his hands, but failed. Let go! Tantai's voice was cold. He didn't move. Shameless? Tantai took a deep breath and wished he could kill him with a sword. I need to gather the source of Jianshan and accept the power from the Demon Queen. 7 days later will be the gathering of Huangling. She has to support Zhu Jia, and her fighting strength must be restored. He also sensed that the Demon Queen side should have already begun to deal with Yuan Zun Tantai. Tantai's momentum has been increasing since just now. You should return to Baiyun Palace. The gathering of Huangling begins. You should exude the power of the immortal lord from Baiyun Palace to Tian'ao Star. The location of Huangling Collection is different each time. The ancestral land of the demon clan is in Xianwang, but the star territory under its jurisdiction is unknown. This gathering of Huangling is not in Xianwang itself, but in the starry sky. Su He blinked. I have little experience. Don't lie to me. I don't believe that every time Baiyun starts from Baiyun Palace. She never starts from you. Tantai stopped talking. Look, you just want an excuse to kick me out. Maybe the relationship should take a step further? Su He shook her hand, straightened her position, and looked into her eyes. Dan, help me set the anchor? Chapter 587 Heating Up. I have been here for more than half a month, and the rejection of this era has become more and more serious. In particular, he had suppressed the will of heaven and earth, and seemed to have touched the reverse scale of heaven and earth. Su He felt like someone added a handful of salt to a freshwater fish tank. He felt uncomfortable no matter how much he moved. If he hadn't been teasing Tantai all the time, he might have been squeezed out of this era. It's not that he's being a rogue. He really needs to put down an anchor. Tantai's expression was startled, and his eyes were somewhat evasive. How anchor? The dignified immortal lord actually lacked confidence. She naturally knew that Su He needed an anchor when traveling through time. The first time I came to Taiku, Baiyun was the anchor. Baiyun cut off half of his existence and merged it into Su He's body. Innate love is deeply rooted and does not require concentration at all. It is directly the anchor. For some reason, she felt guilty. When Su He came to her, she didn't directly act as an anchor, and she actually felt that she wasn't fulfilling her responsibilities enough. As if betraying him. Dual cultivation? Su He whispered. Immortal Lord's breathing was instantly disrupted. There was a struggle in his eyes, and the images brought about by the message from the next life flashed in his mind involuntarily. What other trembling words are? Give him! Is it going to be like in the picture? Immortal Lord's face suddenly turned red. That's not dual cultivation. That's pure joy. The pervert is just greedy for her body. There is no difference between this life and the next life. Even the texture on the body is the same. It is already the same as the next life. Are you still thinking about this life? Tantai's face turned redder. Su He said in a low voice with a bit of disappointment. You don't have to be embarrassed. Your husband is somewhat capable now. At most, he will be squeezed out by this era and wander for a long time. It is unlikely that he will be killed. There is no such thing in the world. Ability. This is the truth? Tantai trembled slightly. And then Su He said again. I can only go once in an era. Once my era has passed, I can't go again. After I leave, you continue to condense the origin of Jianshan. This may have something to do with bye-bye. Can Ian come back? Su He's voice was gentle, and Tantai's heart twitched slightly, as if he was about to lose something. He raised his eyes and looked at him. Are you irritating me? Su He shook his head. I'm not stupid. You are a sword cultivator. You are Tantai Ling. If I provoke you, you will only kill me. Besides, I can go to other eras at any time. Or 2 to 30,000 years later. Or 1,000,000 years later. We can meet again in other times. You are mine. You can't escape after all. Tantai's breathing suddenly became tight. Millions of years. The last time she left was 80,000 years. And she felt much better. But after humiliating her like this time, how about another 1,000,000 years? She could clearly see how Baiyun spent these 80,000 years. The letter from the past life flashed through my mind involuntarily. Where to escape? The next life is already his. You can I only dual cultivation? As she spoke, her face became redder and redder. She didn't even dare to look into Su He's eyes, and lowered her head slightly. Immortal Lord also has a shy side. It was too fast, and she was not mentally prepared. She has been ridiculed by Baiyun countless times in the past 80,000 years. But she always thought that as long as she could be like Baiyun, holding hands the most, and kissing the most, she would be anchored. But now she found that she couldn't do it. Half of Baiyun belongs to him, and it will be an anchor if he does nothing. Su He held her hand and hesitated for a long time before saying, How about I hold on first? Let's take it step by step. Don't bite me yet. Let's see if we can delay the ostracism of the times. Okay. Tantai blurted out as if he was relieved. After saying this, he suddenly realized. Is this the purpose of this pervert? He knew full well that it was impossible for her to practice dual cultivation when they met. The more I think about it, the more likely it is. But the good words had already been spoken, and she would never be able to do the things that the immortal master had done to break his promise and get fat. A feeling of anger rose from the bottom of her heart. But the color embryo had gently moved the hand holding her back and pulled her into his arms. Tantai's pupils shrank, and Soo-hee had already come closer. There was no sudden attack on Yo Chu Peony like the previous times, but a bit of gentleness. Looking into her eyes, she didn't dare to look at her. She tilted her head slightly, then lowered her head. Lips meet. Tantai-Su suddenly grasped Soo-hee's arm, and his body became stiff. But this time the color embryo took care of her, and that annoying tongue didn't force its way in. Tantai relaxed slightly, and Soo-hee's arm had gently wrapped around her waist. Wherever the palm passed, there was a shudder. Subconsciously, he wanted to break away and escape. But Soo-hee pressed him lightly and stayed. Soo-hee didn't move, just hugged her and touched her lips lightly. It took a full quarter of an hour for Tantai to gradually relax. A little bit more adaptable. Soo-hee's tongue came out. Tantai froze, but did not resist as before. Although the uvula was still dodging and breathing became more and more tense, it did not push him out after all. Then gradually he no longer dodges. Although it is difficult to take the initiative, he does not resist the entanglement. This kiss lasted for an unknown amount of time and made people sink. Tantai relaxed completely, and his limp body huddled in Soo-hee's arms, as soft as a bone. Even though he is a swordsman, there are also soft swords. Tantai also knew for the first time that besides practicing swordsmanship, there were other things in this world that made her intoxicated. She didn't even think about ending it. It wasn't until the sword mountain on her chest felt strange that she woke up with horror. She broke away from Soo-hee's lips and tongue, and found that Soo-hee's other mischievous hand had reached into her clothes without knowing when, and had already climbed onto the sword mountain. Skin-to-skin contact without any hindrance. The shuddering feeling that Soo-hee had felt when half of his body was tied up and touched all over his body came over again. Her face suddenly turned red, and her voice trembled. You lied to me. I promised you to take it step by step, but I won't bite you. Soo-hee looked embarrassed. Sorry, I'm used to it. Tantai showed shame and anger. What nonsense. It was just the first time I got close to her. How could I be used to it? Afterlife. Even more ashamed and angry. Take your hand away. Tantai Inyal gritted his teeth. Okay. Soo-hee agreed. He leaned down again and pressed his lips to hers, feeling the protruding tongue. Tantai wished he could bite him off. I agreed. But you are true to your word. Take it away. Just because you don't squeeze it anymore. Does it count as moving away? Tantai resisted in shame and anger. But the hand actually moved. Just when Tantai thought he was going to fulfill his promise. 2 fingers gently pinched and twisted the Jianshan thatched cottage. Tantai's whole body stiffened for an instant, then softened. There was a whine in his mouth. His breathing became rapid, and there was a buzzing in his mind. But he didn't know anything anymore. Even his tongue was hooked by him. I don't know how long. Maybe 100 years. Maybe 1,000 years. The two of them slowly separated, feeling the hand on my chest reluctantly retreating. Tantai reason came back again and occupied the high ground. Her charming face turned into a look of shame and anger. She unsheathed her sword and pointed it at Soo-hee. Her face turned cold. If you dare to bully me like this again, I will kill you. Soo-hee did not dodge, and allowed the fairy sword to strike between his eyebrows. The sword was really powerful, but it didn't feel anything when it landed on my body. Tantai stopped his strength. Can't be cut off. Soo-hee moved forward slightly, held her in his arms again, pecked Dan on the lips, and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry. Tantai was furious. Then Soo-hee said in a clear voice. But it works. The rejection of this era has weakened. Tantai's eyes brightened slightly, and he turned his head and ignored him, looking at the origin of Jianshan slowly forming above his head. He broke out of his arms, took a step forward and rose into the sky, condensing the origin again. Soo-hee felt the lingering fragrance in her arms. Her mouth was sweet, and she smiled coquettishly. It's better not to harass him anymore. He must let the immortal lord be quiet. Otherwise he will be killed. His body turned around and turned into a white tiger body, turning back to blue. In the next few days, Soo-hee stayed on the sword mountain, passing on the white tiger's magical power, absorbing 4 tortoise SH.L fragments, and talking to Tantai when he was bored. Although he mostly talked to himself, Tantai didn't respond at all. This color is so annoying. It can't compete with Bain. Bain was like this when he was on her sword mountain, never stopping for a moment. The only difference was that she had already adapted to Baiyin since she was a child. Even if Baiyin is drunk and crazy here, it will not affect her. She enters concentration and retreat. And everything is normal. Suhi was different. Suhi could shake her heart with a casual word. Tantai has only fallen 3 times in 7 days. And Suhi is stubbornly pestering her. Sword Fairy cannot refuse. And her concentration needs to be improved. By the 3rd time, even when Suhi climbed the Jin mountain again, she just bit Suhi's tongue lightly, and did not fall out again. Habits are scary. It's a pity that the day of Huangling's gathering has arrived. Otherwise Suhi is sure that within a month at most, the relationship will be one step closer, and the positive will turn into a negative. 7 days later. This morning, a bell rang, and a majestic voice was heard throughout the Xianwang world. The collection of Huangling has begun, and I am waiting for you all on the Sky Demon Star. The Tantai fell from midair, and Suhi held onto CNT before saying, "Let's go!" "Is this the Demon Lord just now?" Suhi asked. The voice just now was elegant and somewhat domineering, and his moral conduct was extremely high. Tantai nodded. "Monster! Lusheng!" Suhi was silent. This was the big willow tree on the Xianwang cave's sky that connected the heavens. The demon-transforming fruit tree in later generations gave him the existence of the immortal sect. The disadvantage of traveling through time and space is that although he can see the figures of legends one after another, he knows what the ending of these legends will be. But he is powerless, and doesn't even know what caused such an ending. Why change? Even Baiyin and Tantai have been reincarnated. Suhi couldn't help but hold Tantai's hand a little tighter. Tantai guessed his thoughts and asked softly, "How many immortals will there be left in the future generations?" Suhi was silent for a moment, and then said, "I didn't see anyone. I only saw one corpse." Although the demon-transforming fruit tree is alive, it has lost its intelligence and soul. How is it different from death? Just a corpse. Tantai was silent. Then he smiled calmly. "It doesn't matter. Now that I have destroyed Yuan Zun, I will die a worthy death." Suhi held her hand tighter, and Tantai held his hand for the first time, interlocking their fingers. "Tantai, since you can communicate with the past and present like Yuan Zun, why don't you contact future generations and leave many methods behind?" Suhi never understood this question, especially the Yuan Zun clan, since they can connect the past and the present. To a certain extent, it is no worse than his ability to travel through time and space, especially since this is the talent of a race. How were they destroyed? Tantai smiled and shook his head. "I am not Yuan Zun, so I have tried my best to contact the future, and I can only contact through the reincarnated body. Even if I contact you, I can't really communicate. I can only vaguely see it. It's just a figure from the future." She looked at Suhi and said, "I can tell whether it is Ji Fei Shua or she is too bright, like the bright moon and the bright sun. Even across the river of time, her brightness cannot be covered up. But I can only talking to myself. Talking about myself. Ask her to help find Baiyin. Then give her my sword skills. I can't hear her response at all." Tantai shook his head. The connection between ancient and modern times is a one-way connection. Even the Yuan Zun clan can only use it to pass on their own magical powers and techniques to ensure the immortality of the clan. Or short information, such as where there is a treasure, and who should be killed. Only that's it. Used well, it can influence the situation. But that's all. Suhi understood. "Even so, I feel that the Yuan Zun clan has misused this talent. Not to mention anything else. As long as we can contact future generations and arrange the next step, we can ensure that the back step will be implemented in place. Wouldn't it be easy to unify the heavens? Yuan Zun has countless geniuses, but they are definitely not inferior to Xin Huang. If one person is stupid, everyone cannot be stupid. If you fail to do so, there must be irreversible objective factors, but don't know what it is." The two of them were talking, and Tantai stretched out his hand a little, and saw a carriage stepping out of a cave on Jianshan Mountain. "This is Baiyin's car. It has always been here with me. Since you want to appear on behalf of Baiyin, you should show your identity." Suhi laughed. He also said that he had to go back to Baiyin Palace. He clearly wanted to drive him away before. Pull Tantai onto the frame. The car did not need to be controlled. It automatically jumped into the air. After leaving Jianshan Mountain, the carriage slowly squirmed, and streaks of rays of light scattered from the carriage. The carriage squirmed and transformed into an exquisite palace, the appearance of which is no different from Baiyin Palace. The bronze horses pulling the cart moved and turned into 4 mythical beasts that he didn't recognize. They were extremely majestic and domineering. An ordinary carriage was filled to capacity in an instant. Suhi didn't need to question. A smile appeared on the corner of Tantai Ling's lips. And he said, "You know Bai Yin's temperament. He naturally likes liveliness and is unrestrained. Sometimes he rushes into the gathering of Huan Ling in an unruly manner. He doesn't even participate in the Immortal Lord. During the gathering, she was the one who set up a stall to tell fortunes at the foot of the mountain. It was also she who set up a grand ceremony. Just a gorgeous frame. Nothing more. Of course, Bai Yin took action. This frame can no longer be described as gorgeous. The 4 divine beasts pulling the cart all exude the aura of the most powerful immortal. Not even under Suhi's own body. This is not a divine beast." Tantai shook his head slightly and explained. "This is a puppet created by Bai Yin on a whim. He felt that it would become more powerful and domineering when he looked like this." Suhi felt it carefully, and then he looked confused. He didn't sense the other functions of the 4-headed beast. The moment he boarded the carriage revealed nothing to him, allowing him to explore. Those 4 divine beasts used up all kinds of treasures. If they were refined into magic weapons, they could even refine 4 immortal weapons suitable for the Immortal Lord. But the only function at the moment is to pull the car. I can only pull the car. It is of no use except pulling a cart. Only Bai Yin can do this kind of thing. You prodigal bitch. A guard of honor was automatically formed in front and behind the carriage. Visions of heaven and earth gathered around the carriage. The driver was an old man. With a crack of a whip, the carriage roared towards the sky. This old man is not a puppet, but the chi that the carriage automatically condenses into. Not a living thing. Not a dead thing. But Suhi felt that if he could be carefully conditioned, there was no way this old man could form a spirit. Not only Jian Shan, there are also ceremonial guards all around heading towards the starry sky. They are the Xianhuang Immortals. There are 10 of them. Most of Xuanhuang's immortals are here. The carriage flew past, crushing the void and reaching a star field within a moment. This is the Dark Dragon Ruins? Suhi immediately recognized that the Sky Demon Star at this moment was the ruins of the Dark Dragon in the future. As the name suggests, it is a land of broken stars. Suhi let out a long sigh and looked at Tai Noxing. It was an extremely huge star, filled with evil energy. But this demonic energy is not evil. It is just another kind of heaven and earth vitality compared to the fairy energy and spiritual energy. Extremely pure. The demon clan welcomes the arrival of the heavenly so immortal and the sword immortal. As the carriage arrived, a song resounded throughout the Sky Demon Star. Suhi looked strange. He had known Tantai's title of Sword Immortal Lord for a long time. But this was the first time he heard of Bai Yin's Tian's Immortal Lord. A majestic middle-aged man on Tianyao Star stood side by side with Zhu Jiao, slightly arching his hands toward the carriage. "Let's go!" Tantai gently broke away from Suhi's hand, but did not break away. With a slight blush on her face, she let him pull her and walked out of the carriage palace together. Although men and women are not on guard in this era, there are almost no lovers traveling hand in hand, especially the immortal. Tantai and Suhi appeared, immediately attracting attention. Everyone thought it was Sword Immortal Lord and Tian's Immortal Lord. But I didn't expect that it was Sword Immortal Lord alone. And he was dragging a man with him. Zhu Jiao's dignified expression suddenly became very interesting. She giggled and gave Suhi a thumbs up. Just like Suhi gave her a thumbs up that day. "Brother-in-law, you're awesome." Zhu Jiao secretly sent a message. Tantai's expression has returned to normal. Now that she recognizes it, she is not afraid of other people's eyes. What does outsiders' opinions have to do with her? "Thank you, sister." Suhi responded via voice transmission. Zhu Jiao's eyes lit up. "Huh? Isn't it called fellow Taoist? Not a serious monk? That's kind of interesting. It makes sense to think about it. How can a serious monk have 2 boats? I vaguely heard Bai Yin say. Not 2 but 3? She smiled and asked. Sister Bai Yin's aura was condensed. Why didn't she appear? Suhi and Tantai let go of their hands. Suhi cupped his hands and said, I've seen the Demon Lord. I've seen the Demon Queen. There are some things that Bai Yin really can't handle, so I'm here on her behalf. As he spoke, a tortoise SHL rose above Suhi's head, which was the symbol of Bai Yin. The Demon Lord looked at him and nodded slightly. Very good. Although I feel that it is unreasonable for a man and a woman to go out hand in hand. But as an immortal, the rules of heaven and earth are broken at will, let alone the rules made by humans. Although Suhi had no interaction with the Demon Lord last time he came, but Bai Yin dragged him around the world. How could the Demon Lord not see it? Even the demon lord propped up his body on Xian Wang. It was all because of Su He. Baiyin snatched Su He's body back, which led Yuan Zun to suppress Xian Wang. Baiyin and Zhu Xiu have very compatible temperaments and are true friends. He knew most of Su He's affairs. This young man is so clever. Baiyin cut off half of his existence, so it is understandable that he would form a Taoist couple with him. Even the Sword Immortal Lord was defeated and appeared in a Baiyin car. The blessing of all people? Make others India's. How many years has it been since fellow Taoists returned? 80,000 years have passed since ancient times. But Su He himself shouldn't have been that long. Su He smiled. More than 20 years. The demon lord's eyes lit up. Okay. It takes more than 20 years to reach the 4 realms of immortality. And in another 100 years, one can hope to become a real immortal. Su He held up his hands. Senior, you are so complimentary. The demon queen beside her giggled and said, Call me brother-in-law. Su He followed Shan Rilliu and called his brother-in-law. The demon lord smiled helplessly, and Zhu Jie covered her mouth and chuckled. Look, isn't this related to the time traveler? No matter what plan your husband has, it will definitely be more convenient. Zhu Jie smiled. My sister can't entertain my own people. The Tantai Palace is at Fulia Mountain, and the Baiyin Palace is right next to Suanai Mountain. As for my brother-in-law, you can live wherever you want. Don't worry. We the family palace has nothing but protection from prying eyes. What you do inside will not be noticed by the outside world. As she spoke, she winked at Su He and gave her an encouraging look. Tantai just pretended not to see it. The demon lord looked helpless. He was a serious person, but his wife was not serious. What could he do? Su He smiled. Sister, just be busy and don't need to worry about us. We can just go shopping by ourselves. As he spoke, his mind moved, and the carriage automatically headed towards the Death Mountain. This carriage represents Baiyin's identity, and it has to stop there. He and Tantai Ling then said goodbye and left, holding hands to go to Fulia Mountain. It wasn't until they left that waves of exclamation came from the sky demon star. The Immortal Lord did not dare to be arrogant in person, so he broke out at this moment. The Ice and Snow Immortal Lord, like the Sword Immortal Lord, actually has a Taoist companion. The Taoist monk is still a stranger. I don't know him yet. Not even an Immortal Lord. Jealous. Chapter 588. Bottom line. Fu Lushan left a mark and raised the aura of the Immortal Lord. Indicates that Tantai has arrived in person. The carriage carrying Tortoise SH. LS also raised the aura of White Sound next door. Even if no one comes, the breath will always rise to express support. Su He looked at the layout of Fulia Mountain. A barrier outside the mountain sealed everything, and the core of the barrier was placed openly inside the barrier. Those who come can refine it themselves. The mountain is much simpler, with a small courtyard under Feichuan waterfall. Peaceful and elegant. It fits Tantai's temperament very well. But Baiyin's place is much more complicated. There is a magnificent palace on the mountain, and there are mire, strange beasts, and vines behind the mountain, which is convenient for her to play. Standing on the mountain, you can see 3 giant markets below the mountain at a glance. But you won't be disturbed by the clutter of the city. The demon clan is very attentive. Tantai glanced past Su He and followed his gaze to see Shangxiafeng's city. Do you want to go? Tantai asked after a moment of silence. She didn't like the excitement, but she felt that Su He, like Baiyin, might not be able to stay idle. If he really wants to go, you could accompany him once. Just once. Su He suddenly came back to his senses and chuckled. A bit. After all, to me, this is Xianjiafang's city in the ancient times, which is very different from later generations. Su He suddenly fell silent while speaking, and then smiled bitterly and said, I suddenly remembered that I don't know what the practice market will be like in later generations. I have never been to a pure cultivator market at all. The only time I went to Tianji Pavilion was when I was in Qingyuan sect. It was very similar to the street market, but a lineage in a small sect is bound to be different from the real Xianjiafang city. Tantai fell silent, and his eyes looked at Su He with a little more pity. Su He blinked. Hey! Since my reincarnation, I have only reached the level of Jiazi. I have cultivated to the 4th realm of immortals. I have even fought against several immortals. Isn't it natural that I don't have time to go shopping? Tantai turned around and walked down the mountain. Let's go! Where are you going? Su He caught up and took her hand. Bon sure. Su He's eyes lit up, but with a bit of hesitation. You, the Immortal Lord, are so majestic in the city. Aren't you afraid of causing riots? Tantai gave him a strange look and said, The immortal master of Shandao is for great freedom, not great restraint. It's their business not to adapt to it, not the immortal masters. Besides, Tantai paused and said, at most they dare not approach. And riots are even less likely. Wouldn't it be better not to dare to approach? Tantai said it's okay. So it's okay if something happens. Sui followed her down the mountain calmly, observing the surrounding areas as he walked. Then he asked curiously, Tantai, where is the Immortal King's palace? Looking around, Bosher found many of them, but the Immortal King Palace did not see them, nor did he sense them in the void. Tantai Ling glanced at the pavilion on the mountain and said, the Immortal King's palace is a semi-mysterious realm, and only the conscious body can enter. You can enter this pavilion in 3 days. Will those immortals who haven't come be consciously and physically involved? Not necessarily, Tantai responded. The two of them were talking. Their feet were like a potter's crouching on the ground. They did not deliberately use their magical powers to rush forward. But when they reached the level of Immortal Lord, they had the charm of having all their wishes come true. I thought about going to Fansher, but before I took a few steps, I was already outside Fansher. Just like a mortal city, there are people selling their voices everywhere. It's just that wherever Tantai passed by, it was as quiet as ice. Tantai didn't take it seriously. He just walked casually on the street, occasionally fulfilling his duties as a tour guide and explaining to Suhi. This is Qing Yufang, which sells solid talismans. Over there is the Yushu Pavilion selling rare and exotic animals, she said, seeming to smile. Actually, they don't even know that their boss is Shinzuin Bain, a chain store opened by an immortal. But everyone in the store didn't know it at all. Bain is still doing business? Suhi had amusement in his eyes. Bain? Are you still short of money? 80,000 years ago, that guy had exhausted all his wealth. Tantai glanced at Suhi strangely. This was Bain's biggest gold-selling cave. Just because of his Bain, he has almost all the creditors in the world. She hasn't paid back the money she owes me. Well, she owes me more than the last time I saw you. I borrowed from her several times to repay other people's debts. In fact, Tanai felt that the debt should be borne by both of them. After all, it was her husband who was resurrected. But Bain refused. Suhi was a little embarrassed. How much does she owe? Guilty. For other matters, whether he was being beaten or being beaten, Suhi had some confidence to take care of it for his wife. The only thing he owed was a large debt. Talking about this makes me worried. With great difficulty, he shyly asked Dragon Turtle and Phoenix to borrow a large sum of origin stones. Several seniors have promised to help him produce universal source stones for the next few decades. As a result, he suddenly traveled through time. The origin stone was not obtained, and the debt was still owed. The two chatted and walked casually. Tantai became more and more generous. He didn't protest when Suhi held his hand in Fansher, or even showed any timidity. Others only saluted from a distance, and no one really came to disturb them. But it did not affect the order of the city, as Suhi thought. Probably this is the territory of the Demon Lord and the Demon Queen. These people have seen the Immortal Lord more or less, so they are not as panicked as elsewhere? On the contrary, an immortal and her husband walked hand in hand, and I don't know when they became idols. After shopping for only half an hour, more Taoist couples began to try to hold hands while shopping. 2s and 3s can be seen everywhere. The Immortal Lord has taken the lead. So why can't others? The atmosphere in the entire city suddenly became weird. Even the business of the inn has improved. Huh? Suhi, who was wandering around randomly, suddenly stopped and pulled Tanai towards an ordinary stall. Then he picked up a hairpin from the stall. The hairpin is not an immortal treasure, but is carved from 10,000 years of ice jade, shaped like a sword, and exuding the slightest bit of chill. Although it is not an immortal treasure, it is extremely suitable for Tantai. The Tantai cattail in his hand moves slightly. Immortal Lord is just cold and not stupid. This hairpin seems to belong to a woman, and it matches her temperament. Naturally, I have to choose it for her. Sure enough, Suhi turned around, looked at her with an endearing smile, and gently replaced the hairpin with a jade one on her head. He also helped her tidy up her hair thoughtfully, gently combing it closer to her temples. Tantai lowered his head and stiffened slightly. He wanted to stop him, but ultimately did not speak. It wasn't until Suhi finished that he whispered, "Next time, such private matters can be done in the cave. Taking care of your wife's hair. Matters between husband and wife should not be done on the street." The stall owner didn't dare to look at them anymore. Suhi blinked. "Sorry, I couldn't help myself." "Really?" Tantai is wearing a sword-like hairpin, which is so beautiful that he doesn't want to move his eyes. Suhi turned to look at the stall owner. Sorry, I haven't asked how to sell this hairpin. The stall owner is a little girl of 16 or 17 years old. It's not just her appearance, but she is really only 16 or 17 years old. He stared blankly at the two people in front of him and suddenly came to his senses. 30 top-grade spiritual stones. Suhi smiled. I don't have a spirit stone. Can I exchange it for this? Suhi took out a peach. Still made it home. Better than the one given to Taizu. If a mortal swallows it, it can extend his life by thousands. Although it is difficult for monks to extend their lifespan, it is not difficult to make up for the loss of lifespan. The first generation of peaches, condensed in Lan Emperor's treasure house, were malnourished and less effective. If it bears fruit again in the next 60 years, the effect will be even better. The girl's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw Tauzi. She looked at Suhi in disbelief and even stuttered in her tone. Senior, this thing is too precious. Although she didn't understand, the peach was at least 10 or 100 times as good as her own hairpin. That hairpin is just a gadget she carved by herself. Suhi smiled and put the peach into the girl's hand without any explanation. The hairpin given to my wife, no matter how ordinary it is worth the price. If you are uneasy, can you subsidize me with other things? The girl suddenly felt helpless, as if she had a hot potato that she couldn't hold on to. Suhi smiled and said, Don't worry. No one can take away what the Immortal Lord gives you. Tantai looked at Suhi in confusion, then at the girl, and suddenly realized. This girl looks familiar. The first time Suhi came here 80,000 years ago, she was molested by Bai Ling. He also sent a message. Rob her husband. Tantai chased all the way to Longhui Mountain, met Suhi for the first time, and learned about their relationship from the marriage certificate. She followed the path Bai Ling and Suhi took to catch up. In front of the Dishan Mountain, in a city, Suhi once accepted a beggar, passed down the Taoism, and sent the beggar to northern Xinjiang to help him guard a forbidden area. In the forbidden area, there was a man left by Suhi who could draw the power of the Xuanwu stars. Star card. The naughty boy was obedient because the little girl who escaped from Yapo's hands with the naughty boy was killed by the beggar. He still wants to see the girl. Bai personally sent the girl to reincarnation. 80,000 years have passed, and the girl in front of me is that little girl. Back then, he was just a mortal, but he was still tortured to death, and his reincarnated soul was incomplete. Even if he set out to practice cultivation, there were many hidden dangers. There is no hope for immortality in this life. Suhi, this peach can nourish her a lot. The beggar and the little girl are related to you? Tantai sent a message. Suhi smiled. Later generations. Good friend. That boy has now become the mountain god of Dongdun Mountain. Although I rarely use him, he is loyal and loyal. Zong Sunya. Looking at the girl in front of him, Suhi thought of the carefree girl in red clothes in later generations, riding a black panther and holding a cannon. He even teased Suhi. The two of them even spoke for he because of their physical condition, and were almost beaten to death for real. However, Zay is unlucky. Every time they meet, he is either hunted or killed. This time is the most stable one. The girl heard Suhi's words and immediately fetched a guqin from her stall. He held his hands towards Suhi. It is also carved from ice jade. Not to mention its efficacy. The workmanship is extremely exquisite. It's a real work of art. This is a harp with 25 strings, and the strings are pleasant to the ear. It's a pity that few people use it in later generations. The girl nervously handed over the gusei. This piece of ice jade was the largest piece of ice jade in her stall. It was carved from a single piece of jade, and was also the most valuable item. Suhi laughed and took it. I won't give this harp to Tantai. His sword-dancing hand shouldn't be able to play the strings. Besides, I'll give Tantai something that was given casually. Somewhat ignored. Suhi put away the piano, and was about to take Tantai away when he heard a voice. Is this what the Tiansu clan taught you? Give such a shoddy thing to a dignified immortal? Suhi turned around and saw a man in brocade clothes walking on foot. He glanced at Zay's previous life, then looked at Suhi and Tantai, and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Immortal Lord. My northern immortal territory has no good teachings, so I let the monks under my command sell such low-quality things to the Immortal Lord. As he spoke, he glanced at the hairpin on Tantai's head and hurriedly lowered his head. Later, Beichen Palace will offer an immortal treasure to make amends. This man had a serious look on his face. As he spoke, he turned back and scolded the little girl. You haven't returned the immortal lord and the immortal peach yet. The girl's face suddenly turned the color of pig liver. Tantai's expression turned cold, and he looked at the man as if he were a dead man. It was the little girl who was being scolded. But the irony was her. With his eyes like the light of a sword, he was about to kill this person. A voice hurriedly came over. Sister Tantai, how about waiting for him to leave Tian Now Star before killing him? The Northern Immortal Lord is the organizer of the next gathering of Huangling, and he is worried about my sister. There are no surprises this time. Tantai was silent. Just this once. How can the Immortal Lord tolerate humiliation? He looked at the man in front of him and raised the corners of his mouth. And Song, the Northern Immortal Lord, sat down with his third disciple. He is probably more than 300,000 years older than Baiyin and Tantai, and is at the peak of immortality. About as good as Emperor Luan. Back then, he competed with Baiyin and Tantai for the inheritance of Hades. This was a mockery of him. He bought a gift for his wife. An immortal, but it was just an ordinary ice jade hairpin. Tantai didn't kill him with a single sword, so he must have had some scruples. Should he take the opportunity to kill him? As soon as this thought flashed in Sui's mind, Zhu Zhio's helpless message came to his mind. Brother-in-law, can you give me some face? Don't kill people at the Huangling gathering. After the gathering, my sister personally took action to help you block the north. If you want to kill this person, you have to cut him into pieces. If you can always maintain the fighting power of the Immortal Lord, you want to take over the north instead. After all, my sister also supports you. This is her gathering. If Song is killed in the street, she will probably be labeled as unfavorable to the unification of Xian Huang. Then it's agreed. Sui grinned. He also looked at Song on the ground, who was still scolding Zhe in her previous life and asking her to return the Xiantao, as if she were looking at a dead person. Song sounded like he was doing Tantai's good and taking care of the Immortal Lord's face. Sui walked up with a smile, patted the shoulder of Song, who was standing, and said calmly, Young man, you are wrong. The hairpin is in love, but not in physical things. Just like the immortal is inside but not outside. Sui stood condescendingly, as if looking at the junior. My little friend is a disciple of the Northern Immortal Lord, so he naturally understands this truth. For the Immortal Lord, no matter how good external things are, it is not as good as his own gains. No matter how good the hairpin is in the world. What do you think? Can we come? Sui smiled, stretched out his hand, and a golden hairpin floated out. Although the color is pure gold, it does not have the tackiness of gold and silver. Especially the light from the treasure on it bloomed instantly. This is the hairpin that Ji Feishu have personally sacrificed in the Xianhuang Cave sky. It can break the undercurrent of the Xianhuang Cave sky. The raw material is the ancestor of all mirrors in the Fenghuang Palace. The bronze mirror sun wheel. Ji Feishu have personally sacrificed it. And Song glanced at the hairpin and his pupils shrank slightly. That hairpin's sacrificial technique is unfathomable. I'm afraid I'm not under master. How could anyone in this world be as skillful in refining weapons as master? Although the hairpin is good, it's not about love. Sui shook his head slightly and put away the hairpin. His eyes fell on the ice jade hairpin on Tantai's head again. Is the identity of the Immortal Lord an external thing? Just like fellow Taoists from the north. Is it something to be proud of owning the Northern Immortal Realm? Or is it to be proud to have a unique avenue of your own? The Supreme Hairpin is not as good as the cold jade hairpin I gave to my wife. The Northern Immortal Realm is more not allowed to follow the path of Immortal Lord. At this point, Sui suddenly thought of something, slapped his right hand on his left palm and said, At this Huangling gathering, fellow Taoists from the north will definitely be here. I wonder if I can ask the Northern Immortal to talk about his own immortal way, so that Brother Xianhuang can hear the immortal words and take a step further. As he spoke, he even applauded for this idea. This is how we should do it. The Huangling collection is originally here to resist the Yuanzun clan. To preach and improve Xianhuang here is exactly the original intention of the Huangling collection. Sui couldn't help but feel happy, as if he was happy to find a way to improve Xianhuang. He was overjoyed and then looked at Song and said, We want to talk about the real immortal Master Dao. Everyone is in a high position. Isn't the Taoist friend from the north using other people's Dao to fool the whole Xianhuang? And Song's expression changed, and he was about to refuse. But at this moment, the Demon Queen's joyful voice came over. This is good. Why not make the Immortal Master's performance from this palace the norm in the Huangling collection? As if she couldn't wait any longer, the Demon Queen's voice spread throughout the sky demon star. After the gathering of Huangling, I will give a sermon. Northern Twitch dared to let her disciples provoke Tantai at her Huangling gathering, and she wanted to retaliate. There was a moment of silence on the sky demon star, and then waves arose. The Immortal Master is preaching. How many lifetimes of blessings have you cultivated? Can you listen? I don't know how many people knelt down and worshipped. Knowing the reason, he looked at Su He with gratitude in his eyes. Only in Song's complexion suddenly brightened. Among all the Xianwang immortals, who doesn't know that the Northern immortals have limited talents and fail to walk out of their own path, instead taking the path of Pluto? The Master is the only immortal who does not have his own way. From a certain perspective, it is a shame for the immortal. Don't slap someone in the face. And Song's face turned dark instantly. His eyes were like daggers, staring straight at Su He. Thief! You want to ruin my master's reputation. The master is a dignified immortal, and it is natural that he can give a simple sermon. Any avenue can easily guide a person to the peak of the immortal realm. But if Huangling's collection of sermons becomes a tradition, future generations will know as long as they remember the reason that this person came to ridicule the master. Because the master is a disgrace to the immortal. This humiliation will be carried for hundreds of millions of years. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and he looked at Su He wanting to tear him into pieces. The ring on his hand flickered. It was the master's possession, and it was enough for him to escape from the immortal master. Block Tantai and kill this guy. As soon as this evil thought flashed, Su He took 2 steps closer, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and said with a smile, My little friend can be regarded as the pioneer of Xianzun's preaching, and his contribution will last forever. And Song's face instantly turned pale as a sheet. The word, little friend, is extremely ironic. He is hundreds of thousands of years older than Tantai. But how long has Tantai been an immortal? He is still an immortal. That's it. The founder of Xianzun's preaching. Do you think he died quickly enough? There was a fierce flash in his eyes. And just as he was about to resist, he felt Su He's pat on the shoulder as hard as a mountain. With a gentle slap, his whole body hit the ground and he knelt down. The ground shattered beneath my knees. And Song was shocked and horrified. Su He laughed, turned around and pulled Tantai back towards Fully Mountain. After this incident, I obviously lost interest in shopping again. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Tantai smiled softly and said, Sure enough, you and Bai Yin get along very well. Huh? Su He asked. Of course the couple got along very well. But that was obviously not what Tantai was talking about. The corners of Tantai's lips raised slightly. The North and we had no enmity in the first place. And they did not have to fight for the inheritance of Hades. Even Song was initially obsessed with Bai Yin. The feathers on Su He's wings suddenly stood up. Pooh! If you shouldn't agree to the Demon Queen, you should kill him on the spot. Tantai smiled and continued. It's just that Song couldn't pursue her, but instead became resentful. He was punished by Bai Yin several times, and his hatred turned into hatred. In that small underworld, he won the inheritance of Hades, and refused to retreat. He also wanted to take the opportunity to suppress me. We just killed him, and took away his inheritance. Tantai looked at Su He. I'm not good at words, and I can only kill people with one sword when encountering trouble. But Bai Yin is similar to you. I can not only cut people to pieces, but also kill them with a slap. Many times, scolding someone to the point of shame and relying on words to fight back only makes them more angry. When she kills people, she also wants to take advantage of her words, and then kill them back. It's a pity that he is not good at words. Therefore, Bai Yin and Bai Yin didn't know each other until they fought, and they became close friends. In the past, when facing enemies, Bai Yin could always break their defenses with a few words. Just like Su He. Is there anything more sharp than satirizing the Northern Immortal Avenue? Yunong Mountain. Beichen Palace. This is the resting place prepared by the Demon Queen for the Northern Immortal Lord. The building rules here are strict, and it has a sense of hierarchy. It suits the temperament of the Northern Immortal Lord. In Beichen Palace, Song returned. After returning to his own territory, there was no need to suppress him, and he completely exploded. Instead of being protected by a feminine man, the entire side hall was scattered by him. After venting his anger, he gritted his teeth and looked at the effeminate middle-aged man sitting on the seat, with a trace of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Brother, every time Huangling gathers, the Yuanzun clan will not stop. There will be a fight. Why don't we set up a trap? borrowed Yuan Zun's hand to break that sword. He didn't dare to shout the Immortal Lord's name randomly, and the Immortal Lord would definitely respond to his name. I only dare to name myself. As he spoke, the fierceness in his eyes turned into viciousness. According to what the master said, after testing the sharpness of the sword, her sharpness may be damaged. Just as the master expected, how could it be possible for the refining Yuan Zun to enter the body? Not hurt? As long as our plan is perfect, we can kill an immortal in our hands. Bang! He was still imagining, and his body flew out, his face burning with severe pain. Turning his head in surprise, he saw that the effeminate man on the seat was already standing where he was. The hand was slowly withdrawing from the gesture of slapping him. The feminine man glanced at him and said in a weak voice, "I know. Why did I hit you?" His voice was not sharp, but rather pleasant. Her voice sounded like a woman's. And Song shook his head slightly. His face was in severe pain, but he didn't dare to resist. He was more afraid of this second senior brother, who was neither male nor female, than the senior brother who was in charge of the North. The second senior brother has no feelings. He is his own junior brother. If he wants to kill him, he will really kill him. And Song shook his head slightly. He didn't know. The feminine man wiped his hands with a handkerchief, threw it aside, returned to his original position, picked up a teacup, sipped it gently, drank half a cup of tea before putting down the teacup, and said, "Yuan Zun is outside." And Song raised his head and looked at his senior brother in confusion. Yuan Zun is outside and is taking advantage of it. The feminine man glanced at him, his eyes full of disgust and contempt. "Without Yuan Zun, we would humiliate Master like this. Even if what they say is true, I will use any means to find a way to kill them. Extreme torture. But Yuan Zun is outside, and it is related to the life and death of the entire Xin Huang. To resist Yuan Zun, all the immortals are the mainstay. If one immortal is missing, everything may be lost. At this time, don't talk about using Yuan Zun to kill Tantai Immortal. Even if she herself is caught in a situation where Yuan Zun will kill her without checking, you and I should sacrifice our lives to save her." He directly addressed Tantai, but showed no fear at all. He seemed confident. As he spoke, he glanced at Song with disdain. "This is Xuanhuang's consensus. Even if the master is trapped, Tantai Immortal Lord will do his best to save him. Even if Yuan Zun is destroyed, the two of them will definitely use all their strength to kill each other. When life is at stake, the Immortal Lord must be alive first to have the possibility of victory." The feminine man's tone was extremely slow, but extremely serious. "Don't take advantage of the enemy's power to consume our Immortal Lord. Even Yuan Zun knows this truth. Don't you understand? This is the bottom line. Otherwise, with Baiyan's power of divination and planning, would you still be able to survive today as a master?" He looked at his junior brother and even had an undisguised murderous intention. Chapter 589 Yo! Noob! My name is Wushang, and I will worship at the gate of the North Immortal Lord for 2 days. What should I do if I really want to kill the idiot in front of me right now? He patiently explained it so thoroughly, but this idiot still didn't understand. How did he reach the peak of immortality? With a body full of pimples? Besides, why does he think that he can mobilize the immortals of the Yuan Zun clan and let them hunt down the Tantai Immortal at their will? Hunting down a sword immortal, the most powerful among the immortals? Who has lost his mind? Even if they were mobilized, how many immortals would it take to kill Tantai Ling? 3? 4? Or 5 or 6? The Sword Immortal Master is different from others. She has 2 of the Immortal Masters under her command, Yuanjun and the Great Witch 80,000 years ago. Even if such an Immortal Lord is well designed, the Yuan Zun clan would not dare to try it easily. Who knows if this is your trap? Besides, even if they were really killed, would they be able to pass the test of many Xianhuang immortals? When the time comes, the first person to kill him will be his master. Skin him and fill it with grass. Sensing his senior brother's murderous intention, and Song shrank his neck. Ever since he was a child, from the first day, he became a disciple at the age of 8. He could sense the murderous intention of his second senior brother all the time. I always feel that if I'm not careful, I will be killed by my second senior brother. Senior brother? Wouldn't it be true that if you become an Immortal Lord, you will get a gold medal for immunity from death? And Song asked, dissatisfied. Still unable to kill? Wushang glanced at him like he was an idiot. Immortal Lord, do you need others to avoid death? Even if you train your brain to perfection, You still can't ask such a question. Right. How many years have passed, and you still can't turn this corner? Do you feel that you have pushed away the immortal gate? Bain and Tantai Ling have just started practicing. So you will always look at the two immortals with the eyes of weak people? When others transform into mortals. You are an immortal. You are an immortal when others transform into demons. Others step into the sky and open immortal gates to become immortals. And you are an immortal. Others have proven themselves to be immortals. But you are still an immortal, having stayed in the immortal realm for such a long time. Shouldn't I know more about the immortal lord? Are you more in awe of the two immortals? Who taught you to tell stories? He knew very well how the northern immortal territory offended two immortal lords at the same time. And Song's expression changed again and again. And finally he kicked a screen to pieces. Looked at his second senior brother and asked, Senior brother, when will you be able to attain the Taoist immortal master? Let's also vent our anger. Is she the only one who is great at Tantai Ling and Bain? Enlightenment to the immortal lord early? Wu Shang didn't even look at him anymore. What does this idiot think of the immortal lord? If the immortals are so easy to prove, there will only be a dozen immortals in the whole Xinhuang and Dao origin land. It was the heavenly court that once controlled all heavens and realms. At its peak, there were only dozens of immortals. Do you think it's that simple to prove the Taoist immortal? Haha. How difficult is it to prove the Taoist immortal? Su He looked at Zhu Jia in front of him and smiled. Zhu Jia was startled. She originally wanted to be a peacemaker and come to persuade Su He. Some idiot hurt Tantai's face. And Su He also embarrassed Beifong. So it was even. Isn't it great that the two immortals live in peace with each other? But she just said, Little brother-in-law, that is a sixth realm immortal lord. Whether it is borrowing other people's methods or opening the way himself. Any person who can prove that the immortal lord is the proud son of heaven. And the way of the immortal lord is as difficult as ascending to heaven. I wanted him to realize how powerful the northern immortal lord was. Unexpectedly, as soon as these words came out, Su He said this with a smile. It sounds like immortal lord is like cabbage at home. You can pick it whenever you want. Especially when he looks serious. Su He nodded seriously. It doesn't matter how much cheating and self-perpetuating factors there are in his practice. He is indeed outstanding. In terms of dragon and turtle body alone, Su He is indeed not as good as Taizu of the same realm. But when it comes to personal life, at least he doesn't lose. The four realms of Kaikion have not yet reached their limit, and are already equivalent to the fourth level of immortality. Not to mention condensing the Suzaku true body and the Azure Dragon true body. If the existing one reaches its limit, there will be no problem in the five realms of immortal. If he opens the fifth level of heaven, he can at least reach the limit of a true immortal. If he can condense either Suzaku or Qinhuang in the fifth level of heaven, he will not only enter the realm of immortality. Su He estimates that he should at least reach the second or third level of immortality. Immortal Lord? It's really not difficult. His goal has never been the immortal Lord. If you could open the seventh level of heaven, it won't be difficult to reach the realm of the Emperor of Heaven. Right? I wonder if Ancestor and Emperor of Heaven are still in the same realm. Zhu Jia fell silent. Deeply silent. Even Tantai on the side stopped talking. The two looked at each other, and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Thinking of the suffering that he had experienced when he became a Taoist immortal. Another burst of bitterness arose. Look! It's great that Su He has a wife. Did you come here on a soft diet? The key is that this guy is not embarrassed at all. Brother-in-law is indeed different. Zhu Jia sighed after being stunned for a long time. What you have been searching for all your life is really nothing to this guy. Suddenly feeling lost, Su He smiled. He has really seen a lot of immortal lords. Who in his family hasn't? Which of the three daughters-in-law is not the top among the immortals? Let's go! Let's go! Zhu Jia waved his hand. Brother-in-law, if you want to make trouble for him, go ahead. But you either don't make trouble, or you straighten things out completely. Don't leave, and leave a mess for the two sisters. Fighting against the Northern Immortal Lord is not just about killing them. Unless Su He can solve the Yuanzun clan's troubles. Otherwise, other immortals would never allow him to act randomly. Even Taoist Master and Ming Ancestor would not allow it. If he was humiliated and beaten and walked away, wouldn't Bain and Tantai have to deal with the aftermath? Su He smiled. Sister, don't worry. I'm not a child anymore. Zhu Jia turned around and rolled her eyes at him. Looked around, covered her mouth and laughed. She is indeed no longer a child. After seeing her for just a few days, her Tantai family is completely different. They dared to hold hands in the street and had their hair arranged in a bun. In the eyes of the original Tantai, this was simply a fantasy. Zhu Jia left, and only Su-He and Tantai were left on the mountain. Tantai allowed him to hold hands, and after a moment of silence, he raised his head and said, Yuan Zun will not be destroyed, and he will not seek trouble from the north. People in this era are all stubborn. In front of Yuan Zun, all other hatreds are not worth mentioning. Just like Su-He in his previous life, who wouldn't be considered an enemy by the Japanese invaders now. Bandits? Landlord? You are all our heroes. Su-He was non-committal and just asked, What if that idiot comes again? You can kill me. Tantai did not hesitate. The reason for not moving to the north is because Yuan Zun is outside. It does not mean that Immortal Zun can be bullied. If it weren't for Yuan Zun, Beifong would have died long ago. Both her and Baiyan's realms are not as good as those in the north. She has only entered the 5th realm of Immortal Lord. Baiyan is trapped in the 4th realm and has difficulty breaking through due to his own shortcomings. But even if they were from the 4 realms, with Baiyan commanding them, they would still be sure to attack the north. Su-He nodded and looked at the gift left by Zhu Jia on the stone table. The Tangtai Immortal was ridiculed in her territory. As a landlord, Zhu Jia came to apologize and left a brocade box. Su-He waved his hand, and the brocade box opened, revealing a bronze mirror inside. Tantai glanced at it and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. She is really interested. The halberd pointed a little, and the thing flew towards Su-He. This was something she and Baiyan made out of a whim. It has never been named and has a single function. It allows those who have not yet reached the level of Immortal Lord to experience the domineering power of the Immortal Lord's spiritual consciousness in advance. She looked at Su-He. Su-He's true essence. His physical body was assisted by the mountain armor and the phalanx, which made him stronger than ordinary immortals. However, his spiritual consciousness has fallen somewhat, and if he has the help of this bronze mirror, he will be more confident when fighting against the Immortal Lord. Su-He's eyes lit up, and he put it away rudely. When he got the bronze mirror, it was like wearing the Bingxing crystal on his body. His mind suddenly cleared up. It was the first time that Su-He had mastered the consciousness of the Immortal Lord in his true body. A feeling emerged that the physical body could not keep up with the consciousness. He slashed forward with his sword, and his eyes suddenly lit up, looking at the true body with the immortal consciousness. All the details are revealed, although nothing can be seen from the first blow. If you continue to practice all the way, you can quickly make up for the deficiencies in your practice by checking for deficiencies and filling them in. The corner of Tantai's mouth next to him slightly curved, and Su-He found the true purpose of this mirror. This mirror was originally built so that the juniors at the peak of immortality could look at themselves through the eyes of an immortal. If you can complete the road, you can even take a step forward. Unfortunately, this mirror consumes too much and is simply beyond the reach of ordinary immortals. Only a monster like Su-He can control the 3 bodies of Xuanwu, Peacock and White Tiger, and the huge power gathered together. Su-He smiled. No matter whether he used the mountain armor or the Tao ancestors' finger bones, he was raised to the level of the immortal. It was the spiritual consciousness and the body that jointly improved the spiritual consciousness. Or it was a relative weakness. You can't expect that a bone turtle SHL and a finger bone can improve your spiritual consciousness in the same way as it can improve your physical body. In that case, the body reacts too quickly, and it is difficult to detect any weaknesses. This feeling of transcendent consciousness is great. Su-He raised his eyes and looked outside the mountain. Through the mirror, his consciousness scanned the starry sky, and billions of stars flashed in an instant. Tantai's eyes fell on the horizontal knife in Su-He's hand. With just one glance, he could tell that this knife and the hairpin that Su-He had taken out earlier must have been sacrificed by the same person. The hairpin may have been made casually, but this sword was made with all the effort. Ji Feishue? The guy who condensed that communication talisman. In the 3 battles between immortals that Su-He recalled, he heard Yaya calling her aunt. In terms of age, both she and Baiyan are older than that guy. Right? Why is she the aunt? Tantai was thinking wildly when he heard Su-He let out a light sigh and looked far away without knowing where he was looking. Following his gaze, he saw 3 sneaky figures several worlds away. One was a dragon turtle whose color even she couldn't distinguish. Next to it is a pure white little white dragon. That's the genius of the dragon clan. Remember his name is Mengya? Besides the dragon and the turtle, there was also a simple and honest monk who was swallowing hard as he watched Gu Tai tearing apart a catfish. This monk wants to break his precepts. These 3 people are Gu Tai's treasure-stealing group. What are they doing? Su-He chuckled. They said just now that the gathering of Huangling here caused the Yuan Zun to move. and the Tianzun would come this way. And the interior was empty. Those guys wanted to steal the dragon corpse back. In a battle 80,000 years ago, the dragon turtles fell. And so did the dragon clan. A dragon corpse was taken away by the Yuanzun clan and left in the hands of an immortal. If you want to steal the dragon corpse from the immortal lord, you don't know how much danger you will face. They didn't know where they got the news. And they were convinced that the immortal lord would come to defend Xianhuang, and wanted to seize this opportunity to raid the Yuanzun immortal lord's lair. Su He was silent for a moment, then turned around and pulled Tan Ai for a fierce kiss. After a while, he let go of the somewhat dissatisfied immortal lord and asked, "Madam, I will leave in person for a moment to participate in their actions. How about snatching back the dragon corpse and leaving a consciousness here to deal with the immortal king's palace in 3 days?" Tan Ai just came back to his senses and nodded slightly in silence for a moment. Okay. After saying good words, he realized that Su He was leaving. She found that she felt a little sad in her heart. It only took a few days to get used to having Su He around. Su He's consciousness moved, leaving behind a trace of consciousness. He reached out and grabbed the toad between his eyebrows. The toad looked at him resentfully. As expected, Turtle Boy can only share adversity but not wealth. There has been Tan Ai these days, and this grandson actually sealed his mind and inner world, preventing it from sensing the outside world. This is something. Let's use it again. Thief's son. It screamed. But Su He turned around and hugged Tan Ai hard. He took one step and disappeared. Tan Ai's face turned red, and his eyes fell on Toad. Toad waved his hands awkwardly. Long time no see. Fairy. Tan Ai smiled. She hadn't called her a fairy for a long time. Ever since she became a Taoist immortal, no one had called her fairy for an unknown amount of time. Tan Ai looked at Toad and tried not to sound cold. Can you tell me about your experiences in the past few years since he left? Toad's eyes lit up instantly. Was he a soft rice person? This is cooked. Ding! Demon Lord pointed his finger down and said with a smile to the north, stroking his palms, "My fellow Taoist is a master of chess. But I have to admit defeat." The Demon Lord laughed and stood up. Where? If you hadn't allowed me to be the host, how could I have defeated you? The two of them smiled at each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere. It seemed that when the Demon Queen went to Folia Mountain just now, the two big dragons on the chessboard were fighting to the death. They were not like them. Chess is like a human being. If there was a winner and loser between the two at that time, there would naturally be a winner and loser outside the chessboard. The lady promised to block the north, and he would not break her promise. Now that Tan Ai Ling and Su He have accepted the gifts, at least they can feel at ease during the Huangling collection. As for going out, he can't control it. He is just the Demon Clan Supreme, not the Xianhuang Supreme. In a small, broken world, a turtle, a dragon, and a monk are eager to try. One step further is the transmission channel next to Yuanzun's territory. They discovered it accidentally. Of course, this accidentally contained water. They have been looking for a suitable channel for 8,000 years. Looking at the time, Huangling's gathering should be about to begin. Except for the immortal lord guarding the passage. Everyone should be here. Right? Xiao Bailong asked softly. Little Taizu exhaled. They should all be here. Heartbroken. This time it is hosted by the Demon Lord and the Demon Queen. Due to the relationship between Tan Ai Immortal Lord and the Demon Queen, they will definitely be present. It's a pity that there are so many monks gathered in such a good business place. If he can't go there, he may be hung up by Tan Ai Immortal Lord and beaten. If he leaves a back door in the Immortal Lord's house, it would be strange if he doesn't get beaten. Otherwise, how much money can you make? But when I thought about it, Tan Ai Immortal Lord appeared, pointed at Su He, and explained to everyone. This is my Taoist companion, a dragon turtle. Just imagine that scene. The turtle L is trembling. It is simply a ruthless mockery of all men in the world, especially male immortals. Such a beautiful and peerless sword fairy would rather choose a turtle than you. He smiled weirdly. Just say it. Turtles are the most handsome in the world. After bragging about himself, Little Taizu swallowed the catfish in one gulp. We'll get there before Yuanzun can take action. When Yuanzun starts to suppress Xianhuang, his own defense will be turned to the maximum. Sneak in quietly before they activate their defenses. Bailong and the monk nodded at the same time. The skinny monk touched his bald head, took out an earring, and put it on his earlobe. His aura suddenly began to change. The aura of the Yuanzun clan sword. The appearance has not changed much. There are no hooves, but a majestic horn grows between the eyebrows. Bailong and Xiao Taizu beside them shook their bodies and shrank at the same time. One like a ring wrapped around the monk's finger. A small turtle turned into a walnut-sized turtle and bit into the monk's cassock. Like a dragon turtle-shaped cassock knot. The monk said the Buddha's name and headed towards the transmission channel. At this moment, a voice came over. "Can you bring me a share?" The monk's expression changed suddenly, and he suddenly turned around and saw a dragon turtle that looked like black jade appearing beside him at some unknown moment. He didn't notice anything. The cassock knot instantly spit out the cassock, turned around, and was about to run away. However, Suhi blocked the road in a flash. Even the space was disturbed. You cannot break through the space and walk away in an instant. Time? Little Taizu was surprised. This clan brother's method of disrupting space is extremely crude. He directly injects the power of time into space. If there is no way to break time, he cannot break the space here. Rough but effective. How many people in the world can master the power of time? Hey! What a coincidence! Clan brother! Little Taizu grew bigger and returned to his original shape, greeting Suhi with a ha-ha. Suhi smiled. Unfortunately, I just came to find you. Little Taizu's complexion changed. Brother! I was wrong. Okay. Suhi smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. I don't care about Tantai's affairs. As long as you don't sneak in, I won't beat you. Little Taizu immediately stood up, patted his breastplate and promised. Brothers and wives of the clan cannot be bullied. I understand this. I didn't know it before. But now I know that Tantai Immortal is a clan brother and a Taoist companion. I will lurk and steal. As soon as these words came out, the monk, whose eyes were already dull, became even more stunned. The white dragon ring on his finger fell off with a snap and turned into a white dragon. His jaw almost dropped. His mouth widened, and he looked at Suhi in disbelief. Tantai Immortal Lord. Taoist couple. Turtle? Suddenly a strange thought came to her heart. Is my dragon man too bad? Whenever you get a dragon, go and form a Taoist companion with the Immortal Lord. Better to have a baby. She suddenly wondered, what could happen between a human and a dragon? Half man, half dragon? Dragonite? Suhi looked at Bailong, whose thoughts were confused. I always feel like this dragon has no good intentions. From the dragon clan's point of view, this little white dragon is very beautiful. Just below concubine Ji's snow white dragon body. It's just a little different from Ji Feishue. Ji Feishue's dragon mane is light blue. This white dragon is completely white. This is the bi-ancestor among the two ancestors of the dragon clan in later generations. Bai Zumunya. It turns out that he and Taizu existed at the same time, and they have been together since they were young. These are childhood sweethearts. Right? Ahem. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is my brother from the same clan. He is more powerful than me in the 4 realms of Kaitian. His combat power is greater than mine. Bailong and the monk corrected their colors at the same time. They both experienced firsthand how strong Dutai was. Although he has only opened the 4th heaven, ordinary immortals have killed more than one person. Is this black turtle stronger? I've never heard of his name before. Little Taizu smiled again and introduced Bailong and the monk. Brother, these are the other 2 members of the Gutai thugs I'm talking about. Bailong Mingya. And the monk is not practicing. Mingya is at the 6th level of Kaitian, and his combat power is not inferior to mine. He is not a half-human, half-yuan master, but his heart is toward Xianwang. At this point, he sent a message to Suhi. Ming Ancestor has personally confirmed this. Clan brother, don't worry. At the same time as he transmitted the message, he added, my greatest ideal in this life is to create a sect. It doesn't need to be too big. Just one of the top 10 immortal sections. Suhi. Ambitious. This is ancient. There were also 10 great immortal sects in the ancient times. But the most powerful of the 10 great immortal sects were not far behind even if they were not immortals. And the founder must naturally be the immortal. The monk rubbed the back of his head and smiled, but said nothing. Suhi smiled and said, my name is He. You can call me Suhi. I came here this time because I just want to go with you to retrieve the remains of the senior dragon clan. Is that okay? The 3 of them did not respond immediately. And both Bailong and the monk looked at Little Taizu. Little Taizu tilted his head and looked at Suhi in confusion. Brother, didn't you go to the gathering of Wangling? Tantai Immortal Lord doesn't want to reveal his clan brother? Dislike his identity as a dragon turtle? Suddenly, There was a faint evil aura rising from little Taizu's body. The dragon turtle has always been his pride. Suhi smiled, raised his paw and gave him a paw, which made his head tilt. What are you thinking about? I came from Huangling Collection, where I left my consciousness. Little Taizu shook his body and laughed. But he asked curiously, Brother, if you don't leave a clone, why leave a conscious body? The conscious body is inconvenient and cannot participate in too many things. Suhi smiled. In 3 days' time, I will take Baiyin's place at the Immortal King's palace to attend the Huangling gathering. Taiyan's immortal lord? Bai Long said in surprise. Suhi nodded. Why? Even little Taizu was confused. There are immortals who need someone to replace the normal one. But why does the Taiyan's immortal need a clan brother to replace him? Suhi laughed. Because she is also my wife. Bang! The white dragon's chin hit the ground. Chapter 590 I owe it. Xiao Bailong looked at Suhi in horror. Even little Taizu was so shocked that his color changed. The whole turtle's head changed back and forth between red, orange, yellow and green. He heard that Suhi was not lying. Besides, naming an immortal lord by name, and just speaking out here, the sky thunder struck down over there. The immortal lord's methods are unpredictable. The dull monk was also like a turtle and a dragon, looking at Suhi in astonishment. Suhi's face was calm, and he laughed heartily. In later generations, Taizu had always been seen as calm, and he didn't even care if the sky collapsed. I have never seen him so stunned. After returning, the image will be solidified and hung in the mysterious world of mountains and seas, opening the eyes of all uncles. Go back! After being stunned, little Taizu said in a deep voice. Question mark. There was a question mark on Suhi's head. Can't afford to pay. Little Taizu's voice became duller and filled with jealousy. The same turtle. The same 4th level of open heaven. Why do you have a wife? Or 2? Still 2 immortals. I'll take you on an adventure and scratch some of my scales. Why don't these 2 immortal lords lift my tortoise sh? L? Suhi? Dot. Don't make trouble. I'm going sincerely. Before little Taizu could speak, Bailong spoke first. You want to steal the dragon corpse to refine the treasure? There seems to be only one reason. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know them. So you are going to desperately grab the dragon corpse? Taiyan's immortal and Sword immortal. These 2 are very famous. I have long heard that these 2 immortals have a special liking for corpses. There have been constant conflicts with Yuan Zun for 100,000 years. But there were only 2 real wars. 183,000 years ago. It was caused by these 2 immortals snatching a corpse from the Yuan Zun clan. 80,000 years ago. It seemed that these 2 immortals were also caused by corpses. And I heard that these 2 immortals have been studying corpses. Suhi was silent. Although Bailong Kaikian was at the 6th level and his realm was higher than him, he could still sense Bailong's thoughts. It turns out that Baiyin and Tantai had such reputations in Taiku. Suhi coughed twice and said helplessly, I am a divine beast. It is a mythical beast. Unless it is an enemy or someone agrees. How can it be possible to use the corpse of a mythical beast to refine a treasure? Molting, hair loss, etc. do not count. He sighed softly. If I'm lucky and get the body back, I might be able to return a real dragon to the dragon clan. The white dragon's eyes instantly let go of light. Seriously? There is no joke. Suhi said seriously. Okay. Bai Long was the first to vote in favor. He heard that Taiyan's immortal master was studying the transformation of death into life. Could he have a clue? She agreed and turned to look at little Taizu. Little Taizu shrugged his tortoise sh. L. And the color of his body became unclear again. I have no reason to reject a powerful member of the same race. Suhi is a dragon turtle. And this alone solves the trust problem. The monk doesn't talk. In this team, he always works and never talks. Bailong is always the one who shouts the loudest. Taizu is always the one who makes the final decision. And the monks are here to do hard work. He put his hands together and said the Buddha's name. The aura of Yuan Zhu on his body became stronger and stronger. Originally, I had to cover up 2 fellow Taoists. But now I have to cover up 3. The little white dragon transformed into a ring again and put it on the monk's finger. Taizu made the knot of his cassock. At the same time, a message came from him. Brother, can you help me? Busho still needs a rice bowl. Brother, take it. How about making a hole in your stomach? Suhi. Dot. Turn yourself into an alms bowl and show it to me. He cursed and couldn't help but look at Taizu more. Dragons are born with the ability to be as big or small as they want. and their bodies can be big or small. Dragon turtles. When did they have such abilities? Brother? Little Taizu was eager to trying to make Suhi smaller and turn it into an alms bowl. Suhi raised the corner of his mouth. Brother, I have my own means. As he spoke, he took one step forward towards the non-cultivation monk. Suhi didn't get smaller, and the uncultivated monk didn't get bigger, but he just climbed up the uncultivated monk's cassock, laid down on the grid, and shrank into the SHL, like an obsidian, shining brightly on the cassock. Suhi can't use whatever he wants, big or small. In Suhi's eyes, big is small, and small is just that. 73,000 years ago in the present world, after mastering the art of size in the indestructible realm Forbidden Land. Size has no meaning here in Suhi. Ba. Monk Bushio sensed it. Even he couldn't sense it unless the three-headed beast took the initiative to release its breath. This makes me even more satisfied. The monk smiled and stepped into the transmission channel. In an instant, the world turned upside down, and a burst of joy and laughter came, like warblers and swallows. Suhi didn't dare to get out of his body. When he glanced out of the corner of his eyes, he was stunned, uncensored. After the monk crossed the transmission channel, there was a place like Lichuan Courtyard and Yiheng Building. It was thought that it was reserved at this moment. The person who reserved the place was a woman from the Yuanzun clan, and the people who served her were also a group of Ying Yin Yin. Those with cow's hooves, those of ordinary people, those with feather wings, those with fish scales. The Yuanzun clan radiates to half of the world, with countless races and a large number of employees. This is normal. But? So the Yuanzun clan can still do this with a horn on their head? Suhi's eyes were opened. Immediately afterwards, a scream was heard, and silk clothes and cups and dishes were thrown at him with a clatter. The monk turned around in panic and ran away. He has been accustomed to seeing the world with Gutai for thousands of years, and he even wants to visit the Immortal Master Dojo. But this is the first time I've seen this kind of scene. After being knocked out by a piece of obscene clothing, I looked back and saw this beautiful small building. The three words, Chiochuan Building, above it were particularly attractive. The monk fled out of Chun Tower, causing loud laughter outside Chiochuan Tower. Even in the realm of Yuanzun, the two sects of Buddhism and Taoism were not uncommon. It's just that too many people think that the first ancestor of Yuanzun is the Buddha or the Taoist ancestor. Yuanzun has ruled this place for too long. So long that I forget everything. Even so, it is unprecedented for monks to visit brothels. In the Chiochuan Tower, the young lady who reserved the place pushed aside the warblers and swallows around her. A cold light flashed in her eyes. An old slave had already rushed to kowtow to apologize. The young lady was open-minded and didn't care about being looked at by the old slave. She just gritted her teeth and said, "Is this the person my father left to monitor me before he left?" That old bastard has already gone to Xianwang to fight, and he still wants to watch her. The old slave lay on the ground and did not dare to reply. He didn't know if it was the surveillance left by Lord Immortal. Depending on Lord Immortal's temperament. Maybe. Otherwise, how could he suddenly appear in Chiochuan Tower? Fortunately, there are only beautiful women in Chiochuan Tower. If the master had attracted a few male favors and was watched by surveillance, he might not survive today. Thinking of this, the old slave suddenly soaked his clothes with cold sweat on his back. Monk Bushio fled all the way out of the city. He flashed several times and changed directions back and forth. He didn't even know where he was going. After making sure that there were no eyes or tail behind him, he disappeared into the woods. In a tree hole, the non-cultivation monk stood quietly, and after a while he said, "No words." This was the first time Suhi heard the monk speak since meeting him. "Huh?" The ring fell off, and the little white dragon was suspended in the air like a caterpillar, looking at him in surprise. "Are you going to waste a ban here?" Her eyes sparkled, as if she had gotten a big deal. Seeing the monk nodding, she happily said to Suhi, "Taking no words is a rule that our team has established long ago. If no one is allowed to mention anything, half of his harvest will be deducted. Buy an ear silencer. If he pays for it, let's shut up and no one is allowed to mention it again." Suhi glanced at the non-cultivation monk in surprise, with contempt in his eyes. How can one achieve great achievements in Buddhism with such a thin skin? Fake monk. The monk took one step forward and disappeared from the tree hole. This time, he did not break through the space and just walked on the clouds. He is generous, and has no fear of being discovered by Yuanzun. To the monk, compared to the embarrassment of Chiochuan Tower, What is Yuan Zun? Where'd it go? Suhi asked via voice message. He discovered that the cassocks of the uncultivated monks had been specially treated. The grid veins on the cassocks could actually transmit sounds according to their mental fluctuations. Even the monks have similar golden threads buried in their bodies. And their spiritual consciousness travels along the golden threads. So they are not afraid of being eavesdropped by outsiders. These three guys are still experts at lurking and hiding. Shuyuji, Xiao Bailong responded in a low voice. We have been to Yuan Zun's territory many times, and we can confirm that the remains of the senior of the same clan are in Shuyu realm. Suhi was silent for a long time before asking, where is the Shuyu realm? This place will never exist in future generations. It's not even in the ancient star map in Suhi's hand. Little Taizu's eyes lit up, and he glanced down, looking at Suhi with a kind look. Is this fellow member of the same clan just like him? Having just arrived in the heavens and worlds not long ago, he spent 30,000 years in the Sea of Stars before diving into all the heavens and worlds. When he first arrived, he really didn't know anything about it. Surprised at everything, Bailong explained. The dojo of the 17th Immortal Lord of the Yuan Zun clan was only opened 60,000 years ago. The name of Immortal Lord is always mentioned easily, especially when thinking about other people's treasures. Suhi was silent and looked at the three people in surprise. Now, daughter, are you starting to break into the Immortal Master's dojo? Is there something wrong with these three guys? Don't worry, came the indifferent voice of little Taizu. We have a treasure. No fighting. Just stealing. No problem. Suhi stopped talking. The Immortal Lord who ranks 17th among the Yuan Zun clan should not be in the 4th realm. Right? If you can reach the 4 realms, you should at least be ranked in the top 10. If there are no other immortals involved, it should be no problem to protect the 3 of them. From the moment he entered Yuan Zun's territory, Dao Ancestor's finger bones had been jumping, and he could no longer suppress it. I always feel that if I use Daozu's phalanges here, the phalanges will explode. I always feel that using Taozu's phalanges here, someone implies that an old birthday star has hanged himself. This is the enemy's lair. Daozu's finger bones appear, and the Yuanzuan family will absolutely kill him first to seize the treasure. The demon star in the sky. The glutinous rice leaves the mountain. Suhi's conscious body sat cross-legged next to Tan Tai. Although I haven't deliberately learned it, there are some things that I will naturally master when I reach the realm. Just like Suhi's real body is a dragon turtle at this moment. But his consciousness here is a human body. The conscious body takes care of itself and has the same shape as the real body. That is the initial manifestation. The consciousness is strong enough, and it is easy to turn into rocks and animals. Suhi looked at Tantai, who was meditating next to him, and asked, Tantai, the 17th immortal of the Yuan Zun clan, how much do you know? Tantai opened his eyes, and there was a flash of sword light in his eyes. He turned to look at Suhi. The sword light faded away and turned into a soft light. Immortal Lord Yuan Su has never fought with him. He testified about 900,000 years ago. Dao Immortal Lord rarely goes out. In a battle 80,000 years ago, he teamed up with Yuan Yu and Yuan Shi to fight against Lao Long. At that time, he had the 2nd level of Immortal Lord and was extremely talented. The name of Immortal Lord came from Tantai's mouth. So naturally nothing happened. In fact, there is no need to say more about the last sentence. Who among those who can realize the Tao Immortal Master is not a talented and evil person? Even the most mediocre among the immortals. The dragon corpse is in Yuan Su's hands? Tantai asked. Suhi nodded. You can't do anything. You can retreat. Yuan Su rarely goes out. Among the immortals of the Yuan Zun clan, he is a relatively mysterious one. Even Xian Huang doesn't know what specific things he is responsible for. The more mysterious it is, the more careful you should be. Suhi nodded. On the other side, Suhi lay on his cassock and flew rapidly with the monk. With no one following him, the monk's speed gradually became strange, and he could cover 100,000 miles in one step. Although it did not break through the space, it was no different from traveling through space. The aura of heavenly calamity has not yet dissipated from this monk's body. It should have taken him 100 years to overcome the calamity and become an immortal. But there are many methods. Suhi was suddenly startled when he thought about it. This is an immortal. Any immortal has cultivated himself from scratch step by step. He has a vast amount of knowledge in his mind and knows countless skills. What gave him the illusion that immortals are all little babies and juniors? Suhi shook his head and threw this terrible thought out of his mind. Such thoughts were unacceptable. It will kill people. The monk walked around several times, and half a day later he was outside a teleportation formation. Pay the money and pass the battle. It was a peaceful journey, and no one caused trouble. It was so quiet that Suhi felt abnormal. Not only this place, but all the places along the way were quiet, and there was no sound. The security in the hinterland of the Yuanzun clan was surprisingly good. After crossing the portal, you are on an extremely huge planet. Taizu's voice suddenly weakened. Shut up and be silent. This place is the territory of an immortal. Shuiyue realm is special, and can only be entered through the territories of other Yuanzun immortals. Don't make it public. Suhi was silent for a moment and replied, The immortal lord is not here. Eh? How do you know? Bai Long whispered. Of course I felt it. After all, I have had many fights with immortal lord. My wife is the immortal lord. Suhi replied. Bai Long stopped talking for a moment. This reason was so convincing. All three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Then the monk flew out of the planet and entered the void. A floating island was suspended in the void, and there were teleportation gates on the island. When the monk landed on the island, a token rose above his head. As soon as the other Yuanzun clan members saw the token, their eyes immediately lit up. He bowed and resigned. As if meeting an official, the monk went straight to a portal, asked someone to check the token, and stepped in. There was a sudden spin as he passed through the door. It is a brand new world. There is no portal behind it. Just step through and you will be here. That portal is one way. The red sun is shining outside. But here the full moon is like a wheel, hanging in the sky and casting a silvery glow. This world is like a non-destructive realm, with its own bright sun and bright moon. As soon as I entered, I felt that the whole world was filled with dragon energy. It's like this mountain and this water have dragon power everywhere. It's like entering a dragon's nest. A team of silver-armored sergeants came over and yelled, New guy! Return to the team quickly! After the silver armor shouted, he noticed the monk's immortal aura. He was slightly startled, then beat his chest with one arm and saluted. I've seen the general, but are you new here? The monk nodded. The soldier solemnly said, General, please go to the dragon meeting ground. The general is over there. Immortals enjoy top-notch treatment wherever they are. Even if he is not the ancestor of a clan, he must still be the mainstay. The monk nodded, followed the sergeant's guidance, and flew all the way to Longying. He saw a huge pillar reaching the sky, supporting a large island. Suhi's eyes fell on the sky-reaching pillar, and his pupils shrank slightly. The pillar was filled with dragon energy, and it was a dragon beard. The so-called dragon Ingi is actually built with a dragon beard as the base. This dragon dot had the power of the ancient ancestor before he could gather the spirit snake. Under the immortal lord, the first echelon, the dragon beard has been refined into the heavenly pillar. I wonder if it can still be used if I snatch it away. Moreover, Suhi reacted. The dragon corpse was dismembered. As soon as Suhi came in, he felt that the whole world was filled with dragon energy. At this moment, it seems that all the buildings are probably made from different parts of the dragon corpse. How to recover from this situation? If a dragon turtle is dismembered and refined like this, Suhi will destroy his clan. The little white dragon, on the other hand, seemed to have known the scene here, and there was nothing unusual when he saw the dragon corpse. The monk saw the so-called general in Longying's place. The general did not have the majesty of a general, but instead came out with a smile. Yeah, you're welcome from afar. You're welcome from afar. A fat old man with a horn on his head trotted out in response. Welcome in. Place wine. Wash away the wind and dust. Not only the general, but 6 other generals also came. Immortals cannot be underestimated anywhere. The entire Yuanzun, plus the other races who came to seek refuge, only had 600 or 700 immortals, excluding the free ones. There are only about 10 people under each immortal lord on average. After drinking freely for several hours, they let the monk go. At the end of the day, the general sighed. You are too late, fellow Taoist. Otherwise, you can still meet with the immortal. Now that the immortal is not here, I will stay here first. When the immortal comes back, I will pay my respects again, and then ask the immortal to be my fellow Taoist. How about arranging duties? The monk nodded dully. Where did the immortal lord go? The general smiled and said, We shouldn't pry into the affairs of the immortal lord. But it doesn't matter this time. For the gathering of Xianwan Huanling, our Yuanzun family must prepare in advance. I am afraid that the immortal lords have already approached the Xianwang realm at this moment. He was quiet for a moment before saying, With the immortal lord away, We have to do our best to avoid making mistakes. Although my fellow Taoist has not taken up the post, I would like to ask you to keep an eye on all directions, and listen to all directions in the past few days, so as not to make any mistakes. They are blindly trying to cause trouble, while the immortal lord is not around. The monk nodded. Well, he was the one causing the trouble. The immortal lord of the Yuanzun clan is already approaching Xinhuang. Suhi suddenly understood. No wonder the entire world of Yuanzun was extremely quiet along the way. With immortal Zun's absence, the people below are even more attentive? Suhi's consciousness reminded Tan-I that the wind and dust washing here were over. The non-cultivating monk was finally led to the small courtyard where he lived temporarily. Then he saw Taizu, who had transformed into a knot of cassock, shook his body, and took off the monk's cassock. With a wave of his paw, the cassock was thrown out, covering the entire small courtyard. Taizu's control of this cassock is extremely smooth, as if he is the master of the cassock. Looking out from the small courtyard, there is a faint shadow of a cassock. Looking from the outside in, nothing can be found. All I could see was a dull monk meditating. Liberated! Taizu shook his body and grew bigger. The white dragon next to him also turned into the size of a bucket, wrapping around the beam and looking out. Taizu turned back to look at Suhi. Brother, there is no need to hide. We have told you. We have treasure. Suhi took one step forward, which was still about the size of more than 10 feet. He looked up at the cassock above his head, surprise flashing in his eyes. Where did this cassock come from? Taizu laughed and said, I don't know. When I was hunting for treasures, I accidentally entered an extremely ancient small temple. A cassock on a stone statue took the initiative to follow me. He is full of pride, a natural treasure for the virtuous. But I'm a turtle. Why do I need a cassock? I just threw it away and didn't repair it. Suhi understood. He glanced at Taizu strangely again. At this time, Taizu was obviously greedy for money, but he was also very generous. This cassock seemed ordinary at first glance, and still ordinary at second glance, but it enveloped the small courtyard, not to mention the immortal general outside, and even the methods left by the immortal lord were not discovered. It belongs to Buddha. Right? Only things belonging to Taozu will automatically come to Taizu. Therefore, even the immortal master could not notice the slightest bit of the cassock. No wonder I always feel like my Daozu finger bones are ready to move and are more active than usual. Can you borrow strength from the cassock? Such a treasure was thrown away casually to others? Suhi looked to the side and saw that the monk Busho had collapsed completely under the cover of his cassock. He was covered in cold sweat. He tried his best to cope with the welcoming banquet. It's not that he's afraid of being noticed. With the cassock around, no one can notice him as long as he doesn't go beyond the limit. But for him, communicating with others was more terrifying than fighting an immortal. The white dragon next to it was coiled on a pillar, looking straight at the outside world. Looking at the dragon-bearded pillars reaching into the sky in the welcoming area. Looking at the dragon's spine forming a mountain. And looking at the scales forming a city. Suhi also fell silent. After all, the war 80,000 years ago actually started because of him. No matter the 4 dead dragon turtles or the dragon here, they all fought for him. An inexplicable depression arose in my heart. Suhi suddenly realized. No wonder Tan-I knew how dangerous it was to go deep into Yuanzun, but never stopped him from coming. This is what he owes. This is his cause and effect. The white dragon looked outside quietly, and after looking for a long time, he suddenly laughed with a sweet voice. Looking back at Suhi, he said, Brother, you are so lucky. We have been preparing for 8,000 years to come here. The monk has practiced all the way from demon to immortal, leaving his identity, name, and clean legacy in the Yuanzun clan. Back panel. He also set up accidents to accumulate merits, and then worked hard to get on the way to Shuaiyue realm. It would take thousands of years to successfully enter. Brother sure sneaked in and got something this time. Brother sure. You have to get the small head? Suhi laughed. Don't worry. I won't take it. I just want to take the Sea or Dragon clan back. The white dragon leaned down half of his body and hung head to head in front of Suhi, his eyes full of curiosity. Why? She looked at Suhi with surprise. Even if Suhi is a dragon turtle, but she has never known him before, she would not be the first to agree to Suhi coming. For Gutai and the monks, this is an adventure. There is a reward from the dragon family, and there is treasure here, which can make a fortune. But for her, it is a major event to take back the legacy of the elders in the clan, and there is no room for any mistakes. The moment Suhi showed up and wanted to participate. She contacted her elders in the Xian realm. Then, the ancestor showed up in person, not only asking her to accept it, but also asking him to listen to this turtle at the critical moment. Mingya was curious. Who is this turtle? They are both at the 4th level of Kaitian. Can they really be stronger than Gutai? How could she not have heard of such a powerful turtle in the 30,000 years since she was born? He was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. I owe this senior. Chapter 591. Qinglong asked the moon. Oh, it! The 3 people in the room looked at He at the same time. He didn't explain, but saw their eyes widen with curiosity. He shook his head and smiled. Why don't you stop talking? 1 turtle, 1 dragon and 1 person were immediately disappointed. They all turned their heads, but Xiao Bailong suddenly raised his head. That's not right. You didn't divide the spoils this time. The turtle himself said he owed it, regardless of the spoils. He shrugged and said, I'll take advantage of you. Xiao Bailong immediately glared at him. Next to him, Taizu blinked his big eyes and looked at the 2 of them. If the circumstances were not special, they might have been encouraged to fight. The non-cultivation monk, on the other hand, felt helpless in his eyes. Plan. Having entered the Shuya realm, no time can be wasted. Immortal Lord Yuanshu is not here at the moment, but no one can say whether he will return next moment. How to act? We have to come up with a plan. Do not fight? A disappointed expression appeared on Taizu's face, and Bailong glared at him before he shrugged and said, Okay. Plan. As he spoke, he turned to Suhi and said, Brother, the 3 of us have hundreds of ways to deal with the many situations that may arise in the Xiaoyu realm. Do you want one? In fact, there are many situations that are not decided by the 3 of them. When setting goals, Xiaobai always comes up with new ideas without warning. With her brain, how could she think of so many? The old dragon from the dragon clan has actually been involved a long time ago. Right? Even his old turtle has a share? He was quiet for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. It's better not to do it. Leave a blank piece of paper. The 3 of them must have practiced hundreds of situations for too long, and even formed a habit of thinking subconsciously. But they have never been here before. Once the information they obtain is wrong, their unconscious thinking inertia may kill people. Leaving him alone without knowing anything can help each other take care of each other. Taizu looked at him. His eyes suddenly lit up. He was obviously happy, but he looked like he was smiling evilly. He is indeed a genius of the Dragon Turtle clan. Among all the 4th level Kaikion he encountered, he was the only one who could compare with him in terms of combat power. This idea coincides with his. Otherwise, he would have told everything on the way here. He has strong fighting ability, and not weak IQ. How about really dragging this compatriot into his group of Gutai thugs? Taizu thought about it seriously. After all, a team's IQ must always be online. The monk's dullness doesn't count. This white dragon is strong if it has strong combat power, but it is a bit stupid and lowers the IQ level of everyone. Taizu thought and glanced at Xiao Bailong quietly. Xiao Bailong looked confused at first, and then became furious. She is not very smart, but her female instinct is also terrifyingly strong. This stupid turtle is orchestrating her in his heart. When the dragon is angry, the color of heaven and earth changes. Then a dragon roar was heard outside the courtyard, and the dragon energy from the entire Shu-Yu realm condensed into a small green dragon 5 or 6 feet long, about the thickness of a bucket, soaring into the sky, converging in the sky and turning into an endless huge green dragon. The blue dragon pointed towards the full moon in the sky, looking up to the sky and letting out a dragon roar. He raised his head and looked to the outside world. Then he looked at Xiao Bailong. Is it so big? Xiao Bailong's face was full of dark lines. Brother Sure, do you think I have this ability? This is a change in the Shuayu realm itself. Taizu next to him escaped and laughed. Not early, not late. The time is just right. Everyone, let's each perform our duties. After saying that, he turned to look at Suhi with a serious expression. Brother, can you and Xiaobai go together? Xiaobai is a little worried about acting alone, so it's always good to have a brain. Suhi probably never thought in his life that one day he would be regarded as a wisdom existence. And that's still the case with Taizu. He nodded and saw Taizu take out something. But it was a root of the world tree. When the mysterious world is opened, the world tree will appear, and there will be an opportunity to collect the roots of the world tree. The mountain and sea mysterious world of the dragon turtle family is special. They gather the strength of the whole family to jointly open up The world tree is not a flash in the pan, but is nailed to the void and hangs all year round. The toads all collected a lot of roots from the world tree. As you can imagine, each person in the dragon turtle clan has a pile of tree roots. As soon as Taizu slapped his paw, the roots of the world tree melted like ice and snow, gradually becoming blurry and about to dissipate in a daze. The monk and Bailong were no longer surprised. They condensed a ball of consciousness and threw it into the roots of the melting world tree, then turned to look at Suhi. Suhi followed suit and lost some consciousness. That period of consciousness suddenly seemed to enter a mysterious world. There is no real world, but the four people can communicate in consciousness. Time is limited. This mysterious world can only last for 3 days. Everyone, please come! Taizu transmitted his message through Shaoxian realm. Then I saw that the non-cultivation monk should act first. He took out a jiedao, slashed it between his eyebrows, and threw out a piece of rays of light in the mysterious small world. However, he mechanically put away the jiedao, sat cross-legged on the futon, and fell into a meditative state. Let's go! A bronze bell rose above Taizu's head. He stepped out first and walked out of the yard. He didn't know where he went. The little white dragon twisted. A burst of dragon power emitted, and the cassock covering the courtyard shrank and fell, covering her and Suhi. Brother, let's go! Suhi stepped out and was outside the courtyard. You don't need to tell me about the emergency plan, but you have to tell me what you are going to do. Right. What is the situation now? Suhi Xiaoxuanji asked. Bailong smiled softly and said, Originally, the three of us have our own purposes. The monk cut off the memories related to us and stayed in the courtyard to deal with Shaoyu realm. At this moment, he is really like the Yuanzun clan, who wholeheartedly worships the immortal lord as their master. It's just some of his own little thoughts. Suhi looked at Xiaoxuanji in surprise. Where a golden monk sat cross-legged. It's not a conscious body, nor a simple memory fusion. Half of the monk's soul is there. Anyone can cut off memories. But I have never seen someone like a monk who cuts off whatever he wants, even cutting off half of his soul, without affecting his own logic. And it sounds like, if this is the case, the monk's retrieval of his soul memory will not have any impact on him. Looking at the small courtyard, even he couldn't see any changes in the monk, who was not a monk. The body was strong, and the soul was intact. He was a complete monk. Bailong did not explain the monk's ability, but simply said his talent lightly, and then continued. The Shuoyu realm traps the corpse of Yuzu, and creates such a scene of green dragon asking the moon every day. I don't know what the purpose is. Gu Tai's mission is to find out the matter. If it can be resolved, then resolve it. If it cannot be resolved, leave a backup to wait for the ancestors to have a chance to resolve it. The mission of Brother Sher and I is to recover Yuezu's body. Bailong lowered his body and hovered over Suhi, his cassock covering the two of them. Explained here, thousands of miles away, Taizu was crawling quietly. Not too fast, not too slow. Only one step would cover more than 10 miles. In his current state, he is really too slow. The bronze bell above Taizu's head vibrated with his steps, and even sounds could be seen emanating from it. But outsiders could not hear any sound. He just walked through the military camp and through the mountains and rivers in such a grand manner, and no one noticed him. Taizu walked, feeling the earth under his feet with all 4 legs. He raised the dragon's head and looked at the green dragon that had completely condensed into shape in the sky, and at the full moon hanging high above his head. Qinglong asked the moon. I heard this word from Mengya, so the little female dragon should have heard it from dragon ancestor. Right? Wenyu. This name is interesting. It is said that there is also a Wenyu gate in Guiwang Mountain. Coincidence? In fact, you should go to Guiwang Mountain to see it. But for some reason, he always felt a little resistant or guilty in his heart. He has been in the world for nearly 10,000 years, and has been to all kinds of strange and weird places. It is clear that the place where Tao originated is, with his temperament, he should have entered and exited Guiwang Mountain 7 times. But he has never entered it even once. Taizu mused. Asking the moon? What month are you asking about? What to ask you? Taizu walked step by step, walked across the river, and climbed to the top of the mountain. The giant dragon stretching thousands of miles was right above his head. From Taizu's perspective, he, the dragon, and the full moon are at 3 points in one line. As long as you jump up, you can climb up the dragon's body along the dragon's tail, and climb onto the full moon. Taizu was a little hesitant. Brother, Soon is located 86,000 miles away. The hovering white dragon made a voice to remind him of the location. Suhi turned slightly to the right and landed at the place where Bai Long said he was 80,000 miles away. This world is filled with dragon energy. How to determine the specific location of the corpse? Do you want to refine the entire world? It's not like Su, he can't do this kind of thing. It just needs the Shanjia and Daozu phalanges to return to their original positions. In an ordinary small world, Suhi could easily refine it. But the Shuoyue realm was opened by an immortal. So it required the power of the immortal to do it. Brother, be careful. Bailon smiled, flicked his tail, and raised his cassock high again. It was like an invisible barrier enveloped them both. Then I saw magic weapons and treasures flying out of the white dragon. Before they fell, they were burned by the white dragon's dragon flames and turned into streaks of treasure aura. The clouds and mist condensed into a door. Dragon Gate? Suhi was surprised. At the Dragon God Festival, Suhi had seen Longmin with his own eyes, so he would not admit his mistake. The little white dragon's body sank downwards while circling, and the Dragon Gate suddenly landed on the ground. A dragon roar came from her mouth, but only washing back and forth inside the cassock. The dragon's chant has its own meaning, which roughly means, rise from the Dragon Gate. Summon the dragon's soul. Suhi was surprised. Dragon has a soul? Divine beasts have no souls. This is an iron rule. The white dragon hovering over the Dragon Gate lowered his head slightly and shook his head. I don't know. Maybe there is or not. Anyway, I have never found that I have a soul. But where the dragon shadow is, there must be a dragon corpse. This is true. Her words were like some kind of law. As soon as she said them, the entire Shuoyue realm trembled, as if something was about to break out of its SHL. The dragon rose into the sky with a golden light, and saw the fat old man who had greeted the monk earlier. He was dressed in golden armor and ascended into the sky. His eyes, which were harmless to humans and animals, turned into tiger eyes, and his eyes were red and murderous. Who violated our Shuoyue realm? If he was a fat old man before, now he is Dongzhuo with a monstrous look on his face. He shouted loudly, turning into streams of searching breath, rushing in all directions. The bronze bell above Taizu's head vibrated slightly, and the sound wave merged and alternated with his loud shout, and passed through Taizu's body. But there was no reaction. Suhi and Bai Long's side was even simpler. The sound was swept away directly from the cassock. But the general didn't feel anything. No! The general's face darkened. The three armies of Chenfeng, Su Shui, and Good have suppressed the land, and the generals are searching Shuoyue realm. As he spoke, he saw three military formations rising into the sky, turning into feng shui sand and dust that filled the sky and earth, like mountains, suppressing the Shuoyue realm. He turned around and landed in the courtyard where the monk was, with a heavy look on his face. It's not that there are no thieves lurking in the Shuoyue realm. There are always. But it was the first time that the entire Shuoyue world was shaken. The three armies suppressed the world, and the shock fell instantly. The general turned around and entered the courtyard of the non-cultivating monks. Looking at the monk who had already meditated deeply, his expression improved slightly. With a flick of his fingers, a sound came, and the monk faintly opened his eyes. The general looked at him, as if he wanted to see something in his eyes. When you wake up from meditation, the moment of emptiness is the best way to see through the mind of a monk. He refused to miss it. At first glance, I found nothing. Monk Bushio blinked. General, what's the matter? After drinking wine with the monk for several hours, I naturally knew the timidity in the monk's bones. The monk is not afraid of trouble, let alone people. He's just afraid of interacting with people. The thieves are disrupting our Shuoyue realm. Although the chaos has been suppressed, I am afraid that something unexpected will happen. Although fellow Taoist has not taken up the post, I have to come to the center at this moment. Fellow Taoist, please also search for the thieves. The monk glanced outside, frowned, and hummed. I don't know. Life or death. Just right. Merit. He came to seek refuge with the immortal lord, but he was in need of advancement. The general immediately made a gesture of joy. With the participation of Taoist friends, today is safe. I want to see which traitor dares to run wild here. In tens of thousands of years, no lurker has been able to escape alive. He laughed and pulled the monk out, just looking at his expression. It seemed as if he really had a monk and everything was in order. But at this moment, the earth that had been suppressed suddenly erupted, just like a volcano erupting. Mountains and rivers exploded in an instant. The sound of dragon roars spread in all directions, and shadows of small dragons as thick as buckets broke through the boundary. Rushing out from the rocks, rivers, and giant trees, they looked up to the sky and chanted. The general's expression suddenly changed. He pulled the monk up into the air, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief. One after another, the little dragons looked up to the sky and chanted. But they did not rush towards the giant dragon in the sky. These little dragons were all tied with iron ropes and imprisoned on the earth. Sui suddenly realized as he looked at the little dragon struggling fiercely and trying to fly into the air. Yuan Su did not dismember a dragon and refine it into the Shuoyue realm, but instead specially created the Shuoyue realm to imprison the dragon corpse. Found it! Bai Long looked solemn. Brother, there are dragon corpses in all dragon shadowlands. Let's go! Sui understood, rolled up the white dragon in cassock, and walked away into the distance. He did not go to the nearest dragon shadow. Being closest to them is naturally closest to the monk. Sui took one step forward and found himself far away. A dragon shadow was selected and fell. The dragon gate was placed on top of the dragon shadow, and the white dragon rolled Sui and rushed into the dragon gate. However, it was not the dragon god's festival inside the dragon gate. Instead, the world behind the dragon gate was in a strange space, with a dragon's claw bound inside by an iron rope. The dragon's claws are like jade, only bones without flesh and blood. The dragon claw resists the dragon's power, but the dragon claw is dead. The dragon was indeed dead. Brother, please protect me, Bailong said, reaching up with his claws, grabbing a ball of dragon energy from the dragon gate, and throwing it towards the bound dragon claws. Change form into form. Come out! Bailong groaned. Then he saw that the dragon energy condensed into a new dragon claw, replacing the real original dragon claw. The dragon's claw flew towards it, but it immediately turned around and rushed towards the iron rope. The iron rope attracted it like a magnet. Bailong shouted urgently, Brother, sure. Sui raised his claws, suppressed the dragon claws with a slap, and put them into the foreign minister's space. Bailong breathed a long sigh of relief, fell down, looked at the fake dragon claws bound by the iron rope, and said softly, This is the method passed down to me by my ancestors. She honestly admitted that the ancestor of the dragon clan was actually involved in this operation. I wonder who the ancestor of the dragon clan is at this time. The ancestor of the dragon clan in later generations? Sui nodded. I won't give him any money. The moment Bailong took action, Sui saw it. This method is definitely not something that a dragon from the 6th level can master. This is the Immortal Lord's method. Sui was still wearing a small mirror at this moment, which condensed the immortal consciousness. It's not difficult to see the technique. This method is worthless, to put it bluntly. It's just that the dragon's own aura condenses into an illusion to replace the bound corpse. Dragon Gate can originally simulate the breath of 10,000 dragons, but this method won't last long. The aura will be completely consumed in 3 to 5 days at most, and the people setting up the formation will be alerted immediately. Time is a bit tight. Sui looked at the dice that landed on the dragon's claws. Quality times 3. Chapter 592, Killing the Immortal Lord. Thank you, brother, Bailong rejoiced. A great victory. You are not familiar with the operation for the first time, so next time you don't need to take action. Brother, just protect me. Bailong spoke and closed the dragon gate. The two of them were already outside. This dragon gate is like a boundary-breaking bead that can penetrate directly into the interior of the trapped dragon corpse. As soon as she came out, she stretched out her claws towards Sui, asking for the dragon claw just now. Sui smiled, held out the dragon claw, looked at Bailong and said, As you said, the first time you give birth to a hand, you need my cooperation, and then you can take back the body yourself. In this way, you and I are separated. Each of us. Recycle. How? We can no longer be together, if you are not careful. As long as the dice falls a little faster, they will be copied into pairs in front of Bailong and improve their quality. And Sui had to embezzle some dragon blood to condense the fourth body. Bailong looked at him suspiciously. Brother, is there any way to recover the ancestor's body? Sui smiled. It's not difficult. The real difficulty is how to enter a special space where the corpse is sealed everywhere. But this is not difficult for Sui. What should Brother Sure do? Bailong asked. Sui smiled and didn't answer. He retracted his tortoise claws and took back the dragon claws he had just handed out. At the moment when the white dragon changed color, He opened his mouth and blew. His breath blew through the dragon claws, and a stream of breath came out. It twisted and turned into a keel in front of her. The method is the same as her pulling the breath from the dragon gate and turning it into dragon claws. It's just that she borrowed the Dragon Clan's method of simulating 10,000 dragons. And he directly used the dragon claws to simulate it. Please lend me this dragon claw first. Time is limited. There are hundreds of places to suppress dragon corpses here. It would be too slow for one person to solve them. Bailong's eyes shone, but hesitantly said, There is only one cassock. And Gutai also has a copper bell. But that bell can only be used by him, and no one else can use it. Once he goes out and touches the restrictions here, he will be discovered. Suhi laughed. Don't worry. Even if the immortal lord here is still here, he won't be able to find me. Mingya saw the smiling dragon turtle in front of him gradually fade in appearance, and then disappear completely. The body shape, the breath, everything seemed to have never been here before. Xuan? Bailong asked in confusion. Not just. There is something else hidden in this snow. Suhi Xuan has the innate invisibility method of Peacock Mother, which is impossible for ordinary people to detect. What's more, with Xiao Jing in his body, he can control his magical power with the immortal consciousness, and his power will be increased to the next level. If anything happens, just call me in Shaoxian Realm. I'll be there in a moment. Suhi's instructions came to Bailong's ears, but she still didn't notice Suhi's whereabouts. Suhi was already 100,000 miles away in a flash, falling next to a huge dragon shadow. The mountain beetles are already inlaid on the back, but his breath was suppressed by Suhi. He did not have the cassocks and bells like Taizu, so he could only rely on Taoism to support himself. From where he was, looking back, he could see the roaring general and the monk searching everywhere. Farther away is Taizu, who is standing on the hill and doesn't know what to do. Suhi also glanced at the giant dragon stretching thousands of miles above his head and the full moon hanging high. Needless to say, this name seems extremely appropriate, as if the green dragon is questioning the full moon. Ask the moon. Suhi smiled. Then half of the flying knife flew out. This is a flying knife that Bain forged with his own bones, and it has not yet been completely formed. The sword rose up, and under the shadow of the roaring green dragon, he thrust it down and inserted it into the void. With a slight stroke, a gap opened in the void. The void is cracked, but it has not severed the connection. Not just the connection. Just like the time fragments cut by Bain, they are not separated from the long river of time. If Bain had not been imprisoned, the time fragments would return instantly. That fragment and time have never been separated. The void opened by Suhi at this moment is also the same. If it is not controlled, the crack will heal instantly. It is wrong to use healing. In fact, there is no disconnection at all. It just gives this void the form of a crack in the middle. Not to mention Yuan Su's absence. Even at the moment, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to sense the changes here. The white tone is damaged, and the realm is not high. Only the 4 realms of Immortal Master. But her methods even amaze contemporary Taoist masters. Suhi jumped in, and saw a section of the dragon's spine imprisoned by iron ropes in front of him. Through the dragon's claws, a breath blew through, replacing the dragon's spine. Suhi grabbed it back, and left the place without waiting for the dragon's spine to go back again. The dice landed, and the dragon's spine was divided into 3. Looking at the 3 dragon spines in the foreign minister's space, an idea flashed through Suhi's heart. I wonder what the expressions of the Dragon Clan members would be like when they saw enough materials to piece together 3 or 5 corpses when they returned one day. Suhi smiled and said in Xiaoxuanji, It's feasible. I'll get one from Dragon's Backbone. As he spoke, he used his consciousness to condense a map of the Shuoyue realm, marking the place where there were dragon shadows everywhere. Then he extinguished the dragon claws just now, and the dragon shadow here. After a moment, Bailong responded, Brother, you are mighty. Then he also extinguished a map. She has to be successful once too. The 2 of them could only separate over a cup of tea, and they moved faster separately. Suhi smiled and turned around to shoot at another dragon shadow. And in a moment, he retracted several scales. Then, phalanges, ribs, dragon's mane. It's a pity that I didn't even touch blood once. Suhi's animal transformation chapter needs to be based on blood. Unless it is like the white tiger body, which is completely dominated by Bain and Tantai. Little by little, the blood is refined from other parts. Suhi didn't dare to ask, always feeling that Bain later owed a large sum of money to help him condense the white tiger body. So he was to blame. He glanced at the general, who was already furious, and was attacking the army indiscriminately. He turned his head, and swept towards the next dragon shadow. At this moment, Bai Long's anxious voice came from the mysterious small world. Brother! Help me! Dragon blood escape! On the map, a mark lit up. He turned to look at the mark, and saw a blood mass as big as a watermelon rising from under the dragon's shadow, rising straight into the sky, and rushing towards the dragon in the sky. Without the blood group, the dragon's shadow instantly shattered. He's expression suddenly changed. Let's go! In a flash, he landed next to Bai Long, hooked her with his claws, and left in a flash. Monitor all parties at the same time. Then he saw the Sky General slashing down with his sword, straight to where the white dragon was before. You idiot! You found you! There was a smile on his lips. The sword is as bright as a mountain, and it cuts down with one strike. A space exploded with a bang. The space where the dragon's blood was imprisoned below was exposed, and a ball of dragon's blood was still suppressed under a golden tower. Dragon blood is irreplaceable. As soon as you leave the golden tower, you must escape immediately, Balong said urgently in Sui's ear. As she spoke, there was a flash of annoyance on her face. Thousands of years of planning may have been lost due to her mistakes. At this moment, as long as the general notifies Yuan Su of his return, all four of them will die. Even if Yuan Su didn't come back, the general at the peak of immortality, a dozen generals at the immortal level, and countless sergeants would never be able to escape. Mingya is not afraid of death, but he is going to harm his fellow Taoist. Sui rolled up the white dragon and left, looking back at the general. Then I saw the general looking at the golden pagoda, his face getting weirder and weirder, until he was so weird that he looked up to the sky and laughed. As soon as he reached out and touched it, the blood under the golden tower turned into a stream of dragon energy and dissipated. Fake. The white dragon has replaced the real dragon blood. It's just that there was an accident, and I couldn't take it away. The other dragon bodies were replaced, and they all had to return to the iron ropes and altars that suppressed them. The white dragon naturally guarded against the return of the dragon's blood. Unexpectedly, the dragon-blooded head fired a shot in vain and flew away without even looking back. A flash of light flashed in the general's eyes. He waved his sword and chopped up another dragon shadow next to him, revealing the underground space. That's a ball of dragon's mane. Just a little bit. The dragon's mane then turned into dragon energy and dissipated. The general looked at the dragon's mane and the dragon's blood that had been integrated into the dragon's body, and laughed. Wonderful! It turns out that the person here today is a little friend from the Dragon Clan. I have been waiting for fellow Taoist fellows from the Dragon Clan for tens of thousands of years. And you are finally too late. Sui's face darkened, and he quickly said in Shaoxian world, Back off! That general is wrong. Following his words, the general reached out and tore his body, tearing off all the skin and flesh with a squeaking sound. He swung it outwards, and the skin and flesh turned into densely packed tens of thousands of talismans and blasted towards the barrier of Shuoyue realm. But he himself turned into a thin man with a pair of gentle eyes. He raised his hand and said, Broken! Dragon shadows all over the world exploded in an instant, and streaks of blood, large or small, were seen, rushing straight towards the giant dragon above. Sui squinted at the man below. Immortal Lord? For realms? The breath has not yet completely calmed down. It was a breakthrough within this 1,000 years. Yuan Yu? Only by sensing the connection between the Immortal Lord below and this world can he confirm his identity. 900,000 years ago, he became an immortal master. It was more than 800,000 years ago. 80,000 years ago, he was still in the second realm of immortal master. But now, only 80,000 years have passed, and he is already in the fourth realm of immortal master. What did he gain from that battle? Qinglong asked the moon. Sui slowly shook his head. If a corpse at the limit of an immortal had such an effect, no matter how powerful the Dragon Clan was, they would not be able to survive now. The Yuanzun clan would try their best to imprison their entire clan, no matter what. The Yuanzun family has this ability. At least it can be done by imprisoning 1 or 2 dragons. Go! Yuan Su raised his hand, and the flesh and blood runes that had previously spread out instantly melted into the barrier of Shuoyue realm. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist, although I don't know who you are. Following Yuan Su's movements, Sui's expression became solemn, and this world was sealed. The outer skin of General Yuan Su has a very strong sealing and isolation effect. He sealed himself in the outer skin earlier to consolidate The 4 realms of the Immortal Lord? Are you closing the door now and hunting turtles, dragons, and humans? Suhi narrowed his eyes slightly. Previously, for fear of disturbing the defense left by the Immortal Lord of the Shoyu realm, he did not dare to let out his spiritual consciousness. Without my own investigation, I never discovered that the general is just a skinner. He also ducked under his cassock, hiding his figure, and then began to estimate the thickness of the barrier and whether it could be penetrated with a knife. Immortal Master Yuanxu below frowned slightly. After a moment, the corner of his mouth raised again. In the previous special situation, the outer skin was shrouded, and the state was reduced to the peak of the immortal. I never found that these little mice were normal. At this moment, I have recovered my Taoism, but I haven't noticed it yet. But it is certain that the person who came has not left yet. Nor is he an immortal. Although he can't sense the coming person, he can sense the world. We are naturally aware of changes in the world. Different realms interact with the world and have different influences on the world inadvertently. Moreover, all the inheritance of this dragon is condensed in the dragon's blood. The dragon is dead, and only the inheritance rules are left. Only those with low realms have the chance to be passed down, whose inheritance is passed on to someone higher than themselves. There are at least 2 people here. The traces of stealing the dragon corpse are in 2 different directions. Yuanxu smiled and said, "Everyone, since I have appeared, how about returning the stolen dragon corpse? You dare to steal the things of the Immortal Lord. Have you never taught you what etiquette is?" As soon as he stepped down, the entire Shoyu realm trembled, and his breath was disordered, rampant, and crashed in all directions. Use this to drive out lurkers. Suhi sighed, took out the phalanx of Dao ancestor who could no longer hold back, and whispered in Xiao Xuanjie, "Let the monk take back the memory of the soul. And you are ready to leave." Bailong suddenly raised his head. "What about you?" Suhi smiled. "I can't completely suppress the 4 realms of the Immortal Lord. At most half a pound. But no matter what, I won't let him attack you. I will fight him here first. And you can return to Xianwang. I can take it easy. Leave Suhi now, as long as he is not surrounded by several immortals or trapped by the formation. No one can keep him. Even an existence like the great ancestor of the Emperor couldn't do it." Of course, Suhi didn't know what methods the Immortal Master had in the 7th realm. He had never encountered them. "I don't know if I can do it if I just want to escape. But in the realm of the Emperor of Heaven, he would definitely not be able to escape. But if you can't beat it, you can jump into the river of time and travel to the world 100 years later. It is not a big deal to make Tantai wait for him for 100 years. Bailong fell silent for a moment. After a while, Taizu's voice came. "Stealing my limelight? Stop making trouble." His voice was ridiculing. "In the case of Yuanxu still in Shuoyua realm, we have prepared more than 80 plans, and even 3 of them were arrested. We even have plans to suppress and kill them in the next moment. This is all conservative. In fact, they have made a lot of preparations for how to survive the next life after being suppressed." Taizu's voice became frivolous. "Yuanzun is in the 4th realm. Brother, I don't want to brag like you. I can support him for half a month even if I have to fight for my family's wealth. Do you believe it?" Suhi was silent. Although I felt that Taizu was bragging, I didn't know why, but I believed it. Suhi found that even if Taizu said he could hold off for half a month, even if he jumped up and slapped this guy to death, he wouldn't be too surprised. This is Taizu. Not for granted. It is said that Taizu Kaitian's 5th level town is the limit for killing immortals, and the 6th level of Kaitian is the immortal. That is without borrowing anything from outside, relying entirely on one's own ability. And now that Taizu has the Buddha's cassock in his hand, the bronze bell is probably similar. It's a shame to hold it off for half a month. After the delay is over, I will become the bear commander, and I will have to rely on myself wherever I go from now on. I give you 3 days. Take back all the keels within 3 days, and we are ready to leave." As Taizu spoke, the copper bell above his head rang with a clang, which echoed through the moon world. The sound of the bell actually smoothed the chaotic rules a lot. Taizu's voice came out along with the sound of the bell. "Isn't it funny that the immortals of the Yuanzun clan are talking about etiquette with the descendants of Xianhuang? But I am curious. What do you, the immortals of the great clan, want to do with a mere dragon corpse?" His voice calmed down, and he continued. "If there is no other reason, how about selling the dragon corpse to me?" Immortal Master Yuanxu's eyes narrowed slightly. This person's voice was mixed in with the sound of the bells, and came from all directions at the same time. For a moment, he couldn't tell where the speaker was. But Immortal Master Yuanxi was not only surprised, but overjoyed. This is the trace of the treasure. People who come to his world bring the treasure with them, and they are at the level of immortals. It can be called an artifact if placed outside. This artifact entered his world and was destined to him. As soon as his mind moved, the whole world was mobilized, rippling like ripples, and he began to thoroughly investigate the world, looking for traces of lurkers. At the same time, a force passed through, completely sealing the Shuyu realm, making it impossible to enter or go out. This was a seal accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Even if he wanted to open it again, he would have to perform rituals for dozens of days. Operating in secret, Yuanxu Xianzuan did not stop talking, and actually replied to Taizu's question. I just heard him smile and say, "The dragon corpse is of great use to me. Maybe you feel that you said something nonsense. Or maybe you want to show off. Or more likely, you want to lure Taizu to speak again and confirm your position?" He actually explained. I have removed all the dragon corpses. The scales, bones, muscles, meridians. All the power belonging to Mengyu has been removed by me. Only the blood. Other parts. The cleaner they are removed, the inheritance in the blood is more profound. Without destroying this true blood, I can do nothing about it for a mere tens of thousands of years. After all, he is the strongest person under the ancestor of the Dragon Clan, and he is only one step away from advancing to the level of Immortal Lord. If he hadn't been unlucky enough to die in a war 80,000 years ago, he would have become an immortal just like Dragon Turtles Wenzu. As long as you step into the Immortal Lord of the mythical beast, you will at least start in the third realm of Immortal Lord. The mythical beast is uniquely endowed, and is nearly invincible in the same realm. He thought and laughed. You can't remove the Dragon Clan's private goods from the blood, but the inheritance is still there. To me, this dragon corpse is not perfect. Originally, in this collection of Wangling, I still wanted to ask someone to kidnap a dragon back, even if it's a subspecies. I didn't expect you to run into it head-on. The pie-in-the-sky thing is actually true. Yuan Su laughed loudly. Mengyu is dead. Only the rules remain. When the little dragon comes in, the blood naturally condenses. Do we want to leave a legacy? Or do we cooperate? You take the legacy, and I take the blank dragon corpse? After he finished speaking, the world became quiet, and for a moment, Taizu's slightly deeper voice came. Qinglong asked the moon. It seems that this is the only word related to dragon corpse. Yuan Su was surprised. So you know? He laughed even more as he spoke. Yes. Qinglong Wen Yu. He looked leisurely at the full moon above his head, as if with infinite emotion. It is said that the holy beast Qinglong was only an immortal, but it could use the moon to reach the sky. It is not the sky above the head, but the sky that controls everything. He searched around, his voice slow. The Qinglong in the immortal realm can use the moon to step into a deeper level, be in the same realm as the Emperor of Heaven, and kill the first ancestor of our clan in one fell swoop. His eyes narrowed. I would like to see how you can reach this day. When Immortal Master Yuanxi said this, he suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Taizu. I found you. He grinned, landed on the sky dragon in a flash, and grabbed the dragon's blood. It turns out there are not two dragons, but one dragon and one turtle. If the turtle is located by him, then he can use the connection of dragon blood inheritance to locate another dragon. A pool of lake-like dragon blood returned to the giant dragon, and Yuan Su grabbed it in his hand. Raise your hand a little to locate the spy lurking in through the blood. The Immortal Lord takes action personally, and the pressure can be imagined. Taizu's eyes narrowed, and Xiaoxuanji spoke. I'll hold him back, and you prepare to collect the dragon corpse. At the moment, he was about to take action. Suhi suddenly said, etc. I'll hit him first. You protect yourself and delay him for 2 days. Let's kill the Immortal Lord. Taizu was startled, and then he saw Suhi turn into a ray of light, rising straight into the sky, full of murderous intent, and full of evil aura that could not be hidden. He went straight towards Yuan Su. Yuan Su never thought that several juniors would dare to resist. In the cold uncertainty, a piece of tortoise SHL crashed into him. The power is so great that it even exceeds the limit of immortals, and already has a hint of immortality. The distance was too short. Yuan Su had no time to dodge, and the car hit him in the back, knocking him staggering. He turned over and stood up, and saw a mountain god seal roaring from behind the tortoise SHL and crashing into him. Then, A black jade dragon turtle reached out from behind the mountain armor and took out a handful of dragon blood, then disappeared in a flash. Gorgeous mountain armor. Yuan Su looked cold. That's a fragment of a mountain beetle. What came to Shuoyua realm was not just a turtle and a dragon, but 2 turtles and a dragon. But relying on a piece of mountain beetle. You want to make waves in the Shuoyua world? Court death. Even the immortal lord dares to attack, without knowing whether to live or die. He could clearly see the turtle vomiting blood and retreating. In just this moment, the ink turtle had disappeared and was hidden in the darkness again. Do it! Delay it for 2 days, and I will kill this thief in 2 days! Suhi's dull voice echoed in Shaoxian world. Taizu was startled and didn't know why. What is this brother of his family doing? Do you really think that if you give him 2 days, he will be able to kill the immortal lord? A 4-level immortal. Even if he doesn't run away, he needs at least 5 or even 6 levels to kill him. Right? Taizu was confused. But as soon as the bell rang above his head, he appeared and hooked Yuanshu around the world. At the same time, he shouted, "Grab the dragon corpse! Let's go!" If members of the same race need to cooperate, then he will cooperate once in a while. But there is nothing wrong with it. It was just 2 days of beatings. No big deal. Under the cassock, Bailong was stunned in place. She didn't even react when she saw Su He leaving in a blink of an eye, slamming into the immortal, snatching dozens of drops of dragon blood and returning in the blink of an eye. And then, turned into an egg right in front of her. Injured by that immortal lord? Or a special technique? Bailong stared blankly at the dome in front of him. For a moment, his face was full of disbelief. This is the chapter on animal transformation? Stop making trouble. How can any divine beast be able to master the transformation into a beast? Even humans cannot cultivate the body of a divine beast in the beast transformation chapter. But there was a familiar aura coming from the egg. Dragon. At this moment, there was a huge wave in her heart. When Suhi snatched it back, he specially separated the dragon's blood. 73 drops of dragon's blood. 73 dice. 12 dropped quality points. And there were 3 drops of 5 quality points. This was the reason why Suhi dared to promise to condense the dragon body in 2 days. The attack on Yuanshu did not use the intact mountain armor and Daozu's phalanges. Even if they were all used, Suhi could only use the power of the immortal lord's 4 realms. And it would be difficult to seriously injure him. On the contrary, it is possible to stimulate Yuan Su, open the world, and summon other immortals from the Yuanzun clan. At this moment, facing Taizu Bronze Bell, he was absolutely reluctant to call other immortals. As long as Taizu holds on, his combat power will soar when he condenses his dragon body and reveals his human body. Then use the mountain beetle and Daozu's finger bones to make a sudden attack. It may not be possible to kill an immortal. Chapter 593. Clan Brother. Immortal Lord? Are you transforming into a beast? It was Tantai who couldn't hold back the surprise in his heart when he saw such a big man and his family suddenly turn into an egg. It stands to reason that Suhi's consciousness has already achieved freedom of form at this moment. But in the moment of cultivating the beast chapter, everything from the body to the will has transformed into beasts. It is not impossible for the consciousness that remains with Tantai to maintain its human form. It's just that playing devil's advocate somewhat hinders spiritual practice. Suhi's voice came from the dragon egg. Ah! Yes! The dragon body is being condensed. Very quickly this time. 3 drops of dragon blood of 5 times the quality are incredibly effective. Tantai! How do you really kill an immortal? Suhi asked, shaking his egg body. The Taoist master once demonstrated it when he killed the second ancestor of Emperor Feng. But the second ancestor of Emperor Feng only possesses the fighting power of the immortal lord, not the real immortal lord. Even so, they cannot be killed by ordinary means. Yuan Su appeared, and the battle was about to begin. Suhi wanted to take the opportunity to ask. It is the body that transforms into a dragon, and his conscious body just cooperates. There is no need to be completely immersed in it. You want to kill the immortal lord? Tantai frowned slightly. Who? Suhi went to Yuanshu's territory. But news came from the front that during the Huanling gathering, the Yuanzuan clan also made some moves, and Yuanshu was among them. The Yuanshu who came here should be fake, and his true body is still in Shuoyua realm. Suhi smiled. A sword light flashed in Tantai's eyes. Although he had seen Suhi in immortal lord state, he even saw Suhi dismissing God's will with just one word. But when Suhi bluntly said that she wanted to confront an immortal, it still made her feel unreal. Tantai was silent for a moment. and his expression became serious. Do you know what is the most essential difference between Tatian, immortal, and immortal lord? Suhi was silent for a moment and shook the dragon egg. I don't know. In fact, there are no immortals or immortals in later generations. They are the Taoist masters and the great ancestors. They have the combat power of the 6th or even 7th realm of the immortals. But they are still not the immortals. In essence, they are still at the 7th level. Even the fairy gate has not been opened. Has Taoism in later generations declined to such an extent? Tantai sighed softly. He stretched out his hand a little, and a ladder appeared above his head. The 6th level of stepping into the sky is called the ladder to the sky. The ladder to the sky is based on the great road that the monks have understood. Suhi looked at the ladder above his wife's head, as if he saw the long river of swordsmanship in the original space. If the Tao that a monk understands has the power to reach the sky, and he can carry the Tao himself, the end of the ladder to heaven will be the immortal gate. Suhi followed her guidance and looked towards the end of the ladder. Sure enough, there was a fairy gate. The fairy gate in Tantai is not gorgeous, and is even extremely simple. It's just an ordinary stone door with no patterns. Just 2 fairy swords carved on the door knocker. At this moment, the door is open, and the scene behind the door can be vaguely seen. But when I wanted to see clearly, I could see the shadows inside the door clearly. Climb up the ladder to heaven. Overcome the tribulation of heaven and open the gate of immortality. You are an immortal. Suhi looked at her immortal sect. The one who would show the immortal sect and the Tao to others so straightforwardly was Tantai and faced Suhi. This is a monk's deepest secret, and even master and apprentice, father and son, will never reveal it. Suhi shook the dragon egg and asked, What's inside the immortal sect? Nothing, Tantai said coldly. In the beginning, behind the immortal gate, there was a dark and yellow mist, which only revealed the spirit of the immortal spirit for the monks to practice. After that, if the Taoist practice is advanced, you can pull the cave world into it and turn it into your own fairy world. Then you can pull your natal stars into it to protect the immortal world. At this time, you will be in the 2nd realm of the immortal. At this point, she raised her hand a little, and the ladder above her head spread out like starlight, turning into small swords and shooting into the fairy gate. Tantai said softly, The ladder to heaven outside the immortal gate is the result of the monk's perception of the great road of heaven and earth. It is the inherent great road between heaven and earth, at the beginning of the 3 realms of immortals, swallowing the ladder of heaven and condensing the great road. Use the great road of heaven and earth for your own use. As she spoke, she looked at Suhi and curved her lips slightly. Actually, every immortal is a thief of the great Tao. Immortal cultivation begins with stealing the great Tao of heaven and earth. Of course, there are exceptions. A flash of inspiration flashed in Suhi's mind. Northern immortal lord? The smile on the table became even thicker, and the corners of his mouth curved into a real smile, like a pool of autumn water, touching the heart and lungs. That's right. Xianyu never condensed his own Tao when he stepped on the ladder to heaven. His Tao was inherited from Pluto. In other words, we comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth and condensed the ladder to heaven, while he comprehended Pluto's Tao to condense the ladder to heaven. So after opening the immortal gate, the avenue contained in his immortal world is the avenue of Pluto. If he can break and then stand up, he can break through the avenue of Pluto, and he will naturally surpass Pluto. But he can't do it. He is completely imprisoned by the avenue of Pluto. You can't open it up on your own. Tantai spoke with a bit of contempt. So he can only think of ways to intercept Pluto. As long as he can graft the Pluto's avenue into his own immortal world, even if he cannot reach the height of Pluto, he will still surpass the realm of the immortal, unique in the world. He's thinking shit. Suhi chuckled. How can he steal the avenue of Hades? Tantai smiled. Of course we start from the fairy world of Hades. Pluto was dead. Suhi was absolutely sure. Even the body was dismembered by herself. Where did the fairy world come from? Underworld? Suhi suddenly thought of something and asked in disbelief. Tantai was non-committal and just said, There have been rumors among the immortals that in fact the Sea of Stars and the Underworld are the immortal world of the Emperor of Heaven and Hades. Even if they are not, there must be a strong connection. Suhi took a breath of air. If it weren't for the dragon egg, the temperature of Fu Lushan would have dropped. No matter the monk's cave world or the fairy world mentioned by Tantai. In fact, they should all tend to be illusory. Just like Huang Ting, Zifu, Yiqiao, Xi and Xiao. They do exist. But if you dissect a monk, you can't find them at all. The most typical example is the meridians. It is said that Shanghai and Netherworld are the fairyland of father-in-law and senior sister. Su-he was somewhat unacceptable. Not to mention them. Even the inner world of Su-he has been infinitely close to the real world. Even if his world pearl is dug out at this moment, there will be no world inside it. What is illusory is illusory. Tantai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but did not delve into this issue. He just smiled lightly and said, "The immortal condenses the Tao. The avenue is formed, and the innate holy land is condensed in the immortal world. Whether it is mountains or water, wind or rain, it is the immortal Lord. The immortal Lord had another name in the beginning." Tantai looked at Su-he and said seriously, "Tao Master. The Taoist is the master of the avenue." She said softly again, "The reason why the Taoist master of Guiwang Mountain can be called the Taoist master in a grand way is because it is said that the first generation of Taoist masters controlled 3,000 avenues, and each one can be called the master. So he has such a name. In fact, every immortal lord cannot have only one avenue. Just like her, who refines all things in the sky into swords. Love is a sword. Intention is a sword. Water and fire are swords. And everything is a sword. In disguise, he has mastered no less than 100 avenues. But 3,000 avenues is unimaginable. According to her estimation, it would take up to 300 avenues to reach the 7th level of the immortal lord." Su-he was silent. The 3 senior brothers and sisters were very domineering. The Emperor of Heaven, the King of Hades, and the Taoist Master. Su-he thinks she should also have such a name? According to his own practice. A beast? This thought only occurred in his mind for a moment. And then he kicked it out. He only shook the egg body and asked, "Qianwang Cave Heaven, the master of every dojo, is also called the Taoist Master?" Tantai smiled. "The Qianwang Cave is special. If you have the chance, you will open a dojo in it. It is the only place in the sky and on the earth that can carry your own avenue. If you can really build a dojo, it will be like having an extra one. Life." She looked at Su-he and smiled. "You asked me how to kill the immortal lord. In fact, you need to know what the immortal lord is. To a certain extent, the immortal lord and your own path are actually indistinguishable from each other. If you want to kill the immortal lord, we must destroy his great path. Otherwise, as long as the great path remains, the immortal lord will be able to return one day." He looked at Su-he seriously. "To kill the immortal lord, first locate his immortal gate and destroy his immortal world. If he still has his own dojo in Qianwang Cave Heaven, he must also destroy that dojo." Su-he's egg-shell fluttered and vibrated. "How to locate the immortal sect?" Tantai said seriously. "Normal immortals have their own immortal gates and can naturally locate them without learning. Even divine beasts, after opening the 7th level of the sky, must condense the avenue. Similar to the immortal gates, they can also be positioned." Su-he, "That I'm not normal?" Tantai smiled and did not reply. Apart from Su-he, how could anyone who was only at the 4th level of open heaven think about killing the immortal lord? She straightened her body and said softly, "I will lead you to sense the immortal gate." As he spoke, Su-he felt his consciousness being pulled out. His current consciousness has turned into a dragon egg. If it is pulled a little bit, a small piece of the egg-shell will be peeled off. You can see that the sunspot in the egg has turned into a dragon shape, and the blood vessels are wrapping around the yolk to draw strength and are rapidly condensing into shape. As if he didn't see the scene in the egg, Tantai only guided Su-he's consciousness to slowly approach his immortal gate. From contacting oneself, looking for the Great Road, and then following the Great Road to land on the Gate of Immortality. Use an extremely slow speed to guide Su-he on how to locate the immortal sect. Su-he, who was far away in the Shuyi realm, rushed to his head. The dragon egg buzzed and trembled, and the immortal gate in his mind shook. Su-he's consciousness suddenly fell from Tantai's body and returned to the conscious dragon egg. The whole dragon egg was trembling. Tantai was silent for a while and asked, "What is that?" Su-he was quiet for a moment. "Tianmin. In later generations, in the Qianwang Cave Heaven, the body of the demon lord was transformed into a demon fruit tree for his fairy gate." The lake in the heart of Tantai was rolling, and it was quiet for a long time before he said, "The cause and effect of that immortal gate is like a mountain. Not like a mountain, but as if the cause and effect of a world are condensed together. Normal people can't bear it at all. But for some reason, they didn't rebel when they stayed in Suhaichu." Su-he nodded. "It's okay. It shouldn't be a bad thing. The person who gave him the immortal gate is the owner of this place. It's a pity that the demon lord probably doesn't know anything about the immortal sect at this moment. asking rashly, but not knowing whether it will have a bad impact. Tantai was silent for another moment. He could travel through time and had many secrets. He said it was okay, but she couldn't force the question. He just thought about it and said, "You have that immortal sect. Just use your immortal sect to locate other people's immortal sect." The immortal gate in Suhi's mind can't sense the specific avenue it connects to. It's like countless avenues coming together to share the immortal gate. Didn't he peel off the immortal gate of the first Taoist master? For some reason, Tantai had such an idea in his heart. Here 2 people are teaching and preaching. In the Shuyu realm, Taizu was running around the world standing upright with his head in his hands. Even with the bronze bell on his head, there were several big bumps on his dragon head at this moment. After all, is there an immortal lord behind him? Or an immortal lord from the 4 realms? Isn't it natural that he was beaten all over his head? However, his bag was not swollen, but he was covered with a film like a cicada's clothing. But the immortal lord had the power to penetrate his body through the copper bell, and the cicada's clothing bulged up, covering his body. Su's power blocks the seal and digests it bit by bit, turn into the power to support the bronze bell. Taizu became more and more happy as he ran. The white dragon's body expanded and surrounded Suhi's dragon egg in the center. But he did not take the opportunity to retrieve the dragon corpse. This was a dragon egg. After the shock, she naturally came to her senses. The dragon turtle really cultivates the beast chapter and condenses a dragon body. A living dragon is far more important than a corpse. Even if it's the ancestor's body. Even if Suhi is just a beast. The most basic thing is that if one day the dragon clan is wiped out like the white tiger clan, even if there is a dragon that was cultivated in the transformation of beasts chapter, it can hold up the dragon gate and let the dragon clan be reborn one day. Not alarmist. Everyone knows that the real war between the Yuanzun clan and Xian Huang is imminent and may break out at any time. No one dares to say what the outcome of such a war will be, especially when Yuanzun has obvious advantages. There are 3 more immortals in the Yuanzun clan than Xian Huang. The pressure of the 3 immortals was so overwhelming that people couldn't breathe. White Dragon is at the 6th level of Kaitian, and his talent is extremely high. He already has combat power that exceeds that of ordinary immortals, and has long been exposed to many secrets. At this time, it was natural to protect Suhi's dragon egg, but his face was gritted with teeth. Asshole. It's clear that I came here to get the inheritance of the dragon clan and cultivate a true dragon body. Why did I say I owe you a debt? He also said that if he snatched the dragon corpse back, he could give them a real dragon. This is not a lie. She looked at the dragon egg and saw that this guy was really a real dragon. However, Yuazu has a very high seniority in the dragon clan. He is only lower than the ancestor. This turtle has the bloodline of Yuazu. How to calculate the seniority? Doesn't she have to call her Xiaozu? Bailong gritted his teeth even more. Pooh. Born late. He is naturally a clan brother. His consciousness swept across the mysterious small world, where nearly half of the monk's soul was still meditating. The memory has not returned yet. At this moment, the monk's true form was looking for her all over the world with an angry look on his face. Yuan Su said that there is a dragon here, and the loyalty of the monks at this moment is terrifying. This was what the 3 of them had planned. If they were forced to retreat, they would leave the loyal half of the monk here for the future. Maybe you can drive a nail here. Bailong was not worried about the monk's safety. Mingzu personally tested it, and found no problems with the monk in this state. Even if you really die, you can still be resurrected in the other half of your soul. Bailong was thinking. And Taizu's voice came from Shaoxian realm. Sister! Sister! What are you 2 doing behind my back? Why don't you go grab the dragon corpse? What's up with his clan brother whom he just met not long ago? How come the consciousness of Xiaoxuanji was even taken away? Bailong was thinking wildly and subconsciously replied. I'm making a dragon. Really made. In the beast transformation chapter. Isn't it just about creating a dragon body out of thin air? Taizu's voice suddenly froze, and the whole turtle was lost for a moment. In this moment, there were 7 or 8 more bulges on the top of his head. When he suddenly came back to his senses, his voice sounded somewhat frustrated. You too. Did you pick the time and place? He is still being beaten. They actually made a dragon. Bailong suddenly came back to his senses and cursed. Hold on! If you can't hold on this time, I will despise you for the rest of your life. If you can hold on, the dragon clan owes you a favor. This promise was not only given by her, but the huge dragon body formed by Yuazu's power above her head seemed to be attracted by the maturing dragon eggs below. It no longer groans at the moon, twisting and wanting to land. Even if it is dead, the instinct of the mythical beast to protect its calf will not change. Not to mention mythical beasts. Even mortals have them. A pregnant woman dies, turns into a ghost and hires one put to help her deliver the baby. But not once or twice. Even where people gather, there are similar legends. Suhi transformed into a dragon, and the aura in the egg was revealed, secretly attracting the dragon body above. Yuan Su, who was chasing Taizu with a red face, suddenly changed his color. There is more than one treasure on that turtle. In addition to the bronze bell on the head, there are also clothes on the body. A mere dragon turtle at the 4th level of Kai Tian relied on these 2 treasures to block him from the 4th realm of the Immortal Lord. This thing belongs to him. But seeing that this little turtle was about to lose it, at this moment, a green dragon appeared above his head. Was the dragon attracted by the little dragon lurking in? It seems like there is soul consciousness about to wake up. Evil beast! Yuan Su snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the giant dragon above his head. But at this moment, Taizu, who had been beaten away by him, turned back with a look of pain on his face. As if he had made up his mind, he pulled out a bell-like hammer from somewhere, and swung it like an eyebrow-high stick. A stick was struck at Yuan Su. Yuan Su suddenly looked back, grabbed the dragon's hand, and grabbed the bell hammer. With a click, the sandalwood bell exploded instantly, and exploded into pieces of wood. Taizu took advantage of this opportunity, turned around and ran. While running, he shouted, "Collect the dragon corpse quickly! This guy cheated! He is not a 2nd level immortal! I can't hold on for long! No matter what those stupid turtles and white dragons are doing, give them a break now. He is just a tortoise of the 4th level of the open heaven. How can he really carry the Immortal Lord?" Boom! Boom! When? A bell rang. It was Yuan Su who gathered a whip and struck it on the Taizu bronze bell, causing the bell to tremble in an instant. Taizu panicked and ran faster. Yuan Su looked at the bronze bell that was about to fall. His face lit up, and he ran after him. Taizu was chased to the sky and had no way to go to the earth. He wanted to escape from Shuoyue realm, but he couldn't. This world was sealed by Yuan Su. Seeing Yuan Su catching up, he gritted his teeth and took out a brand new bell hammer from nowhere, and smashed it on. Boom! There was an explosion, and the bell hammer was smashed to pieces by Yuan Su's whip. An expression of pain suddenly appeared on Taizu's face. Money! It's all money! Clan brother, reimburse me. Taizu ran away in pain. Bai Long looked at him nervously. The turtle looked like he could not hold on any longer. He was almost caught by Yuan Su several times. But at the critical moment, his luck broke out, and he managed to escape. In this way, time passes little by little. Tian Yaoxingfu stayed on the mountain. Tantai looked at the dragon eggs that were constantly fluctuating in front of him, and at the extremely busy Tian Yaoxing outside. Even the pavilion on the top of the mountain shimmered with brilliance. This was the opening of the Immortal King's palace, inviting all the immortals to enter. Tantai was silent for a moment, looked at the dragon egg, and was about to speak. The dragon egg flashed with light, and transformed into Suhi's human form. It's just a bit nondescript. Clearly human, but with peacock wings on its back, dragon horns on its head, and even a few dragon scales on its temples. Judging from the aesthetics of the Dragon Clan and Dragon Turtle Clan, that horn is particularly handsome. Have you condensed the dragon body? Tantai asked. Suhi smiled. It's still a little bit short. Just 2 more bags on Taizu's head will be enough. Tantai didn't understand for a while. But Suhi had already grabbed his hand and pulled out a piece of consciousness. It's too late. The Immortal King Palace is open. Come! Take me to see the magnificent things of this era. If you want to see the true turbulence of this era, you have to go see Xian Zun. Tantai smiled and let him pull her away to the pavilion on the mountain. In Shuoyue realm, Taizu was in a state of embarrassment, running and screaming. White dragon! White dragon! The dragon corpse hasn't been collected yet? Yuan Su's eyes lit up. And sure enough, there was a white dragon here. Bai Long and Xiaoxuanji rolled his eyes at him. Almost! You could already hear the muffled sound of thunder in the egg L. This is a sign that the egg L is broken. Suhi is about to come out. This was the first time in her tens of thousands of years of practice that she had seen a real dragon break out of its L. And she was a little nervous for a moment. The white dragon struck one after another at the cassocks that enveloped them. When the divine dragon breaks out of its L, the world will inevitably be affected. If it is not completely enveloped, accidents may occur. But he didn't know where Gutai's cassock came from. and even the feeling of the giant dragon above his head was cut off. The dragon's power kept rising, but it never wanted to fall again. Taizu looked back and struck Yuanxu with another bell-like hammer, but it was smashed to pieces by Yuan Su with a punch. Taizu's eyes sunk slightly. He became resistant, and the effect of the bell hammer became worse. The bronze bell, cassock, and bell hammer were obtained from the same small temple. The cassock seals and isolates the world, and the bronze bell awakens the world. The bell hammer is what rings the bell. Unfortunately, when it was discovered, the bell hammer, which was originally like a beam, had rotted to the point where it was only a 2-inch long disc. Fortunately, when it is taken back, a brand new bell hammer will grow every 100 years. This bell must have been used by the powerful to transform people. The bronze bell is ringing, and I have no distracting thoughts but seek the Buddha's path. The bell hammer that was derived later did not have such an overbearing effect, but it could still slightly affect the intelligence of the person being struck. I don't know what Suhi wants to do, and what means he has to dare to threaten to kill the immortal lord. But it's never wrong to lower your opponent's IQ. That turtle is unreliable. We agreed to hold on for 2 days, so it's already been 2.5 days. Right? Taizu fled in a panic, with streaks of blood oozing from his body. No matter how powerful the magic weapon was, it could not hide the fact that the other party was an immortal. It was somewhat lucky that he was not beaten to death. Sister! Tell him! If this doesn't end, I'm going to run away! The bell hammer is about to be used up. If you don't run away, you will consume the non-renewable magic weapon. Reluctant to part with it, Taizu shouted. But Bailong didn't respond. Just as he was about to act out, he suddenly felt a warning sign, as if something was tugging at his heart. Turning around suddenly, he saw a starlight suddenly shooting out of the place covered by cassocks. It was as if the entire starry sky was pressed down, and with an aura that tore apart the heaven and earth and shattered everything, it crashed into the center of Yuan Su's eyebrows. The starlight penetrated Yuan Su and hit the earth, annihilating the endless earth. This starlight has a somewhat familiar aura, like pure murderous aura condensed. A sneak attack penetrated Yuan Su's eyebrows. Taizu suddenly looked around and saw a young man walking down from the sky above Yuanxu. He glanced at Yuanxu and said low to him. Hey! Xiao Tai! You are so embarrassed! Immortal Lord. More than 4 realms. It was on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year that the Immortal Lord suddenly ran to him during storytelling time. At this moment, 4 phantoms are hovering behind Suhi. The Xuanwu phantom makes people recognize it as Suhi at a glance. The green dragon phantom is still roaring up to the sky, as if celebrating its new life. The giant moon-asking dragon above the 9 heavens responded with a long roar. Taizu's mouth opened in astonishment. He? Clan brother? Immortal Lord? Chapter 594. Kill. He seemed to be in disbelief and stared at Suhi. His eyes fell on Suhi's right hand and looked at a protruding finger bone on it. My heart suddenly clenched. It was this thing, this phalanx, that made him send Suhi's sneak attack in advance. This finger. Did Suhi steal his opportunity? For some reason, when his eyes fell on the phalanx, he felt as if this thing belonged to him. But someone had taken it away. Just by looking at it, one can tell that this finger bone has been refined by Suhi and belongs to Suhi completely. Inexplicably heartbroken, I wanted to ask, but it wasn't the right time. Yuan Su was struck by the starlight and fell to the ground, then struggled to get up, but his face was already pale. Suddenly, he was attacked by an immortal who surpassed him in Taoism and was seriously injured in an instant. White Tiger! Looking at Suhi, Yuan Su's face was as dark as water. The tiger mythical beasts have long been exterminated, especially the holy beast White Tiger, which cannot die anymore. There is actually another one here. Yuanxu is less than 3 million years old, and he is very young among the immortals. But here is the status, and the secrets of ancient times are rarely known. Suhi smiled. Tao-friendly eyesight. With just one blow, the White Tiger's magical power, Star Do, returned to his position. Yuan Su stopped talking, raised his hand, and 5 different auras condensed between his fingers, turning into 5 spears and shooting towards Suhachan. Suhi raised his hand a little, and the phantom of the mountain armor came out and hit the 5 spears. Maybe by condensing the dragon body, the human body becomes stronger? Suhi can use more mountain armor magical powers. With one finger pointing, 5 spears were smashed into pieces, and Suhi had already raised his knife to chop them off. Yuan Su's expression changed slightly. He reached out and grabbed a palace on the ground and bumped it against Su Hengdo. The palace crashed into the palace. But Su He acted as if he couldn't see it, slashing out with his sword and ignoring it. The light of the sword passed across, like a phantom intersecting with the palace. Phoenix Clan's magical power, Liangli. Just like the law of cause and effect in the Buddhist world. The sword will definitely hit. The sword was slashed down, and a sword cry erupted when it landed on Yuan Su. With a bang, Yuan Su, who was half naked, was instantly cut from his left shoulder to his right ribs, and his skin and flesh were torn apart. This knife almost cut him in two diagonally. Yuan Su's expression suddenly changed. He couldn't beat him. See it? This person is not a white tiger. The sword he just made was part of the Phoenix Clan, part of the dragon, turtle and jade, and part of his own sword technique. It contained an ordinary Dao, but it was extremely powerful. Can't beat it. This person is not a white tiger or a phoenix. This is the beast transformation chapter. The shadow behind him. The white-black tiger has become. The red bird is still a peacock. And the blue dragon is still an ordinary dragon. Not only is it a chapter about transforming into beasts, but I also want to take the path of integrating the four saints into one. Can this be done? How could we let him go? The four holy palms, the four stars, and the four curtains holding down the heaven and earth are the real enemies of the Yuanzun clan, and can make him succeed. Yuan Su stepped down, and the earth suddenly cracked. Cracks spread in all directions, leading to the sky along the earth, shattering space and breaking barriers. He is forcibly breaking the barrier he has set up, and wants to call other immortals to come. How can it be as you wish? Su He laughed, stretched out his hand and touched the cassock on Bailong's body, and then it flew up, spinning and getting bigger, overwhelming. In an instant, it filled the sky and the earth, sticking to the barrier of Shuayua realm like a thin film, and just melted into it. The cassock was on the network, and the meridians generally stabilized the entire barrier together. The cracks opened by Yuan Su were blocked by the cassock. Not only the cracks, but also the four directions of space are blocked by the cassock, making it extremely difficult to use spatial magical powers. The white dragon sat on the dragon gate, stunned. How could Su He control Kasaya? She obtained the authority from Gutai before she could roughly control it. Su He didn't have this method of integrating the cassock into the whole world, and neither did Gutai. Right? Turning around to look, he saw Taizu with a dull look on his face. Angry. Sure enough, that finger bone should belong to him. Does it match the cassock? He was sulking. And then he saw Su He flicking his sleeves, and a strong wind fell on him, blowing him towards Bailong. Protect her and snatch the dragon corpse. Su He's consciousness appeared in the little mysterious world again. At the moment when Su He was distracted, Yuan Su had transformed into a giant dragon and headed towards the dragon. He wants to escape. The sky-reaching dragon beard of Longingdi is not only the pillar holding up the sky, but also the hub that controls the entire world. Can you escape from there? Can you leave? Su He chuckled, raised his hand a little, and the sky was filled with stars in an instant. Supernatural power, full of stars. In the advanced version of Haoyue, the place covered by the starry sky is the battlefield, regardless of life or death. How can I allow you to leave the battlefield? Mangsing is like a life and death arena, and there are only two ways to unlock it. Su He takes the initiative to unlock it, or kills Su He. Just like Haoyue, it restricts magical powers and prevents enemies from leaving. But not many of the Phoenix clan have inherited this magical power. Most of the Phoenix were formation cultivators, but few could fight in real physical combat like Su He. There are enough bright moons to advance to a full star. Not to mention the consumption is greater, but you need to be trapped in it, which is not beautiful for most formation cultivators. Yuan Su suddenly turned around and stared at the sky. Su He, you are looking for death. This person wants to kill him. He is an immortal lord of the four realms. If this person hadn't been despicable and his soul and body were seriously injured by his return of stars, and would have allowed him to run wild. This is his territory. Unable to escape, Yuan Su turned around and charged straight at Su He. Which of the immortals was not killed in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Why fear a battle? Yuan Su jumped up, and in an instant the whole world turned into his breath, as if the world was replaced by him for a moment. The Yuanzun clan originally controlled the secrets of heaven, and used the heaven to fight. When Su He actually fought against the first Yuanzun clan member, Feng Zong snatched the Ice Heart Crystal, and fought against Yuan Lai. He had this feeling, as if he was fighting against heaven and earth. Yuan Su jumped up and looked at Su He with doubts rising in his mind. Who is this person? This is the five-realm immortal lord. And there are not many people in the world. Even if he lives in Shuyu realm all day long. How can he not know the existence of such a realm? But Su He didn't recognize it. When did Xianwang hide such an immortal? How can a dignified immortal be able to hide it? Hide your head and show your tail. Are you an acquaintance? But you dare not show up? Yuan Su gave up this guess again. In such a fight, acquaintances can't hide it. Is this an existence left over from eternity? As an immortal lord, he naturally knows what the clan is doing. The real person in power within the clan wants to break through time and bring the existence from eternity back to the present. Could it be that existence has not pulled down the person before, but instead pulled down the person who was once in heaven? It is somewhat possible to possess the four saints. How can anyone in modern times do this? It's just that this aura has never been seen before, and there are no traces of him left in those ruins, even in the heavenly period. He is also a mysterious person? Yuan Su thought a lot as his mind wandered. At the same time, he raised his hand to the sky and pulled it down. A star fell in response, and he caught it in his hand, and then it smashed towards Su He. Manxing? Are you competing with me to control the heaven and earth stars? Yuan Su sneered. The one who is the source of their Yuanzun clan is eroding the world. Is there anyone who understands heaven and earth better than Yuanzun? Even the four saints can't do it. He smashed the star down, and the space was sealed by the cassock, making it difficult to break. So it collided with the star, forming a stream of thunder that stuck to the star. It looked like Yuan Su was grabbing a thunder ball and smashing it at Su He. Su He didn't say anything. He held the horizontal knife tightly and drew it out from bottom to top. The light of the knife passed through and cut the star in two. The star that was cut in half did not scatter. Instead, it was grabbed by Yuan Su and pressed down, turning into two thunder balls and smashing them down. Su He swung his fist and smashed two halves of the star with one punch. Then he saw Yuan Su taking the opportunity to raise an altar in front of him, and talismans flew out from the altar and melted into the void in all directions. The time is set. Being attacked by this thief in a sneak attack will make it difficult to win a fight with a seriously injured body, especially knowing nothing about him. Not even his name. Xianhuang sent him here with the means of sealing the world. They came to kill him. At this time, I am afraid that the world ban will be unlocked, and it will be difficult for other immortals to support it. The immortal lord who rushed toward Xianhuang was held back. Right? He is an immortal who never goes out. But he is targeted by Xianhuang. Does Xianhuang know what he is doing? Yuan Su's heart tightened. This thief may have come from before eternity. So we should find a way to contact the existence from eternity. Try to communicate. And try to get his information. Knowing everything makes it possible to win. At least we have to survive this battle. The Yuanqiu altar moves time, and a force flows upstream to contact the existence from eternity. But he saw Su He leaping over, raising his hand and grabbing the altar. A flash of disdain flashed in Yuan Su's eyes. Time is a forbidden place for monks. But it is not a forbidden place for Yuanzun. There are always some darlings in the Yuanzun clan who are born with the ability to communicate with time and obtain information from eternity. The altar falls, and the power flows upstream. How can ordinary people break it off? You uncle. He was still thinking, and his eyes suddenly widened. Su He then plunged into the turbulent flow of time around the altar, pulling out its power from the countercurrent of time and space like a fishing net. It was torn into pieces right in front of him. He tore apart time. Yuan Su. He was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. It's you? His pupil shrank, and he recognized Su He. That corpse from 80,000 years ago. He also participated in the battle 80,000 years ago. The three of them joined forces to stop the old dragon. And he even killed Mengyu with his own hands. The cause of that battle was that Tian's immortal master resurrected the corpse. Reincarnated the corpse. And then the corpse broke through time and space and returned to 80,000 years ago to take away his corpse. This is the Xianhuang camp. The only one in the Xianhuang camp who controls the power of time except Taoist Master and Baiyin. He is also the only being in the world who truly controls the power of time. Su He grabbed hold of his power to reverse the flow of time, looked at Yuan Su, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Although I have never seen him. But? Are you okay? The dragons and turtles who died because of him 80,000 years ago should rest in peace today. It seemed like he was responding to Su He. The giant dragon above his head looked up to the sky and roared. Yuan Su's heart was in turmoil. It wasn't just Xianhuang Layout who came to kill him. But people from the past and present, and even people from the future were summoned. Xinguang really knew what he was doing. So he wanted to kill him. Will this person become an immortal in the future? There are no immortals or immortals among the mythical beasts. The 7th level of Kaikion was the limit. And he couldn't see Suhi's realm at this moment. But if you let him wait quietly for death, it will be difficult for him to obey his orders. Yuan Su stepped back immediately, formed a seal in his hand and yelled, "Landslide!" Then we saw the new moon realm. With mountains collapsing and rivers breaking, the green dragon shadows roared and shattered. And the fragments of the sealed dragon corpses below flew into the sky. One by one, they rushed towards the sky dragon and merged into it. The aura of the giant dragon in the sky climbed up little by little. "Thank you for taking away some dragon blood just now. Otherwise, the dragon blood is all over my body, and its charm is still there. And I would still have difficulty controlling this dragon." Suhi squinted and said, "Puppet? No. It's not just a puppet. Yu Zhu was only one step away from becoming an immortal lord during his lifetime. Yuan Su spent tens of thousands of years refining his corpse one by one to train him into a puppet in the immortal lord realm. I even want to retain a bit of intelligence and want this puppet to continue to advance." "Ning!" Yuan Su shouted, and saw at the dragon gate. The bones and scales of Yu Zhu that had just been recovered on Bailong's body were trembling and about to fly up. The power of the immortal lord is not something that a small dragon at the 6th level of open heaven can resist. The bronze bell above Taizu's head rang a bell and suppressed it downwards, suppressing the restlessness of the dragon corpse. At the same time, he looked at Suhi. "I can't hold it back. Whatever you're going to do, it's best to do it quickly." Suhi looked at Yuan Su and sneered, then stepped forward. "Get up." Comparing the control of laws. Comparing control of heaven and earth. Comparing means Suhi admitted that any immortal or even immortal could defeat him. Suhi has very few methods, but they are useful. As Suhi drank coldly, the entire earth twisted, and a vortex enveloped the heaven and earth. Supernatural power Biming. A magical power developed specifically for the Yuanzun clan. In Suhi's current state, a Biming force that exerted all its strength pulled Yuan Su into it as soon as it appeared. The life and death crisis struck instantly, and Yuan Su's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand to the sky and said, "Come down!" Yuan Su shouted loudly, and the green dragon, which gathered most of the corpses, roared and came down. This dragon corpse contains the power he accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Although if it is driven forcefully at this moment, the dragon body may be destroyed. But, between life and death, how can you care about this? He controlled the Qinglong and used the power of the Qinglong to resist Biming. Yuanzun's power could not be used against Biming. As soon as the whirlpool came into contact with Yuanzun's power, it suddenly became excited as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Yuan Su looked at Suhi through the dark vortex, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Back then, you traveled up the river of time, back to 80,000 years ago, and caused a war between the two races. You killed 4 black and yellow dragon turtles, a divine dragon, and 11 immortals. At this time, you are no longer in your time. Now, going upstream again in this era, I wonder how much power you plan to destroy Xinguang." It's heartbreaking. Taizu and Bailong suddenly turned their heads and looked over, staring at Suhi with their eyes widened in disbelief. Did they not hear some incredible news? What is that guy talking about? How could someone travel through time? They refuted this from the bottom of their hearts, and saw Suhi smiled and said, "Last time I came here, I left in a hurry and made no achievements. Fortunately, I have a good wife at home who helped me kill your big witch. I can't hide behind my wife this time. Behind the scenes, I'm here in person." As Suhi spoke, he raised his head and let out a long groan. Although he was human, he still made a loud dragon roar. His instinct to break out of the dragon's SHL and look up to the sky and roar was suppressed by him. Just a sneak attack Yuan Su. I held it in until now before speaking out. A dragon's roar filled the sky. As if pressing an open button, the giant dragon that landed in the sky was stunned for a moment, and its eyes suddenly brightened. It's not resurrection. It's just the awakening of soul consciousness. Soul consciousness is a wonderful thing, and it can probably be classified as the last obsession of the dead. Just like when Suhi roared in the prison ghost space of Qingyuan Gate, he awakened Yun Li's soul consciousness. It's even easier to awaken Yuzu's soul consciousness here. Suhi is the dragon body condensed by Yuzu's true blood. From a blood perspective, this is my biological father. Ong! The giant dragon roared. His eyes filled with blood and shining brighter and brighter. His soul consciousness was hidden in the dragon's blood. And it took the dragon's blood to wake up his soul consciousness. As soon as he woke up, he looked down at Suhi in disbelief. When he saw the green dragon form behind Suhi, the whole dragon shone with light. Bloodline? Son? The old dragon was at a loss. He only sensed that someone below was trying to forcefully control him and attack Suhi. His face suddenly became furious. Get up! The old dragon struggled to control Kaiyuangsu and flew into the sky. When he lowered his head, he saw Yuan Su spat with a cold expression on his face. Unable to control the old dragon, he was imprisoned in the whirlpool again. He couldn't use many methods, so he tried to break through the whirlpool. He reached out and inserted his hand into the whirlpool, trying to tear the whirlpool apart. But he saw Suhi glance at the corner of his mouth, and put his hands into the whirlpool, and rushed into the whirlpool without any money. Lifting his hands upward, the vortex suddenly erupted, like a volcano erupting, and a tornado rose into the sky, not only crushing the aura of the Yuanzun clan within it, but also crushing countless areas in the small world outside. Yuan Su's face was as dark as water. You are forcibly consuming his soul consciousness by waking him up. You are killing him with your own hands. Suhi snorted. Isn't it better to let him see me kill you with his own eyes than to let you drain his dragon blood and turn him into ashes without realizing it? The mythical beasts are all real, not like humans who grind and chirp. Yuzu is dead. This is irreversible. Only the final obsession turns into spiritual consciousness, which can exist for a moment like a divine soul. Since you can't stop his dissipation no matter what, why not let him go without regrets? Sky Yuzu burst out laughing. Good boy. This is the dragon. Mother-in-law and mother are koi and koi. Can they still be called dragons? Yuezu's dragon tail flicked again and again, shattering Yuanxi's pull. With Suhi biming around, the power Yuan Su could exert was so weak that even Yuezu, who was in a corpse state, could break free. Yuzu smashed the traction, but also watched the battle below. It seemed that Suhi had taken advantage of it, but the old dragon could see at a glance that Suhi himself was only at the 4th level of open heaven, and he only relied on the strengthening of the mountain armor on his back and the phalanges on his hands. That's it. He was already dead. And at this moment, his soul consciousness seemed to be in a state of reflection. And in some respects, it had made extraordinary achievements. Just like a person's revolving door before death, his consciousness is more clear than at any time in his life, and he can recall everything from birth to death in an instant. Normally, no one can do this. The state of soul consciousness is the last trace of his existence as Long Sheng. But a certain state is surprisingly good. In Sui's state, relying on external objects to fight against the immortal lord, variables may appear at any time. This is where. Why are there only 3 underage cubs facing an immortal here? Where are the other immortals in Xian Wang? The old dragon looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. His soul consciousness exploded instantly, shattering his body, cutting off his blood vessels, and destroying his flesh and blood. Try your best to teleport the scene here outwards. To the dragon ancestor. To the Xian Wang immortal lord. Save the children. The roar of the dragon resounded throughout the world, shaking the walls and shaking the cassocks. He actually came out so slowly. He seemed to be able to ignore the cassock controlled by Suhi with his blood. It's just that it's a little more difficult to penetrate the world barrier. Yuan Su watched helplessly as the old dragon rushed out of the cassock with a trace of soul consciousness. Suddenly anxious. Opportunity. This is his chance to break out of Shuoyue realm. Open! He tore outwards with both hands, and the flesh and blood on his hands was instantly corroded by biming. But he seemed unaware, and just tried his best to tear biming apart. Open! Yuan Su shouted. When his hands were completely corroded, he used his arms. When his arms were corroded, he used his legs. His body was corroded bit by bit. Biming was actually slowly torn open by him. The old dragon above his head watched with helpless eyes, anxious, and the roar of the dragon rippled out to convey the news. Seeing the whirlpool split open, Yuan Su jumped out. The old dragon was about to rush down and hit Yuan Su to death with the last bit of his strength. But outside biming, he saw Suhi, who was still trying his best to fight Yuan Su anxiously, suddenly giving up on biming. His body flashed into a residual light and hit Yuan Su 1 step ahead of him. That light was too fast. Not because of speed, but because of time. Suhi's time was accelerating. Yuan Su rushed out of biming. Before he could rejoice, he heard a voice in his ear. Found it! When he was startled, He saw a horizontal knife suddenly appear, piercing the center of his eyebrows, shattering his immortal gate, and piercing into the immortal world. The majestic power burst out from the horizontal sword, transformed into endless sword light, and rushed into the fairy world. Magical power. Instant glory. Use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Suhi rushed into the Yuanshu immortal realm with all his strength left, smashing everything into pieces. Chapter 595. Shall I make money? With one stab of the knife, Suhi's true energy exploded, draining himself dry instantly. Unable to maintain his human form any longer, he trembled slightly and transformed into a green dragon as thick as a bucket. Suspended in midair, clouds gathered around it. In front of him, Yuansu's eyes were filled with disbelief, and his hands moved forward to grab him. The fairy world is broken. People are dead, but their bodies are still struggling, like a fish that has been hollowed out. Even the consciousness has not completely dissipated, and there is still time to give his last words. I. Yuansu had forgotten how to breathe. The voice murmured. It was still hard to believe in his eyes. He died? That's all? From the time Suhi showed up in a sneak attack to the end of everything, it was less than a quarter of an hour. It is normal for the immortal lord to fight to the death for years and decades. For a quarter of an hour. Is he worth just a quarter of an hour? Sure enough, the lord was right. He had never fought with anyone. He had no realm, and he could not fight against those in the same realm, let alone those whose realm exceeded him. How many years have you returned? How old are you today? When did you reach the 7th level? He looked at Suhi with prayer in his eyes. He hoped that Suhi could say something that would make him feel better before he died. For example, he is tens of millions of years old and has been practicing for far longer than him. Suhi thought for a while. He was about to die, and it would be unreasonable to lie to him again. So he answered honestly, Go back more than 20 years. Dao age is less than 70? The age of a monk is calculated from the stage of transforming into a monster, while the age of a divine beast is counted only after he has passed through the heavenly tribulation and become a divine beast. This is the real time for practice. Before this, even seeking the Tao was not considered. Yuansu's eyes widened and his pupils suddenly shrank. Not 700,000 years old, but 70? Lied to me. You lied to me. Suhi nodded honestly and comforted kindly. Fellow Taoist, there is no need to belittle oneself. I am not a monster. I can't reach the 7th level of open heaven to attack the immortal master in less than 70 years. After 70 years of practice, I can only reach the 4th level of open heaven. I can barely gather the Kaitian. It's just a heaven-opening artifact of the 5th level of heaven. It's just a coincidence that the immortal master has the combat power. Suhi comforted her kindly, but immortal master Yuansu didn't seem to appreciate it. After hearing Suhi's words, his pupils suddenly dilated, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole body kept swaying. You lie to me. You lie to me. Suhi was silent for a moment. Don't make trouble. We don't know each other. Why should I lie to you? At this moment, I am not a human body, but a dragon body. You can see my state. Poof! Yuansu spat out a mouthful of blood, stared at Suhi, and continued to speak. But in the end I couldn't say it. Death comes. But looking at the look in his eyes, if it could be translated into words, he was extremely pregnant. Mother Turtle. Suhi was stunned for a moment. He has 2 biological mothers. Yuli has been resurrected, and there is also a tortoise raised in Chiu Lake in Chanyu Mansion. The last time the Xianwang Cave heaven was opened, no demon transforming fruit landed. Next time you have the opportunity to get a demon fruit for Turtle Girl, no matter whether you transform into a demon or follow the path of a mythical beast. How much can be considered a reward? The mother-son relationship between the mother turtle and Suhi was once severed by Gu Lao Dao. But from Suhi's point of view at the moment, the chopping technique was unbearably crude. Besides, how can the relationship between mother and child brought about by blood be severed? Even if Suhi becomes a dragon turtle or even achieves Xuanwu, the bloodline changes early, but no one can break the connection between them. Now there is one more bloodline elder. Suhi looked at the giant dragon above his head, and his heart twitched inexplicably. Previously, I only thought that this was the senior dragon clan who died because of him 80,000 years ago. Looking at it now, my mentality is completely different. Hacking mythical beast. Seeing the death of a fellow human being will cause heartbreaking pain. And seeing the death of a father in the bloodline will even make one's lungs burst. Suhi breathed heavily. The dragon's breath rolled from his nostrils, rolling like thunder, and the breath sprayed on Yuan Su's corpse on the ground. And the corpse shattered little by little and dissipated. In an instant, heavy rain poured down on the entire Shuoyue realm, and the sky was crying. The death of an immortal. The whole world is saddened. It's just that this sadness was intercepted by Kasai in Shuoyue realm, and has not been conveyed to the outside world. People outside don't know that an immortal has been suppressed and killed. The corpses scattered, and a white light floated up from the place where Yuan Su was, and shot towards the center of Su-hee's eyebrows. Be careful. Taizu roared and came across. The stupid guy's last blow was the dragon turtle's instant glory, which instantly emptied the true energy. I'm afraid I can't even hide at this moment. He rushed over and saw Su-hee shaking his head slightly. It doesn't matter. Immortal Gate. The immortal gate that Yuan Su had pierced with his knife was forcibly stripped away and absorbed by the immortal gate in Su-hee's mind. The immortal sect in his mind is nourished by other immortal sects. Within the immortal sect, a mysterious force was born, spinning back and forth. But no one knew what effect it had. It won't hurt, though. Su-hee's animal instinct has not been lost yet. If there are disadvantages, they are not absolutely none. Su-hee turned around and looked at Taizu, who was rushing towards him, with a miserable look on his face. Brother, lend me some money. The moment Xianmin entered the body, the world's rejection of Su-hee instantly reached the extreme. He was even more repulsive than when he first came. And the next moment, he was about to be kicked out of this era. Now it was too late to go back to look for Tantai. Even if Tantai can be let go, dual cultivation, it will still take time. Su-hee urgently needs to anchor down. It must have a large enough impact on people who are important enough in this era. I originally thought that killing an immortal lord and drawing hatred from the Yuanzun clan would be enough. The result turned out to be counterproductive. And the Yuanzun clan could not be his anchor. Su-hee looked at Taizu pitifully. Taizu is extremely greedy for money right now, so it would be a bad idea to steal his money. You can always borrow it, right? Taizu should be the most important existence in any era. Borrow money? Taizu had a dragon face, allowing Su-hee to recognize the color for the first time. Pork liver? Sauce purple? It feels like constipation. Su-hee fell from midair and turned into the form of a dragon turtle. He said pitifully, Brother Dot, save me! Get money! You heard that right. This guy is really borrowing money. Taizu's expression suddenly became more exciting. He could see that Su-hee was not pretending. Although he didn't know what happened to this guy. The whole world was shrouded in cassocks, and many things could not be hidden from him. At this moment, Su-hee seemed to be in a state of dissociation, like a soul that was about to dissipate and disappear from this world. He gritted his teeth bitterly. If you dare to call me clan brother again, I will beat you to death. He could hear Yuan Su's words clearly. This guy is not a turtle of this era at all. No wonder they had never heard of him. Although traveling through time and space is nonsense and hard to imagine, he could clearly see that Su-hee had pulled Yuan Su's power out of the countercurrent of time and space and tore him to pieces. Su-hee controls the power of time. At this moment, Su-hee was surrounded by chaos and time, and he looked like he was going to kick him out. This statement was proved once again, and he couldn't help but believe it. Thief's son! How dare you lie to others? Taizu gritted his teeth without cursing. This thing can't be said to be a real grandson. So he was tricked into calling him a clan brother. In the future, he will be so good-tempered that you won't even beat him to death. Su-hee opened his mouth. Money! Why did this bastard ask for money from him so naturally? Just like a son looking for me. Although he gritted his teeth, he also opened his small vault, and the top-quality spiritual stones flowed out. Looking at the colliding spirit stones, Taizu's heart was bleeding, and the sound of each collision hit his heart hard like a reminder. It broke our hearts. Su-hee chuckled, opened his foreign minister space, and took it all in unceremoniously. It's just the best spiritual stone, not the source stone. But it seemed more heartbreaking for Taizu. The source stone is only used to open up the inner world, and is condensed by its own suppression. It is worthless and has no wealth. Spiritual stones are the common currency of all heavens. At this moment, Taizu has gathered the power of the wealthy couple. These more versatile spiritual stones are really fatal. It's just bleeding. The moment the spirit stone entered Su-hee's outer phase space, the rejection of this era instantly decreased. As Taizu's complexion became worse and worse, his rejection became weaker and weaker. The long river of spiritual stones rolls and disappears. Taizu's heart was as sharp as a knife. Is that enough? Su-hee shook his head slightly. It's far from it. It hasn't returned to its previous state yet. If you break the long river of spiritual stones, you will still be thrown out. Taizu is not distressed enough. And the impact on him is not big enough. Taizu stopped talking, gritted his teeth and snorted. And the river of spiritual stones surged instantly. I'll kill you, grandson. No swearing. This guy wasn't even the slightest bit offended when he was called son thief just now. He must be of the grandson generation. What era are you from? Taizu asked through gritted teeth. And even Bailong pricked up his ears. Suhi opened his mouth and said honestly, 30 million years later. Great-grandson. Great-great-grandson. You are not even a grandson. Bailong looked at him strangely and whispered, Gu Tai is your ancestor. Right. Are you not afraid of losing your life if he calls you clan brother? Suhi is silent. But he is not afraid of losing his life. He lives forever. But this time, I probably fainted several times when I went back. That old turtle can't afford it. Next to him, Taizu's eyes were fixed on the long river of spiritual stones. He looked at the river flowing to the end and said with a pained face, The best spiritual stones in this small world are not enough? Suhi was silent for a moment and said, How about 3 more small worlds? Taizu turned around and left. Why don't you die? I don't care whether you live or die. Go back where you came from. He doesn't recognize this grandson. Suhi. Stop making trouble. The spiritual stone investment in a small world has shifted his anchor point from Tantai to him. Are you giving up now? What are you thinking about? If you give up now, the spiritual stones you just invested in me will be completely wasted. Taizu was unmoved and headed towards the military camp and the main hall that had not yet collapsed in Shuoyua realm. He looked like no one could stop him from getting rich now. Suhi shouted from behind, 2. Give me 2 more spiritual stones from the small world, and I will repay you tenfold in the future. Taizu was unmoved. Suhi then shouted, Look, I can kill the immortal lord at the 4th level of open heaven. Do you think I will be short of money? It's just that this time it happened suddenly, and more than a dozen investments have not been returned. Well, Uncle Luo and the others agreed to make the origin stone for him for decades. If you agree, you can't owe money. Taizu paused for a moment, turned back and gritted his teeth and said, Half the world. 1.5. Suhi took half a step back. A struggle flashed across Taizu's face. 1. Make a deal. Suhi was happy. No wonder Taizu said that there was a black turtle who owed him 2 small worlds of top-quality spiritual stones and refused to pay them back. It turned out to be this. As soon as the word, deal, came out of his mouth, the struggle on Taizu's face suddenly turned into endless pain. I always feel that I have been cheated by this grandson. But I can't break my promise and get rich. He just closed his eyes and set up a long river of spiritual stones, rushing towards Suhi. The long river turned into an ocean in a moment, rushing towards Suhi. Out of sight, out of mind. Since he wants to give, Chungha is cutting flesh with a knife, which is uncomfortable to watch. Not as good as quick. Suhi was happy. Yuichu is dead. What will happen to Shuoyua realm? How will we leave this place? Taizu abruptly changed the subject. Suhi smiled and looked around. Can you please give me the immortals and monks above the 6th level of the sky? It has been planned for a long time to find a group of residents for the inner world. And they will all turn into beings in the inner world and provide them with the power of all sentient beings. You are not allowed to share the other treasures. Taizu narrowed his eyes at him. Suhi laughed loudly. If you don't tell the difference, don't tell the difference. At worst, I'll ask you for it when I need it. If you don't give it to me, your stingy appearance will be displayed in the mysterious world of mountains and seas when I get back. You plunder the world while I recover my strength here. Try to break through the world, and see if I can directly bring you back to Xianwang. As Suhi spoke, he looked up at the giant dragon above his head. The giant dragon meandered, but its breath gradually fell. Soul consciousness can only be fleeting. And it's time. But Yuzu didn't seem to notice it. He just tilted his head and looked at Suhi with fondness in his eyes. Suhi thought for a moment, then turned around and returned to his green dragon appearance. The love in Yuzu's eyes was so intense that he wanted to flow out. I can't help but love the divine beast Yuzi, especially since he is dead and his soul consciousness is about to dissipate. Just before it completely dissipated, Suhi appeared. This feeling becomes increasingly indescribable. Taizu and Bailong, knowing their feelings, went to trouble others in Shuoyua realm. But they also gave these 2 dragons a chance to be alone. Amit Ba! In the distance, The soul of the monk Bushio had recovered. He looked at Suhi and Yuzu and chanted the Buddha's name with their hands together. Turned around and followed Taizu away. The air suddenly became quiet. There were only 2 green dragons. One big and one small. Looking at each other. One life and one death. On the sky demon star. Suhi and Tantai had just entered the immortal king's palace hand in hand. This place is like a gladiatorial arena. With 18 thrones hanging high in all directions. Which are the positions of 18 immortals. There are also concentric circles of step seats below. It is the position of immortals from all sides. Those who have not yet reached immortality are not qualified to enter this place. The 18 thrones are not full. Only 10 people realized it. The remaining 8 were replaced by others. Ancestor of the 4 spirits. Taoist Master. Bain. Southern Immortal. And Western Immortal. The only immortal from the 4 directions, who will host the Huangling collection next time, is the North. And the good old Dongfang Immortal has arrived. Suhi and Tantai became the focus of the audience as soon as they entered. Gossip is human nature. An immortal suddenly had a Taoist companion, which naturally attracted attention. Suhi looked around. On a throne on a high platform. Wenzu smiled at him with a kind face. The 2 of them are also considered acquaintances. They already knew each other last time they came to Taiku. The phoenix who replaced Fingzu from the Phoenix tribe on another high platform also winked at him. Suhi is not only a descendant of the Dragon Turtle clan, but also a descendant of his Phoenix clan. Suhi smiled and greeted each of them. It's just that the ancestor of the Dragon clan only glanced at him lightly. His expression was lukewarm. Suhi was startled for a moment. This person seemed to have a lot of objections to him. But they didn't recognize him. But they didn't know why? Skipping the Golden Dragon. Suhi's gaze lingered on the people at Guiwang Mountain for a moment. The Taoist master is not here. But the master of Guangshan is here. It was a man in his 30s with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. There are more swordsmen than Taoists. There was even a murderous aura about him. It's a hawk at first glance. As Suhi walked, he was still recalling the introduction given to him by Jitantai. The unsmiling and unsmiling Dongfang Immortal. The good man to the end. The Fudo Mingwang. The old monk of Devi Temple. The needle-eyed Northern Immortal. Suhi's eyes naturally stayed on the Northern Immortal Lord for a moment longer. He looked at the Northern Immortal Lord. The Northern Immortal Lord raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and glanced at him. Suhi sneered back. There is no need to even put on airs about the relationship between the 2 parties. If there is no Yuanzun family, life and death will be separated early. Brother-in-law. At this moment, the Demon Queen's helpless message fell into Suhi's ears. On your first day in the Immortal King's palace, please try not to conflict with him. Okay? Suhi turned to look at the Demon Queen and laughed. Sister Juji is unreasonably partial. If you don't tell me, he will tell me. The Demon Queen rolled her eyes at him. We are one of our own. So of course we will talk about you. That is not the case for him. Yes to fist. Suhi smiled and said nothing. Tansai had already told him that when the Demon Queen gave him the mirror that day, the Demon Lord personally took action and blocked the North on the chessboard. I really have to take action at any time. What people say is really not just talk. How about giving my sister a little more face? Came the Demon Queen's voice. My sister has never made any achievements during her tenure. So she relied on being stable to support her appearance. Once Suhi and Beifong started to quarrel, they would not even be able to maintain stability. Suhi laughed. As long as he doesn't mess with me, I'll give my sister a face. During the Huangling collection, I won't bother him. Okay? Hee hee? Came the Demon Queen's laughter, which was obviously charming. But it always made people feel pure and pure. This is the real witch. Her voice was soft. Thank you so much, little brother-in-law. After the gathering of Huangling, my sister will give you 3 a big red envelope. As long as the Huangling collection is stable, and there is no trouble. Even if he has not made any achievements during his tenure, he is still qualified. No shame. Sensing her thoughts, Suhi said with a smile. What kind of achievements does Sister Zhuji want to make? In this troubled time, is it not a great achievement to be able to stay calm? Zhu sighed quietly. We have to kill 1 or 20 immortals of Yuanzun. Right. It's best to kill 1 immortal. It's a pity that she was unlucky. 80,000 years ago, she was on duty at Guiwang Mountain. Whether he snatched back Suhi's body or killed Yuanjin and De Wu, they were all considered as achievements during Guiwangshan's duty. It was clearly her half-sister who did it. If it had been a little later, the merit would have been hers. It's a pity. To kill the Immortal Lord, the right time, place and people are needed. It is not something that can be done easily. On the high throne, the enchanting demon queen suddenly slumped down. I really want to kill an immortal lord and add a strong touch to my career. Suhi looked strange. He didn't answer, but he hooked Go Tantai's palm and said through a message, "It's done! What I told Tantai before was to kill the immortal lord. It's done." Tantai's eyes lit up. Looking at Suhi, a pair of starry eyes sparkled with curiosity for the first time. I eagerly want to know how Suhi does it. I also want to know if Suhi was injured. Suhi smiled and said nothing. He just held her finger and said, "Please beg me. I'll tell you if you beg me." Tantai glared at him. But before he could speak, he heard laughter coming from another high platform. No wonder the world loves the sword immortal lord like a handsome man. But the immortal lord chose a turtle. No one can stand this turtle's method of capturing people's hearts. Everyone followed the sound and saw the northern immortal lord looking at him with emotion on his face. It looks like the elders are teasing the younger ones. But he and Suhi were the elders of Mao Xian. The demon queen covered her face with one hand and waved the other hand helplessly. Go to H.L. I'm tired and don't want to care anymore. Does this guy have no brains? Or does he have too much brains? She stared at the northern immortal lord. Chapter 596. A voice. The handsome man who loves the sword immortal is like sand. The immortal. He chose a turtle. This turtle captures people's hearts. Mingzu can say this. And Zhu Xiao can also say it. They are all teasing Suhi and Tantai. But when it came from the north, it was a bit sarcastic. He mocked the immortal master Tantai for choosing a beast as his husband, and despised Suhi for not doing his job properly and relying on seducing women to rise to power. Zhu Xiao gritted his teeth. She sold her old face to get her younger brother-in-law to ignore him. But he came to provoke her. Just because the two sides can't completely break up and act unscrupulously, feeling that Suhi was ridiculing him in public for being uneducated and ignorant, for not having his own way, for picking off people's wits, and losing face? Or is it just to cause trouble for the demon clan? Let her collection of Huangling not go smoothly. No wonder the disciples' mouths should be torn apart. The master is old and disrespectful. Or maybe he has other considerations. The demon queen squinted at the northern immortal lord. The scene fell silent for a moment, and Tantai opened his eyes slightly, about to kill someone. But he was stopped by Suhi. He is no longer the novice he was 3 days ago. He knows exactly what Xuanhuang's condition is. It doesn't matter if the immortals engage in verbal quarrels or various schemes to make the other party lose face. But they can't really make a move. It is politically correct for Xian and Huang to work together in harmony to defend against foreign enemies. Suhi pulled Tantai and laughed, as if he had never heard Beifong's ridicule, smiling extremely happily. "Ha ha! Have you discovered all this? It seems that fellow Taoist from the north has been envious for a long time." Suhi looked at the northern immortal, and his eyes gradually became strange. For fellow Taoists to be so concerned about other people's personal affairs. Could it be that in the nearly 20 million years of Taoism, there has never been an immortal? Have you ever fallen in love with a Taoist friend? Not even a female beast? Suhi looked surprised, then looked at him with regret, shook his head, and spoke in sympathy. "Alas, fellow Taoist, you should improve yourself. Your own foundation is the foundation of everything," Su Hero pointed out. Seeing Beifong's expression getting colder, he shook his head and smiled. "How about fellow Taoist lowering his standards for choosing a mate? If there are no divine beasts, then exotic beasts." The northern immortal's complexion suddenly changed, as cold as ice. But Suhi laughed and didn't care, as if it was a joke between friends. He sent Tantai to her throne, shook her hand, and then turned towards Bai Yin's throne. The thrones of the two people are close to each other on the high platform. No matter when, Tantai and Bai Yin will advance and retreat together. Beifong looked at Suhi sitting on Bai Yin's throne and snorted. Sharp teeth! As expected, she was someone who refused to suffer. The demon queen looked at Suhi with a smile, clapped her hands and stood up. Okay, don't joke too much. Everyone is here. It's time for this gathering to begin. There are so many things to deal with, but as long as they are dealt with, this mess can be handed over to the north. If nothing unexpected happens, a war between Xin Huang and Yuan Zun may break out during the northern period. Right? Sympathize with him. When the real war broke out, the serving lord of Huangling in the north ceased to exist in name only. The one who can truly lead everyone is Gui Wanshan. Without the Taoist master and the Taoist leader, the innate status cannot be shaken. The demon queen just spoke, but was interrupted by the northern immortal lord. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Before we discuss the business, I would like to ask you if you have any questions. The Demon Queen stopped talking with a smile, without any displeasure at being interrupted. Fellow Taoist, please ask. The Northern Immortal Lord smiled and said, the 8 fellow Taoists have not come to this meeting, regardless of Ming Ancestor, Feng Ancestor, or Tao Master. We are all familiar with the people attending the meeting for them. Anyone who comes can do it for all of you. Decision making. But I don't know in what capacity fellow Taoist Su he attends on behalf of Immortal Taoists. Su he narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Beifan looked serious, but he didn't seem to be looking for trouble. As if he was really confused. Not only the North, but also most of the immortals attending the meeting below looked at him, seeming to be curious about the answer. Su he looked around and Tantai frowned slightly, but was not angry. At this moment, he should talk about Bai Yin's entrustment, and then take out the turtle SHL token to show that he can represent him with full authority and show his legitimacy. Right? For some reason, Su he suddenly thought of Bai Yin's message. Even if you say that I am your concubine, I will admit it when I come back. That guy had expected the scene? You don't want him to say this at the conference. Right? Su he thought for a moment, but couldn't figure it out. Who among those who play divination can guess? Unable to figure it out, Su he slumped back, patted the throne beneath him, and said with a smile, Bai Yin, my wife. The entire Immortal King Palace suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a needle drop. Hundreds of immortals below looked directly at Su he. Everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it. 2 wives point 2 immortals. The way everyone looked at Su he was abnormal. Those who knew the inside story also looked at him strangely. Is this something that needs to be said openly? They all quietly looked at Tantai Immortal Lord. No matter what Sword Immortal Lord was doing, his face was as calm as water. Not a single sword hit that scumbag. What this person said is not false. The Northern Immortal Master stroked his palm. Fellow Taoist, you are sincere. As husband and wife, we are of the same mind. So we can attend the meeting on behalf of the Immortal Master Taoist, and we can make decisions and vote on her behalf. When he said this, he calmed down for a moment, and his expression became straight. But the Sword Immortal Lord is also a fellow Taoist. I am afraid that all decisions will be affected by fellow Taoists. Husband and wife are of the same body. Wouldn't it be possible for one fellow Taoist to determine the fate of 2 immortals? Your decision? Su he looked at him quietly. Northern Immortal Lord chuckled and said, if so, Taoist's Immortal Lord and Sword Immortal Lord should only count 1 vote. Right? Everything in the Immortal King Palace is not decided by whoever is on duty. The 18 Immortal Lords voted for it. It's just that the person on duty counts 2 votes, which gives him an advantage. As soon as he spoke, Su he understood instantly. The Northern Immortal Lord will preside over the next Huamling gathering, and there will probably be a war at that time. The North is competing for the right to speak, especially Bai Yin and Tantai, who are basically on opposite sides of the Immortal Lord. 2 votes and 1 vote are so important to the North. Su he looked around, and the immortals below were whispering. There were actually many people who had the same view on this statement. His eyes passed over Wenzu, who looked at him with a smile. After 80,000 years, the child has grown up. He should deal with the problem by himself first. But if Su he doesn't understand how to deal with it, he will not see his child embarrassed and can protect him at any time. The Phoenix on the Phoenix side has the same attitude. Su he retracted his gaze, looked at the North Immortal Lord again, and grinned. What fellow Tao has said is indeed somewhat true. Bai Yin and Tantai should have my main thoughts. Of course, Su he was bragging. Not to mention that Tantai was akin to immortal, and his temperament, which he would rather bend than bend, could not be controlled by God. As for Bai Yin, whenever she had a disagreement, she had 10,000 ways to make Su he change his mind obediently. But Su he couldn't refute like this. He wanted to save face. Su he smiled. But according to fellow Taoists, wouldn't Ming Ancestor and One Ancestor also be considered as 1 vote? The same goes for Tao Master and Headmaster? And the Demon Lord and the Demon Queen are the same? As if he had expected Su he to say this. The Northern Immortal Lord shook his head and said with a smile, Friend Ming Dao and Friend Wen are just the same race. They are not father and son, husband and wife, or even master and disciple. How can we generalize? Ruidio, as my friend said. Doesn't it mean that all human monks only have 1 vote? The Tao Master and Headmaster Gui Wang are naturally the same. However, His Majesty the Demon Lord and the Demon Queen are husband and wife, so they deserve a vote. As he spoke, he looked straight at the Demon Lord and Demon Queen. Zhu Jia smiled sweetly and sent a message to Su he. What are you doing? Little brother-in-law? This time you have a conflict with him. I will let my husband imprison him. In his eyes, our husband and wife are enemies who have raised their flags. He wants us to make a vote. Suhi nodded. That makes sense. But he didn't know that after returning to the Demon Queen, he would return to the Northern Immortal Lord. There was a gleam in Beifong's eyes, and Suhi's reaction was somewhat beyond expectations. So calm. Rather than looking like this, he hoped that he would be furious and argue every point. Seeing Suhi nodding his head, what fellow Tao has said is very reasonable. Both Bain and Tant I actually look at my actions. If they have 2 votes, doesn't it mean that I only have 2 votes? She and I together should only have 2 votes. 1 ticket! Beifong didn't say anything, but that was exactly what he thought. But when these words came out of Suhi's mouth, he felt extremely awkward. Suhi laughed and said, But I can't decide only 2 votes. How about, let's go straight and merge? As he spoke, he turned to look at Wenzu and waved his hand. Wenzu, you know me. Why don't you also give me your vote? The 3 of us will have 1 vote? Wenzu grinned. Okay. Originally from the same family, it was impossible for him and Suhi to have different opinions. Suhi looked at the other dragon turtle who appeared on behalf of Mingzu. Before he could speak, the turtle had already laughed. Where is your frog? My bird has missed it for a long time. Suhi smiled. It's rare to have such a gathering. The city is huge. There is no room for leisure. Zhao Yi is out. This was the dragon turtle who presided over the creation of the mysterious world of mountains and seas when he returned to the ancient times. Toad learned from them and got along with them more. The dragon turtle laughed loudly. Go home and take a look when you have time. Don't stay out in the field. He smiled and waved his paws and said directly, The Ming ancestor said that this vote belongs to him. The turtle said, and actually dispersed his conscious body. He didn't give the vote verbally. This vote really belonged to Suhi. Not to mention that in the future, Suhi would even appear in this conference on his behalf. The expression of the Northern Immortal Lord suddenly darkened. He didn't want to confront Dragon Turtle, but Dragon Turtle never took him seriously. As for what he said about Mingzu and Wenzu, they are only from the same clan. Not father and son, master and disciple. The Dragon Turtle scoffed. Is the relationship between an ordinary father and son, a master and an apprentice comparable to that of the same clan of mythical beasts? Suhi glanced at the Northern Immortal and said with a smile, Look, there are 2 less opponents. 4 votes combined into 1. The Northern Immortal Lord said nothing. Suhi turned to look at the old phoenix of the Feng clan. Before he could speak, the phoenix burst into laughter. Here, Birdie, did you come to me last? Fengzu said. No matter if it is the collection of Huangling or not, as long as in your time, the Phoenix clan will listen to you. He glanced north as he spoke. Stupid. Right? A person from the future, even if he is not omniscient and omnipotent, still knows too much and can deal with many things by himself. If you don't listen to him, listen to you? Suhi laughed, bowing slightly. Thank you, ancestor. From a blood perspective, it would never be wrong to call the current divine beasts ancestor when meeting them. And this ancestor, Fingjing Netherworld, those 7 big tombs. There is him. The phoenix waved its wings casually and landed on the seat of the immortal below. It did not withdraw like the dragon turtle before. He is different from the old turtle, who is trying hard to break through to the immortal realm. You should seize all the time to practice. He was not in a hurry. One of the dragon turtle clan has set foot on the immortal lord, and Wu has opened up the path of the martial god. As expected, as long as there is a life and death battle, if he survives, he can use the path of the martial god to set foot on the immortal lord. Lao Gui, who had just left, was under too much pressure as a contemporary. This is normal for someone who wants to break through the immortal realm. The Dragon Turtle clan has many members, more than the other 4 spirits combined. It is normal to have 3 or 4 immortals. He won't leave. He will stay here and wait for the good show. I always feel like the drama has just begun today. 5 immortals. The expression of the Northern Immortal Lord had completely darkened, and 5 immortal lords were standing behind Suhi. However, this is to be expected. Dragon Turtle and Phoenix were originally wearing the same pants as him. There are also 2 demon clansmen. Their relationship with Bain is really a life and death relationship. That's why I want to suppress them. Otherwise, when he takes his turn, all the forces will be connected by Suhi, who will be in charge. He is likely to have to face the Yuanzun clan during his term of office. On a battlefield like this, if there is only one government order, only one voice can do it. If the 18 immortals have only one voice, why should they be afraid of Yuan Zun? It's a pity that no one in Xianwang is willing to stand up and raise their arms. If the Taoist master is willing to do it, he will wave his flag and shout, willing to be his general. Knowing Su He's identity, but still provoking him again and again is so stupid. But so what? Su He was never the goal. Nor was it the goal to lose face to their young couple. No one else is willing to be the only voice. So let him be the one. Dragon Turtle makes 1 vote. Bai Tantai makes 1 vote. Yazoo also makes 1 vote. And even Guiwang Mountain only makes 1 vote. Which is the best? All the forces within Xianwang have the same voice, and only 1 vote is enough. Otherwise, whichever clan is powerful can do whatever they want. Take your time. Let's call Tantai Ling and Bai Yin to become 1 vote today. In the future, we will be monsters and dragon turtles. Even though Dragon Turtle and the others support Su He now, when it comes time to make a final decision, they will never give up their votes. Beifan looked at Su He, grinned, and was about to speak when he saw Su He put a finger to his mouth. Shu, fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. Wait for me to help you unify the mixed sounds. Bei Jingyin looked at Su He with squinted eyes. Su He had already attracted all the forces he could, but he didn't know what else to do. The 4 spirits were harmonious, but as far as he knew, the Qiling clan had no blood connection with Su He. The Dragon Clan. The relationship between the Dragon Clan is even worse. The Dragon Clan has a very good relationship with the Dragon Turtle Clan. But 80,000 years ago, due to Su He, you died in the hands of the Yuan Zun clan immortal. The Dragon Clan has a lot of grudge against Su He. He didn't even put on a good face for him. As for others, it's even less likely. Su He looked at Zhu Jia and said with a smile, Sister and brother-in-law, do you want to join hands with me? Zhu Jia was stunned for a moment. She was talking about voting, but she was actually taking sides. She glanced at the Demon Emperor, who was not paying attention, and smiled sweetly. Brother-in-law, my sister is not like others, who can eat enough for the whole family. There is a huge demon clan behind my sister to protect her. Your brother-in-law's vote will stay with the demon clan. Can I join the ticket with you? Su He laughed loudly. Thank you, sister and brother-in-law, for your support. Su He didn't understand politics, but they understood what the Demon Queen meant. They supported Su He, but they couldn't lead the Demon Clan into disputes. The people of the Demon Clan deserve to die in the war with Yuan Zun, but it is not worth dying in internal friction. I only managed to get 1 vote. Is Guizhou Donkey exhausted? The Northern Immortal Lord smiled and looked at the headmaster of Guiwang Mountain. What do the headmasters think of fellow Taoist Su He's actions? The Huangling collection unites all the forces of Xianwang, but the one who has really been in charge of Xianwang since ancient times has always been Guiwangshan. The Huangling collection was originally established by the Man King, who united all parties and wanted to take away the leadership of Guiwang Mountain. How could Guiwang Mountain allow them to truly unite? Chapter 597 Appearance. The Northern Immortal Lord asked. Without waiting for the headmaster to reply, Su He raised a finger impatiently. Shu, I've already told you. Stop talking and wait for me to help you unify the different voices. Why are you so anxious? The Northern Immortal Lord's expression darkened, and he looked at Su He. This person really doesn't understand etiquette at all. I treat you as a commoner because you have 2 immortal wives, and you yourself are only at the 4th level of open heaven. How dare you be so presumptuous? He looked at Su He quietly and stopped talking. He wanted to see who else this kid could attract. Seeing Su He smiling, he also looked at Guiwangshan's headmaster and said in a serious tone, Guiwangshan, do you want to cooperate with me? As soon as he said these words, the entire Immortal King Palace fell into silence. Even the headmaster of Guiwang Mountain looked over in surprise. The Northern Immortal was startled and laughed. Someone actually wanted to win over Guiwangshan. He just smiled slightly at first, smiled and then couldn't help laughing. To win over Guiwangshan, not to mention a dragon turtle of the 4th level of open heaven. Even Ning himself would not be qualified enough to do it himself. Ming Daoxing cannot compare to the Taoist master of Guiwangshan. Even the barbarian kings back then didn't win over to Guiwang Mountain. He laughed and saw the headmaster of Guiwang Mountain slightly arching his hands. Thank you for your love, little friend. It's better to keep Guiwangshan as it is now. Su He smiled. Really? If Yuan Su is killed today, the war with the Yuan Zun clan will be quickly catalyzed. Right. At this moment, Xianwang still has a unified voice. Suhi smiled and looked at the man opposite him quietly. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and a mark appeared. Headmaster Gui Wanshan, who was still smiling slightly, looked at the mark and was suddenly startled. His face suddenly changed, and before anyone else could react, he stepped out from under Suhi's throne and bowed down. The 27th generation headmaster of Guiwang Mountain, Jian Xian, has met the 4th ancestor. The number of algebra taught by Guiwangshan far exceeds that of the Taoist master. Jian Xian's voice was like a scream, which instantly silenced the immortal King Palace. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Following Jian Xian's reaction were the other immortals, and even Tantai looked at Su He in surprise. The 4th ancestor. This title represents so much. In addition, Su He's eyebrow seal has its own rules, and you can tell what it is at a glance. His husband. When did he get into such a big deal? This is ancient times. Heaven is not far away, and the immortal Lord is still there. There are even immortals from the heavenly period still alive. The influence of the Taoist ancestors, the Emperor of Heaven, and the King of Hades far exceeds that of later generations. Immediately following the reaction of the immortal Lord were the disciples of Guiwangshan below. The surprise on their faces had not yet been lifted, but they had already followed the leader and bowed down. Disciples of Guiwangshan, pay homage to the 4th patriarch. More than 40 immortals bowed down at the same time, accounting for half of the people in the hall. The mountain calls came together, instantly awakened everyone who was stunned. Everyone looked at Su He in disbelief, until the demon queen chuckled softly, and transmitted the message to the immortal Lord. My little brother-in-law is not limited by time. Everyone suddenly realized that this person could return to this era from 30 million years ago, and naturally he could also go back to the ancient times. It seems that it is not difficult to meet the Taoist, a disciple who can travel through time. Even Tao ancestor wouldn't reject it. Right? Unexpected, but reasonable. Everyone was shocked. Only Beifong was breathing heavily. Things seemed to be developing in a direction he didn't expect. Just then, Su He asked the headmaster of Guiwangshan, is your Taoist name not in the order of generations? There is no word for sword in the Guiwangshan generation. Jian Xian bowed and replied, originally, I was here, but 6 million years ago, I fought with Yuan Zun, and was cursed to death by their southern lord using my name, and almost died. Junior brother took my Taoist title. The original Taoist title was what? Even the juniors don't know. From now on, it will be named Jian Xian. The contemporary Taoist master is actually the disciple of the master. It's just that the talent is too high. The head teacher is still dangling in the sky, and the Taoist master has already achieved Taoism. Jian Xian is not his real name at the moment. He once used his real name to restrain Yuan Zun, the Southern Lord, and thereby abolished the Southern Lord's curse-killing magical power. With a true name, the curse-killing magical power will inevitably return and be cursed again. Su He understood. Looking at him, he just smiled and said, maybe you can combine the 2 votes of returning to my place at this moment? The Northern Immortal Master tensed up, looked towards Jian Xian, and saw the headmaster bowing down. Of course it should be. Guiwang Mountain cannot participate in other mountains. But if that mountain was erected by the ancestors, then it is a different matter. The 4th ancestor. This is what the Taoist junior brother said before he left. The 4th ancestor is coming? I thought that the Taoist ancestor was about to appear and accept disciples, or that the legendary immortal drum was about to return. Someone knocked out 9 rings, but it turned out to be a visitor from the future. Some were happy, some were worried, while the Northern Immortal Lord's expression completely darkened. He wanted Xian Wang to have only one voice, and if Guiwangshan didn't do it, someone else would do it. But this person shouldn't be Bain and Tantai's husband. He looked dull, and Su He looked over with a smile. Now the 8 votes are combined into 1. And when fellow Taoists take turns, the total number of votes will be only 9. But we still want to continue to combine? The Northern Immortals' face twitched. The original 6-vote unity was just a joke, and they were treated as an alliance at most. But Guiwangshan's joining has a completely different nature. Whose ministers feuding among ministers led to the emperor's end? Do the votes still matter at this point? When it came to his turn, he voted twice in favor, and Su He voted against. But his vote was signed by 8 or 9 immortals. How do you let others vote? The Northern Immortal Lord looked at Su He. The 4th ancestor. 4th ancestor. Personally passed down by Tao ancestor. Pluto's own junior brother. A sudden panic rose in his heart. Pluto has always been his biggest slogan, and he has always been known as the descendant of Pluto. The person in front of me. What if Su he calls him Junior at this moment? Bow down and call out something nice? The Northern Immortal Lord's thoughts were confused for a while. And it took him a while to realize that he had thought too much. Su he always called him Immortal Lord and Taoist friend. Just like Guangshen's indistinguishable attitude. Su he didn't acknowledge his identity as the descendant of Pluto at all. Why do you say that you are a junior? The Northern Immortal's face suddenly looked like pig's liver. Listening to Su he's inquiry, his expression changed again and again. And after a while he said, Your Excellency has such status. I have nothing to say. However, the war is coming. And what everyone is looking for is a virtuous man. Of all the people present, which one isn't he a person who has paid a lot for Xian Wang and made outstanding contributions? How can he convince the public just by his status? His thoughts unknowingly changed from squeezing and grabbing Baiyin and Tantai's power and votes to struggling to stop Su he from making the decision. Even he himself didn't react. At this moment, Su he actually had the capital to be the only voice. Su he smiled. Does this mean that merit is more important than status? He smiled. Both my Baiyin and Tantai have killed Yuan Zun, Immortal Lord. In terms of merit, how many can compare with his family? In this moment, the Northern Immortal Lord had recovered his mood, smiled and said, Not bad. But this is the credit of my Xian Wang people. He looked at Su he. De Wu and Yuanjin were killed by Baiyin and Tantai Ling. Not just the two of them. After killing Yuanjin, the whole Xian Wang was fighting against Yuan Zun and other immortals. Even Manjua was the first to chop down Yuanjin with his axe. And only then did they make a contribution. The Great Witch and all the immortals jointly invaded Yuan Zun's territory. Dozens of immortals have fallen for this reason. They have great achievements. But others are not far behind. That makes sense! Su he wholeheartedly agreed, smiling and talking. Suddenly, a dragon roar was heard rolling from the starry sky. The voice was shrill and anxious. And just by hearing the voice, one could tell that there was a huge urgency. Everyone was startled and looked at the golden dragon, who appeared on the high platform in place of dragon ancestor. Fellow Taoist Mingy! This is the soul sound. After the death of the mythical beast, by chance, the soul consciousness wakes up. And the soul sound it makes before dissipating. Gao I Jinlong's expression changed. This dragon roar sounds so familiar. He hadn't heard it in 80,000 years. And it was like a knife stabbing into his heart. The roar of the dragon was filled with overwhelming anger, coming towards the place where the Xian Wang Immortal Lords were densely concentrated, calling for help. Save the child? Mingy turned around and was in the Immortal King's palace, his tail whipping in the air. The dragon's roar instantly condensed and turned into a scene in the Immortal King's palace. In a ruined world, a Yuan Zun Immortal Lord roared angrily, making an attack gesture, inserting his hands into a whirlpool that lifted the sky and held down the earth, intending to tear the whirlpool into pieces. This whirlpool. Everyone looked at Wenzu. The magical power that the Dragon Turtle clan is studying is this kind of whirlpool form. Right? When he saw the Immortal Lord of the Yuan Zun clan in the whirlpool, Mingyi's color changed instantly, and anger suddenly rose in his eyes. Yuan Yu? Kill the person who killed Brother Yu. The Dragon clan's unrelenting enemy. The 4 realms of the Immortal, someone said, with disbelief in his voice. 80,000 years ago, this person was still in the 2nd realm of Immortal Lord. But now, he has reached the 4th realm. What a monster. You? Mengyi gasped. Sure enough, it was the soul sound picture sent back by you. Apart from the ancestor, he and you are the 2 highest ranking people in the Dragon clan. The 2 were born at the same time and have gone hand in hand for nearly tens of millions of years. When we get along day and night, our feelings are already more than just feelings of kinship. They are real siblings. That's why you died 80,000 years ago. So he had a deep prejudice against Suhi. That battle could have been avoided. Mengyi looked at the picture, holding his breath and concentrating. Who is Immortal Yuan Zun fighting with? Who used such magical powers? This whirlpool dot has the Dragon Turtle clan successfully developed it. He panted, and saw the screen zooming out. And the person fighting Yuan Su appeared. Suhi carried the mountain armor on his back, flapped his wings, inserted his hands into the whirlpool, tried his best to maintain the whirlpool, and forcibly wiped out Yuan Su. The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone suddenly looked towards Suhi on the high platform. This was the first time today that there was sudden silence. The Northern Immortal is breathing rapidly. Immortal. The strange Immortal Lord's aura I felt on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year was not someone trying to break through the Immortal Lord. But it was indeed this person. Wenzu's murderous aura surged instantly. Goizi! When is this? Where is your body? Su-he smiled. Don't worry. When Zhu, my father's cry for help came out a moment late. The battle is over. I will return after I deal with the follow-up matters. When Zhu felt a little relieved and stared at the picture, with his eyes slightly squinted without moving. I saw Yuan Su tearing Biming apart bit by bit, and getting out. Just when everyone's breath tightened, they saw Su-he abandoning the whirlpool that was designed to kill Yuan Zun, turning into a streak of crimson, and thrust forward with a horizontal knife, hitting the center of Yuan Su's brow. The instantaneous flower bursts out, piercing the fairy gate, and destroying the fairy world. The picture progressed little by little, until Yuan Su collapsed bit by bit, and Su-he transformed into a green dragon. The picture ended. Dead. Yuan Su from the fourth realm of Immortal Lord is dead? The Immortal King's palace was as quiet as ice for a while, until a whisper came out. Brother Yu, Qing Long dot inheritance. Mingyi looked at Su-he with eyes that were dull at first, then became more and more intense, and gradually became almost crazy. You inherited Brother Yu's bloodline. In the beast transformation chapter, you condensed the body of a dragon? He was questioning, but he was also answering himself. No wonder, Su-he said, Father, just now. Is this Brother Yu's son? Mingyi was stagnant for a moment, his breathing getting tighter and tighter, until Lunko let out weird laughter uncontrollably. The laughter got louder and louder, and the sound was deafening throughout the Immortal King's palace. You are of Brother Yu's bloodline, and Brother Yu will have an heir. He was breathing rapidly. Did Brother Yu die for his own blood 80,000 years ago? Ha ha. Wow, ha ha. Hoorah. If Brother Yu doesn't fight for his own bloodline, who will? Someone must die. If Brother Yu doesn't die, who will die? For your own blood. Die a worthy death. Mingyi cried and laughed, not looking like an ancestor of his clan at all. The grudge stems from the death of Sua's brother. But he is happy that his brother has a son. For a time, all kinds of emotions gathered in my heart, and I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, whether to get close to Su-he, or whether to continue to blame him. He cried and laughed and looked at Su-he. Su-he was silent for a moment. Then his body shape slightly transformed into a green dragon, entrenched on the throne. Mingyi seemed to have his throat pinched, and his laughter and tears were suppressed in his throat for an instant. Feel the warmth emanating from Su-he. Lunko gasped, crying and laughing, and finally turned into pure crying. He is the ancestor of the dragon clan. He is a powerful person, and he cannot help himself when he is extremely passionate. There is a place below where a dragon is entrenched. Looking at Su-he looking up to the sky and chanting loudly. The dragon roared and cried for half an hour before it ended. Others never laughed at or disturbed him while paying homage to an ancestor, comparing one's feelings with one's own. Yuzu faked his death, and the Dragon Turtle clan almost destroyed the Buddhist world. The ancestral ancestor faked his death, and the Dragon Turtle clan defeated the emperor until it was completely sealed off. The monks from other realms were almost completely annihilated in the Dark Dragon ruins. The Yu ancestor of the Dragon clan was destroyed, but the Dragon clan could not do anything. It could not destroy Yuan Zun or Yuan Su. The frustration can be imagined. It took more than half an hour for Mingyi to gradually recover, and when he looked at Su-he, his eyes were completely different. The previous indifference changed into a bright and fiery one. Half an hour of crying was enough to expel the depression in my heart. When I looked at Su-he, I was looking at my own descendants. It was so pleasing to the eye. This kid came back from 30 million years ago specifically to inherit Brother Yu's bloodline? Good. Brother Yu's death was not in vain. This man has a heart. 80,000 years ago, Brother Yu was killed by Yuan Su for Su-he. 80,000 years later, Su-he came with a general trend, quietly joined Yuan Zun, inherited the bloodline of Brother Yu, and killed Yuan Su in revenge. 80,000 years ago, the father protected his son, and 80,000 years later, the son took revenge on his father. The thought of this makes one's blood boil. He looked at Su-he and became more and more satisfied. I wish I could just pounce on him and strangle him hard. Ticket! Ticket! He suddenly laughed. The Dragon Clan's vote belongs to Su-he. It didn't go through the ancestor, but the Dragon ancestor would definitely not object. Mingyi's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the Northern Immortal with eager eyes. The Immortal Lord said that Baiyin and Tantai's killing of the Immortal Lord was all Xuanhuang's contribution. So this time Su-he killed Yuan Su, and no one even knew the news. He went deep into Yuan Zun to kill the Immortal Lord alone. With such merit, dare I ask if fellow Taoists from the North have ever made a decision? The old dragon's words came out from his lips and teeth, and they were loud and clear. The grudge is solved, and the mythical beast wants to protect the calf. Chapter 598, The Hacking Mythical Beast. Have you ever made such a great contribution? Meng Yi's voice boomed throughout the immortal king's palace, like a spring thunder that explodes everything. Everyone looked up to the high platform above with a bit of confusion. Some people even felt a little frightened. Yuan Zun was outside, but his own immortal Zun had a dispute. One is a veteran immortal who has suppressed the heavens for nearly 20 million years. One is the existence of the immortal lord of the Yuan Zun clan, and he is the fourth ancestor of Guiwang Mountain, the highest among the heavens. Come with a general trend. Return to Wan Shan and bow your head. Xian Wang wants to fall apart before facing Yuan Zun? Some people in Suha had already started to face off against the north, and they were worried. Everyone looked up quietly, waiting for the results. The northern immortal lord looked at the golden dragon, questioning him. At Suhi with a slight smile on his face, and at everyone on the field. Watching quietly, he suddenly grinned. Shaking his head, he laughed louder and louder. He laughed until tears fell down, and he bent over. He couldn't help laughing. I don't know how long it took before the laughter stopped. The northern immortal lord bowed to Suhi magnanimously. I lost. I lose. Before the fight even started, we had already lost. Among Xuanhuang's 18 immortals, 9 of them were already standing behind Suhi before they started truly fighting for power. There is Guwangshan to stand in line, and Suhi has the means to kill an immortal on his own. Those who originally took sides may have been allies, but now they must stand firmly by his side. This can still be seen. Others, such as the old monk of Dabiai Temple, who has always followed Guiwang Mountain, will definitely not object, as well as the demon lord, and the old Qilin, who is also a member of the Four Spirits. As long as He uses some tricks, he will be alone in March. What's the use of worrying about the so-called votes? The voting result was his plan, but as long as He was willing, he could change his plan in an instant. There is no need to empty him. He is empty to begin with. This battle is not his fault. No one would have thought that this son would worship the Taoist ancestor as his teacher. It also occupies 3 of the 4 spirits, making it innately invincible. The northern immortal master looked solemn. He changed his previous narrow-minded villain look and said seriously, I am willing to admit defeat. In the next term, I will respect my Taoist friends. As long as I target the Yuan Zun clan, I will reach my destination. Suhi frowned slightly. With a realm like his, it was natural to tell at a glance that the northern immortal lord was not telling lies. This guy is very single. If the matter cannot be taken seriously, he must admit defeat on the spot, in front of the Xian Wang immortals and hundreds of immortals. Suhi looked at him and saw Beifong smiled slightly. I am the enemy of Tian's immortal and sword immortal, but I have a clear conscience toward Xian Wang. What an immortal should do is never neglected. He looked around, fearing no doubt, seeing that everyone's eyes fell on Suhi again. It is Xian Wang who is fighting for power. His only selfish motive may be vanity? Do you want to be the person who gathers people who respond to you? You don't want to flaunt yourself. Xian Wang, immortal lord. Who among the immortals is not like this? He smiled and didn't care about other people's opinions, and dared to admit everything. After the Yuan Zun incident, no matter whether I win or lose, as long as I am still alive, I will settle my grudges with the 2 immortals. During this period, if there are any disrespectful people in the northern immortal territory, fellow Taoists can behead him. A fellow Taoist voice recognized Suhi's ability. No matter how Suhi got his fighting power, if he could kill the immortal lord independently, he would be qualified to raise his own throne in the immortal king palace. Suhi frowned slightly. Whether it was animal intuition or spiritual perception, he unexpectedly discovered that the northern immortal lord was not retreating in order to advance, but was temporarily submissive and seeking a way out. In his heart, he really felt that the Yuan Zun clan was the big problem. Personal grudges must be settled clearly, but after righteousness. Suhi looked at the others and saw that the remaining immortals, including Tant Tai, all acted as if they were taking it for granted. It seems that this idea in the north is the real idea of this era. Suhi was quiet for a moment and suddenly realized Xian Wang had his own disputes, but Yuan Zun came step by step and pressed on Shua Wang's head for who knows how long. From the Heavenly Court era to the Barbarian King era, and then to this era, generation after generation. Counter-killing Yuan Zun is the common inheritance accumulated in the bloodline of Xian Wang creatures from generation to generation. Faced with Yuan Zun, bandits, Xian family officials, Xianwang people don't care about their personal ethics. But their righteousness will not be compromised. Suhi also laughed. Okay. There is a bachelor in the north. And he has the strength of a divine beast. As long as the Northern Immortal Lord does not act like a monster, we can join forces and advance together before the Yuan Lord is destroyed. The Northern Immortal Lord smiled and cupped his hands in all directions, and nodded slightly to Jian Xian and the Demon Queen. The gathering of Wangling was originally created for Yuan Zun. For this gathering, if anything related to Yuan Zun, Suhi can do it for me. Decision. If my own decision is in conflict with fellow Taoist Suhi, I will respect his decision. As an immortal, you are naturally not a shy person. You want to win, but you are not afraid to lose either. He cupped his hands as he spoke, his figure flickering slightly, and his consciousness slowly dissipated from the Immortal King Palace. It's not a rude escape. It's a serious departure. All rights of the Immortal King Palace are transferred to Suhi. The two disciples who came with him flashed and followed closely. In the Beichen Palace, there was a chessboard in front of the Northern Immortal Lord. On the chessboard, the game he played with the Demon Lord 3 days ago was being reviewed. Sometimes he uses different methods to crack the Demon Lord's chess game. And sometimes he uses the Demon Lord's methods to try to crack his chess game again and again. The two disciples below stood quietly. The one on the left with a feminine face is the second disciple Wushang. And the tough one on the right is Insong. The eldest disciple stayed at home and never came out. Master! Wushang raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a soft smile. At this moment, it seems that it is not a wise move to make enemies of Taiyan's Immortal and the others. In fact, the Master has never truly experienced the terror of Taiyan's Immortal Lord. On the contrary, he is the one who truly knows how terrifying Baiyin is. In terms of age, he is 2 million years older than Baiyin and Tantai Ling. But because of that rush of goods, I had faced Baiyin and Tantai head-on. Sword Immortal Lord sword is okay. In terms of winning or losing in battle, it's not a big deal. He didn't think that a master in the 6th realm of Immortal Master could not defeat Tantai Ling, who had just entered the 5th realm. But Baiyin, let's put it this way. If there are two missions, one is to destroy the world, and the other is to hunt Baiyin. He feels that he is likely to choose the former, which is relatively less difficult. You have just been born and haven't started anything yet. But she has already figured out where you will be buried in 100 years, and is ready to dig your grave. How to spell? There's really no way to fight this kind of guy. Unless he is strong enough to break all the rules. He can't avoid it even if he counts. It's a pity that Master is not that strong. The Northern Immortal smiled and said, I know it! He is an immortal. When Baiyin and Tantai Ling Immortal were in the 5th realm, they ignored the rumors and personally took action to eliminate those two people. But he never did anything similar again. The two women, one good at sword fighting, faced each other head-on. One is hidden behind. Invincible. Maybe in the battle with Yuan Zun, Baiyin's divination ability will be broken, and he will have a chance to win. Then why does Master still do this? Wushang asked in confusion. And Song is a good guy, and a mere immortal would dare to provoke two immortals. But the Master would never be so stupid. The Northern Immortal Lord made a move and killed his own dragon. He put down the chess piece in his hand and smiled helplessly. Some things are beyond your control. It started when he stepped onto the 6th level of the sky and replaced his own ladder with a scrap ladder from Pluto. Everything is doomed. He didn't have the talent to break through Pluto's shackles. So he was destined to live in the shadow of Pluto for the rest of his life. If Pluto were alive, he wouldn't have to care. According to the information he obtained by digging up graves, Hades might be the most talented of the 3 disciples of Tao Ancestor. Among the 4, even more than the Emperor of Heaven and the Taoist Master. The other 2 are disciples that the Taoist Master picked up casually. Pluto came here because of Tao Ancestor shamelessness. How talented is she? An ordinary mortal girl, with no inheritance and no one to teach her. Even without seeing any mythical beasts, he could just look at clouds and water, comprehend out of thin air, and learn to fly into the sky and escape from the earth. Like a born saint. If Pluto is alive, he will definitely find a smooth road. Even if he stays on the avenue of Pluto, he can still go all the way up. Just like what everyone is practicing now. Which one was not pioneered by the Taoist ancestors. But Pluto is dead, and he wants to take a step forward. So he can only pick up Pluto's road and then stumble forward. And the Pluto Avenue actively merged into the bodies of Baiyin and Tantai Ling. From soul to body. Complete integration. The indivisible kind. It's not just the one that competes with in song. When he competes with the two women, the Tao charm he emits will also be absorbed. These two women were born to devour the great path of Pluto. If you want to get the avenue back, you must either use the cauldron harvesting technique, or completely refine the two of them and absorb their origins. Hostility has long been doomed. Of course, the occasional jealousy also prompted him to become a mortal enemy with Bayan Tantai again and again. Bayan's talent is unimaginable. If he has that kind of talent, he can always do it by finding another way. Not to mention breaking the shackles of Pluto. Tantai Ling is also the same. How old are the two of you? Among the immortals, he is the youngest. Among the current immortals, he is almost the youngest. Such understanding and talent are really enviable. In the Immortal King's palace, everyone's eyes fell on Su-He. There were those who were curious and those who were amazed. Only the Demon Queen looked at him with evil eyes and a smile. Su-He looked at it and got trembling. Then Ju-Jiu smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, now we are on the first ticket. What plans do you have next? Why don't you talk to your sister?" This guy is so outrageous. He was bullying Tantai on the mountain a few days ago. But in the blink of an eye, he ran out to kill the Immortal Lord. I can kill the Immortal Lord and say low to her. She will definitely try her best to cooperate. Wouldn't it make her term more important? How uncomfortable this confused account is now. Immortal Master Yuanxi was killed during her tenure. But she had no involvement. Su-He smiled. "Sister, you are worrying too much. How can I still have the energy to make trouble? I will put away the spoils of Shuyu realm first. And then, if you can, please protect me. After the matter is over, I will let go. Due to the restrictions of Shuyu realm, Yuan Su's death cannot be concealed. Yuan Zun's family will definitely respond." Su-He looked at Ju-Jiu. "How to stop the revenge of the Yuan Zun clan? I have to worry about my sister." It's a tough battle. However, the Yuan Zun clan lost one immortal lord, but Xian Huang gained one more. The situation is much better than before. Although she was under great pressure, Ju-Jiu's eyes shone with light. Seeing that his term is about to end, can he still have a tough battle with the Yuan Zun clan? She licked her lips, setting the tone for the fight. "My brother-in-law is so powerful that he has already killed Yuan Zun, a four-realm immortal lord. Xian Huang wins. The next step is to focus on defense to prevent the Yuan Zun clan from retaliating again and again. As long as the immortals are not killed, it will be an unprecedented victory. As for the immortal lord, you don't need to think too much about that. Yuan Zun does not have an immortal who can break through time and space. It is impossible to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger like Su-He and make a surprise attack." In the moment of speaking, the scene of Su-He killing the immortal has been replayed countless times in the mind of the immortal present. Although there was Baiming, there was Su-He who pierced Yuan Su with his stunning sword. But the injury that had long penetrated Yuanxiu's eyebrows was the foundation of Yuanxiu's true downfall. Was that a sneak attack? Under normal circumstances, how could the immortal lord be attacked by someone? He was naturally on guard against all hostile immortals, and the immortal's sneak attacks were useless. Only someone like Su-He, who is unknown to others and has no disguise, but can suddenly reveal the immortal's combat power, can successfully attack in one fell swoop. How long can the younger brother-in-law suppress the news of Yuan Su's death? The Demon Queen rarely asked seriously. Su-He thought for a moment. He could control the cassock and support it all the time. But Yuan Su was already dead. And before his death, he fought to break down the barrier himself. As long as the cassock is strong enough, you can see the clues after being outside for at most half a month. Not much time. At most half a month, Su-He replied honestly. Ju-Jiu nodded. The limit was half a month. So it would be best to cut her preparation time in half. She would have to arrange everything in 7 days at most, in order to cope with unexpected changes. Her expression instantly became solemn, and she raised her head to look at the Demon Lord. "Husband, I can't bear the Demon Clan disciples to be harmed. But since I am still in office at this moment, the Demon Clan cannot hide. This time on the frontal battlefield, the Demon Clan has no chance to retreat." Demon Lord smiled. "Even if you are not in office, when will the Demon Clan fall behind half a step against the enemy Yuan Zun?" The Demon Queen smiled sweetly. "Then Doc, please play the game of life and death. All the immortals of the Demon Clan, join the game." The Demon Lord looked at her lovingly. "Okay." Ju-Jiu turned his head, looked at Jianxian again, and said in a deep voice, "Guowang Mountain seals the space teleportation of the Xianhuang lands. Guard the Poria Star territory." Jianxian held the sword and held it in his hand. Yes. The Demon Queen turned to Ancestor One again. The Dragon Turtle clan ascends the mountain armor and is scattered among the formations. There are many members of the Dragon Turtle clan, and the 7th level Kaition is the strongest immortal. The team is scattered in all directions, which can ensure the maximum defense of one's own side. Wenzu nodded. Okay. Zhu Jia's arrangements were passed down one by one. The 4 spirits, various sects, following her words. The entire Xinhuang and all the worlds that surrendered to Xinhuang were mobilized. After arranging everything, she turned to look at Suhi. My little brother-in-law will arrange his own actions. Just try not to be trapped in Yuanzun's territory. Sister Tantai and Sect Master Jianxian will be arranged by my brother-in-law to provide support. One of these 2 people is Suhi's wife, and the other is a junior from the same family, so they must be more dedicated. Neither of them would have a problem with it. Suhi smiled. You guys can relax a little. Maybe they won't even find me where I am. With the cassock here in control by Daozu's finger bones, there is a high probability that he can return quietly from the territory of the Yuanzun clan without fighting here. That's perfect. Zhu Jia smiled and stretched, showing off her curvy figure. She reviewed her arrangements in her mind and tried her best to make every detail perfect. A possible battle has been deduced over and over in her mind in advance. At this time, Zhu Xiao, although still charming, exuded the awe-inspiring aura of a superior person. Suanio Xian now. The Demon Queen suddenly opened her eyes during the review. Among the immortals below, a white-browed black bird raised its head. Immortal Lord. Suhi's eyes narrowed. Although it is said that the Suanio clan has Phoenix bloodline, they have already become independent. Even if you can't enter the Phoenix nest to get the inheritance, you can't ignite the true Phoenix fire either. It is a completely different kind of mythical beast. It cannot be considered a Phoenix subspecies, but can only be regarded as a superior mythical beast. As an adult, you can only reach the 5th level of open heaven. But this white-browed black bird fairy, a real fairy, she did not follow the path of a divine beast. Her divine beast reached the 5th level of heaven. She did not open the 6th level of heaven like her grandfather Yunyu. Instead, he stopped at the 5th heaven and then followed the path of a mortal monk. From transforming into a demon to cultivating an immortal. Can we still go like this? This is the first mythical beast he has seen that walks the path of immortality, even if he is also the foundation laid by the monk method. But he knew that when a monk stepped into the heavenly realm, the divine beast could not be cultivated. The mythical beast has an inner world and cannot cultivate the monk's cave world. But I don't know how this mysterious bird can do it. He was surprised and listened to the Demon Queen's order. The Blackbird clan. Hide in the void and disperse at the front. Investigate all movements of Yuanzun. During the ancient heavenly period, the Suanio clan was the adjutant of Taishur. They were best at collecting historical materials behind the scenes, and could record all important events in person without being discovered. There is also the Blackbird escape technique, which is perfect for spying in this era. Divine consciousness is not omnipotent, and those who have snooping methods have their own ways to deal with it. Scouts are always the most important force in a battle. The white-browed blackbird agreed and dispersed its conscious body. But he was stopped by Suhi. Fellow Taoist, please stay away. The white-browed Suanio stopped, bowed slightly, and nodded in salute. I wonder if the Immortal Lord has called me. What are your instructions? This is the existence of the suppressing Immortal Lord. It is not wrong to call him Immortal Lord. Suanio was careful. Suhi smiled, raised his hand, and shot a ray of light towards the white-browed blackbird. This battle started because of me. If the Blackbird clan wants to spy, the more methods they can use. The more methods they can use to save their lives. What he shot was his own magical power. His Xuan had been mutated by Yunli. Not only did he have the dragon turtle Xuan, but he also had Yunli's special state of invisibility. It has exceeded the scope of the 7th level divine beast of Kaitian. Back then, Su Huanyan turned Xuan into a technique that could be practiced. And he understood it. With his current state, it is not difficult to condense the mutated magical powers into spells and spread them out. It's just that the effect is much worse than its own magical power. Before the blackbird could react, Xuan had already landed on the center of his eyebrows and turned into a skill. She opened her eyes and looked at Suhi at a loss, with a bit of confusion in her eyes. This battle started because of immortal Suhi. However, Yuanzun and Xianhuang were always in a state of war, and the immortal master had never been seen passing on other people's skills. Why give it to her alone? For a moment, the heart of the white-browed blackbird was rolling. Even the demon queen looked at Suhi strangely. Suhi sighed. My peacock has the blood of a black bird. And my grandfather is an orthodox black bird. This is my own bird. I can also use the black bird escape technique. Do you want to fly one to show you? The white-browed blackbird's eyes instantly shone. Grandson? Suhi. Although I'm right, I still feel like you're taking advantage of me. This is the disadvantage of traveling through time. In this era, any mythical beast that is related to him by blood can call him grandson. And there is no way to refute it. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Bade Suanio immediately admitted his mistake. But everyone could see the excitement on his face. My juniors. As a black bird and a historian, she knows a lot of secrets in the world. For example, most of the people in the Immortal King's palace knew about Suhi's identity when he traveled through time and space. But she knew more. More details. But he never thought that such an existence would be an extension of his own bloodline. No. This matter needs to be passed down as a memory. Passed down into the bloodline from generation to generation. Telling future generations how special our bloodline is. We have a being who can jump out of time. She smiled and thanked her. In the envious eyes of other immortals, he dispersed his consciousness and went to fulfill his responsibilities. The demon queen looked at Suhi with a smile. Brother-in-law, I have basically made arrangements here. How is your situation? Shuayujia. 2 green dragons, one large and one small, are suspended in the air. Yuezu looked at the bloodline in front of him and wanted to touch it. But he was worried about nothing. It wasn't until Suhi came back to his senses that he stopped being so doting and said with a smile. Are you ready, little one? Suhi was silent. Yuzu suddenly had an impatient expression on his face. You are my son. Now I am dead. The huge power Yuan Su has accumulated in this body for tens of thousands of years. If you don't inherit it, is it possible that you want it to be scattered with me? Void? Suhi opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Yuan Su didn't know what he was doing these years, but he wanted to make a pure dragon without any trace. But it was true. The dragon bones, dragon scales, and dragon meat have all been refined. Only the dragon blood still retains Mengyu's inheritance and soul consciousness. It is difficult to refine it without damage, which is why it has been delayed until now. At this moment, all parts of the body return to their proper places. Mengyu wanted to give this pure dragon power to Suhi. But this power is also the power that supports the survival of Mengyu's soul consciousness. If the power is given to him, the soul consciousness will disperse. Really, Doc can't be resurrected? Suhi asked unwillingly. Mengyu burst into laughter, and then said with a contented scolding tone, It's dead. Rotten to the core. How can you resurrect it? You are a real dragon. Why are you doing such a coquettish gesture? Suhi was unwilling to give in. Hacking beast instinct. They were clearly 2 unrelated strangers, but they were connected by blood. To watch them disappear into the world could not help but give rise to a heartbreaking feeling. Chapter 599 Goodbye Buying. The attacks of Taizu, Bailong and Monk were loud in the distance. In Shuyu realm, suicide attacks hit the 3 people one after another. No race lacks loyalty and heroes. Especially here. It is the base camp of Yuan Su, ranging from immortals to ordinary monks of the Yuanzun family. Loyalty comes first. 3 drums appeared in the air, making thunderous sounds. More than half of the military formation, which had been wiped out by the aftermath of the battle between Suhi and Yuan Su, reorganized as quickly as possible, formed a battle formation and attacked the 3 of them. Dang! A bell rang, and a big drum suddenly shattered, and a 3rd level immortal and 4 7th level Yuanzun monks were blasted over by the sound of the bell. Boy, pick up the goods! Taizu's voice boomed. According to the agreement, existences above the 6th level of treading the sky belonged to Suhi. Suhi twisted his dragon body and looked at the flying shadow. Laughing out loud. Shout I. How rude. Forget it. Instead of calling him clan brother, he actually called him boy. He is better than Taizu now. Why don't you take the opportunity to have a good fight? After passing this village, there is no such shop. Suhi chuckled and looked at the few people who were thrown here. The dragon's body suddenly grew in size, and it took several people into the inner world at the same time. Before they could resist, the entire world had suppressed them. Although he had just emptied his body, it was still easy to suppress a few Titians and a 3rd level immortal, without any resistance from them. The bodies of several people were broken into pieces and forcibly transformed. Immediately, cries of pain and curses came at the same time. But as soon as the sound came out, It became smaller and smaller, and completely dissipated in a moment. In the darkness, 2 new shoots slowly grew up on the bank of Huangquan. He was surprised. Taizu sent 5 people, and they all collapsed, but only 2 buds grew out. 3 people dissipated and did not transform into beings in the inner world. Force for fighting is not 100% successful. Or is it because of the Yuanzun family? However, the 3 people who disappeared did not just disappear. Instead, they were refined by the world and turned into a weird flower fertilizer? He looked at the 3 drops of lotion formed in the underworld and could only think of this word. As his inner world formed, he knew the usefulness of this lotion as soon as it appeared. It can be used as fertilizer for newly grown shoots, speeding up the growth of the shoots and improving the talent of the shoots. It can also be used to increase the success rate of transformation when transforming other creatures. Even the quality of flower fertilizer is enough to correct some transformations that are bound to fail. He looked at the 3 drops of lotion. His eyes suddenly burst into light, and his real body raised his head to look at the dragon secretly watching him above. His breath trembled. I felt sleepy, so I brought a pillow. He hurriedly asked, "Old guy, if you consume the power of the corpse at will, how long can your soul consciousness exist?" Yuezu was startled for a moment, anger and relief rising at the same time in his eyes. He wanted him to exist longer, and he was very pleased. But the little dragon couldn't tell the difference. His dissipation is already destined. Why waste such strength to keep it? He has no regrets in this life. "Answer me," He said eagerly. "Maybe I can keep you here completely." Yuzu was startled for a moment. Is there such a method in this world? Even a few ancestors, even the Taoist master of Guowang Mountain, couldn't do it, right? Maybe the legendary Hades is possible? 7 hours. Yuzu responded with a smile. Time is running out. While it can still control its body, it can still pass on most of its power to Suhi. Suhi breathed a sigh of relief. 7 hours should be enough. Yuezu was different from others. Even Iho was taken away by Suhi in a near-death state. He still had a soul, and was not completely dead. Divine beast. Soul and body merge into one. What is in front of him is just a piece of soul consciousness, which is almost the same as the conscious body. Even Suhi couldn't transform him into a creature in the inner world. He is not even a living being. How can he be transformed? Flower fertilizer. Suhi looked at him and said seriously, "Then hold on, and don't let it go away. Give me 7 hours." Suhi let out a long chant and passed it towards Taizu and the others. Taizu and Bailong, who were hunting wantonly, were slightly startled. "Stop killing everyone. Su Huchuan wants it." Turning around, he saw Suhi walking in the air with a bit of excitement, smashing a 3-beat drum with one head, and rolled up the group of Yuanzun clan members with one roll of his dragon body. Seedlings sprouted up on the bank of the underworld, and the lotus in the underworld became more and more drop by drop. I wonder if this lotion can fix the soul consciousness and reincarnate the old dragon in his inner world. It's a road. There's nothing wrong with trying it. As time went by, Suhi's strength recovered little by little, and his body shape had transformed into the true form of Xuanwu. With the mountain armor on his body and the Taoist master's finger bones inlaid, he could exert some of the immortal's combat power, and his gathering speed became faster and faster. As soon as he lifted his claws, a majestic heavy rain poured across the Shuyi realm, and countless Yuanzun clan members were seen flying up, swept towards Suhi by the heavy rain. Anyone who is conscious will immediately commit suicide. Although he didn't know what Suhi was going to do, this person killed the immortal lord, and was the great enemy of Yuanzun's family. Even if this body is shattered and their bones are shattered, it will never go wrong to let Suhi get their bodies. Suhi snorted coldly, and a divine power spread to the entire world. In an instant, the world became quiet. Suhi jumped down next to Old Long, closed his eyes, and used all his strength to forcefully transform Yuanzun and everyone. They even tried not to turn people into beings in the inner world, but directly into the emulsion. Although I didn't get it right every time, I gradually got the hang of it. It's just that the transformation of the inner world cannot be accomplished overnight. If you cannot transform tens of millions of people in an instant, how slow is the speed? It wasn't until the end of 7 hours that more than 500 drops of lotion were condensed. Old Long had already run out of patience. He could sense that his soul consciousness was about to dissipate. He's coming to an end. The dragon body still has more than half of its power, but the existence time of the soul consciousness is limited after all. With one bite of the dragon's teeth, He was about to forcibly pass on the remaining power to Suhi. But Suhi suddenly opened his eyes, and a wave of power enveloped him. Yuzu only felt that a big net was coming, and the surrounding environment had changed. And the world had changed. The body is already in a pure and spiritual place. This place is like a new world. Even the air is full of new sweetness. This is my inner world. Suhi's consciousness gathered next to him, looking at him with a smile on his face. The lord of the netherworld of my world. Are you interested? Yuzu was startled. He felt that the power of the whole world was rushing towards him. Not to suppress, but to nourish. Assimilation. Time was limited, and Suhi could sense that his soul consciousness was about to dissipate. But there was no time to explain too much. If he could succeed, there would be plenty of time to explain in the future. If he couldn't succeed, why would Lao Longkong be happy for nothing? Yuzu's eyes were slightly focused. He had never heard of Suhi's inner world. No divine beast had ever had an inner world that was like the real world. That mountain in the distance is so magical. And the hexagrams floating on the mountain? Nearly 30 hexagrams? Will Suhi unify the entire world in the future? Yuzu was shocked and felt the world infiltrating and assimilating him. But he was not a living being or a soul. It's just that the soul consciousness has already died and cannot die again. In order to transform Suhi in the inner world, he must first make up for his soul consciousness. Just like when Baiyin reincarnated Suhi from the dead and then sent him into reincarnation. Baiyin cut off half of his own existence, cast a net across the universe, and deployed countless backup tactics like fellow Taoist Qianjiang to ensure that Suhi successfully survived the reincarnation. How could Suhi have such means? However, the difficulty he faced at the moment was much smaller than Baiyin's. In the inner world, all his wishes come true. Yuzu was startled. Astonishment flashed in his eyes. And then he resisted. Boy, I'm dead. How can I consume the inner world to force me to stay? If he transformed alive, he might not need to hurt Suhi's inner world. But how could it be possible to condense soul consciousness into a true spirit by ordinary means? As he struggled, Suhi curled his lips and smiled. What are you thinking? The world inside me is precious. My clan sister exhausted all her means to lay the foundation for me. How can I kill the goose to get the eggs? As he spoke, he hooked his claws, and the lotion under the underworld formed a line and flew toward the old dragon. Like stalactites, it penetrated into the old dragon's eyebrows and body, turning into unexplainable nourishment and moisturizing the whole body. No need to refuse. This is refined by the Yuanzun tribe, who just robbed half of the world. The Yuanzun tribe will not waste the origin of the inner world for you, but only refine half of the world for you. So there is no need to refuse. Right. Yuzu opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. This lotion is the purest essence of life and soul power. If it can be taken outside, it will really have the effect of killing the body and reviving the soul. It's just he's a dragon, not without soul. But the spirit, soul, and body are one. And the moment the body dies, the spirit and soul are gone. Yuan Su's refining of the corpse was essentially stripping away the remaining soul power from his corpse bit by bit. Suhi wanted to forcefully help him gather his true spirit at this moment, as if he was trying to create a new true spirit with this bit of soul consciousness. Even the immortal lord can't do it. But looking at Suhi, he looked like he was unwilling to give up. Old Long was silent for a moment, and then laughed. This is the mythical beast. If it were any divine beast, it would do this. Right? How could he give up on his blood relatives because of his words? He smiled and said softly, Drink my blood. There is still some soul power in the blood, and it may have some effect. If he can't be persuaded, then he can cooperate. The worst is that if Suhi wants to damage the foundation of the inner world, he will shatter his soul himself. Suhi's eyes lit up. Is this right? You cooperated immediately. You really tried your best. But nothing can be done about it. The old dragon has disappeared today. Isn't that his fate? Father and son just accept their fate. Outside, Suhi let out a long groan, and red mist rolled over the Yuzulam corpse beside him, and dragon blood surged out. Without any special means, the old dragon would have died early. Ordinary water control methods can control his blood. Of course, the prerequisite is that he can withstand the backlash of the dragon's energy. This dragon corpse has been sacrificed and refined by Yuan Su for tens of thousands of years, and it already exudes the aura of an immortal. Ordinary immortals can't even get close. After the dragon's blood entered his body, Suhi licked his lips. The old dragon actively cooperated, and he could devote himself wholeheartedly to trying to transform. At this moment, Taizu's tangled voice came to his ears. Boy, are you transforming the old dragon into a creature in your inner world? Suhi opened his eyes and looked towards Taizu. He saw a bronze bell on his head, and the head of the Yuanshu stone statue under his feet like a rolling ball. He looked at him with a constipated look on his face. Suhi nodded. The corner of Taizu's mouth twitched. If something goes wrong, force the true blood of your dragon body into it. Your dragon body is his biological son. Use your blood to turn him into a creature in your inner world. It will have a miraculous effect. Suhi's eyes lit up. Thank you so much. Brother! Taizu was immediately furious. How dare you scream? Boy, why do I suddenly have such useless knowledge in my mind? Please explain it to me first. He carefully searched for the treasures in this world. Watched Suhi refine the Yuanzun clan members, and took away the soul consciousness of the old dragon. Inexplicably, a little more knowledge appeared in my mind. Just like a forgotten memory that was remembered at this moment. Did this grandson go back to his childhood and implant it in his mind just to remind him at this time? Just let him ask his clan brother to take advantage of him. But also touch his memory. Knock you out? Suhi was startled, and a trace of strangeness flashed in his eyes. Academic memory. Dezuz? When you encounter the corresponding scene, you will naturally awaken? He smiled slightly. Maybe it's prenatal education? You know. You have been in a turtle egg for millions of years. You have experienced many things and have seen a lot. It's just that you don't remember it. By chance, you want to woke up? Taizu jumped instantly. Sure enough, this grandson had seen him in an earlier era. Otherwise, how would he know that he had been in the egg for so long? He also said it was not you who caused the trouble. Taizu gritted his teeth. Don't touch me again. Memory. Suhi was quiet for a moment and said seriously. Except for yourself. No one in this world can touch your memory. Not even the immortal lord. Taizu was startled. Am I so awesome? Why didn't I know? He knew that he was somewhat special. Not everyone could stay in an egg for millions of years. Not everyone was born with a divination. And not everyone had his talent and luck. But it's so special that it makes people a little nervous. He still wanted to ask. But Suhi had already transformed into a dragon, forced out a ball of true blood, and escaped into the inner world with the true blood in his consciousness. Taizu curled his lips. So generous. With such a big ball of real blood. Aren't you afraid of losing chi and blood? It's just a guide. One drop is enough. Suhi's conscious body fell into the inner world with 2 masses of blood, and waved his hand, and turned into 2 small streams flowing into Yuzu's soul consciousness. There were no surprises. Just blended in smoothly. With the addition of his blood, the harmony between the inner world and the old dragon was immediately raised to its peak. The old dragon, who was constantly in a cycle of collapse and reorganization, was suddenly startled, and a dragon roar came out of his mouth. The body suddenly collapsed and dissolved. It has not turned into a seed beside the underworld, nor has it turned into a lotion. Right in front of Suhi, it condensed bit by bit and turned into a dragon egg, which fell to the ground and no longer breathed out. Suhi circled the dragon egg several times. The egg is not dead, and there is still a strange vitality revealed inside it. But he is not alive, and he has no intention of breaking out of his SHL. It has not even changed to maturity. Just like Taizu's egg back then. Not dead. Not alive. Not good news. But not that bad either. Go back and ask Taizu and Mingzu. They are familiar with this state. After transferring the dragon egg to the rock where the netherworld white tiger had been lying, Suhi's conscious body escaped from the inner world. Then, they saw the bronze bell of Taizu hanging high in the air, and 3 people under the bell made the shape of a Chinese character, staring closely at the half-dragon corpse in front of them. Previously, Yuzu had broken many bodies in order to transmit the soul sound to the outside world. It takes a lot to keep the soul consciousness strong for several hours. The original dragon corpse now looks like only half of it exists. The dragon's blood was taken away by Suhi, and even the old dragon's soul consciousness left semi-voluntarily and completely. Although there was no blood, the dragon corpse had somehow reached the level that Yuan Su wanted. No soul consciousness. No mark. Just blank. Although it was not perfect. It was not even 3 points that Yuan Su wanted. But a vision has been revealed. The half-dragon corpse moaned and howled at the full moon above its head without any consciousness. Just like the wind blowing in the valley, making natural sounds. The same is true for the dragon corpse at this moment. facing the full moon. It naturally groaned. I don't know what means Yuan-Su used to condense this world. There is no daylight, and no waning moon. There is only one state. Full moon. It seems that it happened just for the situation of Green Dragon asking the moon. The three Taizas and the dragon corpse were in a line, staring at the full moon above their heads. Suhi's figure flashed and landed behind them. Looking together, he saw long avenues and rivers appearing on the full moon. Like the flaming tongues of the sun, the long river surges and rolls above the full moon, form a circle of halo. But this situation can only be seen when it is in line with the dragon corpse, and it is completely invisible from another angle. The road is long. Original space. Suhi was shocked. A strange feeling arose in my heart. In later generations, he left countless seals in the original space. He no longer needed to split the heavenly tribulation and could enter the original space anytime and anywhere. But in this era, this ability is no longer available. Suhi didn't think much about it. After all, he has never left a mark in the original space of this era. Isn't it natural that you can't go in at any time? But at this moment, facing the full moon, the feeling of being able to split open the original space at any time and enter at any time arises again. Even he can sense the Tao seal belonging to him in the original space. It's like the Tao seal came with him, but it just stayed in the original space, but was never sensed. This feeling. Suhi looked straight at the full moon, his eyes slightly focused, looking through the full moon towards the original space. Then a white shadow flashed across the source space. It was a beautiful woman, with a bagua on her head and her palm slapping toward the distance. Next to him was an old man with a childlike face and white hair, with Tai Chi above his head and waving his palms in the distance. There was a small puppet like a sunny doll floating behind both of them, and the feeling of blood connection came from the puppet. That's a treasure made from the clone of Suhi's corpse. Baiyin, Taoist Master. The two of them are in the original space. The one who fights with him, Li. They fight in the original space. Is it possible to fight in the original space in this era? In later generations, Suhi also coexisted with Yuan Jiji. But in the original space of later generations, fighting is not allowed. Sure enough, the original space has changed. Suhi squinted his eyes, and saw that unlike in later generations when he was buried in a finger, Li at this moment was more like a living person. And his moral character was also terrifyingly high. More than a mortal lord. In a few moments Suhi saw, it wasn't the Taoist who blocked Li, but Baiyin was in danger several times. But that guy's head was flashing with gossip, and he could always hide under the protection of the Taoist master at the most critical moment. As if sensing the outside world, the two of them looked outside at the same time. But their expressions darkened. Suhi also followed them, and darkened his face. Qilong Wenyu.is transmitting power to the original space. He could sense that at this moment, Li was being replenished, and his offensive instantly increased. Baiyin and the Taoist master were at a disadvantage for a while. Suhi stepped forward, grabbed the dragon corpse, and pulled it down from the sky. Looking further towards Xiang, the long river of Full Moon Avenue dissipated in an instant. However, Suhi could sense that there was still a steady stream of power dissipating from here. Qilong Wenyu is interrupted, but the power is still being transmitted to the original space. Because of his arrival, Baiyin and Taoist master are in danger? Suhi breathed heavily and jumped up. Taizu! Taizu looked at Suhi with a flash of light in his eyes. It is indeed my grandson. Is this because he will be used to calling him ancestor in future generations? What are you calling ancestor for? Taizu held his head high. Lend me another small world spirit stone, Suhi said quickly, having borrowed the spirit stones from two small worlds. His condition was now extremely stable. But it was not enough. The anchor had barely fallen. Baiyin and the Taoist master were in the original space, and the Taoist seal was also faintly calling Suhi to go forward. Suhi did not dare to enter easily without dropping the anchor. What did the clan brothers say? Taizu's expression suddenly changed. Who is your ancestor? You are the clan brother. It's a life but no money. Taizu looked unfamiliar with him. Next to him, Baiyin sighed. Asking for money from Gu Tai would be worse than risking his life. She looked at Suhi. If you need spiritual stones, I still have some here. Xiaolong. She should give her a greeting gift. Right? Suhi shook his head. Bailong's spirit stone was useless. She was not qualified enough to be an anchor. Suhi looked at Taizu with a bit of pity. Taizu! Taizu trembled slightly when he was called, glanced at Suhi's pleading eyes, and turned his head to ignore him. The air stood still for a moment. He forced himself not to look at Suhi, but a burst of self-blame inexplicably rose in his heart. This is considered my own descendant, spanning 30 million years, just borrowing some money. That's all! Here you go! Here you go! If you dare not pay me back, I will hang you up and whip you one day! A sea of spiritual stones rushed over. Suhi was immediately happy, turned over and accepted it, and said at the same time, I will destroy this world later. Taizu took back the cassock, immediately covered himself, and left this place. Taizu nodded slightly. He also felt that the light wheel that suddenly appeared on the full moon seemed abnormal. There is a faint force moving from this world towards the full moon. I don't know what Yuan Zun is doing, but when this world is shattered, everything is naturally cut off. I will try my best to open several time and space passages. It is up to you whether you want to leave through this passage, Suhi said. Taizu and the others must be somewhat confident if they dare to rush into Yuan Zun's territory like this. He does not influence their thoughts. As Suhi spoke, his mind moved, and the spiritual stone he had cheated from Taizu burned in the foreign minister's space, rapidly replenishing his true energy. Feeling Suhi's extravagant behavior, Taizu's eyes suddenly felt heartbreaking. Looking at the endless stream of spirit stones rushing towards Suhi, he felt even more heartbroken and bleeding. Fortunately, only half an hour later, the good news came. Suhi suddenly interrupted his transfer of spirit stones and said, That's enough. Thank you, Taizu. The anchor is set. Compared with anchoring in Bayin and Tantai, it is much easier here in Taizu. He only paid for the spiritual stones of 2.5 small worlds. Bayin, Tantai and Ji Feishua want to pay for their own. As if Taizu heard the sound of heaven, his whole head suddenly became brighter, as if the gloom had been swept away. Get ready, Suhi reminded. The half of the dragon corpse in his hand was sacrificed again and suspended in the air. The long river of Avenue appears again on the full moon. Taizu and the other two people immediately raised their spirits, and the bronze bell was suspended above their heads. Suhi pointed in the air, and the cassock was immediately peeled off from the world barrier, covering the three people. Walk! Suhi sent a message, took a step towards the full moon, and at the same time struck the new moon world below with a palm. The palm power of the immortal lord of the fifth realm exploded instantly. The world that had been seriously injured by Yuan Su collapsed in an instant. The world was shattered, but an altar was revealed on the ground. Only at this moment can we see clearly that it is not the Shuoyue realm that transmits power to the original space through Qing Longwenyu, but the altar. This altar communicates with the outside world, and power is constantly being transmitted from the realms of the immortals of the Yuanzun clan outside, and is transmitted into the original space through the full moon. Suhi suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Shuoyue realm could only be transmitted through the territories of other Yuanzun immortal lords. No wonder Yuan Su fled to Longying before he died. Suhi snorted coldly, struck out with a palm, and connected 6 mountain god seals in a row, hitting the altar. Power times 2, times 3, times 6. The combat power of the immortal lord of the fifth realm. 6 times the power. Smashed the altar into pieces. The power being transmitted was suddenly interrupted. All this happens in just a moment. It happened almost at the same time as Suhi shattered Shuyuji. Before Suhi could open the space channel for Taizu and the others, Yuan Su's dying breath had already spread out. The immortal lord is extinct, and the heaven and earth share the sorrow. In an instant, sadness arose in all the worlds. Presumptuous! Be bold! Sounds of shouting came one after another, and several immortals came to the space where Shuoyue realm was in an instant. Suhi suddenly realized that his consciousness could not find Taizu and the others. If it weren't for Daozu's finger bones that could sense where the cassock was, Suhi wouldn't have been able to find any clues. At this moment, he has the power of the immortal lord in the fifth realm, coupled with the improvement of the bronze mirror. His spiritual consciousness is even stronger. Should I say he is worthy of Taizu? Feeling the immortals from the Yuanzun clan rushing towards him, Suhi no longer thought about it. Looking down, passages led from this chaotic space to many places in the world. These passages carry the power of time and are difficult for outsiders to step on. Even Taizu at this moment could only step on it with the help of the power of time left in Suhi's cassock. After doing all this in an instant, Suhi cut open the original space with a slash of his flesh-picking knife, retrieved half of the dragon corpse, and jumped in. Chapter 600 Yo. Senior brother? Li stood quietly. His eyes were full of energy. His hands were tumbling with killing moves, and all kinds of magic techniques were at his will. In other words, it can no longer be called magic. There is no such thing as magic judgment or finger judgment. What the heart thinks. The magic has been done. Even creating new techniques is within the reach of your fingers. There was a vertical mark between her eyebrows. But upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the shape of a finger. It was also the existence of this finger that allowed her to remain in the original space. At this moment, a vertical eye-like crack on Li's back kept flashing. This is the space-time rift, where the statue of the god was located in the temple, where the great shaman of the Yuanzun clan was once sealed by Hades' ancestor. But somehow, he reached the original space, and all the seals on it had dissipated. At this moment, it was not 2 against 1, but the Taoist master trying to contain Li. Baiyin took the opportunity to land a spell on the crack in time and space. It's not an attack. It's a robbery. She is weakening the power of the space-time rift. Grabbing a piece of space-time power, Baiyin dodged and landed behind the Taoist master, avoiding Li's attack. Looking at the strength in his hand, Baiyin kept saying, "Ah, old man, are we going to fail? Was it the power coming from Qinglong platform just now?" The Taoist master's face darkened. "Yes." Baiyin shrugged. "Look, I just said that we should take back the body of Meng Yuliang first. It's really bad." The Taoist master said nothing. It's easy to snatch back the dragon corpse. 83,000 years ago, Yuanzun was stronger than he is now. They could all go deep into Yuanzun's territory and snatch Suhi's body. But after taking it back, how can we gather the power of Quan Yuanzun to create the scene where the blue dragon asks the moon? Refining dragon corpses cannot be done by Xianwang creatures. Only the power of the Yuanzun clan can do it. Meng Yu is only one step away from reaching the immortal realm. To refine his body, he needs an immortal from the Yuanzun clan. Xianwang also needs Qinglong Wenyu. The Dangxian drum disappears, and the Wenyu gate in Guiwang Mountain can no longer reach here. Only by borrowing Yuanzun's hand. It was as if they came in through Li's trick. Baiyin chuckled and glanced at the Taoist master with evil intentions. "Old man, tell the truth. Did you make a plan and let old Yu die on purpose?" She had a smile on her face, but her eyes were extremely serious. She had wanted to ask this question countless times over the past 10,000 years. People can die in a war between two parties, but one should not plot against one's own. Baiyin knew that his idea was wrong. A battle with Yuanzun would be the moment for the survival of the race. As long as you can win, what does it matter if you count the points? For those who are truly in power, every wind and rain, every plant and tree is under their calculations. Suppressing emotions and planning for hundreds of millions of years can achieve great things. But she doesn't accept it. If you don't accept it, you don't accept it. The Taoist master chuckled. "Girl, don't think nonsense. The old man has a plan, but he has only planned it for himself. He has been involved in it all his life, and he has never calculated one of his own people until now." The Tai Chi diagram turned and blocked Li's attack, but there was a bit of sadness on his face. "Actually, Xianwang needs someone who can let go of his stubbornness and plan everything. It's a pity that there has never been one since ancient times. Not Tao Ancestor, not Heavenly Emperor, not Pluto. All of them can only show off their talents and act as personal heroes. You will only get yourself caught up in it. Otherwise, could Xuanwang's situation be like this?" Baiyin raised the corners of his mouth. "Yes. Judging from the information we have obtained over the years, Xianwang was completely defeated. In the beginning, there was only one person behind it, plus some indifferent dependents. But under Xuanwang's heroic resistance for hundreds of millions of years, heaven is gone, and half of the heavens and worlds are gone. Instead, the Yuanzun clan has grown from the 5 first ancestors to the number 1 clan in the world that now occupies half of the world. In front of him was Yuanzun, a first ancestor. Judging from his abilities, he is actually far inferior to the Emperor of Heaven and Pluto. Right, but a good hand of cards is played badly. Emperor Tian and the others are definitely not idiots. But they don't know if there are any secrets that she doesn't know about. His side kept fighting and losing. But the solemnity in Baiyin's eyes disappeared, and turned into a heartless one, looking for opportunities to grab a crack in time and space. "Old man, Qinglong Terrace is about to be completed. What's the next step?" The Taoist master continued to attack, and his face looked a little helpless. "Maybe we have to wait until Mr. Fourth arrives. No one else can handle the space crack at that time. They are just delaying by treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. And they can't delay it for long. 10,000 years is really their limit. If we could kill all the immortal lords of the Yuanzun clan earlier and prevent anyone from having the chance of a powerful space-time rift. Maybe we could delay it longer? Now the time and space channel is almost completed. But it is too late. Of course, that's also procrastination. The real decisive battle will come sooner or later. Sooner or later you will face that one. The only difference is the time. Sooner or later. As he was thinking this, he suddenly saw a small knife stabbing into the original space. Right under the crack in time and space. With a downward stroke, the original space was torn apart. At the moment when the tip of the knife stabbed out, the three people in the original space had already acted at the same time. Li pointed to the tip of the knife under him. The Yuanzun clan only has Qinglong Terrace. And everything except Qinglong Terrace is an accident. Regardless of whether this sword was made by the Yuanzun clan or Xian Huang, it would be right to wipe out everything. Yuanzun doesn't need to be surprised. However, Baiyin and Taoist Master immediately blocked Li's attack with Bagua and Tai Chi, protecting the tip of the knife. Our knife! Chiron's knife cuts off fragments of time. The two recognized each other immediately. The three of them moved at the same time, and the knife tore open the original space. But no one came in. Instead, a star ring slid in and enveloped the crack in time and space. Like a vicious dog discovering a bone. The star ring suddenly started spinning. Like a long whale sucking water. It takes a big gulp from the cracks in time and space. The time power exhausted by traveling through the ancient times was immediately nourished. Li's face suddenly darkened, and he struck Xinghuan with his palm. But she saw a starlight suddenly point from the side and hit the back of her hand. It didn't penetrate her palm, but knocked her staggering. The three of them looked behind them along the starlight, and saw a longhorned birdman standing behind them, looking at them with a smile. Suhi looked at the three of them, but only Baiyin was reflected in his eyes. His eyes fell uncontrollably on Baiyin. Seeing Baiyin's surprise, Suhi smiled even more happily. Hey! Woman! I haven't seen you for 80,000 years. Did you miss me? Baiyin's eyes were full of surprise, and he nodded vigorously without any pretense. I really want to. Baiyin never lies. If you are happy, you are happy. If you are disgusted, you are disgusted. And if you think about it, you will just think about it. Suhi smiled. How much do you think? Baiyin tilted his head. I missed you. So I went to all the places you might go to leave messages for you and leave you my consciousness. Xinghai Palace, Xianwang Cave Sky, Guwangzhenyo, Nanhai Spring. Baiyin reported every detail seriously. The Taoist master was stunned. When did this girl sneak back to Wangshan Mountain and leave a message there? Why didn't he know? Suhi was stunned when he looked at her. His heart clenched inexplicably, and he stretched out his hand. Baiyin reached out and was pulled over by him, holding her in his arms and hugging her tightly. I have received some of these messages, and some have not. Baiyin chuckled. It's normal. It's too far away. Far enough for each beast race to evolve into a creature with intelligence. How can there be a world that remains unchanged for hundreds of millions of years? She got out of Suhi's arms, looked at Suhi and giggled. Even you have changed, and you are no longer a human being. It's been a few years since I've seen you, but I've quietly grown horns and wings. Suhi laughed and felt the murderous intent rolling in front of him. The Taoist master held a Tai Chi diagram firmly between them, and helplessly, he looked back at the two of them. There are still enemies here. Is this a place for me and me? Even if there are no enemies, is it appropriate to do this in front of an old man? Li attacked the star ring one after another, but the power passed through the star ring, as if he could not feel the attack. Instead, a few more stars were added to the star ring. This star ring has a similar ability to the space-time rift. It can absorb other powers and turn them into the power of time and space. Breaking the star ring cannot be achieved overnight. Unable to break the star ring, Li turned around and attacked Suhi, but was stopped by Taoist Master Tai Chi too, who made Suhi feel the murderous intent. Suhi looked over Baiyin towards Li. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly with a hint of sneer. The first time we met, you wanted to beat my daughter. The second time we met, you wanted to beat me. And the third time you wanted to beat my woman. Then you will be in trouble with our family? Suhi pulled Baiyin behind him, reached out and grabbed the Sifong knife in his hand, slashed down with the knife, and a beam of sword light jumped across the Tai Chi diagram and slashed towards Li. Li's eyes were slightly focused on Suhi's lips, as if he was lip-reading. Raise your hand a little and shatter the light of the knife. He looked straight at Suhi. In the future, there will be me. She stumbled as if she hadn't spoken for a long time and had forgotten how to speak. She naturally recognizes this person. It is self-evident who can enter the original space and control the power of time. She and the Taoist master discovered his body first, and she outmaneuvered the Taoist master in that battle and took away the body. It's a pity that the people below failed to live up to expectations and were actually invaded by Xin Huang and snatched their bodies. Su He said that he beat his daughter when they first met, which proves that she will still be there in the future. The future is still there, and this battle will not be lost. Xin Huang can fight repeatedly after defeat. Yuan Zun will not be able to recover after being defeated once. At this moment, there are no longer 5 descendant groups of ancestors. She turned to look at the Taoist master. You guys have lost. The Taoist master said nothing, and Su He smiled. If he lived like a gutter rat and even lost his intelligence, he would still be considered a winner. That Yuan Zun did win. He slashed his sword horizontally, and the light of the sword turned into a spear and stabbed Li. Behind her, Bai Yin blinked. Was she pulled down by Su He? The dignified Tian's immortal is being protected? We haven't seen each other for a few years, but this little man has become so domineering? Bai Yin stared blankly at Su He's nondescript back. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Human body, wings, turtle SH.L, dragon horns, a hodgepodge. After a long time of trouble, the Xuanwu and white tiger she helped him became holy beasts. And all she got were half-finished products? Bai Yin couldn't help but puff up his chest. Feeling proud? But I heard the Taoist master's voice. 3 talents formation! Li Yuanzun's clan set power from King Longtai. But Su He also came here, bringing with him the power of the immortal lord's 5th realm. Especially the star ring falling, which was enough to determine the outcome. Su He's eyes lit up. I can! His figure flashed and landed in the human position. Bai Yin had already flashed and landed in the heaven position. So the Taoist master was naturally in the earth position. After the 3 talents returned to their positions, the Taoist master looked at Su He in surprise. What's so exciting about meeting the Sankai formation? The dignified immortal master is proficient in all the formations in the heavens. Isn't it natural? Then, he was shocked to find that Su He's 3 talents formation was so basic. This is the method of a monk who transforms into a demon. At most the early stage of treading heaven. No more. Bai Yin next to him laughed out loud. Although Su He was a Taoist in his early years, he was tricked by his aunt and forced to learn formations for several years. But at the beginning, he was only at the first level of Kaitian, and the formations he could learn were really just the basics at this moment. Introductory formation. One person was shocked and the other smiled tenderly. The smile on Su He's face was somewhat unbearable. 1. Same. Right. The 3 talents formation. The 3 talents of heaven, earth and man, connects the true energy of those who set up the formation. Integrating offense and defense. Should. Pretty much the same. Right? The Taoist master said nothing. And after a moment of silence he said, use force to defeat skill. Here comes the bad guy. Su He was not qualified and couldn't use the immortal master's methods. So he used the basic 3 talent formation. If the 3 of them joined forces to suppress Li, they might not be unable to succeed. Especially when his eyes fell on the ring finger that Su He deliberately raised quietly. There was a phalanx lying on Su He's ring finger. It looked so familiar. Daozu's finger bones. But it should have been improved. It is not the same as the one stored in Guiwang Mountain. The quality has doubled. And it was refined by Su He. It seems to belong to Su He alone. This is the foundation for Su He to be able to exert the combat power of the immortal lord in the 5 realms. The old guy is so partial. The phalanges have been in Guiwang Mountain for who knows how long. He tried all his methods, but couldn't use them. Now it is worn on Su He. Without thinking too much, the Taoist master said in a low voice. Boom! The 3 of them hit Li at the same time. Su He. He looked at the 2 of them without knowing why. The 3 talents formation allows 3 people to attack and defend as one. So shouldn't the power be concentrated on one person? He has the Taozu phalanges. And if you try hard to explode the power of the phalanges, they can explode? Why did they both take action at the same time? The Taoist master's face twitched. Bai Yin chuckled. I'll ask Bing Tuozi to give him extra lessons later. Su He was silent. Unknowingly, he was embarrassed again? Actually need a sword repair class? Don't you even know the basic formations that the Taoist considers? In the 3 talents formation, Li said nothing and only took a deep look at Su He. Twisted runes came out one after another, twisting to form a ball that surrounded her and the space-time rift, hanging like a hydrangea in the original space. Her runes are unique from those in the universe. One by one, they were twisting in midair like insects. It seems to have life. It is somewhat similar in appearance to the Eldar curse, but its roots are completely different. This is a completely different practice method from that of other gods. The Taoist teachings from the Yuan dynasty are completely different from the inheritance from the Taoist ancestors. Although Li, who was hidden in his fingers in later generations, was also terrifyingly strong. Su He at that time couldn't even resist or dodge in front of her. But her method is not as weird as it is now. The methods used did not break out of the limitations of all heavens and realms. Li in later generations has indeed changed. And no one even remembers him. The runes condensed into hydrangeas, rapidly, and the cracks in time and space layer by layer, completely isolating them. When Su He arrived, she only tried a few times and then stopped fighting. There is no hint of superior style. The star ring surrounds the hydrangea, and it cannot grab the power of the space-time rift for a while. Coward. Su He despised it. The Taoist master chuckled. If you can't do something, don't force it. You are a truly wise man. With Su hexing around, the situation was completely different from before. Previously, Baiyin tried to seize the power of the space-time crack, but the crack got more from the original space. It just grew a little slower, so it didn't matter. Li can be guarded until the end of time. But Su He's star ring was too overbearing. With a slight turn, it could catch up with Baiyin's thousands of plunders, far faster than she could absorb. The Qinglong Terrace is about to be successfully built. Of course she has to close herself off now. As long as she waits patiently until the Qinglong Terrace is completely successful, and there is a steady influx of power from the outside world, and she is invincible, then she will argue with you. The Taoist master explained to Su He, and at the same time suggested follow-up matters. When I return to Xianwang this time, I have to find a way to destroy the Qinglong platform of the Yuanzun clan. Su He blinked and looked at him. Just discuss future arrangements in front of Li. Okay. Seeing Su He's confusion, the Taoist master shook his head and smiled. Don't worry. The injury caused by the old Taoist is an irreversible injury. She can't hear or feel, and only her 6 senses are still her sight. To recover, she has to die once and come back. The Taoist master's eyes shone brightly, and he smiled gently. If she wants to die once, this time and space will break, and the Taoist will accept it without mercy. The Taoist master seemed to be getting what he wanted. He smiled imaginatively and looked at Baiyin and said, Since Mr. Fourth has arrived, the ferry will go back with Mr. Four, and the old Taoist will stay here. The next person on duty will be the Taoist friend from the north. I hope the ferry can put aside her personal grudges first and remind fellow Taoists in the north to break through Yuanzun's territory and snatch back the body of fellow Taoist Yu after Qinglong Wen Yu is completely formed. Crush the Qinglong platform. Baiyin glanced at him and said nothing. This old man is dishonest. He couldn't do anything to trap Old Long in the enemy's camp. However, after Old Long's death, he may not have many plans. The Taoist master was quiet for a moment, shook his head and smiled bitterly. The old Taoist will not use the body of fellow Taoist as a trick. Although his voice was soft, he spoke decisively. Baiyin turned away from him. The Taoist master sighed, went deep into the Yuanzun clan to retrieve the body of fellow Taoist Yu, and smashed the Qinglong platform. This kind of thing makes things difficult for fellow Taoists from the north. He doesn't have the courage. In fact, it was a disguised form of asking Baiyin to go back and seize power. Only Baiyin can succeed if he has a complete plan. But this kind of thing cannot be said clearly. But with him, the head teacher should know what to do. The Taoist master was calculating in his mind. Su He blinked and looked at the Taoist master. Well, Yuez's body is already with me. The air fell silent. Then Su He said again, If the Qinglong platform you are talking about is in the shape of a big cauldron, with 2 pillars on both sides, the altar that constantly transmits power to this place, I have already broken it. The Taoist master looked over in a daze. Su He nodded. The altar is not strong, and the 6 mountain god seals were broken. The Taoist master stopped talking. Su He's body transformed into a dragon's body, and then transformed back again. Taoist master, it's best not to talk in front of me. I'll probably object to any plans to use Yuzu's body. Now, he is my father. The Taoist master was completely silent. After a while, he said, You came to the original space through the Shuoyue realm. Didn't you rely on the Tao ancestors' finger bones? Su He was startled. Can Daozu's finger bones still open this place? Both of them fell silent after speaking. After a while, they spoke again at the same time. Taoist master, Chuoyue realm is connected to the territories of other immortals. How do you steal the dragon corpse? Suhi, the Taoist master seems to have a very deep understanding of the ability of the Taoist finger bones. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other at the same time. Suhi smiled, and the elder replied first. Lurking, sneak attack, and killing Yuan Su. Of course, I will get whatever I want. It's just that it's a little difficult to turn back. There are at least 3 immortals outside guarding me now. When leaving the original space, there is a hacking setting, where you come in and where you go out. If you go out again, you will have to face at least 3 immortals. It's terrible. With just a few words, Taoist Master can deduce many plots. Although I don't know how Suhi lurks. As long as he lurks, it's not difficult to make a sneak attack. No one would have thought that a turtle at the 4th level of the open sky could suddenly burst out with the combat power of the 5th level of the Mortal Lord. He nodded and replied. The phalanges of Taoist ancestors have always existed in Guiwang Mountain. As a Taoist master, you should understand it. I see. Suhi smiled, pretending to be suddenly enlightened, and suddenly asked, Are you the 6th generation Taoist master? The Taoist master nodded. Yes. Is your era the 7th generation? Suhi did not answer him, and only asked in a curious tone. Then do you know what the 5th generation Taoist master looks like? The Taoist master pondered for a moment, stroking his beard, and said, I have never seen this before. I was born 2 million years after the 5th generation of Taoist masters passed away. When the Taoist masters passed away, all information about him would be wiped out by heaven and earth. However, Guiwang Mountain has left some records, and it is rumored that the 5th generation Taoist master was in the form of a boy. Suhi nodded with a half smile, and stared at the Taoist master without blinking. The Taoist master felt guilty for a moment, and then said, That's it. I thought the 5th generation Taoist master would look exactly the same as you. It turns out that his appearance is set when you were a child. The Taoist master was slightly startled and looked at Suhi. Suhi smiled strangely. Do you know about the 4th generation Taoist master? How old is his appearance? The Taoist master said nothing. Where's the 3rd generation? Next to him. Bain looked at Suhi and the Taoist with his big eyes, filled with the wisdom of eating a big melon. Then Suhi said with a smile, Sister, you don't know. The 7th generation Taoist master looks exactly the same as this one. Bain's eyes suddenly brightened up, and he circled around the Taoist master. The Taoist master's expression changed slightly. Suhi smiled again and said, Coincidentally, my 3rd senior brother also happened to be reincarnated in the 7th generation. Bain's eyes brightened even more. A hint of helplessness appeared on Taoist master's face, and he finally sighed with a wry smile. Junior brother, why bother? I only have this little secret. Why bother exposing it? Bain's eyes instantly burst into light. The corners of Suhi's mouth curled up. Hey! Senior brother! No more pretending? The Taoist master smiled helplessly, wondering in his heart. Reincarnating into the 7th generation. Is there something wrong? He didn't change his appearance? The changes in his appearance were more than just a deception. Chapter 601, Beware Senior Sister. Huh? Bain looked at her. Did you admit it? The Taoist master smiled bitterly. Everything was exposed. What was the hidden meaning? Bain looked him up and down. Taoist Lord. The first Taoist master. The 3rd disciple of the Taoist ancestor. A legendary figure. You are so weak. Bain blinked and said in disappointment. Shouldn't the existence that coexists with the Emperor of Heaven and Pluto suppress Li? Even Qin Long can kill one of the first ancestors of Yuan Zun. And the Emperor of Heaven can kill 2 first ancestors of Yuan Zun while blocking that existence. Taoist Master. Dot! It's a bit disrespectful. He smiled, shook his head helplessly and said, Girl, the me in front of you is not the real me. At least not the complete me. I am in reincarnation, and 90% of my strength is used to condense reincarnation. When will I stop reincarnation? The 7 lifetimes gathered together are the real me. Seeing Bain's eyes light up again, he took the lead and said, So, don't ask too many secrets. I don't know. For example, why we are enemies of Yuan. Why Dao Ancestor was destroyed. Why didn't the 3 of us directly kill all Yuan at the beginning? Dear first ancestor, I don't know. If I really come back one day, I will answer you. Bain's shoulders suddenly collapsed. So what's the point of being a Taoist master? She figured out all the other issues. The Taoist master turned to look at Suhi with some helplessness. So it's not that I don't recognize my junior brother. It's that the Taoist master in front of you is not the real Xian. He is not your complete third senior brother. When you meet your junior brother for the first time, shouldn't he be in full glory? Even a mortal knows that in such a situation, one should take care of the sick body and give people the best condition. His current condition is not even comparable to that of a serious illness. He looked at Su He quietly. I can't protect you, but my existence may bring you big trouble. Junior brother, after leaving the original space, I still don't recognize you. So don't come to recognize me. He suddenly laughed. If you have trouble, you can go to the 6th generation Taoist master, but not to your senior brother. Su He rolled her eyes at him. Bain chuckled and said, You really can't find a senior brother. This senior brother must be fake. How can any senior brother not even give a greeting gift when meeting him? The Taoist master was startled. His face suddenly lost all control, and a strange feeling arose when he saw Bain. Sure enough, it was spread among Xian Wang immortal lord that Bain had gone crazy in order to make money and pay off his debts. The wool was gathered around him. In our era, newcomers were given greeting gifts to their senior brothers and sisters. The Taoist master looked helpless. You've just started. Can't you please your senior brothers and sisters? Newbies don't know the rules. If you accidentally offend someone, you should always ask your senior brothers and sisters to forgive you. Furthermore, there is no way to express your request for future care. At that time, he was thinking very hard about finding gifts for his senior brother and second senior sister. For tens of thousands of years, I lived a stumbling life. It was so easy to become a senior. But times have changed. At this time, does the senior brother give the junior brother a greeting gift? Come on. Come on. Who makes yourself unlucky? Line 3. The second child is still a senior sister. If he can't get up or get down, he will become the one whose father doesn't love his mother. The Taoist master murmured. Junior brother, how about sending you a gift from this origin space? Su He had a question mark on his head. Stop making trouble. You give me something as a gift? When Su He entered the original space, he could sense his Tao seal. Although there is a layer of gauze, you can't see it, but they do exist. Perhaps the time barrier here is not so severe, and we can sense the Taoist seal of later generations? After all, time cannot be estimated here. Looking at Su He's expression, the Taoist master made a guess and said with a smile, It seems that my junior brother has gained something in the future. He pointed at a circle of origin space. Junior brother, do you know the origin of this place? Do you know why he wanted to bring the time and space channel into this place? Su He shook his head. Su He felt that the original space was naturally formed by all the heavens and worlds. But since the Taoist master asked this, it must not be the case. The Taoist master poked at the world projection next to him, and his gaze became far-reaching. Actually, this place appeared earlier than me. When this place existed, the senior brother probably had just become a disciple. After saying this, he suddenly changed the subject. Can my junior brother gather his own mountain in the future? He heard this topic without thinking. But Su He knew what he was talking about. Nodded and said, I just stood up. I have taken away the popularity that senior brother has carried for me. The Taoist master laughed. Deep in his eyes, he breathed a sigh of relief. It can be regarded as completing a task assigned by the teacher. Otherwise, the teacher has assigned so many tasks, and none of them has been completed for hundreds of millions of years. When the teacher comes back, you are not allowed to hang me up and whip me. Bain and Su He raised their heads at the same time. Can Daozu come back? That old guy still hangs people up and beats them? The two said in unison, and then looked at each other at the same time. Bain blinked. Her little clan brother is already so scary. Isn't there even a good name for Daozu? Su He waved his hand. Sister clan, don't pay too much attention. Daozu is naughty, so it doesn't matter if you say it in person. After climbing the immortal drum, you can guess what kind of temper the old man has by looking at the old man holding the big catfish. Several after-images later, it turned out to be true. The Taoist master nodded in agreement, with a yearning smile in his eyes. Looking back now, in fact, the most comfortable days in my life were the original days, when I was bullied by the three of them every day. The Taoist master smiled. If the 4 mountains at home are the guideposts for our 4 brothers, then the original space is the guidepost for Yuan. Su He was startled. The Taoist master looked straight. The Taoist sign was the first thing Yuan came up with, but it was not very mature yet. Our old man stole the fruit and picked it. He wanted to come back, and he wanted the time and space channel in Li's hand. One needs a sign. The Taoist master looked at Su He quietly. I'm looking forward to your coming. I just want you to either take away the core of this place, or take away the time and space channel. One of the two must be taken away. If one of the two is missing, the Yuan dynasty will be greatly delayed. The arrival of Xian Huang and Yuan will eventually lead to a battle. But he shouldn't be the one to kill him. It's us who should be the one to kill him. A sharp flash of light flashed across Taoist Master's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly again. If the younger brother can occupy this place in the future, it proves that this place has completely wiped out the traces of Yuan and turned it into a land without one. They succeeded. In fact, there was no need for Su He to explain anything to him. Su He would often tell him the result of their plan at the moment when he unconsciously revealed information. Do something that is destined to succeed and be full of confidence. Su He said nothing and calmly thought about his thoughts. No wonder the original space of later generations lacks a core. String together. He looked around, but he didn't see the Xianwang Cave's sky in the original projection direction. Nor did he see the world of Guiwang Mountain. I couldn't help but be curious and asked the Taoist Master. The Taoist Master laughed. Do you regard Xianwang Cave Heaven as the core of this place? The Taoist Master smiled. How is it possible? If this place is the guidepost of Yuan, the Xianwang Cave's sky is the guidepost of the teacher. How is it possible that there is a projection here? The Taoist Master smiled. Yuan first made the down mark, and the teacher consulted it, and the Xianwang Cave Heaven was created. But it is completely different from this place. By referring to the original space, and gaining experience in condensing the Xianwang Cave Heaven, it helped us condense the mountain. At this point, he looked at Su He seriously. Actually, neither the original space nor the Xianwang Cave sky are real guideposts, and they cannot fully play their role as guideposts. Only the 4 mountains of you and me are the perfect guideposts. They are also the guideposts in this world, for landmarks that cannot be copied. He looked at Su He. Junior brother, do you want Yuan's guide? Su He was startled and didn't know where to complain. Feelings. They came to Yuan's lair. He knows very well what the signpost is. In the past, when traveling through time, I would not feel anything. This time, when I am in the long river of time, I can feel the existence of Tai Mountain in the world of Guiwang Mountain. Even though he has escaped from the long river of time and is in the real world, he can still feel Mount Tai. Su He was like a fishing line tied to him at the moment, able to come back wherever he went. It's the same guideline, even if it's the original version. Yuan is so powerful. Let's discuss how to target Yuan. Is Yuan too good-tempered? The Taoist Master laughed. Don't be afraid of trouble. Don't be afraid of trouble. Senior brother's blocking of Yuan before eternity was not just a matter of words. Baiyin was thoughtful, with a stronger doubt in his eyes. This place is the sign of that one. Why does it take Qin Long to communicate and come in? Crazy? The Taoist Master laughed, with a bit of pride flashing in his eyes. This involves things from ancient times. That was a long time ago. There were not so many worlds at that time, and everything you could see was black and yellow. Xian Huang, the sacred beasts above, are respected, probably after being invincible for too long. Those mythical beasts have become a bit unscrupulous, especially the dragon clan. The dragon nature is promiscuous, and they somehow decided to target the senior sister. The Taoist Master curled his lips and glanced at Su He pointedly. He is clearly a beast. He insists on loving human women, and yet he challenges a difficult level to seduce the existence of an immortal. There is such a life or death existence in the world. Su He. Tell a story. Just tell a story. Don't use yin and yang. How about you click my name? Su He stared back, stretched out his hand to hold Baiyin, and looked at the Taoist Master provocatively. The Taoist Master laughed out loud, shook his head, and said with a smile, Forget it if the dragon clan makes up its mind. There are still a few stupid dragons who don't know how to live or die, and want to use dirty tricks. Then, the Taoist Master paused for a moment before saying, There is nothing wrong with the other dragons. Although the ancestor of the dragon clan is not the first generation, he is still one of the top ones. Looking at the current state, an existence that has completely surpassed the immortal realm will be. The teacher slapped him to death. The inner world road was pulled out by the teacher. The Taoist Master spoke and pointed to the sky above the original world. The first of the great avenues here is the seed of the old dragon's great avenue. The Taoist Master smiled. Yuan did not realize that he had carried all the heavens on his back and created such a thing. And our old man wanted to have a hand in it. He absorbed the origin information of the heavens, and the old man helped him condense the great ways of the heavens. Of course, This is without the owner's consent. Because of this matter, the two of them had been fighting for thousands of years, and the old man lost. After fighting for half an hour, he was sealed by Yuan for thousands of years. Just seal it here. It is clear that the Tao ancestor has been sealed. But there are more and more avenues here that do not belong to the Yuan dynasty. The old guy didn't stop even after being in jail. Others even suspected that he was in jail on purpose to decorate the prison. Until Yuan Ren couldn't bear it anymore and drove Dao Zhu out of this place alive. But the long river of avenue that has condensed cannot be removed no matter what. The first long river has to be a little special. The Taoist master smiled. Li is from Yuanji, so it is natural to be able to come in. Others want to connect here, but they have to use the pure Qinglong as a matchmaker. Where's Wen Yu? Suhi asked. The Taoist master looked a little more serious. I don't know, but I know that the Xianwang Cave Sky, the Origin Space, and even the Guiwang Mountain Space are all related to the Haoyue. But I remember that I took apart the Haoyue, but found nothing. It was just a hollow stone. Danzi Dot may have discovered something, but this body has no memory. Gui Wanshan asked Yumin that he wasn't the one who named him. It was Tao ancestor. Junior brother. Are you going to rob this wonderful place now? The Taoist master smiled. Don't make a decision in a hurry. Even if I let you rob it now, you can't take it away. You can only infect the core of this place and let time corrode it. When you return, take it away naturally in your time. Suhi was stunned and suddenly realized. No wonder in later generations, he doesn't need to do anything. He just moves in the original space, and the Tao seal will fall naturally. I always thought that was a characteristic of the original space. It turned out to be his? How can we seize the original space? Suhi asked. The Taoist master smiled. I don't know. Suhi. I don't know what you were doing so seriously for a long time. Fortunately, you are the Taoist master, the strongest person in the world. Otherwise you would have been beaten so many times a day. Seeing his expression, the Taoist master threw his head back and laughed. Very happily. I have beaten her. They all beat me. Especially senior sister. Junior brother. Please be careful of her. She is very fierce. Suhi was stunned. The Taoist master was talking about being beaten. But he was smiling happily. It has been hundreds of millions of years, and I have not seen my master, my senior brother, or my senior sister. A person walks in reincarnation, stabilizes reincarnation when hiding, and becomes the endless Yuanzuan after reincarnation. Year after year, life after life, generation after generation. Even the Yuanzun immortals who died in his hands were enough to reorganize a Yuanzun ethnic group. For hundreds of millions of years, we have been accustomed to wind and rain. I have seen Xianwang collapse and form a new world of chaotic evolution. I have seen ethnic groups come into existence from scratch and then disappear. I have seen many amazingly talented and beautiful beings, certified immortals, and certified immortals. Only the master, senior brother, and senior sister are not here, and there is no news. If it weren't for the fact that I could see fragments of the netherworld from time to time and sense the aura of my senior sister, I can dive into the sea of stars. I can see the afterimage of my senior brother. And I don't know how I have gone through these billions of years. I don't know when it started, but I can't help but fantasize about it. When will the little junior brother that master said will appear? What should it look like? Majestic and heroic? Weird? Honest and dull? Well, I never thought about it. How daring it is. The Taoist master still can't imagine how a turtle can defeat the immortal lord. Not one yet. The Taoist master looked at Buying, then at him, and smiled. This is where the Taoist mark was first condensed. Back then, even the teacher didn't snatch it away. How can we annul refine it at will? However, you don't need to refine this place. Why do you want such a space that no one can come to? What you should want is the rich aura of the origin of the world here. It is the rolling avenue of this place. The Taoist master looked at him and smiled. I have 13 ways to seize the origin and avenue of this place. You can choose on your own. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand a little, and a ray of light pointed at Suhi. Suhi raised his hand and turned the light towards Buying. He said with a smile, I am ignorant and have no skills, so I don't understand this. Sister Clan is knowledgeable in the 5 realms. Just give me some advice and tell me what to do. Buying. Why do you feel so proud of your ignorance? Suhi took her hand and squeezed it while looking at the Taoist master. He asked out of curiosity. Senior sister often beats people. Senior brother. Also? Suhi's face didn't look very good. Fortunately, Pluto was mentally prepared. As soon as they met him for the first time, he threw him into the HL of a frying pan, squeezed the whole world, and ignored him. Even a hexagram can be cut into pieces. And she can even cut herself into pieces. You can imagine the temperament of that senior sister. But the senior brother also beats people. When he returns in person and sees his junior brother, he will be disrespectful and bring trouble to his daughter. The key is, there are 3 wives. Suhi suddenly shuddered. The Taoist master chuckled. Do you know that senior sister left a piece of consciousness in Jinyo Mountain? Suhi nodded. The Taoist master smiled. Every time I come back from reincarnation and take over the position of Taoist master, I will go around for a while. At that time, senior sister will wake up, and the first thing she will do is to beat me up. He beat him looking like a child, beating him up when he was middle-aged, and even beating him when he looked like an old man with a white beard. The Taoist master smiled and shook his head, as if in protest, as if in nostalgia. After this battle, I will probably come to an end, and it's time to be reincarnated again. Next time I go to see senior sister, will that guy hit me again? Suhi suddenly looked at Bai-in strangely. Next time the Taoist master goes to see Pluto, he will see an artifact that has been changed to look like Bai-in. Right. Suhi couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Pluto hanging up the old man and beating him like Bai-in. Next to him, Bai-in's eyes were rolling. His fingers were hooked into Suhi's palm, and he had a wicked smile on his face. Instead of being worried, he looked more interested and even wanted to record the scene of the Taoist being beaten. Chapter 602 Murder of Husband. When I mentioned Pluto Suhi, I remembered one thing. Senior brother, senior sister said that she died completely, and there is no possibility of resurrection. Why? Suhi was able to convince himself through Jinyo Mountain that Pluto was only in a state of death, not unable to return. But Pluto doesn't just talk nonsense. She doesn't want to be resurrected herself. He even cut himself into pieces to prevent his resurrection. The Taoist master looked at Suhi and laughed, and pointedly said, Junior brother, senior sister is the king of Hades. What is Pluto doing alive? Where did Pluto come from? Suhi was thoughtful. He looked at the Taoist master and asked, Senior brother, does he know the path of the Northern Immortal Lord? You know it. The Taoist master connected the dots on the Tai Chi diagram and threw the Tai Chi diagram towards Li's hydrangea before replying with a smile. Junior brother wants to ask, why didn't I suppress the North and release the Tao of senior sister? Suhi nodded. The Taoist master laughed even more. Junior brother, please don't be so murderous. Not to mention that Xin Huang cherishes every monk, especially the Immortal Lord. How did you know that the senior sister's avenue in the north was not arranged by the senior sister? Suhi was startled, then heard the Taoist master continue. Before Bai-in, the person I saw who was the best at divination was my senior sister. If she didn't agree, how could someone take away the Taoist path? Having said this, he looked at Bai-in slightly. Just like the inheritance discovered by Ansong. Wouldn't Bai-in and Tantai each get half of it? If senior sister doesn't allow the north, how can we take everything away? The Taoist master had something to say. Junior brother, you should know that senior sister's avenue was opened up by her alone, and only she can master it. She has passed away, and if no one practices it, will the avenue still be there? Suhi frowned. The Taoist master had already burst into laughter, and with a few hairpins flying out, he completely nailed the Tai Chi diagram to the hydrangea, completely sealingly, turning around and pointing at the center of Suhi's brow. A ray of light penetrated Suhi's sea of consciousness. Junior brother, please help me open the passage. I have been away from Xian Huang for too long. If I don't show up, others will think that the old Taoist is dead. Suhi woke up with a start and felt that there were a few more things in his mind, including several uses of Taozu's finger bones. There are those who harness its power, and there are those who use its special means. Open the source outlet and feel free to do so. Senior brother is leaving? The Taoist master nodded. Li is in self-isolation. With the Tai Chi diagram here, she won't be able to come out for a while. I can leave with peace of mind. Having said this, he looked at Suhi strangely. Junior brother showed off his power and killed an immortal. Reincarnation will inevitably shake. It's hard for me to feel it here. If I can't stabilize reincarnation, something big will happen. Condensing reincarnation is the most important task given to him by his teacher. Suhi was confused. Senior brother, don't you take advantage of the moment to kill the immortals of the Yuanzun clan? Li is here, and there is no outsider who can contain the Taoist master. And won't he take the opportunity to hunt down their immortal lord? The Taoist master smiled bitterly. I want to, but I can't. The reincarnation is too fragile at this moment, and it can be shaken by the death of an immortal. I will stabilize the reincarnation, and you can hunt the immortals unscrupulously. If I don't stabilize the reincarnation, there will be another immortal when you die. You can break through reincarnation. It took him several lives to stabilize the cycle of reincarnation. Once he broke through, it would be an unpredictable disaster. Suhi frowned. What is reincarnation? In Suhi's impression, isn't reincarnation just reincarnation? Why is it so fragile in the words of the Taoist master? The Taoist master was silent for a moment and then laughed. It's indescribable. When junior brother reaches the immortal realm, I will take you to see it for yourself. Reincarnation is wonderful. It is everything. Don't know. However, Suhi still followed the method passed down by the Taoist master and stretched out his hand. The Taoist master's finger bones touched the void, with the fingertips as the center. As if the waves were swaying, a circle of ripples rippled in all directions. Through the ripples, you can vaguely see the outside world. The Taoist master flicked his whisk and said to Bain, Junior brother is still young and doesn't know much. The origin of space depends on fairies. Bain waved his hand, and the Taoist master laughed and nodded to Suhi. Junior brother, this place is special. It is a holy land of practice on par with Xianwang Cave Heaven. Don't miss this opportunity. Suhi nodded and saw the Taoist leader taking a step towards ripples. Halfway out, he turned around and looked at him with a strange expression, as if he was hesitant to speak. After being silent for a while, he said, It is even impossible for Li to come out of the Tai Chi 2 seal. She is still waiting for the Qinglong platform to transmit power to her. Outsiders cannot enter here. Even if I don't have you and Li to guide me, I can't come in. Dot junior brother is not afraid of being disturbed by whatever he wants to do. Suhi was startled, but before he could react, the old man had already stepped out of the ripple and disappeared. Suhi looked at the dumbfounded Bain, and then looked at the dissipated ripples. Suhi burst into laughter. Too old to stop cultivating? Smiling, he suddenly remembered something. Bad thing. I forgot to let him leave a few attacks. That kind of sealed full blow. The origin space is hacked. He will exit wherever he enters. When he goes out, at least 3 immortals from the Yuanzun clan are waiting outside. I want my life. Bain turned his head and looked over. The Bagua patterns in his pupils flashed away. Hearing what Suhi said, he burst into laughter. Little clan brother, you have such an idea. If you have the means to kill a being who surpasses the immortal lord, when the attack is solidified, you must teach me. I will rely on this old man to condense 180 for me no matter what. With 180 people in hand, Xianwang instantly overthrew the Yuanzun clan. Suhi blinked. Can't you do it? Bain came over and said with a smile. Other people don't know, but we can't do it anyway. Not to mention surpassing the immortal lord. Even those with magical powers in the immortal lord realm will die. Even if you try your best, you may not succeed, and the gain outweighs the loss. We can't even control the immortal power. Lied to me? Suhi didn't believe it. I've seen the red rope at Tantai. It was definitely the condensed magical power of the immortal. And it was not one kind. Huh? Bain's eyes suddenly lit up. Have you seen Bingtuozi's red rope? It was made from the Zhuxia snake slough. You can't peel off the skin of the Taoist master to condense the magical power. It doesn't matter. She stared into Suhi's eyes, with a look of desire for knowledge. Have you ever seen Bingtuozi tied up with 5 flowers? How does it feel? Bain raised his eyebrows. That posture was created by me for her. It is the easiest way to refine the power of Yuanzun in the body. Were you not beaten to death by her? Naked and in such a shameful state. This little thief is in for a treat. It's worth dying. Suhi. Almost. The way he looked at Bain was different. This woman was not beaten to death by Tantai. So she was lucky. Bain laughed and looked Suhi up and down, as if you had taken advantage of him. You haven't been beaten to death. It seems that Bingtuozi has accepted you. Did you take advantage of it? She raised her eyebrows. The yin and yang of her little clan brother are blending and changing, and he can tell that he has experienced many people for a long time. I wonder which girl has caused trouble. Suhi suddenly had a dark look on his face. Didn't succeed? Bain looked at him with disdain. The aura of Bingtuozi on his body was too weak. It was obvious that he hadn't reached that stage yet. At most, he could kiss him and touch him. Don't make trouble. Suhi pulled her over, held her in his arms. and hugged her before asking, "Have you seen the method to rob this place? What should I do?" This is not the time to fool around. Lee is right next to him, and he may not necessarily find out at any time that there is no power coming from Qinglong Terrace. The seal will inevitably be broken by force. Get down to business early. Bine naturally shrank into his arms, holding up 2 fingers. "2 methods are best for you. First, I will cut off half of your existence now, refine it in the original space, and gather the power here with you as the core. When you return to your era, I will forcefully merge and naturally take away all the power." She looked at Suhi with bright eyes, looking eager to try. "I'm familiar with this technique. I'm 100% sure that it won't go wrong. Why don't you give it a try?" As she spoke, she gently picked it with her green jade fingers, and the unformed meat-picking knife started to jump between her fingers, looking like it was about to pierce it at any time. She was most familiar with Suhi's body, having dissected it countless times, although the current one is different from her anatomy, with more wings and dragon horns. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Suhi's face was covered with black lines, and he scratched her nose. "Tell me the second one. Are you crazy enough to cut off half of your existence?" After cutting off half of the remaining half, even with the Shanjiao and Dao ancestor finger bones, he could no longer exert the power of the immortal lord. He didn't have to wait to go back, and was slapped to death when he left the original space. "And I cannot travel through the era that I have already existed. Leaving half of it here is equivalent to destroying my ability to jump out of time, which is not advisable." Bine suddenly showed a bit of disappointment. "The second method is to replace the origin with the origin. Let's go out and refine an origin. Come in. Replace the pillars, and replace the core of this place. As long as you replace it, the rest will be easy to handle. No need to think about it." Suhi smiled and said, "The second kind?" Bine glanced at him. "This sounds good, but how can it be a mortal thing that can secretly change the core of this place? Even my Baiyun Palace may not be enough." She has done very little sacrifice to Baiyun Palace, which is not too powerful. And Baiyun Palace is in Xianwang Cave. Once it enters the Xianwang Cave heaven, it cannot be taken out. "Use Jianshan!" Suhi smiled. "Tanai has begun to condense the essence of Jianshan." Bine glanced at him, and sure enough, even if the clan brother didn't know what happened, he would instinctively bring the future into the present. In the future, the origin of Jianshan must already be here. So when he arrived, he encouraged Tantai to gather the origin of Jianshan. The time for Tantai Sword Mountain to enter Xianwang Cave heaven will be postponed again. Bine poked him twice. "Even if you condense the source of Jianshan, you can't condense it directly. You have to turn the source into something for you. Condensate it directly. That's Bing Tuozi's thing. Bing Tuozi can be refined, can't reach the core of this place. There are thousands of great avenues converging here, and only this guy with the Tao Sutra in his body can refine it. Otherwise, someone would have taken advantage of this good thing." Suhi thought for a while. "When Tantai condensed its origin, my white tiger murderous aura accidentally merged into it. At this moment, I almost have half of the control of Jianshan. Does it count?" Bine. "Dot. What kind of luck is this?" Moreover, Bing Tuozi looked cold and cold, but he didn't even kill him with a sword. So he just gave up his sword mountain. The sword mountain is the condensation of her great avenues, and falling in the Xianwang Cave's sky is a life-saving measure. Bine glanced at Suhi. "Fine, but it's far from enough." As she spoke, she pointed a finger at Suhi's brow. "You open another passage, and I will find a way to send your consciousness out. You go to Tanai to fuse a corpse from your previous life. Use your body to refine a weapon, and refine a sword. Yamamoto General here, I will help you leave your mark here. The consciousness is the soul, and the corpse is the physical body, coupled with the origin of the sword mountain. The effect is comparable to cutting off half of the existence." Suhi laughed. "Don't bother me. I am participating in the Huanling collection, and there is still a consciousness outside. In the Immortal King's palace, everyone is still arranging specific matters." Suhi opened his eyes and said to the fairy beside him, "Tantai, go back. Concentrate the origin of Jianshan first." After saying that, he turned to the sword beside him and said, "The Taoist master has returned, but I'm afraid I can't withdraw from this battle. You don't need to follow me. Just try your best to arrange your return to Wangshan Mountain. There is a mission in Guiwang Mountain, and it might not be good if there is no immortal lord in charge." Jian Xian's sword eyebrows were slightly condensed, then relaxed, and he cupped his hands towards Suhi and said, "Okay. If Mr. Forth is in need, He can summon this junior at any time, no matter how old Su-He is or how advanced he is. In Guiwang Mountain, he is the real ancestor. Su-He nodded, said H, low to the immortals in the Immortal King Palace, and pulled Tantai out of the Immortal King Palace. As soon as Tantai comes out, the conscious body naturally disperses and returns to the original body. With a roll of the fairy sword, Su-He's conscious body flew up into the air and landed on the Sword Mountain in an instant. With a few clicks, a figure jumped out of the cold pool in Jianshan Mountain. Immediately, a wave of attraction came over. Su-He's mind moved slightly, and his conscious body had already landed on that body and melted into it. In the moment after flying back, Su-He had already told Tantai what to do. Taking a deep breath, a burst of yang energy entered his abdomen, warming the body that had been cold for thousands of years, and moving his mechanical hands and feet. A strange feeling came up. This is Baiyan's copy of the body from his previous life. His consciousness drags the heavy body, as if he has returned to the time when he was still immortal, breathing the spiritual power of Sword Mountain in a mortal body. It's like having thousands of small swords cutting all the way from the nostrils to the lungs. Looking at Su-He in front of him, Tantai was slightly startled. This aura is like the Su-He I saw 80,000 years ago. It was at that time that she learned about her relationship with Su-He. His face was slightly red, and the corner of his mouth slightly curved. But he was afraid that Su-He would see it. So he hurriedly found a topic. Baiyan won't come back? Su-He shook his head. Your husband. I am ignorant and incompetent. She has to help me leave a mark in the original space. That mark was also the location and anchorage of Jianshan later. Husband. Tantai's face turned slightly red as he listened to Su-He's arrogant words, but did not refute and just let him talk nonsense. With just one point of view, Su-He was knocked into the origin of the Sword Mountain above his head. In an instant, the sword burned with fire. It is flame, but it is composed of endless sword energy. The lick came up and instantly licked off a layer of Su-He's flesh. Su-He screamed, "Murder your husband." Tantai's lips curved up. I'll help you refine your weapon. To refine oneself into the origin of Jianshan, isn't it just to use one's body, face, and weapons? Similar techniques are often used in some magic methods. Anyway, with the natal stars, you can be unscrupulous. Su-He. In the origin space, Su-He looked at Baiyan with a look of helplessness. Has Tantai always been like this? He is so kind and cruel. Baiyan chuckled and shook his head. You haven't seen her slashing your body with a sword or peeling off your skin. That technique is absolutely top-notch. Su-He. Is this what you did to me when I wasn't here? Su-He opened his teeth and claws, reached around Baiyan's waist, and scratched his limbs. Baiyan dodged and laughed, and quickly ran away. Su-He chased after him. As they chased each other, they felt that Su-He's movements became lighter and lighter, and gradually became quieter. When she turned around, she saw Su-He's hands on her waist, staring at her blankly. Baiyan blinked. The man came up to her, and before she could react, he lowered his head and captured her lips. Chapter 603 Taizu. This temple is destined for me. Lips connected. Cold. Baiyan's body trembled slightly. But he didn't dodge, but responded unfamiliarly. She didn't want to pretend. When she cut off half of her existence and entered Su-He's body, her emotions were out of control. She didn't even think about controlling it. Su-He came across time and space for the first time and really met. She was very satisfied with the young man. Su-He was the first one who dared to take advantage of her, even though he knew she was an immortal. Not in the same realm. But he was the first to treat her as an ordinary person, in order not to be discovered by God. He just held her hand, but he actually dared to quietly clasp his fingers and scratch her palm. Color embryo. Baiyan felt slightly sweet. 80,000 years of waiting is really too long. It has been so long that the immortal has been suffering. Hug. Embrace. After a long time, the lips parted. Su-He looked down at her. Surprise flashed in his eyes. Whether it was Ji Feishua or Su Huanyan, they are not easily embraced. Only Baiyan. This girl is taking the initiative. She actually stuck out her tongue. Baiyan was looked at by him, but he didn't feel shy at all. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and asked, What? Do you think it's too easy to succeed, and you don't have a sense of conquest? Su-He. You know a lot? Baiyan straightened up his pride, showed his proud posture, and made a proud gesture. This is easy. As she spoke, her temperament changed instantly. Her eyes were as sinister as a wolf, and her body had a faint evil aura. She looked like a woman with deep hatred. The cold breath was intimidating. She stared at Soo-hee and pointed her sword between his eyebrows. A sense of revenge rose in the depths of her eyes. You thief! If you have the ability to make me forget my hatred, you are willing to follow and serve you. I have endured for thousands of years just to be able to kill you with my own hands today. Soo-hee. Dot! Seeing Soo-hee didn't respond, Bai-in blinked and put away the sword. Don't like this? Then change it. Suddenly, the vengeful heroine disappeared and turned into a domineering empress. She narrowed her eyes and glanced at Soo-hee. Since I want to admit you into the harem, how can I allow you to say anything? If you enter the palace now, I can make you a noble concubine. If you are too late to be demoted to one rank, if you can't be demoted, you will be thrown into the cold palace. The majesty of the empress cannot be doubted. Soo-hee's eyes suddenly lit up. This girl is so good at playing. No wonder later generations will become best friends with concubine G. One will play a doppelganger with numerous different personalities. No regrets in this life. Soo-hee was a little nervous. Sister clan, how about a visit to the Mountain King? Either Soo-hee is good at this, or he wants to see the world. He looked at Bai-in hopefully, but he saw Bai-in's body spinning around, hiding away and glaring at him. No! Bing Tuozi has gone to condense the essence of Jianshan. You still want to be wild? Go to work. You? She stretched out her hand a little, and a gossip rose from Soo-hee's feet and turned into a formation, covering him. The rune Ji Fei Shuai gave him was to allow Soo-hee to isolate himself from everything. Bai-in's formation allowed him to have a deeper connection with this world. Condensate your existence into a seal and leave it in this place, Bai-in reminded. Is this the beginning? Soo-hee looked around. Wait a moment. As he spoke, he squatted down half-crouched, pressed one hand on the ground, hooked the formation under him. His eyes slightly condensed and he shouted, Get up! The large formation set up by Bai-in was immediately picked up by him. Soo-hee stepped on the ground and jumped up, falling within the long river of Qian Dao. The long river of swordsmanship is still the same river, but it is much weaker than that of later generations. It is not like the rolling Yangtze River in later generations, pressing across the original space. Even if Soo-hee used his body to refine the weapon, Jianshan is basically Tantai's, and I can't change it even if the King of Heaven comes. There are so many great avenues here. Su Wanyan said that in her previous life, she practiced addition, turning all the avenues into the way of swordsmanship. If Sword Mountain is located on the long river of Sword Dao, it is adjacent to many great avenues. Even Tantai cannot enter. If it is infiltrated by the great avenues, it will inevitably improve quickly. Bai-in pouted, when she pampers Bing Tuozi in front of her. Are you afraid that she won't lift the table? Concentrate your mind. Concentrate your own marks to infect the original space, and try to capture the core of this place. Bai-in explained bit by bit, and Soo-hee reluctantly accepted it. After listening, he looked at Bai-in and asked, I use myself to infiltrate the environment. Girl, you said that when I show up in the body of an animal, I naturally infiltrate the environment. Is that okay? Mythical beasts will inadvertently change the environment. It's like going back to 730,000 years ago, when the sacrifice to Grandma transformed a desert into a glacier. Soo-hee has such ability, but he is too busy and rarely stays in the same place for too long. He didn't even stay in Changya Mansion for too long before he could change the environment. He ran away. Bai-in was silent for a moment. You can try it as a dragon turtle. In the beast transformation chapter, the bodies are not prioritized. But after all, the first body has an inherent advantage. Soo-hee followed Shan Rilyu and turned into a basalt. The spiritual snake lay on his back and swam around. Bai-in's eyes lit up slightly. This is also her masterpiece. Soo-hee Xuanwu was able to succeed, and Bai-in took most of the credit. Hey! Do you have a way with Suzaku and Qinglong? Bai-in sat in the air and tilted his head to look at him. Soo-hee nodded and shook his head. I know how to achieve enlightenment, but there is no shortcut. If you practice step by step, you can achieve perfect enlightenment in about 20,000 to 30,000 years. This is a conservative estimate. After all, as Taoism improves and knowledge accumulates, this time will be shortened rapidly. The real time may only be thousands of years. Bai-in knocked on his knees and said thoughtfully, I have no news about Qinglong. After you left, I searched for tens of thousands of years, but never got any news. As for Suzaku, you can ask Fengzhu. In fact, according to legend, Most Suzakus will respectfully call her ancestor when they see her. Phoenix is not the only way for Suzaku. Even ordinary birds can cultivate the body of the Suzaku. But 80% of the Suzakus are cultivated by phoenixes. The emperor in the south was rumored to be a direct descendant of the Phoenix clan. Although the current Fengzhu has not been seen for many years, he is the longest living creature, inconceivably long. Of course, what is even more incredible is that such an existence is actually in the immortal realm. The immortal lord is very strong and is the supreme being in the world. But when it comes to Fengzhu, he is too weak. Even the seventh realm immortal. As long as he lived, old Phoenix knew a lot of things. She had witnessed the birth of Suzaku with her own eyes, so she was naturally familiar with it. Suhi nodded. Fengzhu had helped him, and he recognized him as his descendant. But he didn't say anything more. Even when Feng Chaofei went astray in pursuing Suzaku, she didn't show up. I don't know what's wrong with it. You can see Fengzhu and ask him directly. So let's leave it aside for now. Suhi and Bai Yin were talking, completely unfolding their momentum, but not condensing the field. Just infiltrating the original space. The origin space is already the condensation of the origin of all realms. And in essence, the entire space is the core. But the core is nowhere to be seen. It's like the soul of a mythical beast is scattered throughout the body's flesh, muscles, and bones. The soul is everywhere, but the soul is nowhere to be seen. The most difficult thing about taking away the core is not to rob it by force, but to force the core out. The method is very simple. If you keep immersing yourself in this place, the core will naturally escape by itself when it is pressed to the limit. If it doesn't come out, that's even better. If it is fully occupied, this place will naturally belong to Suhi. Sensing Suhi's influence, the thousands of great avenues in the original space began to surge and roar. And all kinds of Tao rhymes bombarded Suhi at the same time. It's not an attack. It's just a simple Daoyun invasion. If it were an ordinary person being invaded by thousands of avenues at the same time, his body would collapse and turn into a realm in an instant. Even the Tao master only claims to master 3,000 avenues. Bai Yin's eyes were focused, and he fell into the distance in a flash. He heard a loud bell sound from Suhi's body, and the Taoist rhyme was rippling. Bai Yin raised the corners of his mouth. You are not stupid. Know how to use your own Tao scriptures to assimilate the long river of Tao. Don't be stupid. If you can understand the great path here, you can understand it. If you can't understand it, don't force yourself. You can take the opportunity to practice. The white sounds condensed into lines and floated to Suhi's ears along a long river. Suhi has the Tao Sutra, which is like being in a treasure house. He can understand all the great avenues at any time, and there is no need to worry about the long avenues here. On the contrary, the origin of this place is condensed, but it is also infiltrated by the great river. Only Suhi can absorb it, so it is better to take the opportunity to practice. Suhi naturally knows this after staying here for a long time. Bai Yin could send a message to him, but he had no means to make the sound travel down the long rivers. He waved his claws towards Bai Yin from a distance, like a long whale sucking water, taking a deep breath and swallowing the rich original aura. The inner world comes alive again. The Mingjian in the orifice jumped, and the word, cheating, was marked on the status. Cultivation of mythical beasts has actually become instinctive. Every breath is a practice. Suhi just activated the spirit-absorbing technique. Once you enter the status, it will go to the background, so you don't need to worry too much. Suhi shook his body. For Tortoise SH, LS appeared, and the mountain-bearing net once again enveloped it. Devour. Absorb. As the level increases, the 4 pieces of Tortoise SH, LS no longer look like Tortoise SH, LS. They have been absorbed into several layers, as if they have been coiled for tens of millions of years, and are as warm and moist as jade. The more these 4 Tortoise SH, LS absorb, the stronger Suhi's control over the mountain beetles becomes. It won't take long for the mountain beetle to fully unleash its full power. But the improvement shouldn't be too big. The dragon turtle ancestor with 1 finger of the Beng Duan Yuan should only have the power of the 7th immortal realm. He turned all his power into the mountain armor before he died. It has also been sacrificed and refined by generations of patriarchs. The power of the 7th immortal realm is the limit. It was a being like Mingzhu who used the mountain armor as a magic weapon. Suhi borrowed the power from it to improve his own combat power, which was a bit weaker. Suhi can now exert the combat power of the immortal lord in the 5th realm, mainly relying on the Dao ancestor finger bone. When this phalanx is snatched, the dice cannot roll a quantity point. but can only improve the quality. This moment completely belonged to Suhi. Unless Daozu returns, no one can take it away. As long as Suhi's own strength increases. By increasing the Dao ancestor's phalanges by 1 point, he can release 1 more point of power. At this moment, Li was beside him, and Daozu's phalanges were always activated. Suhi's body is full of Tao charm, assimilating to the long rivers of Tao. Actually, it's not assimilation, but tolerance. These great avenues and rivers each belong to their own path and do not converge into a sea. When encountering the Taoist scriptures that seemed to come from the source, it was like ink dripping into the seawater. It could still affect it initially, but when it rushed to Suhi's side, it completely faded away and completely integrated into the rhythm of the Taoist scriptures. In the distance, Bain also slowly closed his eyes, practicing enlightenment through Suhi Daoyun. The rhyme of the Tao was like a wave, swinging through the original space and landing on Li's hydrangea. However, it was blocked by the Tai Chi diagram of the Taoist master and slid to the side. Not even a drop of it is allowed to penetrate, which is a benefit to Li. The original space, which had been disturbed by the battle for thousands of years, became eerily silent for a while. With only the endless churning of the long river, it proves that everything is not peaceful here. Time passed little by little. I don't know how long it took. There was rain falling around Suhi. It was just a few raindrops at first, and gradually it started to drizzle. When the drizzle appeared, Suhi's speed of absorbing the mountain beetle fragments suddenly accelerated. The 4 nail plates are almost visible to the naked eye. Then, there was a thunder and heavy rain. The rain kept falling, and there was lightning and thunder overhead. Thunderclouds squeezed out a territory in the long river of converging avenues. Then, the ocean gradually rose from a place shrouded in thunderclouds. At the beginning, the location was not large, and could only carry Suhi, but it already has the momentum of a vast ocean. The waves are rough. The waves were pushing in all directions. Shang transformed a piece of original space into the appearance of the sea under a thunderstorm. The area imbued with the aura of Suhi's divine beast was 70% similar to his territory. It's begun! Bain opened his eyes and looked at Suhi. The turtle in the water was as motionless as a mountain. The spirit snake was swimming around the turtle body in the water. He could feel a trace of solemn aura gathering around Suhi's soaked ocean. The original space automatically resists. Bain raised the corners of his mouth to resist and gather strength. Wasn't this also exposing his core to the surrounding ocean? Once it comes out, the ending is determined. On Jianshan Mountain, Tanai stood still, watching Suhi melt little by little in the sword fire, seeping into the origin of Jianshan Mountain. This is robbing Jianshan. If it were another person, Tantai would have killed a thief completely with one sword. At this moment, he was suppressing Jianshan's instinctive resistance and fully cooperating. Sword Mountain is the fusion of her manifestation of the Great Tao and the real mountain. Falling in the Xianhuang Cave can protect the Great Road from destruction, and thus gain an extra life. The Great Road is manifested, so nothing on the Sword Mountain can escape her perception. Being invaded by Suhi bit by bit. It was like Suhi was invading her body bit by bit. This feeling was extremely strange. Letters from later generations flashed through my mind inexplicably, and my face suddenly turned red. Color embryo. She glared at Suhi, who was about to be exhausted. This glance seemed to catalyze Suhi's body completely dissipated, and he felt that Jianshan had another master. It was a bit awkward for a moment. The Sword Mountain that had been hers for countless thousands of years suddenly had an origin and a master. Tanai let out a long sigh and turned to look outside Xianhuang. In a place invisible to the immortals, 2 powerful auras suddenly erupted. The 2 immortals met in the starry sky as promised. One is Yuantua, the eastern lord of the Yuanzuan clan, and the other is the northern immortal lord of the Xianhuang world. Yuansu was beheaded by Suhi, and the entire Yuanzun clan exploded. When he saw Xianhuang immortal lord, he immediately killed him without saying a word. Northern immortal lord is true to his words. Facing Yuanzun, he has no second thoughts. He even managed to take a hard blow, protecting several immortals behind him who couldn't react. There is also a Sword Mountain immortal there. Xianhuang has no truly independent immortal lord, because Tanai has a cold temperament. But Yuanzuan is out there, and it is his duty as the Xianhuang immortal lord to support his descendants. The sword marks under the Sword Mountain are gradually arranged from easy to difficult, which is not for nothing. Even if Tantai has never established his own power, the sword cultivators who practice Taoism in Shushan will naturally regard him as their master. For all the sword cultivators in the world, Looking at Jianshan Mountain is like looking at a holy land. The sword cultivators, who became immortals in Shushan, naturally belong to Tantai's subordinates. If Tantai needs it, he can instantly raise a vast army of monks. In this era, there is no real loner among the immortals. But even for Shushan sword cultivators, the North also treated them equally. Tantai looked around and frowned. The number of people is wrong. Yuan Su was beheaded. So all the immortals of the Yuanzun clan should dispatch all of them and launch a crazy counterattack. But at this moment, there are only more than 10 immortals. Where is the rest? She frowned coldly. Run! 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 Taizu has a bronze bell on his head and is wearing a cassock. He can no longer care about anything else. The white dragon is coiled around him. The monk is also lying on the back of the turtle, sucking the turtle SHL tightly with both hands for fear of being thrown out. The 3 Yuanzun immortal masters behind him attack from all directions at the same time. The expressions of the 3 of them were extremely gloomy. Despicable Xian Wang. Yuan Su was killed in a sneak attack. But the Yuanzun family had not yet taken revenge. He actually lurked into the hinterland of Yuanzun again. Steal the temple. That is the symbol of the Yuanzun clan. The starting point of the Yuanzun clan. Even in the battle 80,000 years ago, the Great Witch was killed by them in the temple. And the Yuanzun clan did not lose the temple. Not to mention Xian Wang. No one, not even their Yuanzun, could move that thing. Even with all the power of the immortals, it was impossible to move it. Xian Wang did not touch the temple last time and studied for 80,000 years. This time, while killing Yuan Su and all the Yuanzun immortals were dispatched, he took advantage of the situation and stole the temple. What's the difference between this and Yuanzun's clan hiding in Xian Wang and quietly carrying it back to Wanshan Mountain? Buying? It must be buying. Only Taiyan's immortal lord can develop a method to move the temple. The 3 immortals have gone crazy. They cannot see or feel where the thief is. But they are sure that the thief must be around and will never escape. If it doesn't come out, it will annihilate all directions and shatter all space and time. See where you can escape. The attack came with a bang. Taizu dodged left and right. The white dragon on his back gritted his teeth. Gu Tai! Are you crazy? If you don't take advantage of the chaos to escape and return to Xian Wang. That's all. If you don't take away the countless treasures of the Yuanzun clan. What are you doing carrying this ruined temple? 3 immortal lords are chasing me. God! It's going to take the dragon's life. As Taizu ran, he whispered back. This temple is destined for me. Bion spat. Pooh! Talking without shame is just greed for money. In the past, when Gutai saw some treasure and felt that it was destined to him, it was really destined. Use it as soon as you get it. Just like they have bronze bells on their heads and cassocks on their bodies. But this temple does not have it. Not only can it not be used, but it was moved because Gutai broke 2 treasures that were no weaker than copper bells. Where is the fate? It was clearly a robbery. Taizu didn't say anything. He didn't know what was wrong. When he saw the temple of the Yuanzun clan, he felt that it had to be moved away. This temple does not belong to him. But no one else is allowed to occupy it. Isn't it just a temple? There is no treasure in this world that Gutai cannot move away. Yes, that would be great. A real treasure. Want. Even if it means exhausting all the family resources. Taizu led 1 dragon and 1 person, moving around with all his strength. Looking at the 3 approaching immortals, the eyes became darker and darker. Damn it! There may be no way to escape. The 3 immortals were far beyond his capabilities. How about open the 5th heaven first? If you open the 5th level of heaven, you should be able to escape with the help of the copper bell and cassock. But that stupid turtle borrowed the spiritual stones of 2.5 small worlds. If you don't have enough wealth, now there are flaws in the 4th heaven. Taizu's expression changed again and again. Chapter 604 Taizu. Time passed little by little. There was a turtle groan in the origin space. And Suhi slowly opened his eyes. For pieces of nail polish had been absorbed. The connection with the mountain beetle was instantly unhindered. Suhi laughed. Sure enough, it is not possible to refine the mountain armor by absorbing 4 pieces of armor from the same source. It was Taizu who used these 4 pieces of armor as the key to activate the mountain armor before resacrifice to the mountain armor. It was decided as early as 730,000 years ago that he would inherit the Goryeo. In the era before he was born, the crown prince's position had already been determined. Sympathy for Uncle Luo. A strange smile appeared on Sui's face. If Uncle Luo knew about this, he would beat him. After all, Uncle Luo's ideal is to be the leader of the clan. Well, probably not. Even without the Shanjiao and Daozu finger bones, Uncle Luo should not be able to beat him after returning this time. Even without looking at Mingjian, he could sense that the inner world was rapidly advancing. It won't take long to open the fifth heaven. The influence of the original space has also begun to bear fruit. The ocean gathered under he had already become a vast ocean. There was thunder overhead, and the heavy rain never let up for a moment. The roaring avenue was squeezed out by the sea. And at the edge of the sea, the rich aura of origin rolled. Sui's eyes lit up, and Bain's voice came in his ears. It's not enough! Wait a little longer. The core of the original world has begun to appear, but it is far from enough. When it condenses and takes shape, it will be the core that can be robbed. He suppressed his restless turtle claws and nodded, looking at Bain, who ran into his ocean at some point. He remembered something. Sister clan, if you give it this time at most, the core will be condensed. Then it will be I'm about to return. Clan sister, remember to come and rescue me. At least 3 immortals were waiting outside him. Bain blinked and guessed a little. He smiled and said, It can't be saved. Just wait to die. He looked pitiful. Bain pinched his dragon horns and smiled heartlessly. Little clan brother, what situation are you facing? There are just a few immortals. If they can't defeat them, they can just run away. Who can stay? Can I live with you? Did you know that my sister came in from the temple of the Yuanzun clan? That's the end of life. That's the real core of the Yuanzun clan. The temple seems like a complete small world. Extremely wonderful. She might not face any surer field when she goes out. Moreover, the temple is so strange that she can't predict it now. Isn't it possible that several immortals are already guarding her? Maybe he got involved and messed up the secret, and she couldn't figure it out. One person and one turtle looked at each other and saw sympathy in each other's eyes. Have sympathy for the other person. Aw? Sharing the same fate as Mandarin ducks? Bain thought of this word for no reason. Little clan brother, practice well. Try to go further. Kill everyone when you go out. And then come and save me. Bain patted his head, giggled and stepped out of the Suha Sea area, and landed on the long river of the outside world. Middle. Suhi has a wonderful Taoist charm, but it doesn't suit her right now. The avenues that have been separated from the outside world are rare holy places for spiritual practice. You can take this opportunity to try to master a few more. Suhi watched her leave. His mind moved, and the mountain beetle wrapped itself around the turtle SHL. I have just mastered the mountain beetle, so I want to explore it. As soon as the mountain beetle landed on him, it actively connected with Suhi's consciousness. It's like refining your own magic weapon with your own hands. The secrets inside the mountain armor can be viewed without restraint. Curiosity arose naturally. Suhi followed the leopard's lead, and his consciousness escaped directly. Then he saw a sea with rough waves, just like the Sea of Inheritance in a Taoist palace. An old turtle was lying in the seaboard. Seeing him come in, their eyes met. Suhi, Taizu. Suhi shouted in a broken voice, and the scales on his face exploded. Lying down in the sea is the old turtle that Taizu appeared in this world. Not the little one now. Although it is a conscious body, it is condensed to the extreme, as if it is the real body. If Suhi hadn't been the owner of the mountain armor, he wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. Taizu waved his paw. Although I am old, I am not deaf and can hear, so there is no need to shout so loudly. He lowered his head and saw Suhi panting, her eyes fixed on him. Her pupils suddenly contracted, as if she couldn't accept his presence. Taizu laughed, showing the unique naughtiness of the elderly. Brother, why are you so stunned? I just like the way you have never seen the world. Suhi didn't seem to hear Taizu's teasing. He just swallowed and asked, Old ancestor, did you follow me through time? Taizu chuckled. You can attach a ray of existence to your body and travel through Lingshan. How is old turtle worse than him? Suhi was startled. What Taizu said was so reasonable that no one could refute it. Ancestor, follow me here. What's the matter? Suhi asked in a low voice. Taizu shook his head and smiled. I wanted to take this opportunity to recall my youth, but I found out after I came. His entire dragon capital collapsed, and he felt a rare sense of despair and decadence. When I came here, I realized that I couldn't get out of my consciousness. I could only shrink inside the mountain armor, unable to see or feel the outside world. Knowing that Suhi had successfully traveled through time was based on the power of time that penetrated the mountain armor. Why? Dazizi succeeded. Dazizi's consciousness followed him into the Ree's tomb, and almost caused him trouble. Taizu slowly raised his head and looked at the sky melancholy. After a while, he sighed. Your ancestor is too strong. It is just a piece of consciousness. Once you escape from the mountain armor, you will be discovered by this world. This world will definitely use all its strength to obliterate him. If he resists, the shock caused by the world will definitely affect Turtle Boy, who is also stowaway. If you don't resist, you will be wiped out. Is this the ancestor's temperament? Su-hee died. So angry. It was tricked by the old turtle. Sure enough, when you go out later, you should find Gutai, hang him up, and give him a beating. Su-hee sighed softly. Ancestor, why don't you slice up your consciousness and get out only a small piece? If it's too strong, just weaken it manually. Taizu looked at him, shook his head slightly and said, If you cut off a small piece of gold, it will turn into bronze. The strength of his consciousness is not just about quantity. Besides, how to cut it? Unless I, your ancestor, am here, who can cut my consciousness open? This consciousness of his can't even separate himself. Just like when Mingzu wanted to force out a trace of true blood and hatch Taizu's egg. He had to let go of all defenses and let Tantai kill him with a sword. It's so powerful that even if you want to hurt yourself, you can't. Su-hee closed his eyes and turned away from looking at the old turtle. This sage was too dazzling to look at. Taizu laughed. The little guy's state of consciousness makes it easier to see through his thoughts. And he can't hide anything at a glance, including the thought of going out and beating him just now. Let's not talk about it for now. When he returns to normal time and his consciousness is integrated into the main body, he can discuss the size with his brother. After being nice, Su-hee turned around again and was overjoyed to see Taizu again. Su-hee felt relieved to be able to see the living Taizu 30 million years ago. In an instant, I felt courageous. Even if it was just a piece of consciousness, Taizu gave him the feeling of being absolutely safe. With Taizu here, it didn't matter even if the world collapsed and the earth shattered. The sense of security that Taizu gave him was stronger than that of the Taoist masters, who surpassed the immortal lord in this era. Much stronger. Even if Taizu can't get out of the mountain armor, he can't see outside. Su-hee looked around, then moved his eyes to Taizu. Ancestor, where are the secrets recorded in the mountain armor? He is now a serious patriarch. Taizu murmured without any embarrassment. Eat. Su-hee was stunned. Taizu shrugged his turtle sh.l. If you don't come in, it will be dark here. So boring. I was playing with those runes and accidentally ate them all. Su-hee died. Ancestor, don't make trouble. I have already refined the armor. It's time to tell me the secrets that the clan leader can know. Su-hee was going crazy. Nothing could go wrong if he came to him. Taizu laughed, then looked down at him again. It's really delicious. But, Turtle Boy, you are experiencing those secrets personally. And the secrets that have been recorded for tens of millions of years are recorded in the creation Goliath. Do you want to read it or not? How? Su-hee was stunned. After a while, he finally said, What I am experiencing now is what is recorded in the mountain armor. The old turtle nodded. Almost. Not quite, but not far off. Su-hee's turtle sh.l suddenly collapsed. Then the ancestor should have kept it for me. Only by knowing the follow-up and holding the guide to the turtle can we take shortcuts. Taizu laughed, as if he was old and disrespectful. And there was nothing you could do about me. It's too late. I've already eaten it. And I can't spit it out. And I can't tell those secrets. The old turtle's eyes formed a line of laughter. And he looked at Su-hee with a squinted smile. How can anyone still read the guide in life? Have you read the guide to life or life? It's just a puppet pulled by the guide. Breaking out of time sounds lofty. But those who play with time will be played by time. It's the old guys like them who have experienced this history. Not Turtle Boy. For Turtle Boy, everything he has yet to experience is the future. You don't have to know everything about the future. Everything is doomed the moment you know it. Just like Ming. Her fortune-telling is even more domineering than Bai Yin's. Bai Yin also wants to take the initiative to divine by himself. When Ming looks with his eyes, the future will appear directly. That girl's destruction of herself may not be without this reason. She is here. And the future is constant. The future that we see through has no variables, but is unknown and full of uncertainty. Okay. Su-hee shrugged his tortoise sh.l. Then, didn't I become the leader of the clan for nothing? I feel sorry for Uncle Luo. Uncle Luo always wanted to be the clan leader. Taizu smiled even more heartily. It's not in vain. He lowered his head with a smile and looked at Su-hee. Guizi, How about I completely hand over this mountain beetle to you? Question mark. There was a question mark on Suhi's head. Just listen to Taizu say. The complete kind? Like 4 pieces of armor. Completely refined and absorbed. Suhi was shocked. The mountain armor is an artifact that ensures that the dragon turtle clan continues to reproduce for hundreds of millions of years. The ancestor died, and he protected his clan with his own body. Is there any reason for him to completely refine it? Taizu looked at him, his dim eyes looking even more dim. After being silent for a long time, he said, Goizi, it's been too long. Too long. Regardless of whether it's Yuan Zun, Yuan, or the old things from eternity ago, there should be a result. Do you dare to really fight with the ancestor? Suhi didn't know why. Just listen to Taizu say. Yuan's arrival can be stopped once, but it can't be stopped twice. It can be stopped twice, and there will be a third time, a fourth time. There will always be times when it fails. What Xinwan should do is go upstream and cut off the source, rather than build a dam downstream. The old turtle looked at Suhi very seriously. Turtle boy, do you dare to swim upstream with the ancestors? If you win, everything will be fine. If you lose, you and I will keep our turtle LS, and we will become the new Taijia and he of the dragon turtle clan. First, Suhi was silent for a moment, then shook his head solemnly. It's different. Taizu looked at him quietly. Suhi curled up his lips. The ancestor snake body was only used for sealing, and it has been integrated into the turtle body. Only the turtle L is left. I am different. I can still leave a snake bone, and I can give it to the dragon. The turtle clan left behind 2 artifacts. Suhi raised his head. Proud. Maybe our turtle I can grow wings and tiger claws. Taizu looked up to the sky and laughed. He looked at Suhi with great satisfaction. This turtle is so good. Unlike Gu Luo and Qing Lei, they were so serious that they didn't even dare to make a joke with him. So boring. Ancestor, do you want to leave now? Can you wait until I finish the original space? Taizu smiled and shook his head. It's not even close. It's not even close. Let's wait until you open the 6th or 7th heaven. He smiled slightly, and a rune fell on Suhi's eyebrows. That's the way to absorb the mountain beetles. This means it is somewhat similar to the Taotai method of eating, and it seems to have been specially created for him. Suhi smiled. Ancestor, I can actually use the gluttonous eating method. Taizu looked at him with contempt. Break your teeth. Turtle Boy still has no self-awareness. The key to gluttonous eating is that it can be refined by swallowing it. But Turtle Boy's mouth and teeth can't even bite a catfish. So he still wants to bite a mountain beetle? Suhi. Ancestor, I'm refining the mountain armor. What should you do? Taizu's consciousness is stored in the mountain armor. Taizu chuckled. Of course they are going to disperse. In this era, just taking a look is all. How can we stay here and not leave? Seeing that Suhi wanted to talk, Taizu waved his dragon beard impatiently. Go! Suhi felt a powerful attack, and his conscious body had been blasted out of the mountain armor and fell outside. Suhi was stunned for a moment, then shook the mountain armor and entered the inner world, and his consciousness immediately rushed into the mountain armor again. Old ancestor, move and live in my inner world for a while. I won't charge you rent. Suhi shouted, and the rumbling echo echoed on the sea inside the mountain armor. But there was no response from Taizu. The endless sea was empty, and the old turtle was no longer around. Taizu? Suhi called out in confusion. There was nothing but the omnipresent aura of Taizu. That old turtle really dispersed his consciousness. Suhi was stunned for a long time, and then jumped violently. It's noisy. Do you really want to just leave? Not stopping for a minute? That old turtle definitely did it on purpose. How could someone as knowledgeable as him not think that he could enter the world of Suhi? He just doesn't want to. Deal. If we leave this time, we will never give up until Gu Tai is arrested and beaten. Suhi thought bitterly, and his consciousness escaped from the turtle SHL. The spirit snake angrily rushed to the turtle SHL, coiled the entire turtle SHL, and sucked it inward. The majestic breath of the mountain turtle rushed into the body, and although it was like a trickle, it rolled and refined inside the body. At the same time, Suhi had never entered the Lingshan mountain. An old turtle crawled slowly among the boundary monuments. The endless stretch of boundary monuments were divided into 3, but none belonged to Suhi. Without Suhi's knowledge, This old turtle used his consciousness to directly escape into the Lingshan of this era, using Suhi's Lingshan as a stepping stone. There are tens of thousands of boundary monuments exuding a sense of misery. It is owned by Bodhisattva Bujia of Devi Temple. Thousands of people exude the indestructible will. But it is occupied by the powerful immortal among the casual cultivators of this era. The wild monk in Tantai's mouth. As Taizu crawled, a boundary monument lit up wherever he passed. The old turtle was dim and helpless for a while. This little guy will bring trouble to the ancestors. There are no boundary monuments for Suhi in this era, but he does occupy hundreds of boundary monuments. Once you enter Lingshan in this era, when spiritual mountains from different eras collide, big things will happen. Wherever Taizu passed, he left traces of marks on the boundary monuments that were lit up little by little. The unchangeable laws of Lingshan have been quietly changed by him. Once Suhi enters Lingshan, his own boundary monument will be temporarily born among those boundary monuments that cannot be occupied. Of course, the ancestor's entry into Lingshan was not just for Suhi to avoid future troubles. As he crawled, every stone tablet lit up, and a gossipy look flashed in his eyes. Huh? So it turns out that the Southern Immortal Lord once pursued the Demon Queen. He was not beaten to death by the Demon Queen. The old dragon of this era actually did an experiment with the old unicorn to see if the two beasts could produce a hybrid beast. Well, Kuangua once appeared briefly in the Yuanzun clan. Taizu crawled step by step. Every time you pass a boundary monument, you can read a lot of information from the boundary monument. Lingshan connects monks from all over the world. When monks enter, they will naturally leave many memories. Taizu watched with great pleasure. Although I can only hide in Lingshan Mountain, if I can't reach the real world and don't speak out, I have to fight against the world. Turtle Boy will meet himself at this time at any time. And this consciousness may merge with himself at this time if he is not careful. At this moment, he can't resist this huge consciousness. And he can't take it away by himself. If he can't get out, he won't get out. These gossips are enough for him to read for 100 years. Chapter 605 Heavenly Tribulation. Time passes little by little, and everything in the original space remains as before. There was lightning and thunder above Suhi's head, and heavy rain poured down. The ocean below me is raging, eroding the original space bit by bit. And the long river of Avenue is pushed away. Everything is like a dynamic freeze frame. The only difference is that the thunder now not only resounds in the original space, but also makes a loud noise in Suhi's consciousness. After refining the mountain armor for just a moment, Suhi's consciousness was pulled out as if something had been touched. At this moment, my consciousness is in a cloud of calamity. Heavenly calamities are rolling around. But it's not that anyone wants to survive the tribulation, but it feels like the original appearance of the tribulation. The Jojo tribulation cloud is like the source of the heavenly tribulation that has not yet condensed. At this moment, Suhi is in the nest of heavenly tribulation. This calamity cloud monitors all realms. But if there are those who want to prove the truth, it will instantly turn into a real calamity cloud and land. The refining mountain armor actually touched the source of the heavenly calamity. Suhi was wondering when a dull voice sounded in his consciousness. Which fellow Taoist is trying to get involved in the catastrophe of our dragon turtle clan? This sound was like roaring thunder, as if it were coming from heaven and earth. And it was deafening. In gods, ghosts, and the like will be shaken away if they hear a trace of this sound. Suhi turned around and saw the calamity cloud rolling, and an old calamity cloud turtle condensing out. Ancestor of the underworld? Suhi asked in confusion. Turtle Boy. Jia, an old turtle, looked down at him with doubts in his eyes. No, this turtle boy isn't powerful enough to touch the will of heaven and earth. Right? How could you come here without reaching the seventh realm of Immortal Lord? Where is this? Suhi asked curiously, looking around. This place is very strange. It seems not only a catastrophe, but also the source of all rules. But he couldn't see clearly and couldn't understand. I only saw a blue dragon looming in the distance. Ming Ancestor was silent for a moment. Sure enough, he didn't break in based on his own ability. Otherwise, and could not know. He smiled. Just now, the Taoist master showed up and said that you are in the original space. If you are said to be the origin of the world, then this is where the will of the world is. Mingzu chuckled. If you insist on giving this place a name, Tiandao, the will of heaven and earth. Suhi was confused. Good. Broken into pieces like this? Suhi wondered. The will of heaven and earth, even without spiritual intelligence, should still exist like consciousness. Right? This place is a mess. If you look carefully, you can see that there is fire and water outside this calamity cloud. Everywhere the robbery clouds were seized again. Here is the dragon turtle. Next door is the dragon. And there is a phoenix over there. These old guys are replacing the will of heaven and earth with their own will. How daring to act. He was startled and suddenly realized what he was doing. Taizu can affect the dragon turtle heavenly tribulation. And so can Mingzu. Divine beasts are not allowed to reincarnate. Otherwise the punishment from heaven will come, and they will die without life. But Bain and he were both reincarnated. The two ancestors took the back door for them. Because the two ancestors control the will of the dragon turtle clan's catastrophe. Can they affect the catastrophe? No. It shouldn't be complete control. But influence. Otherwise, there may be more than these dragon turtles. The mountain beetle can actually connect here? It's strange. But if you think about it carefully, it's normal. Shanjia was originally left by an extremely powerful ancestor of the dragon turtle clan. After generations of sacrifices by ancestors and clan leaders. And Taizu personally refining and merging two pieces of mountain armor. Is it abnormal to be unable to connect here? Have you completely controlled the mountain armor? Mingzu asked. But the voice was hidden behind the thunder. And one word was accompanied by 3 thunders. Suhi nodded. Taizu asked me to completely refine and absorb the mountain beetle. Mingzu was silent. This is not an accident. This time I saw Suhi's mountain armor for the first time. And the sacrificial technique was clearly intended to be used as a gift to Suhi. The juniors will decide their own affairs. And he will not comment on them. Besides, Xiao Tai's moral conduct was obviously far beyond his. He couldn't see clearly what he was planning. And there was no need to see it. Just do what you have to do. But Suhi called him an ancestor and called Gu Tai, who was dishonest, sneaky, and troublemaker, which made him feel a strange feeling. He couldn't even imagine what the turtle brought out by such an ancestor would look like. No wonder he was so bold that he dared to tease the immortal lord. Ming ancestor shook his head and said to Suhi, "This place was originally solid. It was shattered by the barbarian king at the end of the ancient times. And it became what it is now. This piece of calamity cloud was separated from the will of the heavenly calamity. Don't take advantage of the foundation of the tribulation cloud. A kind of tribulation cloud can only retain a piece of consciousness. But if you take advantage of me, you won't be able to control the dragon turtle heavenly tribulation." Taiku at this time refers to the heavenly period. Suhi immediately gathered his consciousness. He was just a passerby during this period. The dove's occupation of the magpie nest would affect the blood inheritance of the dragon turtle clan. "Ancestor, why did the barbarian king break the will of heaven and earth?" Ming ancestor chuckled. And long she pointed into the distance. "Look, with its whiskers a little bit." The haze covering Suhi's face dispersed. And he could see the outside world clearly. Groups of tribulations floated outside. Like floating islands. In addition to the divine dragons and phoenixes around us, there are also many unoccupied lands. There were also various shadows and wonderful sights that he could not recognize. Blooming colorful lotus. Collapsed mountain peaks. Gestating golden eggs. There are even shadows of the creation and destruction of the great world. The aura of the Taoist master can be vaguely seen. And even the big willow tree of the demon lord disappears and appears. All occupy a will. There is still Yuan Zun's shadow flickering in the distance. This place is very similar to the original space. "When I first came here, the previous Taoist master once preached to me here. He once said that this place and the original space are actually one. It is only that the original space was dragged out by human beings, so that there is such an independent will of heaven and earth. Land." Mingzu looked at this space and explained to Suhi. "If we use a metaphor, the heavens and the world are like humans. The original space is the heart aperture, and this place is the mind aperture." Suhi nodded slightly, and he could vaguely sense this. He just asked curiously, "Fifth generation Taoist master?" Senior brother also gave a sermon to Mingzu? Mingzu looked at him with this cute look in his eyes. "You don't have any records in the mountain armor?" Ming ancestor asked. "The mountain armor records many secrets. Even if the information about the past Taoist masters in the world has been erased, there are still remaining records in the mountain armor." Suhi was silent and sighed. "All the secrets in the mountain armor have been eaten by Taizu." Mingzu. "Dot!" Suhi's big eyes flashed, and he looked at Ming ancestor curiously. "Ancestor, when you looked at my mountain armor before, didn't you think there was anything special about it? How come the big Taizu is in there, and you didn't even notice?" Ming ancestor smiled. "I have noticed that you have copied the mountain armor and fused the two pieces together." "Right. Although it is strange, I have been holding the mountain armor for thousands of years. How can I not see it? Sacrifice and refinement, the technique is quite unique. Suhi. Dot. Sure enough, I didn't find it. The Ming ancestors' combat power is at the limit of the 7th immortal realm. One claw is enough to defeat the Emperor Ancestor. Two at most. No more. But Taizu only had one conscious body shrinking inside. And Mingzu never noticed it. So how strong is the old turtle? Recovering the abilities of his previous life. Can he slap to death a transcendent being? It doesn't seem like it can't be done. Taizu's one-finger strike is really just a slap in the face. Are you a little more serious? He was wearing a mountain armor. And when the Immortal Master was in battle, he always said he was knocked unconscious in front of Taizu. And he was knocked unconscious. Not to mention resisting. I don't even know how that old turtle did it. At one glance, Suhi fainted. Ming Ancestor shook his head and smiled. Since Tai deleted the content of Shanjia, there must be a reason. He won't say much. But he can talk about the history that everyone knows. Mingzu pondered for a moment and said, in the ancient times, there was the throne of the heavenly emperor here. The heaven was broken, and this place was almost completely invaded by others. Then the barbarian king was born. And he almost unified Xinhuang, conquered all heavens and worlds, and became the second heavenly emperor. Such a thing was naturally not allowed by the people who invaded this place. So they personally took action to kill it. Although that person was just a piece of consciousness lurking across time and space. He was also terrifyingly powerful. Heaven and man fought, and the barbarian king disappeared. This place was also shattered. Everyone Taiwanji just breathed a sigh of relief. No longer being monitored for every word and deed. Suhi was shocked. When Yaya became king, Lianli showed up in person. The Taoist master at that time said that when the barbarian king proclaimed himself emperor, the world personally took action, causing the heaven and earth to collapse, and the barbarian king to disappear. It is the Yuan that occupies the will of heaven and earth. Because Xuanhuang's emperor can even be blocked by Yuan himself. He will never allow another heavenly emperor to appear in the world. Seeing the sudden look on Sui's face, Mingzu guessed that this little guy must know some secrets that he didn't even know. After all, he could travel through time. So it was wrong to know nothing. Ming Ancestor continued. The history of Heavenly Court before is unknown. Maybe you can find out more about it when you see your master and brothers again? Heaven has been suppressing all heavens for hundreds of millions of years. At that time, the ancestor of Dragon Turtle was the owner of Shanjia. And his name was Shan. After the fall of Shanshan, although the Dragon Turtle clan has always had ancestors in the immortal realm, they no longer have the 7th realm. In the middle are two ancestors, Huai and Ji. At the end of the Huaizu period, the barbarian king was born. And during the Jizu period, the barbarian kings ruled the world. The barbarian king is so powerful that even the 4th generation of Taoist masters have avoided his edge. However, I suspect that the Taoist master was happier when the barbarian king was born than the barbarian king. He may have deliberately retired to give way to the barbarian king. The Taoist masters of the past dynasties are extremely mysterious. If there is a big thing, someone can support Xinhuang, and they can't ask for the same thing. Mingzu frowned slightly. Just like this generation of Taoist masters. At this moment in Huangling's gathering, the two sides were already fighting together. But he only appeared in a hurry and disappeared immediately. Not even a single blow was delivered. He only frightened away the joint attack of the Eastern Lord of the Yuanzun clan and the Puling Immortal Lord, saved the Northern Immortal Lord, and then disappeared immediately. Suhi understood. Senior brother must have devoted himself wholeheartedly to stabilizing reincarnation. Mingzu shook his head and continued. After the barbarian king disappeared, the 5th generation of Taoist masters appeared. In fact, he and I should be the same generation. Only 3,000 or 4,000 years older than me. But that guy cultivated too fast. And I only opened the 3rd level of him. Already reached the realm of Immortal Lord. Mingzu's lips twitched. Suhi was surprised that the senior fellow apprentices did not understand the secrets. And each generation practiced very quickly. Basically, they are all 10,000-year immortals. Until now, no one has doubted him. Which is rare. Maybe outsiders think that Guowang Mountain is the place where Taoism begins. When choosing a Taoist in Tai Chi too, one must choose the one with the highest talent. It is not that each generation of Taoist master happens to be a 10,000-year-old immortal master, but only a 10,000-year-old Taoist immortal master is qualified to inherit the position of Taoist master. Others are not Taoist masters because they are not talented enough. Is it better to be lacking in Guiwang Mountain? So there is a gap between one generation of town masters and another. This kind of thinking is somewhat reasonable. Suhi smiled, looked at the tribulation clouds outside, and asked, Ancestor, does each tribulation cloud belong to a certain race? Or does it require special means to condense the tribulation clouds of a certain race? Ming Zhu chuckled. The calamity clouds will naturally not be divided for you. But as long as the consciousness comes in to reveal its own aura, and there is no interference from the same clan, the calamity clouds belonging to this clan will naturally gather together. What are you going to do? Suhi was silent for a moment, then transformed into a white tiger body. Ancestor, I have acquired the body of a white tiger. The tiger-like divine beasts have been exterminated long ago, and there will be no tigers left in the future that can prove the divine beasts. I have the obligation to support the path of the tiger-like divine beasts again. This is probably the real purpose of Suhi's beast transformation chapter. To protect the race's immortality. Talking about white tiger in front of Ming Ancestor always felt like betraying the clan. Suhi shrank his head and lacked confidence. Ming Zhu didn't pay attention, but laughed heartily, looking at Suhi's white tiger body as if he was seeing a relative. His eyes were vaguely distant, as if recalling the ancient past. After a long while, he spoke. Turtle Boy, do you know the relationship between the White Tiger clan and Dragon Turtle? Suhi shook his head. Ming Zhu smiled. The one who has the best relationship with the Dragon Turtle clan at the moment is the Dragon clan. But when I was young, it was the White Tiger clan. Ming Ancestor's voice was slightly lowered. The White Tiger clan is fierce and good at fighting, but lacks defense. The Dragon Turtle clan has enough defense but lacks attack. They naturally got together. At that time, there were not many members of the same clan joining forces. Instead, one White Tiger and one Dragon Turtle formed a team, common all the time. Speaking of which, Ming Zhu was silent for a moment, and then said, But I don't have any White Tiger companions of my own. By the time I reached adulthood, there were only 3 White Tigers left in the White Tiger clan. And then, the heirs were extinct. When he said this, there was actually a kind of self-blame permeating him. Suhi was puzzled. Ming Ancestor smiled bitterly. Turtle Boy, the White Tiger is good at fighting, and the Dragon Turtle is good at defense. The White Tiger succeeded in attacking Wushuang, not only blocking Yuan Zun, but even counterattacked at one time. But the Dragon Turtle failed to defend the White Tiger's inheritance, watching by who died next to him. Isn't this the biggest irony of not guarding your companions? Suhi had never seen Bai Hu, but he had experienced that time personally. Even though the heir is about to be extinct, the battle is still at the forefront. At that time, the barbarian king disappeared and the barbarian tribe collapsed. Yuan Zun, who had been suppressed by the barbarian king for thousands of years, launched a massive counterattack. The 5 generations of Taoist masters and the beings behind the Yuan Zun clan don't know where the war will go. Xuanwang's strongest fighting force is the White Tiger clan. Then, he saw with his own eyes the last 3 White Tigers, one by one, perished, witnessing with my own eyes the fall and disappearance of a group of divine beasts at the 7th level of the open heaven, at the same level as the 4 spirits. This feeling is indescribable. The rabbit dies and the fox grieves, and things harm its kind. Therefore, when Ming Zhu was in power, his care for the ethnic group reached a perverted level. The Dragon Turtle clan's current scale has something to do with his perversion. Ming Ancestor looked at Suhi's appearance as a white tiger, and the corners of his mouth curved up. So when those 2 girls were preparing the White Tiger body for you, Lao Gui would help them. Otherwise, how do you think that girl Bai Yin could do this? The one from the Netherworld secret realm? Ming Zhu chuckled. Suhi suddenly realized. His White Tiger body, the first Netherworld White Tiger, was obtained from the ruins of the Sky White Tiger in Xianwang Cave. The cave in the White Tiger ruins has such a strong aura of darkness that even those at the 7th level cannot enter. Uncle Luo and Auntie were all intimidated. I always thought that Bai Yin had mastered the way of the Netherworld. It turned out to be the masterpiece of Ming Zhu? It's no wonder. The ancestor of the Underworld was born in the Netherworld and came to Xianwang after swallowing the fragments of the Netherworld. Born to master the power of the Netherworld. Could this old turtle be Senior Sister's backup man? Just like the existence of the Northern Immortal Lord. A backup to ensure the immortality of one's own path? Speaking of which, Bai Yin and Tantai also have a close relationship with their senior sister. And Song, the subordinate of the Northern Immortal Lord, has received the Netherworld inheritance, but will actively merge into their bodies. Bain can just lurk in Jinyo Mountain. And he can also turn the artifacts left by his senior sister into his own appearance. Even entering the Inheritance underground palace with great arrogance. No accidents happened. No matter where I left the message to Suhi, it was never erased by Jin Yushan. My own daughter is nothing more than that. And there are so many people in the world. But Bain is the adopted daughter of the Dragon Turtle clan. I talked about this the last time I traveled through Bain. She was actually raised by the Dragon Turtle clan. When did the Dragon Turtle do such a good deed? Bain and Tantai's status in the Dragon Turtle clan is completely extraordinary. Not that high. The old turtle in front of me kept calling them two girls. This is kiss. Otherwise, even Lao Gui would not be able to call another immortal girl casually. Ancestor, before I came, what did Bain and Tantai have to do with our Dragon Turtle clan? Mingzu was stunned for a moment. This turtle boy jumped into topics so quickly. Curious about your wife's past? Wenka told him that this guy from Huanglingzi showed up directly holding Tantai's hand. Last time I came to Taiku, I held Bain's hand. And this time, I held Tantai's hand. How audacious. Mingzu chuckled. I adopted and taught Bain. But later I couldn't teach her anymore. So I threw her out. She and Tantai didn't know each other until they were fighting. She transformed into a demon after transforming into a demon. And she made peace with her when she stepped on the sky. We are good friends who talk about everything. And naturally we have spent a lot of time in Dishan. My wild girl. My best friend who talks to her about everything? How did Ancestor pick up Bain? Suhi was curious. Mingzu pondered for a moment and said, at that time, for special reasons, I was studying hexagrams. On a whim, I calculated that a treasure that was destined for me was born. So I killed it. Then I saw that little girl, with a small body. In the wild beast the group struggled to survive. So they were brought back. Is it fate? Suhi was non-committal, and turned around to ask Bain. When the Pluto inheritance enters the body, there should always be different feelings. He put aside this idea temporarily, and looked at Ming Ancestor again. Ancestor, as long as I break out of the Dragon Turtle Tribulation Cloud and go outside, can I condense the source of the heavenly tribulation of the White Tiger clan into a tribulation cloud? Ming Ancestor shook his head slightly and smiled. It can't be that simple. The condensed tribulation is extremely powerful. But it doesn't matter. You are cheating. With the mountain armor on you, it is not difficult to protect yourself. Suhi's mountain armor is different from others. He is devouring everything in the mountain armor. Even the conscious body has its own aura of mountain beetle. But to condense the tribulation cloud, you need to integrate your conscious body with it and maintain it here all the time. You condense it today and return tomorrow. If you don't have the consciousness to maintain the tribulation cloud here for 30 million years, the White Tiger tribulation cloud will naturally disperse. Moreover, Mingzu motioned Suhi to look towards the center of the will of heaven and earth, where thunder was rolling. There was no emotion in Mingzu's voice. Although that man's consciousness was shattered by the barbarian king, he almost has no independent consciousness at the moment. He can only act according to the rules. But after all, where is the realm? He can become a monster if he is not careful. You can condense the calamity cloud. To compete with his will, at least a consciousness with the power of the immortal lord of the fifth realm must stay here to ensure the stability of the tribulation cloud at all times. He turned to look at Suhi and said with a smile. But the consciousness left here can be continuously strengthened by Jie Yun. If other monks stay here with the soul, they can even have multiple lives. Even if they die, there will be opportunity comes again. But Turtle Boy can't do it yet. Ming Ancestor laughed. Little guy, go back. This time I came with the mountain armor. It was just an accident. Go back and practice hard. And when your consciousness is condensed like the 7th level of the Immortal Lord, you can naturally come again. And then you can condense the White Tiger. That's what the robbery is. He had no doubt that Suhi could reach his current state. He was even absolutely convinced that it wouldn't be long before Suhi's combat power would surpass that of Immortal Lord and step into the ranks of Taoist Masters. Although I have only met him twice, I am very confident about Suhi's future. Suhi's own talent is aside for the time being. This is countless investments in him. That little guy Gutai even let him swallow the mountain beetle. Based on this alone, it would not be a big problem for him to reach the Immortal Lord's combat power when he was at the 5th level of open heaven. He looked at Suhi. Suhi looked at the scattered calamity clouds outside, his tiger hair moving in the wind. The moon is white and blue, always flashing with light. Handsome and heroic. Suhi knew that he should leave, but he was somewhat unwilling to do so. especially when Bai Hu appeared behind him. His desire for this place suddenly reached the limit. Chapter 606 Mantis and Oriole. Suhi stood quietly, raised his paws, and reached beyond the dragon turtle tribulation cloud. The disorderly calamity cloud instantly condensed and turned into a thunderbolt that struck down. Crack! With a crisp sound, Suhi quickly retracted his smoky claws. It was clearly a conscious body, but the smell of burnt meat came out. To unite the Tiger clan, do we have to endure the catastrophe first? The one just now was roughly equivalent to the first warning of heavenly calamity. UMO has the power of the 4th to 5th realms of the Immortal Lord. This is cheating! The heavenly tribulation of divine beasts is experienced when the divine beasts are enlightened. And even the strongest ones cannot reach the power of the divine beasts to open the first level of heaven. Suhi didn't know how powerful the immortal heavenly tribulation was, but he thought it couldn't possibly surpass the immortal level. This is pure cheating. Suhi was silent for a moment, somewhat understanding. Probably, the mythical beasts and immortals are just trying to survive the tribulation, and the Almighty is here to snatch the will of the world. So this catastrophe is for killing people? If it can be used to create a punishment from heaven, it might be a punishment from heaven directly. The force just now was weak. It was not a warning. It was just that there was no time to gather a stronger calamity. Even so, the white tiger's claws were also useless. As far as Suhi's current consciousness is concerned, it will be injured if it is rubbed, and it will die if it is touched. The mountain beetle protection mentioned by Ming ancestor probably means that his conscious body has been lying here all the time. After swallowing all the goose beetles, he will automatically protect his conscious body. The current Suhi could not withstand such a calamity. Well, if Taizu doesn't leave, he should be able to do whatever he wants with the old turtle's consciousness on top of his head. Suhi shattered the scorched claw and formed another one. The laughter of Mingzu came from behind. Some things are not just cheating. To strike the iron, you must be strong, and cheating will ultimately be in vain. What is the ancestor's true form doing? How is the Xianwang war going now? Suhi asked. It's rare to be able to contact the outside world. His consciousness has been fused with the corpse of his previous life, and his husband was murdered by Tan Tai. There is no outside source of information. Mingzu shook his head, his eyes a bit solemn. At Wangshan Mountain, we are blocking the northern lord of the Yuanzun clan and a wild deer. When he mentioned wild deer, Suhi immediately understood. Just like non-cultivating monks, there are many mixed bloods in the Yuanzun clan, and the wild deer is the product of the mixed blood of the Yuanzun clan and the Longxi clan. 100,000 years ago, he became a Taoist immortal, suppressed the original ancestor of the Longxi clan, and brought the entire clan to seek refuge with Yuanzun. The ancestors are domineering. Suhi responded respectfully at the right time. Xianwang was able to win or lose against the Yuanzun clan despite the lack of immortal lords. The reason was that several ancestors could suppress them one on two. Ming ancestor shook his head slightly. Don't be too optimistic. The situation is not right. There are still 7 immortals from the Yuanzun clan who are missing or waiting for you. Suhi. He can still try to force a breakthrough and escape with 3 people. But 7 people are going to die. Damn it. If you mess with me again, just open the river of time in the original space. Go back. Mingzu looked at him and said softly. Go back. Don't stay here for a long time. Even if the consciousness that invaded the worlds has been broken, it is not easy to deal with. You will inevitably be affected if you stay for a long time. Suhi nodded. When I reach enough realm, I will open up the heavenly tribulation for the White Tiger clan. Ancestor will come and preach to me again. Don't keep any more. What I haven't said today. I will tell you everything without missing a beat. Mingzu was startled and laughed. The little guy had a lot on his mind, and he actually saw that he had reservations. In fact, there is nothing left. All that remains involves the broken consciousness. That period of conscious talk was like a summons. And if he talked too much, it would feel like he was being awakened. They won't say anything until they reach the 7th immortal realm and cannot suppress the rules here. But this effect is only available to Xianwang creatures. The Yuanzun family has tried to summon them countless times, but they have never awakened and merged their broken consciousness. Even as soon as they get close, they will forcefully draw a little bit of power from the broken consciousness, weakening the consciousness instead. Although to that consciousness, it is nothing, but they don't dare to approach easily. Mingzu smiled and shook his head. If you are not in a good state, you don't have to think too far ahead. Just do what you should do. When Suhi truly opened up the White Tiger tribulation, he would have returned to normal time long ago. There is no need for him to explain. Su-he smiled and withdrew his consciousness. Mingzu's expression darkened. In fact, the battlefield is not optimistic. The immortals who have appeared are nothing. They can still block them even if they are seriously injured. But those who didn't show up gave people a feeling of uneasiness. When talking about the immortal lords of the Yuanzun clan, they always talk about 21. Now it has become 20. But in fact, the first ancestor of Yuanzun was not included. The first ancestor of Yuanzun never participated in the battle between the two clans. More mysterious than all previous Taoist masters. The Taoist master also appeared from time to time. And there was even a record of killing Yuanzun Xianzuan more than once. But if that existence hadn't been said by the Tao master to be true, they wouldn't have even known that the Yuanzun clan existed in that way. Even if the Taoist master mentioned it, only Ge Wangshan and Si Ling, and the demon lord in recent years, were aware of her existence. If the existence of someone who transcends the immortal lord spreads out, I don't know how low Xuanhuang's momentum will be, and it is very strange that Yuanzun did not publicize such an existence. And it even seemed that their immortal lord did not know everything about it. Mingzu pondered. In the original space, Su-he opened his eyes, and Baiyin floated in front of him, spinning and staring at him with big eyes. Seeing him wake up, he immediately asked, "Where have you been?" After practicing well, he suddenly found that Su-he's consciousness had left. Su-he almost devoted himself to cultivation, leaving only a little consciousness to deal with the outside world. But all that consciousness was dragged away. Su-he smiled. "Make a detour when you go out." He blinked at Baiyin, and Baiyin stopped asking any more questions. He just had big eyes full of curiosity. Her little hand was eager to try, and the knife jumped between her fingers, wanting to split open Su-he's head to check. Su-he's head was full of black lines. "Don't make trouble." The metaphor of Mingzu is very interesting. The original space is the heart aperture, and the will of the world is the mind aperture. When he first came to the origin space, he took a picture of the world's origin projection. Yaya and the others saw a big hand-shaped calamity cloud gathering outside Chanfeng City. The original space can also affect the catastrophe. In fact, world consciousness and the original space have never been completely disconnected. They have always been connected. Right? Su-he wondered if he could mention the will of the world here. He is not a Taoist master, so he has no worries about his realm. TCH. Baiyin rolled his eyes at him, turned around and landed on Su-he's back. Su-he's consciousness left just now, and suddenly he transformed into the true form of the white tiger. This white tiger body was basically condensed with her help. But this was the first time she had actually seen it. Not the normal white tiger she knew. Su-he's white tiger body is based on the aura of the netherworld. It seems real and illusory, and its color is moon white. Emits a faint blue light. The murderous aura is restrained. Not like the raging aura of an ordinary tiger, but rather a bit quiet and chilling. His temperament is like an assassin among tigers. "I have decided. From now on, you will be my mount, and you will carry me wherever I go." Domineering. A evil smile flashed in Su-he's eyes. "Ride during the day or at night." Duchi. "Bah! Are you teasing me?" Baiyin raised her eyebrows and glared at Su-he with her little tiger teeth. Su-he laughed loudly and turned around and turned into a human body. Baiyin fell down from the air and subconsciously wanted to float up into the air, but was caught in Su-he's arms. "Sex embryo! Do not move! You?" Baiyin's face turned red. "The core is condensed," Su-he said softly. Baiyin followed his gaze, and sure enough, beyond the vast ocean, the power of the original world was finally forced by Su-he. Unable to bear the humiliation, they rolled and merged together. At the beginning, it was just chaotic and extremely dignified power. Gradually intertwined, integrated, condensed, turned into a bead, suspended in midair. Various scenes inside the bead are constantly changing. Su-he's pupils shrank slightly. That scene was the scene at the will of the world. Sure enough, the two sides are connected. It's just that we can't see dragon turtles, phoenixes, and the like, beings that invade the will of the world. The two looked at each other, and Su-he raised his hand to open the origin space and summon Jianshan origin to replace the core. But I saw the hydrangea under the Tao Master's Tai Chi diagram buzzing and glowing, and the twisted runes were restored, spreading in the wind like ribbons. The extremely delicate woman inside is revealed. In an instant, the whole world tumbled. Thunder roared, the sky collapsed, and the sound of the end of the world resounded through the original space. It was like a bully child finally seeing his mother. It seemed that Li's appearance made the origin space feel that it had a backer. And it pressed towards Su-hee and Bai-yin. It really carries the pressure of the entire world. Su-hee's vast ocean was compressed by more than half in an instant. Su-hee's foreign minister Gushan had already enveloped him and Bai-yin at the moment when the hydrangea moved. And the hydrangea levitated and held the two of them inside. Bai-yin raised his hand a little. And the bagua rotated and magnified, covering the two of them. The two of them immediately took a defensive posture. At the same time, Su-hee raised his hand to open the original space and pushed Bai-yin outward. Bai-yin turned his gyroscope and dodged. He turned around and glared at Su-hee. Silly? She goes out to be a temple. The person in front of me is the first ancestor of Yuan Zun. This one can come in and out of this place freely. And can also control the temple. If you stay here, you will only face one Li. But if you go out, you will also face the entire Yuan Zun clan besides Li. It is impossible to say that there are still several immortals waiting. Will he withdraw her and die so that she can marry a younger one? Su-hee was silent. Waved his hand to wipe out the squirming water curtain. Shook his head and smiled. Then let's fight to the death. As he spoke, his momentum increased steadily. The inner world has not been upgraded yet. Only 73%. It's impossible to open the sky. So let's open it for half a day. As long as he can improve by 1 point. He can use the power of Daozu's phalanges 1 more point. Who doesn't have a finger anymore? Moreover, Taoist Master Tai Chi 2 is still here. Although that guy is unreliable. There is no need to question Tai Chi 2's tyranny. Su-hee climbed up with fighting spirit. In the inner world, a small bowl as big as a palm flew up, spinning bigger and bigger. In an instant, it was like a mountain, and the various patterns on the bowl shone with beautiful light. The small bowl flashed with light, rushed into the chaos, and shook forward to put a large piece of chaos into the bowl. Outside, the runes outside Li's body completely dissipated. He raised his eyes to look at the core beads in front of him, then glanced at Su-hee and Bai-yin expressionlessly. Thank you! A harsh word came out of her mouth. It is not surprising that the core of the original space was forced out. It was as if she had expected all this. At the same time as he said the word thank you, Li scratched his eyebrows, took out a finger, used it as a sword, and pointed the sword at the Tai Chi diagram that enveloped her. It was an ordinary sword strike. But Su-hee's eyes fell on the fingers. In an instant, his eyes were torn apart, and his eyes turned into nothingness. Su-hee didn't reply until Bai-yin put her small hand in front of his eyes, covering his eyes. If this sword strikes him, there will be no chance of him surviving. Even the Tai Chi diagram trembled, and the yin fish and yang fish seemed to be unable to withstand the huge pressure, and slowly split from the fusion point. Li dragged the space-time channel and walked out along the crack, suppressing the world. The terrifying aura that is unparalleled in the world instantly filled the entire origin space. Previously, with the Taoist master there, he could not feel such pressure. At this moment, Li Chaoyue's power suddenly came down. In an instant, Su-hee's hands and feet became stiff. But at least it was not like when he faced Yuan Yiji for the first time. He couldn't even resist. Cheating! Taoist master! The Tai Chi diagram is said to be invincible. What if Li can't become a demon as promised? This guy is clearly waiting for him to force out the core of the original space. Su-hee didn't wait for her to completely walk out of the Tai Chi diagram. He pointed it out first. And the white tiger stars flashed behind him. The stars returned to their positions and turned into a powerful blow, pointing at the cracks in the Tai Chi diagram. Bai-yin seemed to know what he was going to do. The moment Su-hee raised his hand, the bagua diagram was already spinning in front of Su-hee, and the starlight shot out from the center of the bagua diagram. 8 different auras fell on the starlight, and the starlight instantly grew several times stronger, like a beam slamming into Li, who broke through the boundary. Li raised his hand a little, and a mirror formed in front of him, hitting the starlight head-on. Silently, all the starlight melted into the mirror. As soon as the starlight came out, Su-hee's alarm was already blaring. Without any hesitation, Su-hee grabbed Bai-yin's magic machine and left. As soon as he left, almost rubbing his body, the place where he was before turned into a void silently. Luo Bai-yin's figure flashed behind Su-hee. He raised his hand, and a curtain of water fell on Su-hee's wings, turning into nothingness and bloody wings that squirmed and repaired. But just after it was repaired, it immediately collapsed and returned to its original state. Li is fundamentally different from them. The power level is completely different and cannot be repaired. At this moment, Li had already emerged from the crack in the Tai Chi diagram. One hand is still pulling the space-time channel outward. and the other hand is grabbing the core pearl. The core is the guideline, not the origin space. Her power comes from Yuan, and her strength attributes are the same. So she cannot force the core of this place out, unless the entire original space is refined. But even Tao Ancestor has never refined this place, let alone her. She and Wang wanted to seize the core of this place, so she let them do it. She would not stop him, and even suppress the resistance of the original space for them. Just because she never uses tricks doesn't mean she won't. Li had no expression on her face, and grabbed the core. Just when she was about to grab it, the Tai Chi diagram behind her, that she clicked suddenly spun. The Yin fish and the Yang fish were like two reamers, cutting into the space-time channel that she was about to pull out of the extreme figure. The time channel is like an out-of-body vertical eye, and the Tai Chi diagram cuts up. In an instant, all kinds of forces burst out at the same time. Space, time, cause and effect, Yin and Yang. Chapter 607. Where is the temple? Just like a shovel scratching the bottom of a pot, there was a gritty sound on the time channel, and lightning and thunder formed on the outer SHL of the channel. Li suddenly turned around, but he only had time to see the Tai Chi diagrams merge with each other with a crisp sound. The time and space channel was cut into two sections by the Tai Chi diagram, but it's not cut into two half vertical eyes. Instead, it turned into two passages that were half the original size, one red and one blue. A strange feeling arose, like a knife cutting an egg into two quail eggs. The two narrowed passages both exude the power of the space-time passage, but they are like closed doors. The original effect of making people wonder where the ghost is leading is gone. The red channel fell outside Tai Chi 2 and was caught by Li. The blue channel was rolled up by Tai Chi 2 and then flashed back. I saw a ray of light falling from the Tai Chi diagram, transforming into an old man, holding up the Tai Chi diagram in the air with his left hand. And the Tai Chi diagram imprisoned the blue space-time channel. The whisk in his right hand was placed on the wrist of his left arm. It's not the Taoist master. Who will come? The Taoist master landed next to Su He and Bai Yin. With a flick of his whisk, a ray of green light swept across Su He's wings. The power that prevented the recovery of the injury was instantly stripped away. Even Su He's rising aura was suppressed. The progress of forcibly opening the sky was interrupted, and the small bowl flying into the chaos slowly stopped. But it did not return to the boundary wall, but slowly rotated in the chaos. The Taoist master chuckled. Junior brother, if you don't have the ability, you can't forcefully improve your realm. And it's not good to arrange for your own senior brother behind the scenes. He is not a scammer. Compared with landmarks and time and space channels, natural time and space channels are more important. Li Na was transformed by Yuan Yi's finger, which means that if he robbed the core of this place, Li could turn himself into a beacon. Moreover, Yuan left a lot of things in the world, and maybe one of them could be turned into a temporary beacon to summon him back. Naturally, you want to grab the only thing, but the time and space channel. Li who maintained so well that he never really snatched it after fighting for thousands of years. You can only take advantage of the situation. Li's face looked gloomier than ever before. You know how to time, she said, cold words between her teeth. The Taoist master understands the power of time. Otherwise it would be impossible to split the time and space channel into two. When the stalemate lasted for tens of thousands of years, it was the girl who was snatching the power of time from the space-time channel. And the Taoist master never made a move. The Taoist master smiled and said nothing. Li said no more. After thousands of years of fighting, this generation of Taoist master touched her foundation for the first time. This battle can mean life or death. She bent her hand into a claw and grabbed it with one claw towards the Taoist master. The Taoist master raised his whisk head in the air, just like she had blocked Su He's starlight before, and lit up an illusory mirror to block it in front of her. Su He took the opportunity to raise his hand and slash down with a heavenly punishment. At the same time, he looked at the Taoist master and said in surprise, Senior brother is not leaving. He imitated the Taoist master, only speaking and not moving his lips. Li Ting and touch were banned, and she was not allowed to read lips, so communication was not hindered. The heavenly punishment fell, hitting Li's eyebrows, messing up her hair. Of course he's gone. The Taoist master flicked his fly whisk and whipped towards Li with lightning. At the same time, he smiled back at Su He. If I don't leave, how can she come out of that SHL with confidence? How can she let me take advantage of her? A chance to slip in? Not the real body? Su He became more solemn. So, the Taoist master blocked Li's attack and looked back at Su He. You two leave quickly. I can't stop her for long. I can only give my younger siblings time to escape. A mere clone can only drag Li here and prevent her from escaping from here and attacking Bain. As for junior brother, the Taoist master pondered for a moment. Go out and leave this era with the time and space channel immediately. Without the passage, the time for Yuan's arrival would naturally be delayed infinitely. The Taoist master flicked his whisk and threw the blue space-time channel towards Suhi. As if sensing what was about to happen, Li's expression suddenly changed. His body flashed. He pushed forward and pointed his fingers directly at the Taoist master. The long avenues and rivers beside him collapsed. The Taoist master held a Tai Chi diagram in his left hand and a whisk in his right hand, and faced him with a solemn expression. This woman wants to fight to the death. When Suharuro disappeared, Daozu pointed his fingers, grabbed Bain with one hand, grabbed the space-time channel with the other, and rushed out immediately. Li's eyes were focused, and the evil energy on his body was steaming. He watched Suhi pull Bain away, and split the original space with a palm. He wanted to chase him out, but he was stopped by Tai Chi too. Slow down. Slow down. Why do fellow Taoists bully a junior? Why don't you fight with me for 10,000 more years? Only a fool would fight with you. Retreat! Li pointed at the retreat master, opening up the original space again. Suhi took a step forward. The cattail in his hand disappeared, and Bain went to the temple. But he is still in Shuyu realm. As soon as it appeared, 3 attacks came at the same time. Floods that destroyed the world. Stars that shattered the world. Endless thunder. Suhi let out a long groan. And a ray of light from the mountain armor swayed in all directions, blocking the attack for a moment. The star ring quickly enveloped him. He jumped towards the center of the star ring. It's a pity that both Tantai and Bain have only just met, but they have to separate. Suhi shook his head and threw the reluctance out of his mind. Although children love each other, business matters are more important. Suhi landed in the center of the star ring and subconsciously rushed towards the river of time. A dive dot did not go in. As soon as he fell in, the chicken-like space-time channel in his hand was naturally embedded in the center of the star ring, just like a planet surrounded by star rings. The star ring is like blocking a door. Following Suhi's control, the door was opening, but at a speed like a snail pushing open the stone door. It would take at least 2 or 3 years to open it up enough for him to enter. Suhi, dot! Damn it! He turned around, and while the phantom of the mountain armor was still holding on, streaks of starlight shot forward. The starlight exploded in the depths of the void. Not only did it not accomplish any feat, it actually led to the large formations that had been deployed all around. The great formation that sealed the heaven and earth enveloped him like a dragnet. Yuan Zun. Indeed, has been prepared. Sensing the source of the power of the formation, Suhi's heart sank. There are 3 immortals, 2 of the 5 realms, and 1 of the 4 realms. They join forces to set up a large formation, and there is no chance of winning. The sky is sealed. Even the time star ring is blocked by the time and space channel, and there is no way to escape. There really is no way to heaven and no way to earth. His heart became heavier and heavier, but Suhi didn't hesitate at all. The mountain armor was held up high by him, and he rushed into the mountain armor free of charge. Fortunately, the time for absorbing the mountain beetles was short, and the roots were not damaged. Su Huyuan could not bring out the defense of Immortal Lord's 7th realm. At this moment, exerting all one's strength can only reach the limit of the 5th realm, and it is less than the appearance of the 6th realm, roughly enough. But it only temporarily blocks the wear and tear of the formation outside. For a day or 2 at most. If he cannot break the formation, he will be unable to hold on. You don't even have to wait that long. When the time comes for his human body to transform into a beast body, the formation will be suppressed in an instant if the beast body is not enough. Break the formation. The formation must be broken. Suhi's face was solemn, and he did not rack his brains to figure out how to crack the formation step by step. With his little knowledge reserve, it is impossible to imagine that he can't even understand the operating rules of the outside formation. The only thing we can do is to defeat cleverness with force, and defeat all methods with one force. Sure enough, we still want to open the sky? Suhi's face was extremely dark. At this moment, I saw a breath rising from the depths of the Yuanzun clan. Even the aura of the Immortal Lord that filled the starry sky was suppressed. The breath was like a sharp arrow piercing the starry sky and shooting towards him. Suhi's expression changed. Li, Lao San, you are a swindler. Sure enough, the Taoist master cannot be trusted. Can you block it and give them time to escape? The sharp arrows seemed to pierce even time, rising right before his eyes. The formation that sealed Su-He was like paper under the sharp arrows, which penetrated instantly and hit Su-He directly between the eyebrows. In an instant, a bone-chilling chill rose from the bottom of Su-He's heart. To die? It was like facing Yuan Yiji for the first time. The power of Yuan Yi finger has not changed. An overwhelming feeling arose. Not good. Very bad. Su-He let out a long roar, raised his hand, and pointed to shoot a sharp arrow. Your power hasn't changed, but I've been making progress, Su-He pointed out. Daozu's finger bones flashed with a faint blue light. Then he saw a shrunken Tai Chi diagram rushing out from his fingertips and colliding with the sharp arrow. Exploded with a bang. The large formation that enveloped him had been pierced by sharp arrows. And under the power of such an explosion, it was destroyed without even holding on for a moment. The voice of the Taoist master came from Su-He's mind. That's right. Although my junior fellow apprentice is weak in Taoism, his spirit is not bad. He dares to attack Li without losing face. But junior brother criticizes my brother behind his back again. It's really not good. Su-He. This mood goes up and down. This Tai Chi was the Tao master who touched the center of his eyebrows when he taught him how to use the Tao ancestor's finger bones. He didn't notice at all. Bain is also a big liar. Why can't the existence that he promised to transcend the immortal master be able to solidify his magical power? Junior brother, come back! Taoist master's voice sounded in Su-He's mind again. In the distance, Li's aura surged again. In the dark and yellow direction, there was also the shadow of a large mountain rising into the sky, which was the projection of Guiwang Mountain. There is also a Taoist aura rising over there, which is on par with Li. Su-He couldn't do what he thought. So Daozu opened the original space with his finger bone and jumped in. As soon as he came in, he saw that the Tai Chi diagram was completely opened, supporting the entire original space. The Taoist master pressed one hand on the Tai Chi diagram to prevent outsiders from entering. Behind the Taoist master, the core of the original space is suspended quietly. Seeing him coming in, a smile appeared on Taoist master's lips. Junior brother hasn't summoned Jianshan yet. When will we wait? Su-He. Although I didn't know the details, I understood everything instantly. The Taoist master relied on Li's hearing and touch being sealed, and openly told him that he wanted to force out the core of the original space. Li then took advantage of his plan and let Su Hesher be the core. She clearly wanted it more. At the moment when the core of the origin condenses, Li wants to snatch it. Inadvertently, the Taoist master tricked him and cut half of the space-time channel, allowing Su-He to take him out. How could Li be willing to give up, chase out of the original space, and kill Su-He directly? Then, the original space was stolen by the Taoist master, and Tai Chi too held up the space, blocking Li's return, and allowing Su-He to take the opportunity to seize the core. Although I can't guess the details in the middle, the process should be like this. Su-He looked at Taoist master strangely. Senior brother, your heart is so dirty. Taoist master. Open the door and pick up the mountain. Sure enough, something like a junior brother should be hung up and beaten. Why doesn't master accept a lovely junior sister? Su-He understood clearly that no matter whether it was the Taoist master's true body or his clone rising up from Guiwang Mountain outside at this moment, they must be by Tantai's side. Controlling Jianshan, Su-He pointed at the Taoist master and opened the door for the Taoist master. He saw the Taoist master put his hand out, and when he came back, he had already captured the origin of Jianshan. The feeling of blood connection comes from the origin of Jianshan. There was no need for Taoist master to say anything. Su-He knew what to do. With a thought, the source of Sword Mountain roared up, headed straight towards the long river of Sword Dao, and then fell with a crash, suppressing the condensed core pearl beneath it. Controlling the origin of the Sword Mountain is like using your arms and fingers, just like controlling your own horizontal sword. Su-He clearly suppressed the core of the original space, but the pearl appeared in the Jianshan thatched cottage. It was suspended on the desk, like a crystal ball. Su-He and the Taoist master didn't have any unusual expressions. The thatched cottage is the real core of Jianshan. Replace! Su-He shouted in a low voice and pointed towards the origin of the Sword Mountain. The Sword Mountain was filled with endless sword intent and the aura that belonged to Su-He, and at the same time it fell towards the core of the origin. Replace the heart of heaven with your own heart, and replace the core with yourself. The origin of Jianshan belongs to Su-He alone, and the breath of the source of heaven and earth spreads, preventing the long rivers from eroding Jianshan. Only Yuan, Daozu and him can do this kind of thing. Not even the Taoist master who claims to master the 3,000 avenues. There are more than 3,000 avenues in the world. After Su He finished the operation, he saw the Taoist master taking a step forward and his body spread out like stars. It turned into little stars and fell towards Jianshan. Sword Mountain, which was roaring in the long river of Sword Dao, gradually became invisible. No, it's not that it's invisible. It's that it really doesn't exist anymore. If Jianshan wasn't half owned by Su He, even he wouldn't be able to see where Jianshan is. Invisible. Intangible. But the origin of Jianshan has truly replaced the core of this place. Although this is not something that can be accomplished overnight, but it has indeed begun to replace. As if sensing the changes in the original space, the Tai Chi diagram vibrated drum by drum. It's Li who is attacking from the outside. And she wants to get in. The Taoist master's laughter passed down. I will let Li in later. And the Tai Chi diagram can still trap her for half a quarter of an hour. Junior brother leaves the original space and escapes immediately. Don't show off the courage of an ordinary man and confront the Yuan Zun immortal. Su He. He is not a fool. Senior brother has already planned this operation? The Taoist master's laughter came. What's the plan? It's just an impromptu idea after seeing my junior brother. I believe you. While Su He controlled Jianshan to cooperate with the Taoist master, he gritted his teeth and said, Forget it if you don't take me with you. Senior brother clearly left a clone behind and even encouraged me before leaving. He actually told him that no one can monitor him in his original space, so he can do whatever he wants. You want me to perform for you? Su He's eyebrows jumped. The Taoist master laughed loudly. Junior brother, I can't blame you for this. Senior brother, you've made it clear. Don't you think my brother and sister didn't agree with you messing around? If you say the same thing to me, your brother and sister will understand. But you won't understand. No wonder. Who? Bai Yin wasn't too surprised when Lipa opened Tai Chi. Su He. Senior brother, are you saying I'm stupid? You guess. I won't guess. Then don't guess. The Taoist master smiled. Junior brother, prepare to leave and prepare for the great escape from Yuan Zun's hinterland. Li is coming in. Su He's eyes narrowed, and he opened the source space, ready to retreat at any time. At the same time, in the hinterland of Yuan Zun, where the temple was originally located, Li's face was cold. An incredibly beautiful face, but extremely cold. Where is the temple? Li's voice echoed throughout the world. How could such a large temple disappear just like that? She can't actually sense where the temple is. Otherwise, how could that experienced Tai Chi figure stop her? Generations of Taoists. Which generation really stood in her way? I have never suffered such a big loss in hundreds of millions of years. Where is the temple? Li's voice was cold. Chapter 608 Deterrence. Li's voice spread across the starry sky. All the worlds are trembling. What kind of existence are Yuan Zun and Xian Huang hiding? What kind of horror is this? Is this one person on this mountain going to wipe out all the heavens and all the realms? At this moment, the top being in the world only feels that this world is like a small boat, floating on the vast ocean. The war between the two sides was already tumultuous. Now there are two top masters fighting against each other on the boat. As long as they take action, this little boat will have no choice but to break into pieces. Where is the temple? Li's voice surged across the heavens and the world. The voice was so cold that even the stars were frozen in the starry sky. The whole world will fall into eternal ice. Everyone was frightened. But only 3 guys were heartless. Mingya, ? Monk. Gutai. Gutai ran away, while looking at the woman who suddenly appeared on his turtle sh. In shock. Starry eyes and crimson lips are not metaphors. They are descriptions. There seem to be twinkling stars in the woman's eyes. But it is not as quiet and beautiful as the ordinary starry sky, but rather playful and lively. But he didn't dare to look at it. Just now, he was besieged by 3 immortals from the Yuan Zun clan for several days. Just when he had exhausted all means and could no longer hold on, he was about to forcefully open the sky. Ran. It wasn't him who ran away. It was the temple he was pulling with him that ran away. 8 human legs suddenly stretched out from under the temple, and all of them were left legs. He held up the temple tremblingly, grunted like a crab and ran outside. The temple is still covered with his cassock. Originally he was pulling the temple in front of the temple like an oxen pulling a cart. As soon as the temple ran away, he was also dragged away sideways. This surprise was no small matter. I thought the immortals of the Yuan Zun clan had finally found them. The bronze bell swung and was about to attack, but saw a woman walking out of the temple. From a human aesthetic point of view, this woman is the ultimate in the world. Incredibly beautiful. I am afraid that there is no one in the legendary heaven who can surpass this woman. Appearance is secondary, but her identity. Taiyan's immortal lord. The second Taoist companion of my junior. This is nothing. Who said that Dragon Turtle can't marry two immortals? The key is, his family doesn't know his family. 800 years ago, he secretly went to Baiyun Palace to steal the snow lotus. 3 snow lotuses with parallel stems will burn all the inside of you if you eat them. But the effect on improving the physical body is extremely good. Baiyun Palace was the first immortal master's dojo where he dared to act arrogantly. It's not that he looked down on Taiyan's immortal, but he was the backup man who stayed at Jianshan. He accidentally discovered that Taiyan's immortal was missing and hadn't appeared for 10,000 years. Without a master, he dared to act arrogantly. Then, I found out not long ago that this immortal lord is actually one of my own. According to the rules, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a turtle, follow the turtle. She has to call herself a nice name. Right? Just when Gu Tai was thinking about how to say H, lo, he saw Taiyan's Xianzuan stepping forward and landing on his turtle SH.L. Before he could eject, the woman had already sniffed her nose and said, "Well, the taste of my snow lotus is very fresh, and it won't take more than 1,000 years to swallow it." Baiyun lowered his head and looked at the 3 of them, raising the corner of his mouth slightly. "I only gave away 5 of these snow lotuses before I left. The smell on your body is not any of these 5 snow lotuses. So, 3 little guys, did you steal something from my palace?" There are some tricks. Although the real Baiyun Palace has moved to Xianwang Cave Sky, the Xianwang world is an empty SH.L. But that is also an empty SH.L arranged by the immortal lord. Ordinary immortals cannot break it easily. These 3 little guys actually ran in like that. The 3 of them fell silent immediately. Even the non-cultivation monk looked around and did not dare to say anything. The pressure that an immortal lord brought to him far exceeded the pressure that it brought to Gu Tai and Mingya. After all, those 2 people were of noble birth. Although they couldn't be said to be used to seeing immortals, they were still common. He could even contact his own ancestors. The ancestors of the 2 races are the top existences among the immortals. And he a wild monk. Little Taizu licked his lips. "The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, didn't it? I wonder if the immortal master knows that my relationship with Su He is extraordinary. I am him." Baiyun glanced over with a half smile. Gu Tai's voice immediately changed. "Hello, sister-in-law. Su He is a grandson, but this immortal is not. This is a serious top immortal. Much older than him. Right? If his age in the egg didn't count." After shouting, the scales on Taizu's face trembled slightly, allowing the thief's son to take advantage again. There is always a chance to knock Su He out 100 times. Baiyun looked at the timid Gu Tai and smiled strangely. This is the Taizu that the younger clan members call her. Su He also brought news about Taizu in her solo dance during her last time travel. It's a pity that Su He was too weak at that time and had too little contact with Taizu, so she didn't give much useful information. But this one will be the real number 1 in the world in the future. Of course, it was impossible for her not to pay attention. She had even quietly observed Gu Tai before he left Shanghai. Then I discovered that this was a thief. Apart from practicing, he has never done anything serious. This turtle has nothing to do with being a gentleman or the ancestor of mythical beasts. Sneak attacks on chickens and dogs. Sneak attacks on sap. We can even speculate on what kind of old and disrespectful guy Taizu will be 30 million years later. But this guy really suits my taste. Such an ancestor should be much more interesting than the serious ancestor of the underworld now. Right? Baiyun looked at him and curled up his lips. "You stole my things and you just want to play the emotional card?" 3 species. The emotion card. Baiyun glanced at the temple that had long legs and was moving quietly. Next to them, the auras of Xianzun and Li were trembling. But every step of their 8 legs stepped on the node where their auras collided. The temple walks among all kinds of terrifying existences, but is as stable as a mountain. The 3 of them followed the immortal lord's gaze towards the temple, and their pupils suddenly shrank. That is, Su He's legs. All 8 legs belonged to Su He. It was too exciting just now, and I couldn't distinguish it clearly. But now it seems that I recognized it all at once. Of the 8 left legs, do you have to cut off one? Force it to grow back, and then cut off another one? The 3 of them looked at Baiyun with strange eyes. What kind of netherworld Taoist monk is this? There is nothing wrong with these 8 legs. No injuries or pollution. Judging from his sacrificial refining methods, he is completely targeting the temple of the Yuanzun clan. The three of them stopped talking at the same time. No wonder the Tian's immortal lord from Xianhuang is always associated with corpses, gloominess and the like. Can Dragon Turtle afford such a woman? Gutai shivered with excitement. At this moment, Li shouted coldly again. Where is the temple? You haven't shown up yet. The cold breath spread across the starry sky. I don't know what method was used for this scolding. Then he saw the temple behind him trembling slightly, and the cassock draped on it seemed to be unable to cover it. Taizu's eyes narrowed slightly. Since getting the cassock, this is the first time I have seen the cassock failing in strength. Just don't know what to do. Bain pointed his finger, and a stream of water flew out of a jade bottle. It fell on the temple, squirmed and grew in size, like skin jelly, wrapping the temple inside. The trembling temple suddenly stopped. Bain has been coveting the temple for 80,000 years. Now that he has perfected his legs and feet, he wants to leave the temple. Naturally, there are means to isolate the atmosphere of the temple. It's just that the time is too short, and it's not perfect yet. But at this moment, the temple was stolen by these three little guys. Her method was only auxiliary. But there was no problem. Bain raised his head and looked at the cassocks covering all the people above him, with stars twinkling in his eyes. Gutai just felt that the cassock was destined to him and should be his own. He only used his finger bones to control the cassock. The two of them knew nothing. But Bain, who is knowledgeable about ancient and modern times, naturally sees the cassock differently. This cassock isn't as powerful as the Town Master's Tai Chi diagram. Even worse, the name of the immortal weapon is not enough to describe this cassock. This is a Taoist weapon. The main road looms inside. It is definitely not something that the immortal lord can refine. Even if the Town Master can refine it, we have to discuss it. No wonder the three little guys dare to venture into the deepest parts of the Yuanzun clan. With the most precious treasure in your possession, you naturally have nothing to worry about. Not to mention a certain clan. The entire Xianhuang would regard such a treasure as a world-suppressing artifact. But when the treasure was born, they, the immortals, had no reaction. If she hadn't appeared directly in the cassock this time, she might not have known that such a treasure existed in the world until now. The most precious treasure is not born into the world, but recognizes its owner quietly. One such treasure is enough to make the heavens proud. This turtle has 1.5 pieces. Bain's eyes fell on the bronze bell above Taizu's head. It's a pity that it's only half a piece. A complete set of treasures would only be complete if it had a bronze bell and a hammer to strike the bell. To obtain such a treasure is a child of luck, chance, and coincidence. Definitely not if you can get two. Moreover, this turtle has not hatched in the egg for millions of years. This is the time when the underworld ancestor discovered him. The real time will only be longer than this. It took a long time to gestate, and it was born with hexagrams, plus the luck at the moment. Sure enough, this turtle has a lot of background. An illegitimate son of the Emperor of Heaven? Is the Emperor of Heaven actually a turtle? Bain's mind flashed into a human-like turtle, with short limbs sitting on the throne, and wearing a crown. No! Can't think too much. It's too exciting. Asked the younger clan brother later. He should know. The four of them escaped quietly, and through their cassocks, they could see the terrifying aura not far away that was covering the world. It roared and broke through a pure white space. Their eyes flashed with coldness, and they disappeared into it and disappeared in the direction of Xianhuang. Guowang Mountain, which supports the sky, also slowly recedes. All the other worlds in the universe breathed a sigh of relief, but they have not yet recovered from the shock just now. It's okay for outsiders. If they can't see clearly, there won't be any deeper horror. Xianhuang and Yuanzun, the two top immortals and the unknown immortal, felt completely heavy at this moment. That kind of power is not an immortal. There is indeed a realm above the immortal lord. How far had the two sides gone to fight without their knowledge? Why does such power appear? Everyone was breathing rapidly. Bain's starry eyes flashed. Li returned to his original space. And the younger clan brother came out? She immediately turned her head and looked in the direction of Shuoyue realm. But he saw a cloud of mist rolling around, which even the immortal lord could not penetrate. The power that the Taoist master had just borrowed from the collision between Su He and Li was so strong that she didn't even dare to get involved easily. The bagua above his head started to spin, and illusions flashed on and off in his eyes. You can't count Su He. You can't count Taoist Li He. Just count the other immortals of the Yuanzun clan. Counting them one by one and arranging them, you can deduce a lot of information. While calculating, The walking temple suddenly turned around and walked upwards. Taizu and the other three were unaware of what was going on when they saw the three immortal lords chasing them. Under indiscriminate attacks, a stream of water suddenly hit the place where they were previously. However, they had just left, and the naturally stirring breeze attracted another immortal lord over. It happened to be in that position by chance, and it was lost right between the eyebrows. Caught off guard, the entire head was blown apart. His head was shattered, and he lost his consciousness in an instant. The thunder ball condensed in his hand exploded, turning into a bolt of thunder and hitting the third immortal lord around the corner. For a time, the three immortals all attacked their own kind without distinction. Kutai was stunned. He looked at Bain in disbelief. Xian Wang rumored that this person rarely takes action personally in battles, and the gossip is high, and the heavens are in control. I was doubtful before, but now I see its power when I see it. In a flash, the three chasing immortals felt as if they were facing a powerful enemy, and did not dare to move rashly. Kutai's heartbeat quickened. If he had this ability, with a bronze bell and cassock on his head, how could he be so big in the world? This is my sister-in-law. Should I be able to ask her to teach me the Dharma? His heart was surging, and he let the temple drag him away. A line of writing appeared where they left. Yeah, I'm going to show you a realm to meet my good friends. Do you want to come with me? The vernacular fell directly into the air. The three immortals of the Yuanzun clan stood motionless in the air. Previously, it was only suspected that the person coming was Xian Wang Tian's immortal lord. Just a moment ago, he was immediately convinced. Tian Xianzun has a stealth method that they cannot detect. The level of panic brought by this news was second only to the fear brought about by the suffocating breath that had just been sensed deep within Yuanzun. That aura seemed to be its own source, an irresistible superior. At this moment, Bai Yin's line of words also makes people's hair stand on end. The most secret magical power is given to the most undeserving person. The three of them looked at each other, but no one moved. Tian Xianzun is best at using one enemy to defeat many. The more enemies there are, the more skillful he will be. Every time she fought against Xian Wang, one of the four lords would face the Tian's immortal lord alone, forcing her into a lonely place. Not a single hexagram method can be used. I can't tell whether it was Yuanzun who held back Tian's immortal master, or whether Tian's immortal master held back one of their strongest men. The three of them just looked at the writing in the air, and no one moved, until a ray of fire shot from the south all the way to Shuoyue realm. A crisp voice sounded in the starry sky. Ah! Ah! Is it the old weirdo from the south this time? Everyone followed the sound and saw a stunning woman sitting on a dead branch in the starry sky, swinging her feet and looking at the fire from a distance. The fire stopped and turned into a middle-aged man with an unexplainable sinister expression on his face. Bai Yin chuckled. Hey Yuanzun's Nafeng! Can you find Xuanhuang's Nafeng next time? You two should be entangled with each other as soon as you hear the name. Why don't people from the 6th realm of immortality come to guard against me every time? I'm only at the 4th realm. As she spoke, her face turned into one of helplessness. The Southern Lord smiled slightly. Facing Tian Xianzun, it is not an exaggeration to use a strong person from the 7th realm. He smiled and his eyes flashed. I heard that Tian's immortal lord is ill. I wonder how he is recovering recently. Tian Xianzun's plan was so unparalleled that even that corpse was resurrected and sent into reincarnation. However, it is said that she was severely injured for this, in a battle 80,000 years ago. It is only known that she and the Sword Immortal Lord teamed up to kill the Great Wizard, but the specific circumstances of the battle are unknown. Bai Yin nodded. Yes, yes. The injury is very serious. It is inconvenient to lift chopsticks and pick up a pen. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to target me this time. Can you let me go? The Southern Lord raised the corner of his mouth slightly, but did not make a move towards Bai Yin. This is the best way to face Bai Yin. Not moving is good. As long as it moves, it can be used by Bai Yin. Just watch her not to participate in the battle between the two parties. Bai Yin sighed quietly and sat there motionless. I felt really bored for a while, so I took out an alchemy furnace and started trying to make alchemy. It is the lowest level Jiling Dan, something used by monks in the heaven-stepping realm, not to mention the immortal lord. Even an outstanding alchemist in the demon transformation realm would have no problem refining it. But it happened to be the simplest pill. Southern Immortal Lord watched Bai Yin explode one after another. The technique was fine. The materials were fine. And the heat was fine. But it just exploded. It was incredibly explosive. At the beginning, Bai Yin was calm and tried again and again. Gradually, even she lost her composure, especially when outsiders are present. I can't keep my face off. Bain gritted his teeth and smashed the alchemy furnace to pieces with a slap. And then, he couldn't assemble it anymore. According to rumors, this immortal lord has no tricks left. But when it comes to alchemy and weapon refining, he either has no talent or is naturally incompatible with these two things. The technique, which is clearly wonderful and impeccable, will produce incredible results when refined by our hands. It's like it has its own. Cannot be refined. Law. Bain looked at the fragments of the pill furnace all over the sky, and his mood recovered a lot. He was sorting out the medicinal materials and preparing to refine the next pot of pills. After touching around in the storage equipment, his face was slightly startled, showing a bit of embarrassment. The 100,000 spare alchemy furnaces that have been out for thousands of years are all used up. She suddenly felt regretful. As expected, no matter how much she prepared, it was not enough for such high consumable items as alchemy furnaces. She raised her head and looked at the Southern Lord with shining eyes. Old man, we are already acquaintances. Can you lend me the 8,000 pill furnace? The Southern Lord's face twitched. 8,000 pill furnace. Those who don't know may think you are talking about pills. Ordinary monks' elixirs are consumables. But in front of this woman, even the elixir furnace became a consumable, spending thousands or tens of thousands. The Southern Lord remained silent and ignored him. As long as you don't pay attention, you won't fall into Bai Yin's plan. Or, you should take the lead in dealing with yourself. Bai Yin has been trapped here for a long time. Shouldn't he be able to bear it anymore? His mind changed and he asked, Is the immortal lord from the Shu you round the corpse of that year? He must be the immortal lord's Taoist companion. 3 immortal lords are besieging him at this moment. Is the immortal lord not in a hurry? He blocked here. But he didn't see Bai Yin's anxious look after a long time passed. This is not right. It was that formation that had just been destroyed by the 2 supreme beings fighting each other. But 3 immortals besieged one. And the battlefield changed rapidly. How could Bai Yin not be worried? But he saw Bai Yin grinning. You are not a Taoist couple. They are a couple. Bai Yin looked proud. And then his shoulders slumped. I am his wife. But I am not the only wife. You can't have everything on me. Right. I've already held you back. Other things should be done. Did someone else take action? It's not you who is holding me back. It's me, an immortal master from the 4 realms, who has pinned you here, as if to confirm Bai Yin's statement. Then he saw a sword light rising into the sky from the direction of Shuoyue realm, and slashed away the aftermath of the previous fight between the 2 supreme beings, the most powerful and pure sword. The Southern Lord and Bai Yin looked at it at the same time. I saw the billowing smoke being cut open by a sword, and at the end of the smoke was revealed a man with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. Jian Xian returned to Wan Shan as the headmaster and declared the sword. The Southern Lord's expression suddenly brightened, and he looked at Bai Yin strangely. Wife. Bai Yin chuckled. Ah! I made a mistake. I made a miscalculation. It's not that Bing Tuozi who came. He's so cruel. He doesn't even care about his own man. She raised her head and looked at the Southern Lord. Old man, look at me. I can even make mistakes in my calculations. And I have no ability for you to worry about. How about you let me go? Or take the opportunity to kill me? The Southern Lord remained unmoved. Bai Yin sighed. How about we go to Shuoyue realm to fight? That's Jian Xian. Is he your old rival? The Southern Lord smiled. I don't dare. Jian Xian is 6 million years younger than him. We were still rivals before. He abolished Jian Xian's name. And Jian Xian abolished the witchcraft that he cursed based on his name. It's unclear who suffered the loss. But at this moment, Jian Xian has already stepped into the 7th realm. Many people even say that he is already in the 7th realm. He can't compare. Bai Yin blinked. If you don't go, my husband will be out of trouble. The aftermath of the battle between Taoist Master and Li shrouded Shuoyue realm, and she could not predict clearly. At this moment, the fog dissipated, but nothing could stop her prediction. If you can't count Su He, can you still count the other party's immortal lord? I'm not sure. Once the guy Su He got involved, his fate was unpredictable and really shrouded in mystery. I can only vaguely see some clues. However, it can also be seen that a death wish fell on the head of Shuoyue Jie Yuanzuan's clan, and it may not necessarily belong to whom. But today, Headmaster Gu Wangshan and Su He may be going big. Immortal Lord of the Yuanzun clan, danger. The Southern Lord remained unmoved. Keep your mind as still as water. He didn't even listen to Bai Yin anymore. He was afraid that he would fall into this woman's tricks without realizing it. He didn't say anything. And Bain looked at Shuji. Bingtuozi didn't come. Of course. The Sword Mountain must fall in the original space. Li, who had just escaped from the original space, suddenly burst into madness. Was your home robbed? The origin of the Sword Mountain in the origin space should have fallen. And Bingtuozi is the first to bear the brunt of the impact of the origin space avenue. Fortunately, the little man was considerate of her and placed the core of the original space in the long river of swordsmanship. Bingtuozi should gain a lot this time. And maybe he can find an opportunity to break through the sixth realm of the Immortal Lord. His inexplicable jealousy. She is incomplete and cannot even break through the 5 realms. Unless he finds a way to take back his existence from Suhi. Or become one. They say that husband and wife are one body. So it should be useful. Right? The marriage certificate is at Bingtuozi's place. Why don't you borrow it from her and add your name? When Bingtuozi and that stupid turtle think about it. I don't know how long it will be. She has to take the initiative. As Bain watched, he saw a starlight falling from the sky in the Shuoyue realm, exploding in the remaining smoke and dust. Bain smiled slightly. The little clan brother was quite proficient in the White Tiger divine power. It's a pity that it's still the White Tiger's magical power, not the little clan brother's own. How about finding an opportunity to give him special training? Well, find a way to confiscate his finger bones and mountain armor, and throw him and Yuanzun Immortal into a small world. After he kills 7 in and 7 out, his magical power should advance quickly. Chapter 609 Protecting the Cub. In the Shuoyue realm, Suhi shivered, feeling that something bad was about to happen. According to Suhi's current state, coupled with the instinct of the divine beast, the sixth sense is basically infallible. I don't know who is thinking about him. There are countless people who miss Suhi, but usually they won't let him feel anything. Only those who can truly threaten him can feel something in his heart. Suhi looked at the battlefield ahead with increasing caution. Just when Li returned to his original space, he came out simultaneously. The situation changed drastically when he came out. The moment he came out, he was already ready to escape. But he didn't expect the leader of Gui Wanshan to come directly to kill him. One person and one sword. Fighting with 4 people was inseparable. And for a while, they were evenly matched. It wasn't 3 people. Just when he was going to settle down on Jianshan Mountain, Yuanzun had another immortal lord coming to kill him. Dressed in black. He is the northern lord of the Yuanzun clan. Mingzhu said this guy was at his place? But why didn't he come back? The 4 directions lords of the Yuanzun clan correspond to the Xianwang 4 directions immortal lords, all of whom are the most powerful among the immortal lords. An existence that is on par with the great ancestor of the emperor, or even surpasses it. 1 immortal is in the 6th realm, 2 are in the 5th realm, and 1 is in the 4th realm. The Taoist master of Guiwang Mountain fights alone. His fighting power is like a heifer wielding a sword. So awesome. As soon as Suhi appeared, a mountain god seal struck the 4-realm immortal lord. Naturally, when pinching persimmons, picked the soft ones. But when they saw the northern lord smashing down with a hammer, smashing the Suha mountain divine seal, he shouted loudly, "You! I know!" One of the 2 5-realm immortals held a sword flower and left the battle circle. He raised his sword and charged at Suhi. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A dragon turtle at the 4th level of Kaitian, relying on external force to exert its combat power at the 5th level of Immortal Lord, was able to successfully attack by surprise. Do you still want to really participate in the battle of Immortal Lord? I'll kill you today. He pointed his sword towards Suhi. Suhi flicked his finger, and the mountain god seal hit the fairy sword, knocked the Yuanyu immortal sword away. He then listened to the swordsman's announcement. "For sirs, please retreat. Xuanzun Xianzun has not fully shown himself. I'm afraid there may be a trick. Quickly retreat to Xianwang before we argue with you." If there was an emergency in Xianwang, other immortals would be able to help in time. If he hadn't waited here for Suhi to return, he would have lured several people away from this place. Even the Taoist master only asked him to welcome Suhi back instead of killing the enemy. Suhi forced Yuanyu back with another mountain god seal, turned around and left. Be kind and follow the flow. He didn't care at all about the fight behind his back. On the battlefield where Headmaster Du Wangshan teaches, if he cannot hold back, he has made a meritorious service. The aftermath of the collision between the Taoist master and Li's forces has just dissipated, and the space chaos is difficult to break. Suhi flapped his wings on his back, and used Phoenix Rapid Feather and Blackbird Escape technique at the same time. It turned into a blue light, and shot out to the outside world. The Shuoyue realm is gone. And all the restrictions left by the Shuoyue realm are naturally gone. Smooth ride. Except Yuan Yu, who is chasing after him from behind. After rushing out of the Shuoyue realm, Su-He smashed into space and escaped directly. Yuan Yu chased after him. Looking at the space passage he opened, his face darkened. Su-He's space channel was not closed. But with the power of time, he couldn't get in. There is a lucky person in the Yuanzun clan who has the power of time. Those who can cultivate to the level of immortal master are basically this kind of lucky people. However, mastering and mastering are also completely different. Su-He can jump out of the river of time. But even if you haven't mastered it, you can still tell where Su-He's passage leads to. The war between the two sides has begun, and the space in Yuanzun's territory is blocked like a grate. This turtle couldn't reach a space gate and return directly to Xianwang territory. Yuan Yu opened the space with his sword and jumped in, chasing Su-He. His space channel is different from Su-He's. Without the power of time, people can directly heal after passing through the space channel. But at this moment, a figure emerged from Su-He's space passage again. Su-He left and came back again, turning around and flying directly in the direction of Xianwang. Glancing at Shuoyue realm from a distance, Jian opened the North Lord's sledgehammer with his sword, tearing the space apart and walking away. Jian Daoxing far surpasses him, and can directly break through the space in Shuoyue realm. Su-He turned around and opened hundreds of space passages at the same time, leading to different places. In a flash, Xuan used his figure to completely hide himself. After a while, Yuan Yu came back with an angry look on his face. Xianwang thieves know their tricks. Even a tortoise would fight against him, trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. A space passage deceived him, but he turned back and escaped physically. Yuan Yu followed the traces and chased him to this place. Looking at the space passages leading to different places in the starry sky, he felt bad all over. The destinations of these passages are arbitrary. Let him have no pursuit. At this moment, a voice came to my ears. Fellow Taoist, why should you pay attention to his tricks? Just go straight to Xianwang. Now that you know the purpose, you will always encounter him on the way. Even if you don't encounter him, you can still support the front. My fellow Taoist and I have a shield, which can block the light of the sword. If Su-He doesn't come, my fellow Taoist can kill the Xianwang sword immortal. It is the Lord of the North. Along with the sound, there was also a shield that was as black as ink and shaped like a stone tablet. At the same time, another message came to Yuan Yu's ears. If he touches Su-He, he will crush the void. Don't let him escape again. He will be killed today. As a member of the Yuanzun clan, we are very aware of the advantages of controlling time. An existence that can jump out of time is the biggest variable. Be sure to kill. A cold light flashed in Yuanyo's eyes. With one step of his feet, a sword light turned towards Xianwang. Original space. Li walked barefoot, step by step, looking at the four directions of space, looking at the projections of the heavens, and looking at the disappearing core. His expression was extremely calm, neither happy nor sad. As if she was not the one who lost the fight just now. She felt the breath of the Taoist master around her, closed her eyes slightly, and then opened them again. You are still there. The Taoist master did not leave this place, although he dispersed. But she could feel that he was still here. The original space has no core, and even the fundamental power is still passing away. This place gradually fell into a no-man's land. Li Xing walked. The corner of his mouth actually raised a smile. I am Fei Yuan. Her voice was still broken. She is not Yuan. The cut-off finger has turned into Li, and is no longer the finger it once was. If you don't have Yuan, you can't really use the original space. And you can't even practice here. It is clear that he lives in a place with the strongest origin in the world. But it has been difficult to make progress for hundreds of millions of years. She was transformed from Yuan Jiji, and was of extremely high birth. There is no Yuan power. But there is Yuan demand. Absorbing ordinary spiritual energy and fairy energy will not only fail to improve Taoism, but will also pollute oneself. After all, the vitality needed for Yuan is unknown to how high it is. For hundreds of millions of years, she has watched all living beings progress. But only she has become weaker step by step. I have met down Master Guang for 5 or 6 generations. In previous generations, Taoist masters could barely resist her. But the previous generation could maintain a stalemate. And this generation even surpassed her. If there are 2 more generations of offensive and defensive changes, can't wait any longer. This place belongs to me. Li Xing walked, and with every step he took, a series of seals rose up. The moment the core left, she couldn't wait to leave her mark and occupy this place. Alas! A sigh sounded in the original space. I saw light falling from the Tai Chi diagrams around me, transforming into a Taoist master. Looking at Li, the Taoist master sighed slightly. Why bother? Fellow Taoist? Forcing me to kill you today? Li said nothing. The Taoist master can't kill her. At least not in this generation. He can defeat her. But it will take at least 3 generations to kill her. But after that, the original space has no owner. She can have it all to herself. After 3 generations, it is still unclear who will win and who will lose. As for the dragon turtle, who escaped from here, he has no chance to occupy the original space again. Today is the day to die. At this moment, she is similar to the Taoist master, and she still has advantages in the original space. Li Ji looked straight at the Taoist master, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I haven't smiled in hundreds of millions of years, and I have almost forgotten this ability. She smiled. Really? The Tai Chi diagram is here, and the Taoist master can enter from the outside through the Tai Chi diagram. That's why it was Guowang Mountain that blocked her from the outside world. Not Tai Chi too. Now that she wanted to occupy the original space, the Taoist master had to come in person. Now that you're here, don't leave. Xian Huang must be destroyed today. Li's eyes flashed, and he clapped his palms down. In the original space, a giant palm suddenly struck down. The Taoist master showed a solemn expression, whisked the dust a little, and turned into a giant pillar that reached the sky and hit the giant palm in the sky. A real war breaks out instantly. The intensity far exceeds the stalemate that has lasted for thousands of years. Unprecedented murderous intent. The original space and all the heavens and worlds inherently influence each other. There was a big battle inside, and the murderous intent in the world increased instantly. It turns into calamity and rises in the world. Suhi's eyes were slightly condensed during the flight, and he felt as if he was at home, like a fish in water. White tigers like this kind of environment best. When one is in a state of murderous intent, the power of magical powers becomes even more powerful. Suhi raised his hand and pointed. The white tiger star above his head condensed instantly, and a starlight hit in front of him. Then I saw a space passage open there, and an immortal king happened to walk out, facing a ray of stars returning to their positions. Yuanyo's expression changed slightly. He held up the shield in his hand and hurriedly bumped into the starlight, feeling a strong impact. As soon as he walked out of the space passage, he was knocked back by the starlight again. After succeeding with one blow, Suhi's expression darkened. On that shield, the road is complicated. There's an eerie sense of familiarity. Tantai. During the first time traveling, Tantai's natal sword pierced a stone tablet, sealing the stone's power. While snatching the bones of the white tiger, the stone tablet appeared and wanted to rob him. This shield is the refining and condensation of the stone tablet based on the fairy sword in my body. Came here specifically to resist Tantai swordsmanship? Targeting his Tantai family? Court death. Suhi's expression changed, and the Sifong knife came out of his body. He didn't wait for Yuan Yu to appear, and chopped it off with one blow. It seems that he wants to kill Void and Yuan Yu together. This place is already at the intersection of Yuan Zun and Xian Huang. But there is no need to be so cautious anymore. Kill someone while you still have plenty of time in your body. Suhi cut it out with a knife. The space shattered, and Yuan Yu, who had just been knocked into the space channel, appeared again. The fairy sword in his hand moved forward a little, and hit the light of Suhi's sword. The light shattered, and his figure flashed aside and fell to the side, completely freezing his figure. No more words. Just pick up the sword and chop. When the sword fell, the entire starry sky seemed to be split in half by the sword. It's not disconnected, but like it's split in the sea, with the stars in the middle flowing downwards. Suhi's pupils were slightly condensed. He couldn't understand Yuan Yu's sword skills, but there is no need to understand it. As long as the fist is stronger than the enemy, no matter how fancy the swordsmanship is, it can break it. Suhi let out a long groan, sheathed the horizontal sword, inserted both hands into the void, and raised it upwards. In an instant, the north darkness was like the sea, spitting and galloping out. The ocean was raging and turning into a whirlpool. As soon as it appeared, it crashed into the starry sky that Yuan Yu split. The North Pluto collided with the starry sky, making a permeating sound of wear and tear. Several eyes in the starry sky looked this way at the same time, and was crushed by the force of the battle and collision between Yuan Yu and Suhi. No one can peep into Su He's battlefield without the immortal means. And can spy? It was only glimpsed for a moment. But all eyes were slightly focused. The magical power that the Dragon Turtle clan has been studying? Yuan Zun did not mention that Xian Wang and others had seen him in the Immortal King Palace. But in reality, this was the first time they had seen him. In fact, each family is researching magical powers specifically for the Yuan Zun clan. But the gains were very little. At this moment, it seems that the Dragon Turtle clan has succeeded. As soon as Bei Ming came out, Yuan Yu felt a powerful attack, following his sword technique, dragging him into the rotating vortex. That whirlpool gave him a very bad feeling. If you go in, you will die. Yuan Yu's expression suddenly darkened. Court death! A mere dragon turtle. How dare you target Yuan Zun? He threw away the fairy sword in his hand and stepped back suddenly, pointing his halberd a little. The fairy sword exploded with a bang, shattering the corner of Bei Ming. But instead of retreating, Bei Ming recovered instantly. As if supplemented by the power of the fairy sword, he suddenly expanded and rushed towards Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu's expression changed slightly. He reached out and grabbed another fairy sword. And in a flash, he jumped over Bei Ming and stabbed Su He. The fairy sword pierced the center of Su He's eyebrows. Yuan Yu was not only not happy, but his expression changed, and he turned around and left. The Su He inside was exploded and transformed into Taiyuan, filling the starry sky like a black hole, swallowed by huge suction force. Yuan Yu stepped down, and a huge force exploded under his feet, pushing him out. But before he had time to dodge, Bei Ming had already enveloped him. Another Su He waved his hand to control the whirlpool in Bei Ming. It's not a magical power. It's just the way of domain avatar. Su Huanyan created it when he was at the second level of the sky. But even if he uses it now, he is still a good friend. After all, Su Huanyan's hidden potential, perhaps unintentionally created it, was the magical power of the immortal realm. But he didn't know it at the time. Yuan Yu's expression changed drastically. Mean! He entered the whirlpool with his body, but used a clone to confuse him outside. He was furious, and Bei Ming had already fallen down, trapping him in it. It was so smooth that it was unimaginable. The full moon hangs above the head, and the North Pluto is galloping and rotating below. Yuan Yu had a heavy look on his face, holding up his shield and rising and falling in Bei Ming. Su He's true energy hit Bei Ming one after another, continuously strengthening the Bei Ming vortex. Bei Ming rotates and scrapes Yuan Yu's flesh and blood layer by layer. Stop, Yuan Zun! Don't approach Mr. 4! The Demon Queen's voice sounded in the starry sky. But this voice carries strange fluctuations, and only Xian Wang cultivators can hear it. Far away, Zhu Jiu stopped two great witch candidates from the Yuan Zun clan, his eyes shining brightly. She saw an opportunity to kill another immortal Lord Yuan Zun, even if it was just the slightest sign. The Xian Wang immortals broke out in an instant, blocking the junction of the two realms one after another, preventing the Yuan Zun family from supporting them. And dare! Presumptuous! A series of shocking auras sounded in the Yuan Zun clan, and a series of escaping lights rushed towards this side. They were stopped one by Xian Wang again. Yuan Yu's melting roar came out from the Bei Ming vortex one after another. Su He did not dare to relax at all. It was not that easy to kill a 5-realm immortal lord. Yuan Su of the 4 realms fell into the North Ming, and his flesh and blood were eroded visibly to the naked eye. But when Yuan Yu came in, the speed suddenly slowed down dozens of times. It would take at least more than a month to wipe out Yuan Yu through Bei meditation alone. How could the dignified Yuan Zun clan give him such a long time? Besides, he only has half a day to live. After all, he was still too weak. The battlefield suddenly became fierce, with arrows, ice and snow, meteorites. All kinds of rays of light are flying across the starry sky. Ancestor! I don't have much time to understand this magical power. Su He found the Ming ancestor's aura and sent the message to him. Su He's inheritance palace is not consistent with that of this era, and he cannot inherit Bei Ming in this era. Dragon Turtle can only watch and study slowly. When Su He Bei Ming is fully open and facing the enemy Yuan Zun, it is the best time to study. The enemy in front of Ming ancestor has transformed into a western lord of the Yuan Zun clan with antlers on his head. That is the only 7th realm immortal lord among the lords of the 4 directions. Ming ancestor chuckled, and with nearly half of his consciousness, he watched Su He fight. At this moment, the bright moon flashed above his head. Outside the bright moon, a vertical eye-like crack opened, and the inside was pure white. He saw Li's chest stained with blood and jumped out. Behind her, the Taoist master held up the Tai Chi figure and chased after her with a gloomy expression. However, the moment the woman only half of her body came out of the space, she collapsed, half jumped out of the original space, and half forced the Taoist master back. She held a finger in her hand and turned her head to completely seal the crack. After doing all this, the half body that jumped out of the original space has returned to its original state. It's just that his appearance has aged by more than 10 years. From 24 or 5 years old to more than 30. The aura dropped, but it still surpassed the immortal lord. After cutting off half of his body, his expression became richer. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a smile, and raised her eyes to look at Suhi. The core of the original space has been lost. How could she fight back without caring about it? It's just a matter of sensing the Tai Chi diagram of the original space and trying every means to force the Taoist master into it. The Taoist master has no means to split the original space. As long as he is blocked in it, no one in the world can stop her. No matter whether half of the time and space passages that were stolen or the lost temples were recovered. They could be recovered. He even took the opportunity to kill Xianwang Immortal Lord. Suhi's hair stood on end for a moment. Especially when Li's eyes fell on Baiming. She is very interested in this magical power. Lao San! You are a swindler! Seeing Taoist Li struggling with the origin space, Suhi guessed that the guy had finally been tricked. This time it was definitely not the Taoist master's plan. The old guy hunted geese all day long and finally pecked his eyes once. Let's go! Baiming's voice came from nowhere and turned into a sharp piercing into Suhi's ears. Leave immediately. Go back to your time. When Li escaped from his original space, the first thing he had to do was not to take back the space-time passage and the temple. It's to suppress and kill Suhi. She would never allow someone like Suhi who could jump out of time to exist. This defeat seemed to be planned by the Taoist master. But the real root cause was Suhi's existence. A wry smile appeared on Suhi's face. The river of time cannot be opened. And he cannot go back. He shook his head slightly. Fight to the death. This time it was really a fight to the death. As if in response to Suhi, Li pointed out under the starry sky. And a strange starlight came straight towards Suhi. The moment Suhi raised her hand, she let out a long roar. Baiming swung and took Yuan Yu directly towards Li, hitting the starlight. Baiming instantly penetrated and dissolved. And the starlight hit Yuan Yu. It exploded on the shield, cracking the shield in an instant, piercing Yuan Yu, and shooting towards Suhi. Yuan Yu looked at the broken chest in shock, totally at a loss. Suhi didn't hurt him, but he was hurt by one of his own? Although I don't know who this person who suddenly appeared seems to be the source of their power is. But can't I avoid it? This woman is a madman. As long as she can kill Suhi, she won't even care if she kills him too. Cold-blooded, starlight rushed down, and the mountain armor on Suhi's back rose into the sky, blocking the front. But before he settled down, he saw a sword light shooting up into the starry sky from the Xianwang direction, heading straight for this place. Behind the sword light was a mountain-shaped hairball. It's Sword Mountain. The sword grass on the mountain has been nourished by the long river of the original space, and has grown like crazy. With a cold expression on his face, Tantai raised his sword and charged towards the starry sky, with the shadow of the long river faintly appearing behind him. She is still far from refining the great road coming from Sword Mountain. Sensing the situation here, he came to kill them forcefully. But after all, we have to slow down the next step. It's too far away. Starlight had already crashed into Suhi. But he saw another mountain armor rising across the sky, blocking Suhi's mountain armor. The mountain beetle shimmered with water, making the starlight appear completely. Kitty boy, please take the mountain armor. Mingzu's voice was deep and heavy. He didn't know when he left the battle circle and stood in front of Suhi, looking at Li above his head. The ghostly aura was rising steadily. Ancestor, Suhi said solemnly, but the mountain armor confiscated it. This is Li. Mingzu looked at him and laughed. Don't worry. Although the old turtle is not up to expectations, he can still protect his cub. Chapter 610 Green Dragon. Mingzu stood in front of Suhi and looked at the woman in front of him. She is already 34 or 5 years old and looks like a mature woman, with a unique charm. The huge aura on his body is even more eye-catching. The Taoist master has said many times that there is still such a guy hidden in all the worlds. But today, he saw her appear for the first time. Beyond the realm of Immortal Lord. The old turtle has been longing for it for a long time. I wonder if he can make a breakthrough in this battle. Last but not least, it was only because of his conduct that the mountain ancestor was able to survive back then. If Shanzu destroys himself, he can also destroy a finger of that person. That was the one who took action himself. At this moment, it is just an incomplete finger. At worst, it will destroy itself. If you don't believe it, you can't drag her into destruction together. The netherworld beneath Mingzu was rolling, as if the water waves were carrying him upward step by step. Guizi! Her ancestor stopped her. Try to find a way to release Gui Wangshan's bull nose. Xianwang, immortal lord. A carrot in a pit is indispensable. Moreover, he did not believe that this woman sealed the Taoist master in order to kill Su He or destroy Xianhuang. There is always a window of opportunity between generations of Taoist masters and Xianhuang. But this woman has not taken action. This time, I would rather cut myself into 2 pieces than seal the Taoist master. There must be a bigger plan. Li looked down at Mingzu, his eyes twinkling slightly. Netherworld! She opened her mouth to speak, and was knocked down in a flash. The nether ancestor raised his claws upward, and the netherworld aura rushed towards Li like a huge wave or a vast underworld, colliding with Li suddenly, causing a storm. In an instant, the underworld was steaming, and the entire starry sky was filled with mist. Yuan Yu, who was pierced by Li Dong in front, turned around and ignored the injury on his chest, as if it was not his own, and stabbed Su He with the sword. He also heard what Old Turtle said, although the one above him almost stabbed him to death. He was of course preventing Su He from recalling the Taoist master at this moment. The priorities are clear. Su He stepped forward and stepped back. Tantai! Su He shouted. A sword was heard, and Tantai raised his sword to block Yuan Yu. Be careful! His shield is made just for you, Su He reminded. Tantai glanced at the tablet-shaped shield in Yuan Yu's hand that turned into fragments and then slowly condensed, showing a hint of disdain. Even the stone tablet itself couldn't do anything to her. It had been 80,000 years, and it still hadn't forced her to use the fairy sword. What can be done to her with the shield refined from the stone tablet? Tantai raised his sword and killed him. Su He turned around and retreated further. After retreating from a safe distance, he raised his hand and pointed in the void, and the original space twisted and opened. The Taoist master did not appear. Only a flash of red light blocked the entrance of the cave, just like how the Taoist Tai Chi figure had previously sealed the original space to prevent Li from entering. At this moment, Li's half-body sealed the original space, preventing the Taoist master from coming out. Even the space channel opened by Su He was blocked in an instant. Only the Taoist master's voice could be faintly heard. Jing Longwenyu! When it comes to opening the original space, Li has much higher authority than Su He. It was originally developed by Yuan dynasty, and Su He was just a smuggler. Only Qing Longwenyu is the method that truly opens up the original space, and that is the Taoist method. Borrowing Qing Longwenyu to break open the original space is a real passage that will not close instantly, and he can rush out on his own. A dragon turtle roared above his head, and the blood of Mingzu was sprayed. Another phoenix rang in the sky. A phoenix covering the heaven and earth rose from the 100,000 mountains, instantly crossed the starry sky, and crashed into the endless netherworld. The cries of phoenixes, the chants of turtles, and the cold hum of Li resounded through the darkness. At this moment, the Yuanzun clan went completely crazy, and rays of light came toward Xianhuang. The sword light on Xianhuang flew up, and the immortals formed a formation and fought their way out of the level. Originally it was just an ordinary gathering in Huangling, where the 2 sides faced off, but somehow it turned into a war between the 2 worlds. There are phoenix feathers burning in the netherworld. Even if Fengzu and Mingzu join forces, they are no match for Li. Su He looked into the world inside his hands and pulled out. Half of the dragon corpse was pulled out by him. Sorry, I'm borrowing the corpse. Out! Su He shouted. Half a dragon corpse lying in the void. The dragon corpse naturally floated towards the bright moon. The full moon hangs high, but it does not form a scene of a green dragon asking the moon as it does in the new moon world. The dragon corpse in the Shuoyue realm is important, but the world is more important. There was an altar and a formation there, not just a dragon corpse. Su He was silent, the Tao ancestor's finger bones on his hand shimmering slightly. His mind quickly recalled the formations of Shuoyue realm, using dragon corpses as materials. The whole world is a formation. Su He may be able to arrange it like a cat or a tiger, but at this moment, the dragon corpses are no longer enough. Only half of it. The remaining dragon corpse could not arrange the formation to communicate with Haoyue. Communicate? Bright moon? Su He was silent for a long time, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Qi Long Wenyu? Asked the Moon Gate. Although the Taoist master did not explain it that day, he pointed it out. The Wenyu Gate is related to the original space. Come! Sui grabbed the void. Guiwang Mountain is like the original space. No one knows where it is. Only the entrance to Guiwang Mountain is open, and outsiders can enter through the entrance. But as Su, he was a direct descendant of Taoism, and Tai Mountain fell in later generations. How could he not know where it was? Grabbing toward Guiwang Mountain, returning to Wangwang Mountain. Wenyu Gate trembled and came through the sky. It was like a stone-arched gate, lying in front of Suhi, just like the blue dragon. The moon and the person in the new moon realm were 3 points and 1 line. At this moment, Suhi, Wenyumin, and the full moon are also aligned. The moonlight shines through the moon gate. Sure enough, it has something to do with the moon. Otherwise, and none will automatically float in front of him. Suhi waved his hand, and the green dragon wrapped around the Wenyu Gate like a whip, like the dragon that circles the pillar. A ray of light flashed through Wenyu Gate, and a large door slowly appeared in the empty doorway. But it was tightly closed. Suhi raised his hand and pointed out the means to open the original space, and pointed at the Wenyu Gate. The door creaked open. All the scenes within it flicker. I don't know how many places are connected. Not just the gate of the original space. Kill Suhi first! Li's voice came from the Netherworld's aura, with a bit of anxiety. Among the Yuanzun clan, several immortals came to kill Suhi at the same time. In an instant, terrifying auras pressed down on Suhi. Suhi swung his sword horizontally, and a beam of sword light struck at Yuanzun, forcing the two men to retreat. But a spear turned into a star and struck at him. This shot came out of the blue and went straight to the center of Suhi's brow. Just to kill. Suhi didn't have time to react, so he could only hold on to the mountain armor. Then, he heard the sound of a bowstring from behind, and a golden arrow shot past his ear and hit the spear. He forced the spear back and fired several more arrows, which hit his vital points. He was forced to use his spear to retreat step by step until he reached Yuanzun's territory. Suhi turned his head and saw the Northern Immortal Lord, with his bow and arrow ready and his face solemn. More! His voice was cold. Suhi nodded, and suddenly pointed the sword toward Wenyu Gate. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. His best skill in fighting the Immortal Lord is stealth assassination. But some people want to hide themselves and take advantage of him. What are they thinking? As soon as the knife stabbed out, the space rippled, and an immortal in front of the Wenyu Gate was revealed and hidden by him. He simply stopped hiding and punched Suhi. Unlike other members of the Yuanzun clan, who have one horn between their eyebrows, he has two, shaped like a rhinoceros. Back off! A voice came over. But it was Jian Xian, who grabbed the soft persimmon 4-realm immortal of the Yuanzun clan with one hand and burst out of the air from nowhere. Looking at the person in front of Suhi, he said anxiously, that was the Chilean immortal who ranked second among the 7 immortals of the Yuanzun clan, who were not from the official or military clan. He was not a member of the Yuanzun clan, but a volcano spirit, the existence of the 6th immortal realm. Suhi stepped back and retreated. But at this moment, a ray of light shot out from the Wenyu Gate. It runs through Chilean Immortal Lord and Suhi. There was a burst of suction. The light faded, and the two of them disappeared together. Wenyu Gate has also become completely quiet. The scenery in the middle of the doorway no longer changes, and it leads to all directions, leaving only a pure white line, which is connected to the original space. Jian Xian's face darkened, and he slashed at the immortal Yuanzun, who had just rushed towards him with his sword. If something happens to Mr. Fourth, he will enter the 7th realm today and kill Yuanzun. Original space. The Taoist master looked at the open door, and the half of Li Ji blocking the way. His face was extremely dark. You don't want to kill me, Mr. Guangshan 4. You want to awaken that broken consciousness. Where the will of the world is, the consciousness shattered by the barbarian king. Meta-ontological consciousness. Li Jiban said nothing, only trying his best to block the Tao master from the original space. The Taoist master flicked his whisk and hit Li Banshan again. If you don't want to leave, just break it. Be quick. Li is blocking him here, and the other half outside will definitely try his best to trap more Xianwang top immortals. Are you asking other immortals of the Yuanzun clan to awaken the broken consciousness of Yuan Na Dao? How many times have I tried? But I still haven't given up. In the outside world, Li Xing walked in the aura of the underworld, and with one step and one finger, he launched a killing move. Underworld Ancestor and Feng Ancestor joined forces, and used all their strength to block it. I remember you. Li suddenly spoke as he looked at Feng Zhu moving around. Back then, I had you. Although the appearance has changed, this phoenix is still one of the 5 broken fingers back then. It's just that the moral conduct is not as good as it used to be. Feng Zhu let out a phoenix cry, and the true phoenix fire shone in his eyes, looking at Li steadily. Finger? If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice. The voice was sharp, like that of a female general. Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly and pointed at Mingzhu and Fengzhu. You are not enough. Even the half-body is an existence that surpasses the immortal lord. As soon as she spoke, an old voice came in. They are not enough. What about me? He saw a black dragon as black as ink, twisting its body and sliding into the battlefield, opening its mouth and spraying dragon flames towards Li. Li was not surprised, but instead had a smile on his lips. Feng Zhu's eyes narrowed below. Exit! Before the black dragon rushed in, he retreated out without even turning around. He saw Nali reaching forward with his hand and pressing down. A canyon spread out, like the Taiyuan of the Dragon Turtle clan, and a huge suction force came, pulling the black dragon in. 3. Li said softly. Suhi felt as if his body was being thrown into the dark world, and the world was spinning. I don't know how long it took before he was spat out. Kududu hit the ground and jumped up instantly. Then, he saw the chilling immortal lord jumping up almost at the same time as him. But the two did not fight together. Instead, they turned their heads and looked upward at the same time. Above them, the bright moon and the sun lit up at the same time. They are a pair of children with different eyes. Lombok. The light of chaos and killing came from the dragon's eyes. This is a mindless dragon. This dragon was so big. It was the largest divine dragon Suhi had ever seen. It seemed to occupy the entire space, covered in blue scales. It carries a distant and eternal aura. It seems like it has been banned since eternity. The chaotic aura emanated from Qinglong, crushing the void. A pair of dragon eyes were irrational, and saliva fell from its mouth. When it hit the ground, a patch of vegetation grew. But as soon as the plants came out, they bit each other, biting each other to pieces. This is Qinglong, the green dragon and blue dragon and white tiger, the real blue dragon. Suhi looked around and saw that the place was empty, like a space dug out of a boulder. Suhi was startled, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. I've dismantled how you had thought it's just a hollow stone egg. The Taoist master's words flashed through his mind again. Hollow? This is the hollow in the bright moon. There is a green dragon here. But the Taoist master didn't say anything. What a scam. Just listen to the dragon's mouth purring like an angry wild dog, with a beastly roar of unknown meaning. Suhi could barely make out a few meanings. Intruder.kill. Those who disrupt the resurrection.kill. The dragon roared, smashed its tail down, and the sky collapsed in an instant. Time, space, everything turned into chaos. Suhi and chilling immortal lord dodged at the same time. As soon as he landed, Suhi's hair stood on end, and the crisis of life and death suddenly arose. He retreated instantly, and saw a drill nail nailed to his previous location. A trace of pity flashed in the eyes of the chilling immortal lord in the distance. Suhi, brainless? This green dragon obviously has no distinction between friend and foe. Only chaos. At this time, instead of joining forces to resist, they take the opportunity to sneak attack on him. Chilling immortal lord said nothing, and only gave Suhi a cold look. The murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish at all. It was as if Suhi was digging through his ancestral grave. Missing a hit, chilling immortal lord lowered his head and walked away into the distance. Others are afraid of chaos Qinglong. But he is not. He is a mountain. How could a mountain arouse the murderous intent of a chaotic green dragon? He ran quickly, his aura gradually becoming restrained. Suddenly, only the mountain spirit was left, integrated with the world, and there was no breath of life anymore. Suhi was the only one left in the field. Qinglong lowered his eyes and looked at Suhi again. Chaos and murderous intent rolled around, and a claw slapped downwards. The dragon roared like thunder and rolled down. Those who steal treasures will be killed. Suhi turned over to avoid it, and the dragon claw crashed onto the ground. 3 times more powerful than before. It's not that it's too powerful. This dragon hasn't made a move for an unknown amount of time. And it suddenly moves, and it's still not smooth. Still adjusting to my body. Suhi looked at the dragon and frowned slightly. He had never seen life in this dragon. This dragon is not alive. But he's not dead. He's dead, but not completely dead. I want to survive. But I can't. Therefore, there is no spiritual wisdom, and no soul consciousness. Only instinct remains. The first strike has the power of the Immortal Lord's 5th level, and the second strike is infinitely close to the Immortal Lord's 6th level. The next blow was brewing. In the distance, the chilling Immortal Lord had his hands behind his back, and watched quietly with a cruel smile on his lips. At the same time, he was observing all directions, thinking about where he was, how to get out, and whether there was any chance. At this moment, a flash of light flashed in Sui's eyes. Facing Qinglong's third attack, Fei Dan did not dodge. Instead, he jumped up and reached the sky. There was a sneer on the corner of chilling Immortal Lord's mouth. Do you want to use your dragon body to build relationships? Simply looking for death. Even if it is a dead green dragon, the instinct left on the body may protect the younger generations of the same clan. But this is a guy who fell into madness and never died. If you rush to recognize your relatives, you will only die faster. A hint of excitement rose in his heart. This guy is going to die. 80,000 years ago. If it hadn't been for this thief, the Great Witch would not have died. If Tantai Ling and Bai Yin kill my Great Witch, I will kill you. Just like God. It's a pity that he wasn't killed by his own hands. There was a trace of regret in his heart, and a cruel smile on his lips. He saw Sui flying up and raised his hand. A stream of pure vitality points towards Qilong. Ancestor, calm down. This junior is here to help you. There is an unknown amount of vitality in Xuanwu Nandu. This is not just Xuanwu vitality. There is also the Honghua in it, which brings the aura of everlasting and long-lasting, blending with vitality. Even Sui can't tell what it is. It is impossible to reverse life and death. But it should have a miraculous effect on the green dragon, who has never died. With a finger pointed at the center of Qinglong's eyebrows, life turned into a trickle and rushed in. At the same time, the other auras on Sui's body disappeared, leaving only the aura of the dragon's body shining with brilliance. A trace of confusion flashed through the chaotic depths of the green dragon's eyes. It raised its paws slowly in the air, and stared at Sui with its head tilted. For a moment, I forgot to kill him. In the distance, the expression of the chilling Immortal Master changed slightly. Not good. With a flash of his body, he rushed towards Sui, his celestial sword moving forward through the air. But not only did he attack Sui, he also directly attacked Qinglong from Sui's angle. This caused Sui to sneak attack Qinglong. Qinglong will never be allowed to be awakened by this child. This Qinglong has at least the Taoism of the 7th immortal realm. The 7th realm and the 6th realm seem to be only one realm apart, but they are completely different from heaven to earth. Guangshan Jianxian only stepped into the 7th realm with half a foot, and was able to defeat 4 immortals at the same time. He hit his figure and pointed out with his sword, which only made Qinglong think that Sui had made a sneak attack. The green dragon explodes, and this turtle will never survive. He asked him to kill the turtle in the 5th realm of Immortal Lord with his own hands. But he didn't know how many methods it would take, and it might even capsize in the gutter. If you can use Qinglong, it is naturally better. He stabbed past with his sword, only to see Sui in front of him disperse like a dreamy bubble. The blood curse that transformed into the Dragon Turtle clan hit him and marked him instantly. The hidden aura of Chilling Immortal Master was instantly exposed. Chilling Immortal Master's expression suddenly changed, and he saw another Sui appearing between Qinglong's horns. He was half crouching on Qinglong's forehead. At this moment, she looked down at him, curled her lips slightly, and said in an aggrieved tone to Qinglong below him, "Ancestor, he hit me!" Despicable. Chilling Immortal Master changed his expression. He hurriedly retracted the sword that was attacking Qinglong and turned around to walk away. But it was too late. Qinglong looked down at him. Chaos and murderous intent burst out in his eyes. The claws that had been frozen in the air for an unknown amount of time were swatted down with one claw. Murderous intent. Sui squatted half-crouched on the dragon's head, with a hint of pride in the corner of his mouth. His greatest talent in this life is neither dice nor time travel. It's to call the parents. On the road of calling parents, he takes second place, and no one dares to take first place. Even the dead Ming you can become his biological father. Not to mention the not-so-dead Qinglong? As long as an elder from the same clan dares to show up, Sui dares to turn him into his own ancestor. Hold head high. Qinglong roared and slapped the Chilling Immortal with one claw. Chilling Immortal Master turned around and discharged with his palm, and the shadow of a volcano hit the dragon claw head-on. The two collided and exploded. Chilling Immortal Master's expression changed slightly. This attack already had the power of the Immortal Master in the 6th realm. The dragon's power is still recovering. With a collision, the green dragon's head retracted slightly, and it opened its mouth and sprayed out a stream of dragon flames. The expression of Chilling Immortal Master suddenly changed. At this moment, a life and death crisis suddenly arises. Escape quickly with all your escape skills activated. Glancing back, he saw that He had turned into a small green dragon. It was wrapped around the green dragon's neck like a scarf. The dragon's head was close to the green dragon's ear, muttering something unknown. Qinglong's eyes were still in chaos, but the dragon's mane was entangled and blocked in front of He to prevent the sprayed dragon flames from dazzling him. Don't be shy. The divine beast with the power of the fifth realm of immortal is actually acting coquettishly. Chilling Immortal Lord scolded his mother in his heart, but he could not stop the blue dragon flames from falling like rain from the sky. Seventh realm. Dragon flame. Chilling Immortal Lord's eyes were filled with deathly gray.